Chapter 601. At this moment, many cracks have appeared on the body of the Lord of Illusion. The strongest attack just launched by the existence in the depths of the void was too powerful. Even the Lord of Illusion could not bear it. The voice came again, "Your spirit body can no longer hold on, now retreat." As he said, the summoning time of the Lord of Illusion is almost over. However, Han Xing and others' faces sank. Because once the Lord of Illusion disappears, they will no longer have the fighting power of the God King level. There will be no way to deal with the great Yin God King. Not only that, bad news came one after another. Because of the energy collision just now, the energy of the Forbidden Galaxy was completely exhausted. This galaxy, which was created at the cost of the life of the hunter, and sealed the group of emperors and God Kings for thousands of years, was completely exhausted. Everyone saw that behind the Milky Way, a huge and boundless black continent appeared. There is an extremely rich space force there. This entire continent is covered with Terra stone. At this moment, the hooded woman next to the Shadow Monarch had a look of nostalgia in her eyes. "Terra, my home planet. Finally, I see you again." The great evolution God King, who was constantly gathering the 5 elements divine power and preparing to revive again from the 5 elements river, was pleasantly surprised. "Ha ha ha. The Forbidden Galaxy has disappeared. Now, the Absolute God era can be officially opened. Everyone, wake up quickly. Wake up! Wake up!" Boom! With the call of the great evolution God King, the huge black continent that was countless light years away was shaking wildly at this moment. Han Xing felt a lot of gods, true gods, and even the breath of the Emperor level in it. At this moment, the rules of the entire void began to riot. The rules of all small worlds also began to riot. They experienced the same scene as the Holy Spirit realm a few months ago. The rules of the entire world began to become chaotic. Water cannot put out fire, and creatures will not die after being killed. The light dissipated, and the whole world was dim. Because the revival of these gods disrupted the rules of the entire void. The void was constantly collapsing, and the empty islands collapsed into pieces. Countless creatures didn't even react, and were directly swallowed by the turbulent flow of the void. At the same time, the sky was covered with endless rain of fire, and a destructive fireball, as if announcing the coming of the end of the world, suddenly smashed down. Boom! The empty islands were blown up on the spot, and countless creatures died on the spot without even screaming. There was even void energy emerging from the space cracks. All small worlds ushered in complete chaos. This is the age of Absolute God, including the Holy Spirit realm. Countless creatures are also looking at the destructive scene in the sky. In the face of this world-destroying power, it seems that death is possible at any time, and a feeling of powerlessness and insignificance envelopes the whole body. They exclaimed, "What happened?" In the sky, a strong voice came, "The end of the world is coming. The Holy Spirit realm is going to be destroyed." People's eyes were filled with fear and despair. They cried and shouted, and the voice of despair echoed in the barren land. "Is the world about to be destroyed? What should we do?" In Xingyu City, a child cried and asked. "We have no hope." An old man sighed in despair. At this moment, someone shouted the name. "Don't despair. Han Xing Saint will definitely come to save us. Han Xing Saint, please save us." This cry was like a faint light in the darkness, instantly igniting the last ray of hope in people's hearts. People began to shout in unison, their voices full of despair and desire. They knelt on the ground and stretched their hands to the sky, as if praying for a miracle to come. However, an ancient existence awakened from the endless shadow land. He stepped across the territory of the Witch tribe, across the Orc kingdom, and came to the Elf kingdom. Looking at the scene in the sky, he sighed. The era of absolute gods has arrived. That group of humans finally failed. Hearing this, the hearts of the creatures in the entire Holy Spirit realm sank. Because Han Xing was their last hope. And now, this person told them that Han Xing had failed. It was like their own faith was overturned in an instant, which was hard to accept. At this moment, endless divine light burst out from the Elf kingdom. This divine light broke through the darkness that enveloped the world. The Elf goddess stood up and said in an extremely firm tone, "No! Han Xing Shengju will not fail. He is a person who constantly creates miracles. He has never failed, and this time is no exception." Hearing this, the creatures below echoed, "That's right, Han Xing Shengju will never lose. Han Xing Shengju, we believe in you, and we are waiting for the news of your triumphant return." Tears blurred people's eyes, and their cries became louder and louder. In this doomsday world, the calls to Saint Lord Han Xing became their only belief and their only hope. But the storm of doomsday was still raging, and people's cries seemed so small in the wind, But they did not give up, and still called Han Xing's name in despair. The same scene continued to play out in various worlds. The world barriers of those small worlds were relatively weak. At this moment, after the opening of the Absolute God era, they were instantly breached on a large scale. Endless void energy poured into these small worlds, directly tearing everything in this small world apart. In a short time, it was assimilated into the void turbulence and disappeared completely without a trace. At this time, Han Xing and others were also looking at the scene in front of them with a familiar look. Han Xing sighed, "It's a bit scary. There are at least a dozen emperors, hundreds of true gods, and tens of thousands of gods. The strength of the Forbidden Land is really abnormal." At this time, the hooded woman said with a serious face, "This may not be the strongest strength of the Forbidden Land. As far as I know, they have more than one God King level existence in the Forbidden Land. There are also God Kings awakening in the Forbidden Land." Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. Although they knew that the Forbidden Land was very strong. But now that they heard that there were more than one God King level existence sleeping in it, they still felt heavy. After all, they couldn't even deal with one God King. At this moment, the voice of the God King of Dying continued to sound. "Yao Ri Hao Yu, Song Lan, Yen Jin, wake up quickly. Go and devour the power of those small worlds. This is the last time we will open the Absolute God era. After this time, we will all achieve transcendence." After the words fell, the huge continent, which was countless light years away, began to shake violently again, boom, and everyone on the field felt the rising of terrifying auras one after another. Boom! Boom! 4 consecutive majestic auras rose up. Chung Jianyong exclaimed immediately, "God King! For more God Kings are coming! This Forbidden Land is too outrageous." Including Han Xing, his face was heavy. No one expected that there were still 4 such terrifying beings sleeping in the Forbidden Land. With this strength, it was really amazing that Lai could seal these guys in the Forbidden Land for so many years. And given the current situation, it would be useless even if Lai was reborn. Counting the Great Yin God King, there are a total of 5 God Kings. How can they fight? And the summoning time of the Lord of Illusion is about to end. This majestic being looked at Han Xing deeply, then sighed and said, "You still have too little time to grow up. If you are given more time, your achievements may not be inferior to mine. It's a pity that you are not the opponent of these gods now. I hope you can survive, and see you again in the future." After saying this, the Lord of Illusion also disappeared on the spot. Seeing this scene, his expression became even uglier. Han Xing said helplessly, "Well, there was a God King who could help me support the scene, but now there is no one at all." He said, as if he had given up on himself, "Brothers, each of you pick a God King. Even if we die, we can still brag that we died in a one-on-one duel with the God King." Hearing this, Chung Jianyong laughed, "How can it be like this? Then I go after that God King called Hao Yue. If I succeed, I be called God King to Yue in the future, haha." The atmosphere among the crowd relaxed for a while. Xin Yun also replied, "Then God King Yuri belongs to me. Brother Han Xing, I want to fight the God King Kanglin. Brother Xing, God King Yanjin asked me to come. I want to try, whose flame is stronger, my flame or his flame." At this moment, the light evil ghost Hamis, and the hooded woman behind him all looked a little strange. Clearly, there were only 5 true god-level beings, but they were clamoring to fight the God King in a one-on-one duel. For a moment, it was unclear whether they were serious or joking. But in the current situation, they also knew that it was the final moment. But the glorious true God and Madalena chuckled and said, "Master, how can you not call us to fight against the God King?" Hearing this, Han Xing smiled and said, "No, the God King should be left to us. You just deal with those emperors. At least there are dozens of emperors, which should be able to prove your strength." The 2 replied, "Then listen to the Master, and leave those emperors to us." At the same time, a large number of gods, true gods, emperors, and even God Kings in the Forbidden Land are awakening. The rules are becoming more and more chaotic. At this moment, the hooded woman Emily's eyes flashed with struggle. After a moment, she seemed to have made some kind of decision. "In this case, I will go crazy with you. My home planet, no more." Hearing this, everyone looked at the woman in confusion. The next moment, she thrust her hand into her chest and penetrated her body. She took out a pure white stone from her heart. The stone contained a strong spatial force, and was stained with the woman's blood. After taking out the stone, her aura seemed to drop sharply. Han Xing asked in confusion, "What is this?" The hooded woman was pale, and replied with some difficulty, "This is the Terra seed in my body, and it is also the key to the mother planet's revival. As long as I crush it, the mother planet will be completely detonated. At that time, the Terra stone contained in the entire Terra planet will explode, and the endless space force will burst out, enough to produce a space field. The explosive power generated in an instant is enough to make the Emperor fall, and severely damage the God-King level existence. Hearing this, everyone's expression was also stern, and they looked at the blood-stained stone in the hooded woman's hand with surprise. She was also a ruthless person. After making a decision, she no longer hesitated. She directly crushed the Terra seed in her hand. At this time, the gods who were halfway through the revival suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in their hearts. Especially those creatures at the Emperor level and God-King level, they are more sensitive to this sense of crisis. What's going on? Is something going to happen? I feel like I'm in danger of falling today. How is that possible? We are Emperor level. At this moment, the face of one of the God-King level beings changed drastically. He exclaimed, "Not good. The crisis comes from the ground beneath our feet. Terra is going to explode." Hearing this, all the gods showed fear in their eyes. They have been here for many years, and naturally know how terrifying the space force and divine power are on this continent. Once Terra explodes, they will suffer extremely terrible damage. Even the existence of the God-King level can't withstand this level of explosion. For a while, all the gods showed impatience in their hearts. They began to desperately want to break free from the seal as soon as possible. Ah! Damn it! Because of the early opening of the Absolute God era, it is too difficult to lift my seal. What's the situation with the Terra Star Stone? How can it explode just like that? Who did it? Hateful! Lord God King, save us! At this time, the face of the great Yin God King, who was recovering his breath, also showed an unexpected look. The explosion of Terra is really too shocking. He didn't even bother to deal with Han Xing and the others. He turned around and wanted to return to the vast continent to help other God Kings to lift the seal. However, how could Han Xing give him this opportunity? God King Dian, don't go, your enemy is us. In an instant, he took out the holy object heart of the endless sea of trees. God King Dian also saw the emerald green heart in Han Xing's hand. It was this thing that had just trapped him, causing his divine body to be blown up and almost swallowed. He subconsciously stopped, then entered the state of time and space jump and fled in another direction. God King Dian teleported several times and escaped directly out of Han Xing's sight. However, Han Xing put the thing away again. God King Dian appeared again and took it out again. After a few times, the great Yin God King seemed to realize something and said angrily, "Damn it, you kid, you're playing tricks on me." Han Xing nodded, "Of course, I'm playing tricks on you. Who else do you think can use a sacred object infinitely? After each use of a sacred object, there will be an interval time. This thing has a long cooling time." Chapter 602. Hearing Han Xing's admission, the great Yin God King felt even more humiliated. He was also frightened by the wave of attacks just now, and forgot this common sense for a moment. "Damn boy, when I catch you later, I will definitely separate your soul, and let your soul suffer endless sufferings of the 5 elements purgatory." He has no time to deal with Han Xing now, and he is thinking about rescuing other gods in the Forbidden Land. However, the time Han Xing delayed has made the entire Terra continent emit a terrifying light. It was too late for the great Yin God King to think about it now. The next moment, the huge and boundless continent, which was countless light years away, suddenly exploded. This will be the most terrifying explosion since the birth of the void. It contains countless Terra stones. After the detonation at this time, the endless power of space suddenly erupted. Han Xing first saw a beam of light appear. Then, the beam of light expanded rapidly, filling everyone's sight. In it, Han Xing felt the power fluctuations above the God King level. There were at least tens of thousands of gods on that continent. However, they were annihilated the moment the explosion occurred. Then, patches of nerve veins appeared above everyone's heads. That was the power of rules controlled by these gods after their death. And the terrifying thing was, the ball of light began to devour everything around it, not only devouring the surrounding void energy, but also devouring all the power of rules of those gods. Thousands of gods died without even screaming. Not only that, because the light ball devoured too much power of rules, it seemed that unknown changes had occurred. The energy center of the explosion actually began to rotate. This rotation was like a violent sea surface, suddenly raising an 18-level typhoon. The terrifying suction force even attracted Han Xing and others, who were tens of millions of kilometers away. Wanqing City began to shake violently, and it was even at risk of falling apart. Even they were like this. Not to mention the gods at the center of the explosion. Crack! Crack! Only a series of glass-breaking sounds were heard. Soon, those true gods could not hold on. Their divine bodies collapsed, and ancient rule trees that emitted endless divine power fluctuations appeared, and then were swallowed by this ball of light. Boom! The rule trees were destroyed one by one. This means that there are fewer and fewer rules in the void, and the order is beginning to collapse. It will take tens of millions of years, and new geniuses and monsters will appear one by one to control these rule powers. Even those weak mortals feel it. This was definitely the day, with the most true gods dying since the birth of the void. The true gods, who symbolize immortality, died dozens or even hundreds of them at this moment. The true gods cried out in despair, and the gods didn't even cry out, and all of them fell in the first wave of explosions. Damn it! How could Terra explode? Lord God, save me. However, the God King they asked for help could not save himself. Under this almost world-destroying power, even the God King level combat power could only barely save itself. When the space storm began to spin wildly. A moment later, the energy accumulated in the space storm seemed to have reached its limit. It suddenly stopped, and then a strong white light suddenly burst out. Then, all the gods in the Forbidden Land lost all sight. As long as they were in this void, no matter who they were, they heard a dull explosion. Pop! It was like the sound of a bubble bursting. The white light extended from the area where Han Xing and the others were, illuminating the endless void and dispelling the dark atmosphere of the major worlds. The creatures seemed to see a vague scene through this white light. They saw a group of 11 people standing on a huge empty island, watching everything in front of them. When the noise subsided, Han Xing and others opened their eyes. At this moment, the scene in front of them changed completely. The surrounding void was full of chaotic space fragments. There were also a large number of scattered rule forces and rule fragments. These were all things dropped by the gods in the Forbidden Land, and the true gods after their death. At this moment, everyone took a breath of cold air. Then, with a look of shock, he looked at the hooded woman behind him. Damn, your explosion is too powerful. You killed more than 10,000 gods and hundreds of true gods. All the emperors and kings were injured by your explosion. Since the birth of this void, the person who has killed the most gods is probably you. Hearing this, Emily pulled her hat brim a little embarrassedly. At the same time, her face was a little melancholy. She is the last seed of Terra. Originally, as long as she could take back this continent, she could make Terra show signs of life again, gradually return to its former prosperity. But now, she chose to detonate Terra. This also means that she has lost her home forever. Han Xing comforted, there is nothing to regret. There are no more of your people on that continent. It is better to destroy it completely than to let it fall into the hands of the enemy. Besides, your explosion has helped us a lot. The hooded woman was a little confused, a lot of help. Han Xing smiled and said, yes, this explosion gave me a little hope. The hooded woman's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Then she nodded, and seemed to have recovered her emotions. At this time, the remaining God King and Emperor level in the Forbidden Land lost control of their emotions. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Terra actually has this backup plan, and we didn't even know about it. The gods and true gods that have accumulated for tens of thousands of years have all been consumed by this wave of explosions, and even we are seriously injured. Even if we start the Absolute God era again, we can't make up for our losses this time, damn it. The 5 God Kings on the field, including the dying God King, all had a strong breath. They just had to consume a lot of divine power to resist this terrifying attack. The strength has dropped significantly. Not to mention those emperors, although they survived. It was that little girl who did it. I didn't expect that the little girl who ran away that year was the seed of Terra. Hateful. It cut off our hope of transcendence this time. Now that Terra is destroyed, I don't know how many tens of thousands of years it will take to wait for the next Absolute God era. Diane, Yuri, let's go and kill her. They were completely furious. From this, we can imagine how much impact the hooded woman's detonation had on them. As soon as the words fell, 5 God Kings, along with dozens of emperors, rushed over with murderous intent. However, Han Xing and others stood in the void, and really chose an opponent each as they had discussed before. Han Xing chuckled and said, Diane, you guys should first understand the situation. Your opponent is us. If you want to deal with others, kill us first. Seeing this scene, the God Kings looked at them like ants. Among them, one was wearing a plain robe, with a bright moon on his head, and his specific face could not be seen clearly. Only by her body shape, it can be vaguely seen that this is a woman. This is the God King Haoyue. At this moment, the God King Haoyue snorted coldly. Diane, is this the human who broke the limit? He is quite courageous, but too weak. The God King Dian nodded and said, he is indeed very weak, just shoot him to death. But remember to be careful of his energy cannon, this guy can launch a God King level attack. Got it. After the words fell, the 5 God Kings instantly crossed countless distances and rushed towards them. And seeing this scene, Han Xing and others raised their weapons. He pulled the Eternal Night longbow. Cheng Jianyong raised the Immortal Giant. Including Zhang Lianmeng, Su Xiaolang and others, they also raised their weapons. Everyone looked at these 5 figures. Everyone knew that this was their last persistence. The true God against the God King is just like an ant against a god. The gap is too big, and there is almost no chance. The 5 God Kings on the opposite side saw that they were not afraid of their attacks, and stood firmly in front of them. For a moment, even though they were enemies, they all showed some appreciation in their eyes. After all, if it were them, they would never dare to stand in front of the God King at the level of true God. This mentality was enough to make them feel recognized. Yes, you are worthy of being an existence that breaks the limits of the void. And the people around you are also rare monsters. We will give you enough respect, and send you off with the strongest attack. After the words fell, the 5 God Kings burst out with a strong and terrifying aura. The full moon above the head of the Halyua God King suddenly rose to the middle of the sky, illuminating the void and suppressing the surrounding energy. And behind the Sun God King, a burning sun also rose. Under the shining of this sun, everyone felt that their divine power value dropped a lot. God King Kanglin turned into an ocean in an instant, and God King Yanjin on the other side turned the void into purgatory. System prompts appeared. You have been covered by the domains of God King Kanglin, God King Yanjin, God King Halyua, God King Yuri, and God King Dian. All attributes are reduced by 50%, divine power is reduced by 50%, armor is reduced by 50%, and fire damage received is increased by 50%. At this moment, as soon as the 5 God Kings made a move, before the attack came, Han Xing and others' strength was all reduced, and even his all-things skill is not immune to this level of negative status. Even in the explosion just now, a lot of divine power was consumed, and the strength was greatly reduced. However, the God King is the God King, and their strength is there. At this moment, the full force burst out, which is even more terrifying. In fact, because of the deliberate reflection of the God King Kanglin, this scene was projected to the void. All the creatures in the void saw the current scene. They saw that the 5-element sword of the God King Dian had already slashed down at Han Xing. Including the God King Halyua and the God King of the Sun, their attacks were about to fall on the heads of Han Xing's teammates. The living beings in the Holy Spirit realm suddenly stagnated. They shouted in horror, "What happened? I seem to see the Holy Lord Han Xing and his companions. Are they fighting? Who are those enemies? I can't see their appearance at all, but they have a terrible aura." At this time, the existence awakened from the Shadowland side and said, "In the Forbidden Land, all 5 God Kings have awakened. Each God King is an ancient existence that has survived for countless years. Their power can easily destroy the Holy Spirit realm. In this situation, they are doomed to die. Alas, they have grown up too quickly." Hearing this, the creatures in the Holy Spirit realm were full of disbelief. How is it possible? Isn't it said that Saint Lord Han Xing is invincible? How can there be an existence that is so much stronger than them? I don't believe it. Saint Lord Han Xing will not lose. However, no matter how much they don't believe it, through this projection, they can see how big the gap is between Han Xing and others and the other party. In the entire Holy Spirit realm, and even the entire void world, countless eyes are staring at this scene. Eleonora, Wu Mior, and billions of survivors all clenched their fists tightly, looking at everything in front of them with unwilling eyes. At the same time, Han Xing and others felt the terrifying blow coming towards them, and also felt a sense of crisis like death. Under the attack of the God King level, even a casual blow is enough to destroy the world. They even saw the scene of their own death after receiving this blow. And at this moment, 5 small rivers appeared from behind these 5 people. The energy fluctuations on these 5 rivers are exactly the same, but they emit extremely strong divine power fluctuations. The next moment, they instantly connected with these 5 rivers. The aura on their bodies began to surge rapidly. Intermediate True God. The limit of the Intermediate True God, then, directly break through the Emperor level. Boom! 5 powerful auras rise. The already chaotic void is shaking wildly again because of this violent power. At the same time, in the hearts of all living beings in the entire Holy Spirit realm, a human figure involuntarily emerged. He wore a set of black armor and carried a dark bow on his back. He had a handsome face, a slight smile on his lips, and an unprecedented firmness in his eyes. Not only those intelligent creatures, but even those insects, tigers and leopards, had the figure of this man in their hearts. He seemed to have made some kind of achievement, and his image was forever imprinted in the hearts of all living beings in the Holy Spirit realm. And, as long as the Holy Spirit realm is not destroyed, any living being born in the future will remember this figure. Then, 5 consecutive system prompts appeared. Attention all survivors. Survivor, Shingha has completed the 8th transformation, breaking the limit of the true God, and officially became a 9 transformation Emperor level creature. Because he is the first existence in the server to break through the Emperor level creature, he received a special reward. Talent, violates the rules of the void and has been blocked. Attention all survivors. Survivor, Shen Yun has completed the 8th transformation, breaking the limit of the true God, and officially became an Emperor level creature. Because he is the second existence in the server to break through the Emperor level, he received a special reward. Holy Relic Glory Lord Armor. All. Chapter 603. When the prompt ended, everyone knew one thing. Han Xing and his team broke through the limit of the true God and officially became the 9-turn Emperor level creatures, and it was not just Han Xing, but the 5 people around him. At this moment, the survivors, who were hiding in the Wu clan territory and nervously looking at the projection in the void, had a look of confusion in their eyes. Then, there was a tsunami-like shouting. Fuck. Fuck. Xing became the Emperor level, and he was with his teammates. Too outrageous, 9-turn Emperor level. Didn't Xing and his team just become the 8-turn true God not long ago? Brothers, what realm is the Emperor level? How strong is this level of existence? I've seen it before. The last time in the Elf Kingdom, the guy with bones all over his body was the Emperor level. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. My goodness, that skeleton seems to be quite terrifying. One blow is enough to destroy the Holy Spirit realm. 1. Time, everyone has a clear understanding of the Emperor level. Too powerful, our human race has 5 more Emperors at once. Yes, and they are not ordinary Emperors. When the Star Gods were at the 7th level of Gods, they had the combat power to kill the Emperors. Now they have reached the Emperor level, and will definitely be stronger. Brothers, the current situation in the Holy Spirit realm must be related to the battle of the Star Gods. Hold on, as long as the Star Gods don't lose, the Holy Spirit realm will not perish. That's right, we must believe in the Star Gods. At this moment, the entire Holy Spirit realm swept away the decline. They all looked at the projection in the sky with great excitement. Not just the 5 enemies. Even the falling fireballs, and the various collapsed spaces in the sky did not seem so scary. At this time, Luo Chan, Wu Mior, Eleonora, and others also heard the discussion of other survivors. They also understood why Han Xing's projection appeared in their minds just now. Emperor level. Brother Han Xing. Have you broken through the Emperor level? Great. At the same time, after the 5 people who had already broken through, their aura officially reached the Emperor level. Han Xing's infinite domain instantly covered them. At this moment, their aura soared more than 10 times again, directly breaking through the upper limit of the Emperor level and reaching the realm of the God King. Boom! The auras of the 10 God Kings collided, and both sides retreated tens of millions of miles. On the opposite side, the Great Yin God King, the Haoyue God King, and even the Sun God King and other beings were all shocked. They looked at Han Xing and others with disbelief. The Flame Cinder God King exclaimed, "This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could you possess the Emperor-level rules and the God King-level combat power in an instant? You haven't even condensed the fruit of the rules. How did you break through to the Emperor level?" Facing the surprise of the 5 God Kings. And Han Xing, at this time, had a faint smile on his face. He naturally heard the prompt of the system. Just now, the prompt above said that his reward violated the rules, so he couldn't see it. And Han Xing himself had it as a reward, so he could see it naturally. This time, he was rewarded with a talent. A talent that is also SSS level, called Endless Absorption. This will be his second SSS level talent after God level Craftsman. Moreover, compared to the auxiliary type of God level Craftsman, this talent sounds like a combat type. It must be extremely powerful. But now, he has no time to check it carefully. As for why he and Cheng Jianyong and others suddenly have the power of the Emperor's rules, this matter started 3 days ago. 3 days ago, when the giant demon goddess Lucia knew that they were about to have the final battle, she found Han Xing and told him that there was a complete Emperor's rule power in her body. After hearing the news, Han Xing was shocked. Even his breath was almost time and space. Why? because his infinite domain has the function of simulating the power of rules. Last time, in the Black Abyss realm, Han Xing tried it, and the simulated true god-level rule power not only deceived the system, but also made him have the true god-level combat power. This shows that as long as there is a complete Emperor-level rule power, Han Xing can also simulate it, and have the corresponding combat power. However, compared with the normal Emperor level, it may be relatively much weaker. But no matter how weak it is, after the amplification of infinite domain, it will reach a terrifying level. However, Han Xing has no Emperor-level subordinates, so there is no way to obtain a complete Emperor-level combat power as a reference. And now, the giant demon goddess said that she has it in her body. How can Han Xing not be excited? However, the giant demon goddess said that a special method is needed to take out this complete Emperor-level combat power. When Han Xing asked what method was needed, a hint of shame flashed across her beautiful face. After Han Xing's repeated questioning, the giant demon goddess told Han Xing this method. And Han Xing understood something after listening. So, the next thing came naturally. Han Xing became bigger and had a hearty battle with the giant demon goddess, who had a hot body. He took away the perfect body of the first goddess of the void, and obtained the first complete Emperor-level rule power life. Yes, this is the first life rule in the entire void. Then, Han Xing began to simulate this rule, that was several times that of the true god. But he later discovered that in order to simulate a complete Emperor-level rule, it actually required a full 100 million divine power points. But fortunately, he obtained a lot of divine power points in the battle in a different space. So, Han Xing directly simulated 5, just for this moment. In addition, there is another limitation. That is, the rule power from the simulator can only be used by the survivors like them. Like the God of Light, Madalena and others, they are all unable to use this kind of rule power. Therefore, Han Xing secretly discussed this method with Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yun and others. Originally wanted to explode fiercely, and these guys in the Een Forbidden Land were killed. Unexpectedly, the hooded woman Emily detonated the Terra Star, directly killing all the gods and true gods. And also severely injured those emperors and god kings. Up to now, those emperors are still in a state of serious injury, and have not recovered. And the strength of these 5 god kings has also dropped a lot. This wave of explosions by the hooded woman can be said to be a key move. Because Han Xing and the others are, after all, simulating the power of the Emperor-level rules. With the help of the infinite domain, they can never be the opponents of these god kings. But now, they see hope. The scene comes back. Han Xing turns his head to look at the giant demon goddess. He found that this beautiful woman had lowered her head shyly at this time. Then, he looked at the 5 god kings on the field and said with a smile on his face, "I said it right? If you want to deal with others, you have to beat us first." Cheng Jianyong and others are also in high spirits, and the aura of the god king level is mighty. But the 5 god kings on the opposite side have ugly faces. It's hard to imagine that you have the power of a god king in such a short time. You are worthy of being the one who broke the limit of the void. Your methods are beyond our cognition. However, they are just god kings who are forced to grow up. Their aura is extremely weak, and they can't be our opponents at all. Everyone, kill them! After the words fell, the 5 god kings rushed towards them directly, just as they said. Han Xing and others are god kings who are forced to grow up. They have only reached the level of power. In fact, they have no understanding of the god king realm. However, it is enough to deal with these 5 injured god kings. The two sides came into contact instantly. The dying god king slashed at Han Xing with a sword. The sword energy spanned tens of millions of miles, and even opened up a world of 5 elements, and Han Xing flashed, and a black arrow shot out, destroying all rules. The divine power of God King Dian was directly devoured, and even he himself had to temporarily avoid the edge of the arrow. Cheng Jianyong fought against the god King Haoyue. Endless Haoyue power fell from the top of his head, fixing Cheng Jianyong in place. He entered the giant form at this moment, holding the holy axe in his hand, and chopped wildly. "Open it for me!" Boom! Every axe fell with the might of destroying the world. On the other side, Su Shaoang fought against the god King Kanglin, and the battle situation was equally weird. 2 god King level strongmen, one used the power of Kanglin to press the enemy with great momentum. And Su Shaoang used the power of the 4 seasons to break her momentum, and the area was immediately covered by various destructive forces. All things grew in an instant, and then destroyed in the blink of an eye. Shen Yun was fighting against the god King of the Sun at this moment. Strictly speaking, both of them have the power of light attribute rules. After all, Shen Yun was promoted from the Knight of Glory, and then controlled the Order rules, and became the new God King of Order. As for the Sun God King, his power is fire and light. Therefore, every time the two of them collided, 1,000-foot-long light burst out, directly tearing the projection screen of the void into pieces. Of course, the most terrifying movement was Zhang Lianmeng's battle with the Flame God King. The Flame God King clenched his hand casually, and the surroundings of Zhang Lianmeng were ignited by endless flames. And she also raised her staff, and a burning world of fire was smashed directly at the Flame God King. Both of them are powerful fire masters. Although Zhang Lianmeng inherited the power of the elemental god, her best means and the weapons in her hands are all to increase the fire attribute. The battle between the 10 God Kings became more and more terrifying, and had interfered with the operation of the rules of the entire void. At this moment, Han Xing ordered, "Don't just stand there. Go to the Forbidden Land, kill those seriously injured emperors, and swallow all their rule power for me." After the words fell, the God of Light and Madalena were the first to react. The two turned into a stream of light, and rushed to the original explosion area. The Light Demon and the Giant Demon God Mother, and others also followed closely behind. The Spirit Emperor and the 4 Sea Emperors, who were blown away before, also flew back at this moment. However, before they joined the battle, Han Xing's mecha army still launched an attack. At this moment, the battle between the Emperor and the God King level started at the same time. Boom! Boom! The terrifying energy fluctuation swept the void. Now, everyone knows that Han Xing and his team are fighting the final decisive battle. Then, the projection power of the Halyuat God King has been destroyed. Their sight stayed at the moment when Han Xing suddenly burst out with the God King level combat power. But the result of this battle is unknown. Or, no one knows how this battle will turn out. But they can only wait silently. In the Imperial battlefield, the God of Light and Madalena, leading a large number of Imperial mechas and the terrifying Wanqing city, unilaterally crushed the Imperials in the Forbidden Land. Because they had experience fighting against the Imperials before, they were extremely skilled. After all, in terms of the number of Imperials, Han Xing and his team obviously had the advantage. Moreover, the Imperials in the Forbidden Land also suffered a wave of self-explosion attacks, and their strength dropped significantly. It can be said that they have fallen from the original top Imperials to the level of ordinary Imperials. 2 Emperor-level mechas can crush them at the same time. The glorious true god had just destroyed an Emperor-level divine body. A river of rules appeared in the sky. Seeing this, he did not hesitate to activate all the energy cannons on Wanqing City. Boom! After a cannon was fired, the river of rules was directly blown up on the spot. Hualala! Endless blood rain was falling. This means that another Emperor-level existence has fallen. However, this is just the beginning. As the strong men on Han Xing's side continued to exert their strength, a seriously injured Emperor level was blown up on the spot because he resisted to the limit. Then, the Sky Island will launch a terrifying attack. For the God King of the Forbidden Land, the light column emitted from the Sky Island is their nightmare. Because every time a light column explodes, it means that an Emperor level will fall. Bang! 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 The power of the Emperor level rules exploded. It seemed that Han Xing had the advantage, but his brows were furrowed. Because Han Xing knew the Emperor-level battlefield was not the key, but their side. If they could not defeat the enemy in the battle of the God King level, then the Holy Spirit realm would lose in the end. After all, as long as there was a God King alive, he had the power to destroy the world. Puff! Puff! As he spoke, Han Xing was slashed by the dying God King. A sword wound suddenly appeared on his chest, which contained a strong power of the 5 elements. Puff! Han Xing spit out a mouthful of blood. Even he was like this, not to mention Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun. He was almost being suppressed by the God King on the opposite side. So far, they have suffered a lot of injuries. But the God King on the opposite side was only slightly injured. At this moment, the Great Yin God King said coldly, "Han Xing, I admit that you are very strong. Let's end it here. If you continue to fight, you should know that you will definitely lose." After hearing this, Han Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiled and said, "It's okay to end it here. You leave this void now, and swear to the supreme rule that you will never come back." Chapter 604. When the Great Evolution God King heard this condition, he directly refused. "Impossible. Because of you, we were seriously injured. We must devour a large amount of rule power to make up for it." And Han Xing spread his hands and said, "Then, there is no room for negotiation. Let's see who is the real one. Let's see whether I kill all your emperors first, or you kill us first." After saying that, Han Xing directly launched an attack. The great evolution God King was furious, but he could only fight back helplessly. Swish! The 5-element sword slashed down, opening up small worlds. Swish! The pitch-black arrow cut through the long river of time, and with the breath of time, it destroyed the 5-element sword of the great evolution God King, and the Yin-Jin God King next to him was a violent-tempered existence. When he heard Han Xing's arrogant words, his whole body burned up. Boom! He suddenly spread his limbs, and the might of a star explosion came, shaking for countless light years, and directly blasted Zhang Lianmeng away. The entire void was ignited by his flames. The God King Yin-Jin said with a crazy look in his eyes, "Dian, since he wants to fight us to the end, let's help this kid. Those Emperor-level trash, die or die. At most, we can wait for another era, wait for the rules of this void to stabilize, and absorb it again, and we can also transcend." God King, not threatened by anyone. He raised his hand, and a terrifying fire dragon flew out, blasting Zhang Lianmeng away again. After hearing this, the God King Dian and several other God Kings all looked gloomy. Okay, then fight to the death. God King, not threatened by anyone. As soon as the words fell, the 5 God Kings on the opposite side all burst out with unprecedented aura. Behind the great Yin God King, a 5-element world emerged, in which thousands of creatures could be seen. They were all respectfully worshipping a statue. This is the standard configuration of the God King level, the Kingdom of God. Behind the Kanglan God King, a water world also appeared, and countless underwater creatures sang beautifully. The Haoyue God King and the Yuri God King, their origin worlds emerged one after another. A huge bright moon and sun appeared out of thin air, and the sun and moon in the entire void also extinguished. This is the authority of the 2 God Kings. They control the entire void, the sun and moon of countless small worlds. At this moment, under their mobilization, the sun power and the Haoyue power of those small worlds all gathered on themselves. All 5 God Kings used their true abilities, and their auras surged. They directly suppressed Han Xing and the other 5. Boom! Boom! Han Xing was slashed by the 5-element sword of Dian God King, and could only passively defend. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun on the other side were also in a bad mood. The hot-tempered Yin-Jin God King exuded the power of burning everything. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Destroy them all. Boom! Big fireballs exploded one after another, then they emitted the power of a star explosion, directly blasting Zhang Lianmeng so hard that she couldn't cast magic at all, and even Han Xing and the others were affected. Seeing this, Yin-Jin God King laughed triumphantly and said, "Stinky boy. Let's see how arrogant you are. You dare to threaten us with the God King level combat power you have with the help of external forces? Do you know the consequences now? When you lose, I will place your body in my kingdom of God, and let you taste the pain of this flame clone for eternity. Ha ha ha." Han Xing did not react at all after hearing this, and continued to pull the bowstring to resist the attack of the great evolution God King. The others were the same, and could only passively defend and resist the attacks of these God Kings. This is an unfair battle. The 5 of them are only a little over 100 years old in total. And what kind of existence are these 5 God Kings? They are all creatures that have existed since the birth of the void, and they have unique talents. In their era, there were almost no opponents. They have lived to this day, and they are old monsters who have been alive for who knows how many years. In addition, Han Xing and others' understanding of the rules is actually only at the level of true gods. Being able to fight with these God Kings until now is enough to be proud of, and the Yin-Jin God King is still constantly spewing trash talk at this time, trying to disrupt the mentality of Han Xing and others. You little brat, weren't you arrogant just now? Why don't you talk now? I make you kneel on the ground and kowtow to me for mercy in a while. And this woman, the aura of fire on her body is quite strong. But she seems to have your aura, so she must be your woman. Thinking of this, the God King Yin-Jin seemed to have thought of something. It's interesting, I'm going to throw her into my kingdom of God in a while, absorb the fire element in her body, and then play with her and enjoy her screaming expression under me. Hearing this, the faces of all 5 people on the field sank. Han Xing's aura also became more gloomy. An invisible dangerous aura was released from his body. God King Yin-Jin wanted to speak. God King Dian shouted, "Yin-Jin, fight if you want, shut up." And Yin-Jin himself was a hot-tempered existence. God King Dian, you are not qualified to order me. I want this woman. I want to play with this woman in front of this kid. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly ignited the flames around Zhang Lianmeng and trapped her in a prison of fire. Han Xing saw this and said, God King Dian, how about I change your opponent? As a condition, maybe in the end I win, you still have a chance of survival. Hearing this, God King Dian was stunned for a moment when he raised the sword. But the God King Yanjin laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Are you scared, silly kid? Now that you have played all your cards, what other means do you have to beat me? You should feel honored to be able to fight with us until now. Unless you become a God King now, then you will definitely lose today. Han Xing was too lazy to answer him, but looked at his opponent, the God King Dian, with a gloomy expression. Under normal circumstances, the God King Dian would definitely not believe it. But this human is too special. It seems that he has endless cards and can always turn the tables in desperate situations. And just now, he was almost killed by this human. After thinking for a moment, the God King Dian replied directly. Switch. After the words fell. Han Xing's teammates have been working together for so many years, and there is no need for command at all. Zheng Jianyong rushed over to fight the God King Dian in an instant. Su Xiaong versus God King Haoyue. Including Shen Yuan and Zhang Lianmeng, they all exchanged opponents. And Han Xing came directly to the opposite side of God King Yanjin. At this moment, God King Yanjin was burning with raging flames, looking at God King Dian next to him, with disdain in his eyes. Dian, you are getting worse and worse, and you are actually frightened by the threat of this human boy. God King Dian snorted coldly. Yanjin, don't you want to deal with him? It's just a change of opponent, there's no difference. God King Yanjin chuckled. Well, in that case, I will kill this kid first, and then capture his soul into my kingdom of God. Go and play with his woman again. From beginning to end, God King Yanjin never looked at Han Xing straight in the eye. For a proud being like him, looking at this ant-like existence for a second longer is an insult to himself, and Han Xing didn't waste any more words with him. At this moment, the holy suit on his body began to burst out with endless divine power. Then, a circle of divine power radiance emanated from Han Xing's body, like a star ring. And Han Xing was at the center, the master of this star field. Then, the aura on his body increased at a terrifying speed. From the original initial entry into the realm of God King, he began to climb all the way. At this moment, God King Yanjin finally turned his head, and the flames all over his body kept shaking. Boy, what did you do? Why can you still improve? There was already a strong disbelief in his tone. You know, God King is already the limit of this void. At their level, it is extremely difficult to make any further progress, and this human in front of him, who had just acquired the power of a God King, is now rapidly rising. Han Xing ignored the God King Yanjin at all. From him, circles of star rings continued to emanate, enveloping him. And his aura was still rising rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he overwhelmed them, and reached the peak of the great evolution God King. Ding! Successfully used the special effects of the holy set, Lord of the Galaxy, all attributes increased by 500%. Within your void domain, will be immune to attacks below the Lord of Rules, and can devour void fragments. The effect lasts for 3 minutes. At this moment, Han Xing felt his own surging power, and the surrounding star rings, and a strong look of confidence appeared in his eyes. What a strong feeling! Is this the power of the void limit? He faintly felt that he had now reached the limit of this void. The opposite God King Yanjin, including God King Dian, was shocked. Damn it! Top God King combat power, how is this possible? At this level, what other means can you use to improve your strength so much at once? This is impossible. The nearby God King Haoyue said coldly. Yanjin, calm down, this should be the effect of the holy object on him. The power given by this holy object will not last long. Hearing this, God King Yanjin gradually relaxed. So that's how it is, you have a lot of opportunities, even such a powerful creature. However, the power obtained through external objects cannot last after all. But Han Xing sneered. Although it won't last long, it's enough to deal with you. I hope you can hold on for a minute, and don't be a man who can't last a minute. After saying that, Han Xing directly activated instant prison shadow kill, overlapping with his own star ring. Swoosh, an arrow shot out, carrying infinite penetrating power, and attacked the burning flame-like humanoid creature. At this moment, the Flame Cinder God King felt a terrifying sense of crisis. It was as if this arrow could penetrate his body, including the kingdom of God, even if he tried his best to resist. He still couldn't stop the power of this arrow. Puff! The pitch-black arrow, with a string of flames, shot out instantly, and the flames on the body of the Flame Cinder God King dimmed a bit in the blink of an eye. And at this moment, a system prompt appeared. Successfully penetrated the origin of the rules of the God King level creature. The SSS level talent Endless Absorption has taken effect, and has absorbed part of the opponent's rule origin, which can be used to strengthen skills. Seeing the system prompt, Han Xing was stunned for a moment. Huh? Endless absorption? Absorbing the origin? He knew that endless absorption was a new talent given after breaking through the Emperor level, but the situation was too intense, and he had no time to check. And now, this talent seems to have some different effects. Han Xing separated a trace of his mind and looked at the talent introduction. Talent, Endless Absorption, SSS level. Talent effect. When attacking Emperor level and above, you can absorb the opponent's rule origin, strengthen your own skills, and make the skills complete the transformation of new forms. Currently, the list of skills that can be strengthened: Broken Moon, Falling Star Arrow Rain, Falling Sun Arrow, Gone to Spirit, Dragon Hunting Archery, Endless Arrow Prison, Instant Prison Shadow Kill. Note: each skill is adapted to different origin power. It is recommended to strengthen the skill after absorbing the origin power of the corresponding attribute. I see, by attacking the enemy, stealing the origin, and then strengthening your own skills? It sounds quite weak. But in fact, this talent is quite abnormal, not to mention anything else. Just stealing the origin is outrageous. You know, for the existence of the Emperor and the King of Gods, their source of power is the origin of rules. And now, Han Xing can steal a little of the opponent's origin of rules every time he attacks, which is equivalent to weakening the enemy in disguise. With the increase and decrease of one, the balance of victory will tilt. Thinking of this, Han Xing's mouth curled up a smile. However, it seems that he did not steal much origin of rules in this attack just now. However, the God King Yan Jin looked at this scene with a shocked face. He said in horror, "Part of my origin of fire disappeared. How did you do it?" "What? How is this possible?" Hearing this, not only the God King Yan Jin, but also the other 4 God Kings on the field, showed shock in their eyes. As mentioned before, the origin of rules is the foundation of the existence of the King of Gods. The thicker the origin of rules, the stronger the combat power. After the source of rules is lost, the combat power is also reduced. And it will be extremely difficult to replenish it later. This is why they have to open the Absolute God era every once in a while. And now, Han Xing actually stole their source directly. How can they not be shocked? Han Xing was too lazy to pay attention to them. At this moment, just pull the bowstring. Swish. Swish. In the state of Endless Arrow Prison and Instant Prison Shadow Kill, Han Xing can shoot millions of arrows in 1 second. At this time, the Flame Cinder God King saw the arrows coming from the sky, and he was no longer calm before, and even had a look of fear in his eyes. Flame Prison Boundary, rise. At this moment, a burning flame barrier appeared around the body of the Flame Cinder God King. Puff! Puff! Han Xing's arrows hit the surface of the barrier, causing ripples. Chapter 605. The Flame God King blocked most of the arrows. However, some arrows were not blocked and penetrated his body directly. Every time an arrow pierced the void, it would take away a part of the original power of the Flame God King. And Han Xing kept hearing system prompts. When the first wave of attacks ended, the system prompt appeared. Ding! The original power absorbed has exceeded 100, and the first skill can be improved. Han Xing was stunned. He saw the talent interface, and the series of skills had already lit up. According to the talent prompt, it would be better to use the corresponding original attribute to strengthen the skills. Then the skills corresponding to the fire attribute are the Explosive Arrow and the Falling Sun Arrow. The Explosive Arrow is just a small skill. There is no need to improve it. You can try to improve the Falling Sun Arrow. With a click to improve. Ding! The skill Arrow of Falling Sun has been successfully upgraded. The damage coefficient has been increased by 500%, and the cooldown time has been reduced by 2 hours. The damage coefficient has been increased by 500%? So, he pulled the bowstring for the first time in a long time. A burning arrow suddenly burst out. It was the skill Arrow of Falling Sun that he had not used for a long time. This arrow had great power when Han Xing was at the demigod level. But now, it can no longer provide him with any help. For their current realm, this 500% damage coefficient is actually false. Because this is only a demigod level skill, it can only be used to deal with gods at most. It can't even break the defense against the true gods, let alone the God King. At best, it is only slightly stronger than his ordinary attack. Han Xing did not speak, gave up using the Arrow of the Falling Sun, and continued to shoot the Flame Cinder God King. Swish. Swish. Under the crushing of his terrifying firepower, the Flame Cinder God King could only passively defend. Every second, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of arrows would pierce his body. The Flame God Kingdom behind him was also constantly being pierced by Han Xing's attacks. A large amount of the origin of fire leaked from the God Kingdom, and its strength was constantly declining. This ancient God King was extremely angry at the moment. Ah! Damn kid. I want to see how long your stay can last. Once the time is up, I will definitely turn you into ashes. Han Xing ignored the guy's shouting, and focused on attacking the God King, and constantly stealing his power. In just less than 20 seconds, the breath of the Flame Cinder God King dropped rapidly. At the same time, the system prompt appeared again. The number of stolen origins has reached 120,000. Do you want to continue strengthening? In just 20 seconds, Han Xing stole so many origins from the Flame Cinder God King. After thinking for a while, Han Xing decided to use all of them to upgrade Arrow of the Falling Sun. He didn't have any more powerful fire attribute skills anyway. Ding! Strengthening succeeded, consuming 10,000 points of fire attribute rule origin. The unique skill Arrow of the Falling Sun automatically upgraded to a god-level skill. Ding! Strengthening succeeded, consuming 100,000 points of fire attribute rule origin. The divine skill Arrow of the Falling Sun has automatically upgraded to a true god-level skill. Seeing the system prompt, Han Xing was instantly shocked. Fuck! It actually directly upgraded the Arrow of the Falling Sun to the true god level, haha. He quickly glanced at the properties of the transformed Arrow of the Falling Sun. Arrow of the Falling Sun, true god level, condenses a large amount of pure flame attribute rules, shoots an arrow of destruction, and causes terrible explosion damage to the enemy. Skill effect: ignores all defenses and causes full damage to enemies below the level of true god, and permanently reduces the hit enemy's health by 20%, with a damage coefficient of 2,500% and a cooldown time of 120 seconds. Compared to the 5,000% damage coefficient of the demigod level, the damage coefficient of this skill has been reduced to 2,500%, but this does not mean that the damage has been reduced. The former can only cause damage to demigod level creatures. And now, this skill can ignore the defense of the true god. This is a very terrifying improvement. In Han Xing's hands, it can even cause damage to the Emperor level, and this is just absorbing 130,000 points of the rule origin of the Flame Cinder God King. If it continues to absorb, this skill can definitely be upgraded to the Emperor level, or even the God King level. Not only that, in addition to the God King Yan Jin, the rule power of the God King of the Sun next to him is more suitable for this skill. Thinking of this, Han Xing began to work harder to kill this guy. Instant Prison Shadow Kill destroyed the body of the God King Yan Jin again, and absorbed his rule source. And Han Xing also watched his Arrow of the Falling Sun skill improve madly. Ah! Damn it! The God King Yan Jin has already felt that his aura has dropped significantly. He is even faintly falling to the realm of the intermediate God King. If this continues, even if Han Xing withdraws from the state of the holy object, he will not be a match. What's even more terrifying is that this human's methods are so weird. Every attack will steal his own origin. If he continues, he might fall directly to the primary God King. At this moment, God King Yan Jin could no longer hold on and shouted, "Dian, save me!" Boom! Han Xing shot a large number of arrows. With contempt in his eyes, he said, "What's wrong? Are you asking for help now? It's been less than 40 seconds since now. Where is your God King dignity?" Facing Han Xing's naked humiliation, God King Yan Jin felt a sense of suffocation in his heart, but he couldn't refute it. He could only pin his hopes on God King Dian next to him, hoping that he could defeat the enemy as soon as possible and come to rescue himself. However, God King Dian was being held tightly by Chung Jianyong. Chung Jianyong, who inherited the supreme rules, burst out with all his strength at this moment, and actually fought against God King Dian on equal terms. Dian God King tried to rush over again and again, but was stopped by Chung Jianyong. He said helplessly, "Yan Jin, I can't save you. I told you not to talk too much during the battle, but you didn't listen. How do you want me to save you now?" At this moment, Yan Jin God King also felt regretful. Before this, who would have thought that this human could burst out with such a powerful force? The burst is fine. The most important thing is that he has a way to steal the origin of the rules. This method is too against the sky, completely beyond the understanding of Yan Jin God King. Now he can only passively take the beating. Swish. Swish. Han Xing's arrows are still coming like a storm. Boom. The Flame Cinder God King seemed to finally be unable to hold on, and his divine body suddenly exploded. A river burning with blazing flames suddenly appeared. This is the rule carrier of the God King level. If the Emperor level rule carrier is a stream, then the God King level rule carrier is a river. Damn it! You actually destroyed my divine body. Wait until the duration of your holy object ends, and I see how you deal with me. The flame-cinder god king kept saying harsh words in the river of fire. In the origin of rules, they are the same as the tree of rules. Ordinary attacks cannot reach them. The god king level is even more the same. Unless you have the strength to surpass the limit of this void. Otherwise, you cannot attack the origin of rules. In other words, in this void, the existence of the god king level is immortal. This is why the flame-cinder god king is fearless. But Han Xing had a strange feeling in his heart. That is, he seemed to be able to devour the rule origin of the flame-cinder god king. He tried to cover the past with his infinite domain. Instantly, a large number of system prompts appeared. Ding! Absorption successful, rule origin plus 10,000. Ding! Absorption successful, rule origin plus 10,000. Ding! At this moment, Han Xing was shocked. Oh my god, so exaggerated. Absorbing their rule origin directly seems to be more efficient. If Han Xing used attacks to destroy the opponent's body again and again, and then absorb the opponent's rule origin bit by bit, this form is equivalent to poking a small hole in a large water tank, and then stealing the water inside bit by bit. Now, Han Xing is just sitting on the water tank, sucking as much as he wants. Haha. This is so cool. Han Xing can't do that either. He starts to absorb the fire attribute power of the God King Yanjin. A large amount of rule source is swallowed by Han Xing, and Han Xing's source points are also growing at a terrifying rate. 100, 000. 200, 000. 300, 000. It broke through 500,000 in the blink of an eye. In the skill column, except for Arrow of Falling Sun, all skills are lit up. This means that these skills can be strengthened. At this moment, the battlefield at the God King level is somewhat silent. Because they clearly know that the breath of the God King Yanjin is getting weaker and weaker. Yanjin? What's the situation? The cold voice of the God King, how you came. After a moment, the horrified voice of the God King Yanjin came from inside. I don't know. This kid is weird. He is absorbing the power of the origin in my river of rules. Damn it, I'm going to fall to the middle-level God King. He's still absorbing. Dian, Haoyue, and Daewori stop him. Hearing this, the faces of the four God Kings on the field changed wildly at the same time. Before, they heard the God King Yanjin say that Han Xing's attack would steal his rule origin. Although they were shocked, they didn't feel it. After all, the origin that Han Xing stole was not even a drop in the bucket of their vast origin. And now, this is equivalent to jumping directly into someone's spring water to draw. How can they not be terrified? For a moment, the God King Dian quickly ordered, Haoyue, come and help me deal with this human. I go to save Yanjin. Although the God King Yanjin has a very bad temper, no one likes him except the God King Daewori. However, in the current situation, if they don't save Yanjin, in this battle between the gods, they may really be the losers in the end. In an instant, the God King Haoyue burst out with all his divine power and rushed over to deal with Cheng Jianyong. However, Shen Yun, Su Xiaolong and others knew that Han Xing might have activated some magical means and was reversing their disadvantage. At this moment, it was even more impossible to let these God Kings interfere with him. So, everyone went crazy, trying their best, turning on the special effects of all the equipment on their bodies, and swearing to stop these God Kings at all costs. Boom! Boom! The breath of Cheng Jianyong and others began to surge rapidly, and even faintly reached the realm of the intermediate God King. Damn! Are these humans all monsters? How come each of them has this way of becoming stronger? Dian God King and others were extremely depressed, but they could only be dragged by them. And Han Xing continued to absorb the original power of the God King Yanjin without any interference. In just a few seconds, the volume of the river of fire shrank by nearly 1%. Don't underestimate this 1%. Even if they open a new era of absolute gods, they can't make up for so much original power by absorbing the power of rules from countless worlds. The Yanjin God King was so distressed that he almost bled. However, compared to the original power, he was more worried about his own safety. He was a great God King who had lived for countless billions of years. Was he really going to fall into the hands of this immature boy today? And Han Xing naturally didn't know the psychological activities of the Yanjin God King, and was only focused on absorbing his vast power of rules. At this moment, he heard a system prompt. Ding! Absorption successful. The flame attribute rule origin is increased by 10,000. The flame attribute rule origin, the accumulated points have reached 1 million, and it can continue to upgrade the Falling Sun Arrow, True God level. Do you want to upgrade? Han Xing's mouth curled up a smile. Then he clicked yes without hesitation. Ding! Upgrade successful. The Falling Sun Arrow, True God level, has been automatically upgraded to the Falling Sun Arrow, Royal. Han Xing did not check the attributes of the Royal level Falling Sun Arrow. Instead, he buried his head and continued to absorb the rule origin of the Flame Cinder God King. If possible, Han Xing wanted to upgrade the Falling Sun Arrow to a higher level in one fell swoop, even above the God King, and the Flame Cinder God King felt that his divine power value was dropping sharply, and he was even more terrified. His will was constantly calling for help. And the dying God King was also very helpless at this moment. Yin Jin, don't wait, revive quickly. Condense your divine body and escape from here. It sounds a bit embarrassing for a God King to be beaten by a true God and have no choice but to escape. But they also know that this is the only way to save God King Yin Jin at present. Clang. A burning human figure quickly condensed from the river of the origin of the flame attribute. God King Yin Jin seemed to want to revive again. However, Han Xing was enjoying the suction at this time. How could he let him escape after reviving? The bowstring was pulled open instantly, and millions of arrows were fired one after another. Swish. Swish. The arrows attacked like a storm. The body of God King Yin Jin was blown up before it was condensed. Boom. Ah! Damn it! God King Yin Jin shouted angrily. He kept trying to condense his body, but was blown up by Han Xing again and again. Not only that, the man was still madly absorbing his rule origin. The rule origin of a God King level is too vast. This is the result of their countless billions of years of accumulation and countless worlds of absorption, which gave them their current strength. However, now, all of this has been taken away by Han Xing. The aura of the God King Yin Jin has become increasingly weak. He has fallen directly to the level of a primary God King. Chapter 606. At this time, Han Xing's Lord of the Galaxy still lasts for 1 minute and 37 seconds. The battle at the God King level is so terrifying. 1 minute can decide the outcome. After Han Xing's divine body was blasted hundreds of times in a row, the God King Yin Jin no longer dared to continue. He is now like a fish hiding under the water. He can neither come out nor resist. He can only let the other party drain the water, and then pull it out and kill it. The crisis of death enveloped his whole body. The God King Yin Jin stopped calling for help, and did not beg for mercy, because he knew that the man in front of him was determined to kill him. In addition to regret, he felt a little sad. He thought that he was a God King level existence, who had lived for so many epochs, but now, he was going to die in the hands of such a kid. After Han Xing absorbed more than half of the divine power, the breath of the God King Yin Jin was about to fall below the God King. And he finally heard a familiar voice. Ding! The fire attribute source power you have absorbed has reached 10 million. You can continue to upgrade the skill Arrow of Falling Sun, Imperial. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. Ding! Upgraded successfully. Consuming 10 million source power, Arrow of Falling Sun, Imperial, has been automatically upgraded to Arrow of Falling God. Han Xing smiled again. Then he looked at the attributes. Arrow of Falling God, God King level, condenses a large amount of pure fire attribute rules, shoots an arrow of destruction, causing terrible explosion damage to the enemy. Skill effect. Ignore all defenses and deal full damage to enemies below the God King level, and permanently reduce the hit enemy's health by 20%. The damage coefficient is 3000%, and the cooldown time is 21 hours. Note, for every 1 million fire attribute source power consumed, the damage coefficient increases by 100%, and the skill cooldown time is reduced by 1 hour. When it reaches 5000%, it will be upgraded to the next stage. Seeing the attributes of Meteoric Arrow, Han Xing's eyes showed strong joy. Haha, it has really been upgraded to the God King level. 3000% damage coefficient, this is a real 30-fold increase. With my current strength, if I shoot this arrow, I'm afraid I can make the existence of Dying God King's level explode on the spot. Han Xing was talking about Dying God King at his peak. That is to say, this arrow of his even has the power to kill a high-level God King once. It's really powerful and terrifying. Very good, this way, I have another killer. If the operation is good, I can even catch all these God Kings in one fell swoop, and then I will suck all their essence. Thinking of this, Han Xing smiled again. At this time, Yin Jin God King was still being sucked by him, and he was powerless to resist. Then, a strange scene appeared. A man holding a bow and arrows stood on the fire attribute river, locking the creatures under the river. But the Flame Cinder God King didn't dare to come out at all, and could only let Han Xing continue to absorb his source power. until the source became smaller and smaller. And the strength of the Flame Cinder God King has completely fallen below the God King level. At the same time, Han Xing absorbed 20 million source power again, and used it all on the skill Meteoric Arrow. Now, the damage coefficient of Han Xing's Meteoric Arrow has increased to 4,500%, and the cooling time is only 6 hours. At this moment, the Flame Attribute River only has the last bit of river water. Compared with the huge and wide river before, the little river water in front of him even looks a little pitiful. At the same time, the sigh of the God King Yin Jin was heard from inside. Alas! I fought for several epochs and destroyed thousands of worlds. I wanted to be free, but in the end, I helped others. How hateful! How hateful! How hateful! I, the God King Yin Jin, have been in the world for a long time, experienced countless hardships, and witnessed the changes of the world. I stood at the top and looked down on all living things, thinking that I could rule this world forever. However, I stayed in the realm of God King for my whole life. If this void had no limit, how could the high-level God King be my limit? I am unwilling, I am unwilling. When the last bit of river water was sucked dry by Han Xing. But the God King Yin Jin disappeared without a trace. The last sound he made seemed to still echo in everyone's ears. Everyone could hear the unwillingness in his heart. No one could have thought that this God King who had existed for so many years would die in this way. Boom! There was a vibration from the depths of the void. The huge world tree seemed to have a branch broken. In an instant, a cluster of fire appeared in the dark void. The cluster of fire seemed to be the first flame born in the void, burning from a corner of a certain position, and then gradually growing, illuminating the entire void. At the same time, it also brought fire and warmth to the entire void. However, today, this flame suddenly dissipated. Everyone also heard a faint sigh. The Flame Cinder God King fall. The voice spread throughout the void. Whether it was the emperors who were fighting the true God of Light, or the Spirit Emperor and others who were fighting the Mecha army. And the countless small worlds all heard this voice. In the Holy Spirit realm, billions of survivors looked up blankly and said in confusion, "Brothers, did you hear it just now?" "I heard it. It seems that the God King Yin Jin is dead? Damn! I just saw a picture. It seems that this God King is the one who brings fire to the entire void. Star God and his people are too awesome. They can even kill such a God King level figure. Brothers, this God King who controls fire is dead, so will we never be able to make fire again?" After hearing this, everyone tried it. It was found that it was really as expected. No matter how they operated, they could not ignite any cluster of flames. It was as if all the fire elements disappeared. Oh my God, it really won't work. It won't work without fire. Without fire, we can only eat raw meat. Why do you care so much? Didn't you see the projection just now? These God Kings are not good people. Just kill them all. At worst, we will all die together. That's right. The death of a God King has a huge impact. But as mentioned above, these God Kings are enemies. Since they are enemies, they must be killed. As for the consequences, we can only talk about it later. At this moment, on the battlefield in the Forbidden Land, the Spirit King, the Dark King and others froze in place. They seemed to have heard the most incredible thing in their lives. The God King who symbolizes the invincibility of the entire void is dead. What scares them even more is that a God King in the Forbidden Land has died. The balance of power began to tilt. If this continues, do they still have a chance to win? When they thought of this, the Emperor-level beings such as the Spirit Emperor and the Sea Emperor felt a chill on their backs. The Hooded Woman and the Shadow Monarch also stood there for a long time. The Hooded Woman almost whispered at this moment, "You actually, really did it. Extinguish the fire in this void, and killed the God King. Han Xing, is there anything else you can't do?" At this moment, Han Xing sighed. The remaining 4 God Kings, Dian, Kanglin, Haoyue, and Yuri, felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Before this, no one thought that these God Kings would perish. Even the destruction of the void was not enough to kill them. But now, this young man has done it. While feeling fear, his heart was filled with sadness. The God King Haoyue sighed and said, "I thought we were at the end of the void, truly immortal. However, even the invincible God King will die. What's the point of us struggling for so many epochs?" The other 3 God Kings were silent, because they couldn't answer this question either. The God King Dian sighed and said, "Han Xing, you shouldn't have killed the God King Yin Jin. Without him, this void will gradually fall into silence, and no flames will be ignited anymore. Even if we don't start the age of absolute gods, this void will gradually come to an end." After hearing this, Han Xing said disdainfully, that's all for the future. Just because he controls the entire origin of fire, I can't kill him and let him kill me. Hearing this, the great evolution God King choked. Just as Han Xing said, they are enemies. They are about to die, who would think so much? And Han Xing didn't want to explain more. At this point, the two sides are real mortal enemies. Either the remaining 4 God Kings are all killed by them, or Han Xing's side is completely destroyed. There is no third plan. And Han Xing's eyes quickly swept across the field, the Sun God King, the Bright Moon God King, and the Kangling God King. All of them were swept by him. Aware of Han Xing's gaze, the 3 God Kings all felt uncomfortable. Han Xing thought to himself, since the original power of God King Yin Jin can be absorbed and used to strengthen the arrow of the falling god, then the original power of other God Kings can also be absorbed. And my killer arrow of the falling god can continue to improve. Compared to this, the original power of God King Dao is more suitable for this skill. That is to say, while the Lord of the Galaxy lasts, I can kill another God King. The remaining time of the Lord of the Galaxy special effect is 1 minute and 23 seconds. Thinking of this, Han Xing instantly rushed to God King Dao and pulled the bowstring directly. Dao Ri. Run! He's coming for you. God King San Lan quickly reminded. After hearing this, God King Dao almost didn't think about it, and directly abandoned the opponent in front of him, and was about to run away. However, Su Xiaoyang, who was fighting with him, saw the opportunity quickly. He raised his hand, and an arrow of 4 seasons shot out, and endless forests and snowy mountains enveloped him. The sun behind the Sun God King instantly rushed out, carrying the power to burn everything. The scenes created by Su Xiaoyang were evaporated in an instant. However, despite this, Sun God King was still delayed for a moment. It was this moment that allowed Han Xing to rush over. He appeared directly beside Sun God King and pulled the bowstring. Endless arrow prison. Instant prison shadow kill. Instantly, the environment around Sun God King changed. He seemed to appear in a bloody hell, and even the sun behind him was dyed blood red. At the same time, Han Xing's arrows had already arrived. Swish. Swish. Seeing the arrows coming like a storm in front of him, Sun God King had the same feeling as Yin Jin God King. Too many. There was no way to resist. After all, Han Xing now has the combat power of a top God King. And Sun God King was hit hard by the hooded woman, and was almost reduced to a mid-level God King. He could only use all his strength to stretch out the sun, and almost block Han Xing's attack. When Han Xing's arrows approached the sun, most of them were evaporated, but a small part of them still penetrated the sun. Puff! Puff! Several black spots suddenly appeared in the middle of the bloody sun. Those were the residual attacks after Han Xing's arrows penetrated. At the same time, a strange scene appeared in those small worlds. They saw that the sun, which had been extinguished, suddenly lit up at this moment, and black spots appeared on it. Han Xing ignored these, and continued to pull the bowstring, madly attacking the Sun God King. In the remaining time of Lord of the Galaxy, Han Xing wanted to expand his victory as much as possible. The body of the Sun God King was constantly penetrated. A large amount of sun power was absorbed by Han Xing Ding. Successfully absorbed the power of origin, sun power increased by 100. Ding! Successfully absorbed the power of origin, sun power increased by 100. Ding! The system prompts on the screen sounded. Although compared to absorbing directly on the river, the increase of tens of thousands is much less. But Han Xing's attack speed is fast. Almost every second, 300 or 400 arrows can penetrate the sun on the body of the Sun God King. And Han Xing can also obtain 30 or 40,000 origins. In just a few seconds, the sun has become riddled with holes. Seeing this scene, Han Xing became even more excited, because it is obvious that the Sun God King is finally unable to hold on. Next, he can absorb the power of origin more boldly. Swish. Swish swish. A huge amount of arrows came. Sun God King saw that the sun above his head had already appeared dense black spots. The divine body was about to explode. He looked at Dying God King for help, and then said, "Save me." Dying God King was completely anxious. He shouted. The 5 elements are destroyed, and the yin and yang are reversed. In an instant, the sun above Sun God King's head seemed to be injected with a lot of power, and the holes on it began to repair at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Han Xing also looked at Dying God King deeply. These guys really have great skills. While fighting against enemies at the level of God King, they can also take into account other battlefield areas. But that's all. Han Xing and Su Xiaoyang, 2 God King level beings, constantly attack Sun God King. Puff! Puff puff puff. In the blink of an eye, the sun was covered with dense holes again. It seemed that the Sun God King was about to collapse. Chapter 607. Endless moonlight power burst out from the body of the nearby God King Haoyue. The sun and the moon are of one mind, and life will never end. Buzz! All the moonlight power flowed into the body of the God King of the Sun, restoring his divine body, which was on the verge of breaking to its peak state. Seeing this, Han Xing once again looked deeply at the God King Haoyue next to him. But he didn't say much, and continued to pull the bowstring and madly attack the God King of the Sun. Then when he was in danger, the God King Kanglin followed suit. He saved the God King of the Sun again. Han Xing chuckled and said, "It's useless. Even if you can always save the God King of the Sun, his original power can't be replenished. In these 10 seconds, Han Xing has taken away millions of the original power of the God King of the Sun." The breath dropped again. As Han Xing said, their rescue was useless. As long as no one can restrain Han Xing, the Sun God King will still not be able to change his fate of being sucked dry of the origin of rules by him. However, Dying God King and others also understand this. But if they don't save the Sun God King, they will collapse even faster. So, even though they know it's useless, they still consume their own origin power again and again to help the Sun God King recover. The purpose is naturally to let him hold back Han Xing. As long as Han Xing's burst state ends, the balance of victory will tilt back again. Time slowly passed. After about 30 seconds, the Lord of the Galaxy state only had the last 20 seconds left. Han Xing has absorbed 5 million points of the Sun God King's origin power. His aura was about to drop to that of an intermediate God King. The 4 God Kings were silent. They were trying their best to drag Han Xing until the moment when his burst state ended. How could Han Xing not know their plan? He glanced at his own origin points. Then, he clicked all of them on Arrow of the Falling God. At this moment, the damage coefficient of this skill finally reached 5000%, and the cooldown time became 1 hour. And to upgrade this skill again, it would take 100 million origin powers. Han Xing pondered for a moment. Obviously, even if he killed the remaining 4 God Kings, he would probably not be able to gather 100 million origin powers. So now was the moment for him to burst out. Instantly, Han Xing pulled the bowstring. Swish. A sound like a flame being ignited appeared. Since the death of the God King Yanjin, the flame that should not have appeared in the void again actually appeared again. The arrow looked so dazzling. The firelight above directly illuminated the void. As Han Xing's bowstring gradually stretched, a blazing arrow appeared. Not only the Sun God King, but even Dian, Haoyue, and Kanglin in the distance felt a fatal sense of crisis. They looked at the arrow in Han Xing's hand with horror. The aura above the God King? How is it possible? How can you have such a strong power? Han Xing's attack caused the void to collapse before it was launched. This shows that his arrow has exceeded the limit of the void. None of the 4 God Kings on the field has the confidence to take this arrow, and Han Xing did not hesitate at all. Pull the bowstring directly. Swish. A ray of fire seemed to cut through the void and pass through the long river of time. It came directly to the side of the Sun God King. The endless flames were dispelled. Including the blazing sun, it also dissipated directly. A figure with 3 golden wheels on his head and wearing golden armor, like a god of war, suddenly appeared. This is the body of the Sun God King. For countless years, it appeared in front of everyone for the first time today. He couldn't avoid it at all, and his heart was filled with despair. Boom! After the arrow of the meteorite hit the Sun God King, it exploded suddenly. Then, a blast that resounded throughout the void appeared. Bang! This sound seemed to be the loudest sound since the birth of the void. It was like the cry of a newborn baby coming to this world for the first time. The other 3 God Kings next to him also had horror in their eyes. They were just about to rush over to rescue regardless of everything. Including the Sun God King, they were also trying their best to save themselves. And at this moment, time seemed to stop flowing. The flames of the explosion were frozen. The expressions of everyone on the field also stayed at the last scene. Only Han Xing was still conscious. At the same time, he heard a shocking voice from the depths of the void. A blow that breaks the limit of the void. Your power level has actually reached the level of the Lord of the Void. How is this possible? Where the World Tree is. A figure suddenly disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed countless light years. At this time, Han Xing, the flames in front of him, had not yet dissipated. He felt a sense of oppression like death. You have been locked by the breath of the Lord of Rules, and all your skills are sealed. Seeing this system prompt, Han Xing knew that it was the one in the depths of the void who made a move, seeing that the other party was about to rush over. Han Xing couldn't help but shout, "World Tree, you should be more powerful. What about stopping him?" Hearing Han Xing's voice. In the depths of the void, the World Tree that connected the entire void suddenly emerged. The thousands of branches on its body suddenly burst into endless light, and then intercepted the terrifyingly powerful existence. World Tree. When I devour you, I will completely wipe out your consciousness. The other party seemed very angry. However, the World Tree sighed. Give up. This void is not yours to touch, you have already lost. This human saint has the fighting power of the Lord of the Void. Hearing this, the existence confronting the World Tree snorted coldly. Lose? Impossible. As long as I am still here, this void will eventually fall into my hands. The World Tree cut off the opponent's law of oppression. At the same time, the time of the entire void began to flow, and the strongest power of meteoric god arrow finally broke out. This is a blow that breaks the limit of the void. Even the existence of the God King level can't bear it. The gorgeous body of the Sun God King, like a work of art, suddenly exploded when it was hit by the meteoric god arrow. Boom! After the terrifying explosion, where the Sun God King was, a blazing sun appeared. This is his body, compared to the river of the flame Cinder God King. The Sun God King is a sun. At this time, Han Xing rushed over and began to use his domain to devour the entire void, the purest Sun God power. The dying God King said anxiously, Han Xing, you can't swallow the sun. He is the God King who controls the ancient sun in the entire void. You have swallowed the Yan Jin, and there will be no more flames in this void. If you swallow the sun again now, then this void, the heavens and the worlds, will never see the light again. This place will become a cold void, and no living creatures will be born from now on. After hearing this, Han Xing turned around and said, What does this have to do with me? Anyway, the creatures in this world are destined to be swallowed by you when they are born. Instead of letting you harm this void, it is better for me to destroy them all. After he finished speaking, he began to swallow the sun without hesitation, and the creatures in the entire void saw an unforgettable scene again. They saw that a red sun appeared in the dark sky. The earth illuminated by the light made the dark void see the light again. However, the next second, the red sun seemed to have encountered some monster, and was being swallowed up bit by bit. There were even gaps on the surface of the sun. At the same time, Han Xing also heard the system prompt. Successfully swallow the origin of the rules of the Sun God King, and the Sun God King's origin increased by 10,000. Successfully swallow the origin of the rules of the Sun God King, and the Sun God King's origin increased by 10,000. Successfully. After the system prompts on the screen, Han Xing once again began the process of the surge in the power of the origin. And that sun was also shrinking rapidly. At this moment, the Sun God King was reborn from that sun again and again. He was wearing golden armor, raised the golden holy sword, and rushed towards Han Xing. I am Sun God, the most invincible in the world, fight! Bang! The divine body that had just condensed was pierced by Han Xing's thousands of arrows again, and then exploded into pieces. However, less than a second after the divine body was shattered, a figure that was also burning with blazing flames, like a golden god of war, emerged. He continued to hold the holy sword and rushed towards Han Xing. Fight! 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 Being blasted again and again, reborn again and again. And without any hesitation, he raised his weapon and rushed towards his enemy again. The whole void was echoing with the unyielding battle cry of the Sun God King. Less than 2 seconds had passed. The Sun God King had been resurrected tens of thousands of times. The light of that sun was getting dimmer. The great Yin God King next to him dissuaded him. Dao Ri, don't revive again. If you keep going like this, you will soon die because of the exhaustion of the power of the origin. Go back to the origin and hide for a while. The special effect of Han Xing's holy object is about to end. However, facing the dissuasion of the great Yin God King, the great Yin God King snorted coldly. I am not that trash Yan Jin. It is embarrassing enough to lose to this brat, who is still wet behind the ears. You actually want me to be like that trash Yan Jin, shrinking in the power of the origin and being treated like a turtle? Impossible. I am the great Yin God King, the first war god in the void. Even if I die, I will die in battle. Han Xing, die for me. He rushed up again without hesitation. And Han Xing's eyes also showed admiration. Sun God King, you are indeed much stronger than Yan Jin, that rubbish. In that case, I will help you and kill you with my strongest form. Everyone on the field was shocked when they heard this. The strongest form? He still has a backup plan? Damn it. At this moment, the three god kings were extremely depressed. What kind of monster is this? From the beginning of the battle to now, he has frightened everyone again and again, but he said that this is not the strongest form. Even Dying God King felt powerless at this moment, but Sun God King was not afraid after hearing this, but his fighting spirit burned again. He said with a fanatical look on his face, "Is there a stronger state? Then come on. It's worth dying to fight with your strongest form." Han Xing nodded, "As you wish." After he finished speaking, he raised his longbow, and infinite darkness suddenly appeared on the spot. This darkness was so thick that it almost turned into substance, as if it was going to swallow everything. Any divine power, rule power, even the origin of the God King level, will disappear without a trace after being contaminated by this darkness. It is the holy relic special effect of Han Xing's weapon, Eternal Night. At this moment, this endless darkness itself is used to interfere with the enemy's vision and block the enemy's sight. However, in Han Xing's case, it has a different use. I saw this endless darkness quickly compressed, completely turning from flowing mist into substance. Then, it gradually transformed into the appearance of a dark giant beast. Han Xing shouted, "Cold Ball, come!" The next moment, this Void King suddenly appeared from Han Xing's pet space. Ouch! A roar resounded through the void. The size of the cold ball began to grow rapidly, and it grew to the same size as the giant beast transformed by the dark aura. Then, the two dark beasts came into contact instantly. At the same time, the system prompt appeared, "Detected your pet. Cold Ball's attributes are compatible with the Holy War Bow Eternal Night, and the origin fusion is in progress." Cold Ball began to merge the endless power of the void with the power of the Holy War Bow Eternal Night. At this moment, Cold Ball's size, breadth, and power began to grow wildly. Primary True God, Intermediate True God, Emperor level, and it is still soaring, until it broke through the upper limit of the Emperor level and reached the God King level. The God Kings were shocked. God King. Another God King. Damn it! How many tricks does this kid have? From the beginning of the battle to now, they have almost lost 2 God Kings. And Han Xing's side is gone from having no God King to having 6 God Kings. At this moment, the Great Yin God King and his men were somewhat doubtful of themselves. Is it really that easy to be born as a God King? However, it is not so easy to be born as a God King. Han Xing also discovered this scene by accident. He found that his Eternal Night War Bow belonged to the Void Holy Relic, and the power inside was of the Void attribute. As a member of the Void royal family, Cold Ball's power also belonged to the Void attribute. Therefore, Han Xing saw the possibility of integrating the power of the Holy Relic War Bow into Cold Ball. Once successful, Cold Ball will gain extremely powerful power in one fell swoop. The price is that it will be completely bound to the War Bow Eternal Night, and will live as the spirit of the Holy Relic from now on. However, this price is not unbearable. Even after being bound, Cold Ball can still grow. And because the Holy Relic War Bow itself belongs to Han Xing, it is also Han Xing's pet, so this has no effect. At this moment, he transformed into a Cold Ball at the level of the God King, with a terrifyingly powerful aura. When the Sun God King saw this scene, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. So that's it? Is this your strongest form? A Void King with the strength of a God King is indeed very powerful. Then, let's fight. Instantly, the Sun God King raised the Holy Sword and attacked actively. Chapter 608. Han Xing and Cold Ball, 2 creatures with the same God King strength, launched an attack together. His arrows and Cold Ball's void-lined body directly penetrated the body of the Sun God King. The opponent didn't even have time to react. The Sun God King condensed his body again. However, as soon as he appeared, he saw a huge monster that swallowed him in one bite. Your pet Cold Ball has swallowed the body of the Sun God King, and has absorbed the source of the other party's divine power. The source of power has increased by 1 million. Han Xing's eyes showed enlightenment. It was just as he expected. After becoming a God King and binding with the Eternal Night War Bow, Cold Ball was equivalent to a part of Han Xing's equipment. The existence it killed or the divine power it swallowed, the source in its body will also be absorbed by Han Xing. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good. Sun God King, come again. Come on, I let you kill to your heart's content today. Facing the combined efforts of Han Xing and Meicho, Sun God King was beaten without any chance to fight back, and even couldn't launch an attack, and was killed instantly on the spot. However, Sun God King did not retreat at all. He continued to be reborn again and again, swinging his sword at Han Xing, and the others with all his strength. Swing the sword. Keep swinging the sword. The blazing sun was getting smaller and smaller. But the light did not weaken at all. In the blink of an eye, Sun God King fell to the intermediate level of God King, fell to the primary level of God King, and then fell directly to the Emperor level. After the last rebirth, this existence, like a golden saint, stood proudly in the void with his weapon raised. This was his last chance to revive. That sun has reached its limit. If he dies again this time, there will be no Sun God King in the void. He also knows that this is his last resurrection. But he has no fear. Kill! In an instant, the Sun God King, who has fallen to the Emperor level, turned into a golden light and rushed up. Then, he was ruthlessly annihilated by Han Xing's arrow. In the void, they experienced a scene that they will never forget in their lives. At that moment, the sun, which had disappeared, suddenly appeared again. Then, under their horrified eyes, this sun was being swallowed up bit by bit. The world became darker and darker. The light emitted by the sun became weaker and weaker, until that sun completely disappeared. Everyone heard a sigh again. Sun God King die. At this moment, the void fell into complete darkness. Everyone knew one thing. Another ancient God King, who was in charge of all the suns in the void, died today. In the void, those creatures had endless fear in their eyes. They said in fear. The sun disappeared. The flames went out, and there is no hope in this world. Great God! Is this a punishment for us? Why is it so? Why is it so? Without the sun and fire, there is no hope. In the endless darkness, some of those creatures felt desperate, some became extremely crazy, and took this opportunity to release the deepest desires in their hearts. The order has completely collapsed, compared with the despair of those creatures in other big worlds. The creatures in the Holy Spirit realm seemed very calm. They faced the endless darkness around them calmly, and they had a smile on their faces. Xing Shen and his team won again, and the second God King fell. Yeah, I saw the previous projection. There were 5 figures in total, and now it seems that there are only 3 left. Damn, it's really dark. I mean the surrounding environment. Yeah, it's too dark. Which bastard touched my butt? Fuck. I was touched too, a stinky hooligan, and he didn't let the men go. These beings on Blue Star once again played the characteristics of their sand sculpture players. Even in the endless darkness, they still have fun in suffering. The death of the 2 God Kings gave them hope of victory. Although this victory is so heavy, the world will enter a doomsday state, but they have no regrets. In the void battlefield, the burning sun was completely extinguished, and Han Xing, with the cold balls, stood proudly in the void with 1 man and 1 wolf. Then he looked at dying God King and others and said, "Now, it's 6 against 3. Hearing this, the 3 God Kings were also full of emotion. Before the battle began, no one would have expected this result. They thought it was a sure win, but the young man in front of them turned the tables with endless trump cards. Now, the scales of victory have completely tilted, and it seems that they are the ones who are going to lose. At this moment, the powerful aura on Han Xing's body suddenly dissipated. From a high-level God King, he fell to a primary God King. However, Dian, Haoyue, and Kanglin did not show a trace of excitement on their faces, because they didn't know how many trump cards this young man still had. Maybe the opponent seems to be in a slump now, but maybe he will burst out some unprecedented means, which will catch them off guard and suffer heavy losses. The 3 great God Kings looked at each other, and seemed to have reached a consensus. Dying God King sighed, "Han Xing, you won. If we leave this void now, and swear to the supreme rule that we will never return, can you give us a way out?" Hearing this, the few remaining emperors in the Forbidden Land all looked confused, including the powerful Hades Emperor, the Spirit Emperor, who was only 1 step away from the God King, and so on. The Spirit Emperor murmured, "Did you lose?" The 5 great God Kings came out together, but they still lost. So, is my path really wrong? She seemed to be hit halfway, her breath began to drop rapidly, and the whole person became depressed. Even if the attack of the Emperor-level mecha hit her, there was no reaction. On the field, the other emperors were pale, because they understood the meaning of dying God King's last sentence. Only the 3 of them could leave this void. And this also means that they, the emperors, have been abandoned. For a moment, the Hades King, the Sea King and others all looked pale and disheartened. After hearing the conditions of the Great Evolution God King, Han Xing fell into thought. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Okay." Up to now, he has almost played all his cards, including the special effects on the holy set have ended. If he continues to fight, although Han Xing still has means, but he is not sure that he can kill all 3 God Kings. In addition, there is a bigger enemy in this void. That one is confronting the World Tree. This one is the final opponent, and the target that Han Xing has been guarding against. Hearing Han Xing's agreement, all three God Kings had various complex expressions on their faces. Loneliness, dejection, relief. And when they were about to turn into a stream of light and disappear, a gloomy voice came from the depths of the void. A bunch of trash, did I let you go? At this moment, time and space fell into a state of stagnation again, except for the existence of the God King level, other emperors, and the creatures in the entire void were all frozen in place. However, even so, these God King level creatures could not move. They could only stand there in a daze. Then they watched helplessly as an existence, whose specific shape could not be seen, descended from the long river of time. He was like a flowing light body, and the shape was not fixed. Sometimes it was an ellipse, sometimes it was a geometric shape, and sometimes it turned into the shape of an animal. This existence does not seem to have any power fluctuations, and you can't even sense its breath. However, only beings above the God King level know how terrifying this one is. It is a kind of suppression at the level of life. It's like a group of low-dimensional ants suddenly saw a huge giant. This is also the case with Han Xing. He can't even use his divine power. He sighed in his heart. This is the one who is plotting against the world. The gods who control the Forbidden Land devour the void and the world again and again, allowing the world to restart again and again. The source of everything, the culprit of the turmoil in the void? Han Xing stared at him intently, as if he wanted to see through the essence of this guy. However, even if he is in the void, the gap in power level is too big. Even if Han Xing tried his best, he couldn't see the other party's true body through the faint white light. At this moment, this one made an angry voice. What a waste! I let you accumulate for several epochs, and lent you power, so that you broke through to the God King one by one. In the end, you couldn't even deal with a little guy who had been on the road to the gods for less than 2 years, and he killed them one by one. Sure enough, no matter how big the sea is, it can't give birth to a giant beast that swallows the sky. You are too weak. This existence mocked him. The three God Kings opened their mouths, not knowing how to start. And this one continued, but fortunately, I didn't count on you. Let me start the last step of the plan. And you weaklings, there is no need to exist. After the words fell, endless light burst out from him. It directly enveloped the entire void. The small world that was originally trapped in endless darkness was once again illuminated with incomparable brightness. However, in the state of time stopping, these creatures did not react at all. They could only watch as their bodies were assimilated by the endless light and then disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, billions of creatures in the world disappeared. All turned into the most basic source of power, and were absorbed by the majestic existence. However, this was just the beginning. After the endless light devoured the creatures of the entire world, it began to devour these small worlds. The indestructible world barrier melted like a bubble. The empty islands, mountains, and land inside all disappeared. Countless small worlds perished in a short period of time. When the white light reached the Holy Spirit realm, as the master of the Holy Spirit realm, Han Xing suddenly sensed something. An equally vast breath burst out and enveloped the Holy Spirit realm, directly isolated the white light of this majestic existence outside. But compared to the entire void, the Holy Spirit realm is too small. Even if Han Xing protected this world, countless small worlds were still destroyed in the void every second. Han Xing also realized what this guy was doing, and his heart was suddenly shrouded in a haze. If this goes on, this void will really be completely destroyed. He tried his best to break free from this guy's time-stopping control, and then shouted, "World Tree, what are you doing?" The voice spread throughout the void, but there was no response. This person saw Han Xing break free from control, and there was no surprise, but still devoured everything around him. The white light touched the emperors in the Forbidden Land. They resisted for a little longer, but only a little. In the blink of an eye, they were all melted and then absorbed. With the death of the emperors, more and more beings woke up. The Hades looked at his body in horror, and found that it had gradually become transparent. My body? Great Lord, what have you done to me? However, this being said disdainfully, existences like you who are as weak as ants should naturally play the greatest value. Transform into the power of origin and be devoured by me. After hearing this, the Hades' eyes instantly showed a strong fear. Being transformed into the origin and swallowed up means that everything he is will be absorbed by the man in front of him. He said unwillingly, "Damn it! I have worked hard for countless epochs and experienced countless years. Even during the seal, I was enduring the water of the Forbidden Galaxy and kept myself awake. But you want to take away everything from me so easily. I don't accept it." Facing the roar of the Hades Emperor, This existence had no mercy at all. In an instant, the huge body of the Hades Emperor turned into a light spot and disappeared on the spot. Then it was the Sea Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and the Spirit Emperor. They all watched their bodies gradually become transparent. Then, they ushered in the fate of seeing the Hades Emperor. Even the three great gods could not escape the coverage of the white light. The Spirit Emperor sighed, "I thought I was gifted and unparalleled. Since I became an adult and left the tribe, I have never relaxed for a second in order to become a god. I force myself to undergo the most brutal training every day. Until now, I have forgotten how long it has been. Tired. Really tired." Unexpectedly, after struggling to the end, everything was done for others. Well, after all, it is completely liberated. The Spirit Emperor's tone was filled with endless sadness. Including other Emperor-level beings, they all felt powerless and unwilling. The great evolution god king looked at the white light that enveloped him and was stunned. "Lord, we have fought for you for so many years. Is it really worthless? We just want to live, and this wish cannot satisfy us." This being snorted coldly, "Waste. You haven't even completed the task, and you still want to live? Your value is to strengthen my original power after I devour the world tree." Hearing this, the three god kings on the field all showed confusion. At this moment, they seemed to understand. "So you have been deceiving us all along. The so-called detachment is also fake, right? Chapter 609. The so-called transcendence is also fake, right?" The great evolution god king questioned. This majestic existence replied, "After helping me successfully seize the world tree, I can naturally let you transcend. I didn't lie to you about this. However, you can't even deal with this kid, which caused me to pay a huge price, and even a large part of my origin is missing. Now, I can only recover by devouring you." Hearing this, the three god kings fell silent. They seemed to understand something. At this moment, the three god kings did not struggle or shout. Instead, they quietly waited for themselves to be assimilated into the origin of rules, and then be swallowed by this existence. Every second, a large number of small worlds collapsed and destroyed. Then, they turned into the origin of rules, and were swallowed by him. This majestic being snorted coldly, "Although there was an accident that prevented me from devouring the world tree, but there is still a lot of original power left in this void. As long as I devour all the remaining energy, I can still achieve the eternal state." Han Xing's heart sank instantly after hearing this. He didn't know what happened to the world tree. And according to this person, even if he couldn't devour the world tree, he could still achieve his goal by devouring other origins. The price is that the entire void will be devoured by him. Han Xing's eyes were solemn. He thought in his heart, the world tree guy suddenly stopped talking. Could it be that, as this being said, he didn't need to devour the world tree to achieve his goal? In other words, the world tree has reached an agreement with him, at the cost of sacrificing billions of lives in this void, in exchange for his continued survival. Thinking of this, Han Xing frowned again. But soon, he denied this conjecture. The world tree would not do this, because it is the carrier of rules that maintain the operation of the entire void. If the void is destroyed, only it will be left, and it will become a rule power similar to that without an owner. So, the world tree should not betray them. Then what is this guy doing? Han Xing was puzzled. If the world tree does not come out, every minute and every second, a large number of worlds and countless lives are being swallowed up. Among them, there are countless amazing geniuses and monsters. In their own world, they have legendary experiences and unlimited futures. But now, they are treated as one of countless ants and annihilated at will. Han Xing even saw that the existence had committed endless killings because it swallowed too many lives. Around his body, black flames were already burning. That was the roar of countless creatures before their death. They used the most vicious language to insult and curse this existence. However, this one snorted, "What are you talking about? You should feel honored to be swallowed by me, as the source, and help me break through to the eternal realm." As soon as he finished speaking, a breath of air randomly leaked out from his body. It easily annihilated the mind energy formed by countless wronged souls. This scene made everyone feel heavy, powerful, terrifying, invincible. The entire void, countless strong men were fixed by him with his own power, and could only watch the world shattered and their companions died. At this moment, this existence left an indelible psychological imprint on everyone, and as he absorbed more and more original power, his aura became stronger and stronger. He was still not satisfied. He even wanted to devour the true god of glory and Madalena and other true gods. However, when the light representing devouring fell on glory and others, the void core in front of Han Xing suddenly began to rotate at high speed at this moment. Hoo-hoo! This black ball swept around at a speed of countless billions of revolutions per second, sweeping the overflowing original power. At the same time, black lines burst out from the void core and directly connected to all of Han Xing's friendly units. A strong black gas suddenly emerged from the bodies of the true God of glory and others, directly offsetting the devouring of the white light. Seeing this scene, everyone on the field suddenly widened their pupils, because this is the first case of swallowing that has blocked this terrifying existence that they have seen so far. The other party's eyes, like two galaxies, cast over and said unexpectedly, "Interesting, although you are only at the level of a true god, your fate has also reached the level of a void master. So I can't forcefully devour your source power, right?" Han Xing didn't answer, but quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As the other party said, his void core is only at the level of a true god. But he is also an existence that has truly broken the limits of the void and has the title of a rule master. Although the other party is also a void master. But he doesn't have the SSS level talent of endless absorption, so he can't devour the rule source in Han Xing's void. And Guanghui and others are his rule source. However, although they avoided being swallowed, the crisis was still not resolved. After all, Han Xing is still in a state of being unable to move. "This guy is really terrifying," Han Xing shouted impatiently. "World Tree, what are you doing? Damn it! People are almost swallowed by him. If you don't do it, the void will be finished." The voice resounded throughout the void. However, there was no response from the World Tree. The majestic existence said disdainfully, "Don't shout, the World Tree can't get out. It has been sent to the beginning of the birth of the void at a cost of a lot of its origin. I major in the rules of time, and the Lord of the Void in this world is not as good as me in the rules of time. It will take many years for the World Tree to return." Hearing this, Han Xing's face sank. It turned out that the World Tree did not betray them, but was sent to another timeline. This ability is simply unheard of. Although the opponent only said a few words, it made people feel powerless. Controlling time, this ability is too abnormal. Han Xing really couldn't think of any way to defeat the enemy. However, despite this, Han Xing still didn't give up. He struggled with all his strength, trying to pull the longbow and interrupt this guy's swallowing. The core of the void began to rotate the fastest in history. Hua la la. The endless black source power was released, blasting cracks in the solidified time and space. Crack! Crack! As the space-time power around the body was broken, Han Xing could finally move a finger. However, up to now, he had swallowed more than 60% of the world in the entire void. He even swallowed several Emperor-level beings. His aura was still soaring at a terrifying speed. Seeing Han Xing's void core spinning, the other party chuckled and said, "Don't struggle, it's useless. Your void core doesn't even have a single Emperor-level rule power, and it barely reaches the true God level. The gap is too big. You want to break free from my bondage, but you won't be able to get out in 10 or 8 years. Now the World Tree has been lost in the turbulence of time and space, and you don't have any helpers. Give up, wait until I swallow the others, and I will almost achieve eternity. Your void core will belong to me by then." Hearing this, Han Xing's heart sank again. And at this moment, a cold female voice sounded. "Who said he has no helpers?" Everyone cast their eyes, and found that it was the Spirit Emperor whose body was already translucent. "Spirit?" The voice of the glorious true God sounded. And that being also noticed the Spirit King, who was speaking. He said with interest, "I remember you. When I was fighting against the World Tree, I separated a trace of my mind and wandered in the void. Then I noticed you. You have a good talent for cultivation, and even have the body of the Void Spirit. In time, even without my help, you can break through to the God King, and even one day in the future, peek into the eternal realm. However, you are just a creature in this void. You cannot break through the limit, and you will never be able to break through to the Lord of the Void in your life. Although the power of the Void Spirit body is amazing, I can't even protect myself, let alone help that kid." Ling didn't answer, and a hint of coldness flashed across her beautiful features. "Really? What about this? From today on, I, the Spirit Emperor, declare my submission to the human race Han Xing. I swear to the supreme rule." As soon as he finished speaking, for endless rule powers suddenly appeared in the void. Those were the rules of the 4 supreme gods, witnessing their contract. Boom! At the moment when Ling Huang finished speaking, Han Xing also received a system prompt. "Do you accept the submission of the void creature, Spirit Emperor LV90? After accepting, the other party's rule power will be merged into your void core." Seeing the system prompt, Han Xing looked at Ling Huang deeply. He also understood the other party's plan. In an instant, Han Xing made a decision and clicked yes. The next moment, a complete rule power suddenly burst out from Ling Huang. This rule power turned into a huge rule river, rushing directly to Han Xing and merging with his void core. Seeing this scene, the three great god kings, including other emperors, suddenly recalled the scene just now. This majestic existence failed to devour the true God of glory and others. The reason is that the rule power of the true God of glory and others is in the void core of Han Xing. In this way, can they also imitate the true God of glory and others and become vassals of Han Xing, so as to avoid being devoured by the other party? Obviously, the Spirit Emperor did this. And at this moment, the majestic existence waved his hand casually. The rule power of the Spirit Emperor was directly suppressed by him. In other words, the fusion process of her and Han Xing's void core was directly interrupted. Seeing this scene, everyone on the field showed a slight shock in their eyes, and then a look of horror. This guy can even do such a thing. This is a contract completed under the witness of the four supreme rules. What does this mean? Could it be that this guy's strength even surpasses the supreme rules? Such a terrifying scene directly made everyone on the field feel depressed. Including the Spirit Emperor was also very surprised. This existence chuckled and said, "You want to imitate the few ants over there, swear to the power of rules, and then merge into his void core to avoid my swallowing, right? It's useless. All of you have been branded with souls by me at the very beginning. You can only submit to me for life. Even the supreme rules can't change this." Hearing this, Dying God King, Haoyue God King and others all changed their faces wildly. They asked in disbelief, "You knew this day would come, didn't you? Damn you! You bastard!" Several God Kings were immediately defeated. Facing the abuse of the crowd, this majestic being smiled and shook his head. However, after the initial shock, Ling quickly recovered. Looking at the majestic figure, the Spirit King said, "Sure enough, the World Tree was right to remind me. It said that you had no intention of letting us go. At first, I didn't believe what it said, but now it seems that it had expected this. In that case, let me teach you a lesson." After the words fell, a glowing branch suddenly appeared from the Spirit Emperor's body. The moment the majestic being saw the branch, he was shocked. Before he could react, the Spirit Emperor suddenly crushed the branch. In an instant, the violent origin broke through the surrounding space-time blockade. An ancient branch, at an extremely terrifying speed. It seemed to have appeared across endless space-time, and suddenly penetrated the body of this majestic being. And it froze him in place. Damn it! The World Tree actually used your Yuanling body to leave a source of power. And the Spirit Emperor sneered. I said, "I will teach you a lesson today. I am the Spirit Emperor, the body of the Void Yuanling. No one can plot against me. No one can treat me as an ant. No matter who he is, he will pay the price for this. Han Xing, accept my rule source. Kill him." The words fell. The Spirit Emperor exploded. Boom! At this moment, the whole void was shaken. A wonderful power emanated from the Spirit Emperor's body. The great evolution God King and others who were about to be swallowed up and turned into the source of the void, the moment they came into contact with this power, their bodies became solid again. This is the magical power of the Void Yuanling body. As long as the Spirit Emperor survives, he can even become the new Lord of the Void in the future, which is a realm above the God King. But now, she decisively blew herself up. The horrible explosion directly blew thousands of cracks in the stagnant void. This woman who claimed to be unparalleled in talent and practiced hard all her life, showed her unyielding attitude to that existence. With the most resolute attitude, the glorious God King opened his mouth. No one on the field expected that the Spirit Emperor would be so resolute. Before his death, the Spirit Emperor controlled the origin after the explosion and poured all into Han Xing's rule core. At this moment, the rule received the Emperor level, to be precise, the rule origin of the half-step God King level. It suddenly soared hundreds of times, and Han Xing's aura, without simulation, officially reached the Emperor level. Chapter 610. Crack! Crack! Endless black lightning burst out from the core of the void, dispersing the sluggish time and space around it again. Damn stupid woman! You are willing to self-destruct to help others with your good physique. Idiot! Idiot! The majestic existence was pierced through the whole body by the branches of the World Tree, and was frozen in place and unable to move. He shouted angrily, "Do you think you can have any effect on me by doing this? I tell you, it has no effect. The boy you pinned your hopes on, I can easily kill him." Hearing this, the hearts of the other people on the field also sank. As this existence said, even if the Spirit Emperor used his own self-destruction to help Han Xing, But the gap between the two sides is still too big. Even if his strength has been greatly improved now, he still can't shake the other party. Han Xing remained silent, but gritted his teeth and tried his best to break free from this guy's time and space constraints. Crack! Crack! A large number of cracks appeared around him. However, although Han Xing had tried his best, but at the current speed, it would take him a long time to break free. That majestic existence was also trying to break free from the constraints of the world tree. Now, both sides are racing against time. Let's see who can get out first. On the side, the Silent Sea King sighed when he saw the scene. Tens of thousands of years, in the blink of an eye. I thought I was pursuing great transcendence and great freedom. As a result, I now know that I am just making wedding clothes for them. He looked at Han Xing, who was struggling frantically, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Han Xing, remember this. I am the Sea Emperor, not the Emperor of the Ocean, but the Emperor of the Sea of Stars. Kill him! Boom! This being who claimed to be the Emperor of the Sea of Stars also blew himself up without hesitation. The Ice Emperor next to him saw the Sea Emperor self-destruct and gave Han Xing a complicated look. She didn't speak, but opened her arms directly. At this moment, a beautiful and sacred ice phoenix suddenly appeared in the void. She spread her wings and raised her beautiful head. The body that was as bright as crystal was like the most perfect creature in the whole void. Cry! A cry rose up. Bang! The ice phoenix also exploded. The terrifying thrust froze the void. Then, the origin of the rules after the Ice Emperor and the Sea Emperor self-destructed also poured into Han Xing's core of rules. Han Xing received 3 Emperor-level original powers in succession, and his aura began to surge rapidly. Around him, various terrifying energy storms continued to sweep. And then, they were all absorbed by the rotating void core. Boom! After a terrifying impact, Han Xing seemed to have broken some kind of boundary. A picture suddenly appeared in the entire void. A man holding a bow and arrow and wearing armor stood proudly in the violent void turbulence. The endless energy around him did not cause any effect on him. On the contrary, he took the initiative to avoid it. Then, various natural disasters began to erupt. Boom! Boom! The world-destroying Red Lotus, the sea of sinking stars, the forbidden lightning. It was like celebrating the birth of an emperor. The entire void was in complete chaos, in the extreme chaos. Han Xing's aura officially reached the Emperor level, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through to the Middle Emperor level. At this moment, the entire void remembered the figure of Han Xing. At this time, Han Xing, feeling the surging power in his body, was not as excited as he imagined. But he sighed. Send the Spirit Emperor, the Sea Emperor, the Ice Emperor. The void, and all the worlds heard his voice. Then, the remaining Emperor-level strongmen around said one after another. Send the Spirit Emperor, the Sea Emperor, the Ice Emperor. Including the creatures in those small worlds, they couldn't help but kneel on their knees at this time, and a feeling of regret rose in their hearts. And at this time, after Han Xing's power surged a lot, the rotation speed of the core of the void was faster. Thousands of cracks had appeared around his body, and he was about to break free from the opponent's space-time power. Seeing this scene, the majestic existence was also struggling frantically. He said angrily, "You damned rubbish. You actually gave the power of origin to others without my permission. Damn it! Damn it! When I break free, I will swallow you all up, leaving no trace of consciousness." Hearing this, the remaining 30-odd emperors in the Forbidden Land looked at each other. Then, they nodded. At this time, a being dressed in a black robe, exuding a dark aura all over his body, stood up. A bitter smile appeared in his eyes, and he said, "Sword Emperor, I'm still a little unwilling." Next to him, an old man with gray hair, a sword box on his back, and a straight body said helplessly, "Yes, old thing. But there is no way. I would rather fulfill this human than be swallowed by this guy." He looked at Han Xing and shouted, "Han Xing. Remember, my name is Sword Emperor. The strongest swordsman in the void, and also the strongest sword." In an instant, the old man directly drew the long sword behind him. Endless sword energy burst out in his hand, sweeping around like a surging river. "Han Xing, kill him for me!" Boom! The terrifying energy exploded. After the Emperor finished speaking, he exploded without hesitation. Then, they saw the vast source of power, transformed into countless divine swords, all poured into Han Xing's void core. Seeing this scene, the black-robed existence next to him chuckled. "Old man, you're really quick. Now, it's my turn." Boom! The terrifying black aura burst out from his body, dyeing the entire void completely black. "I am the Shadow Emperor. The Emperor of Shadows. Even if I die, I will become the shadow in your heart. Boom! Like a dark planet exploding, endless black source power was directed towards Han Xing. The other emperors had also made their decisions at this time. I am the Power Emperor. I am the Stone Emperor. The Old Tree Emperor. Today, let's help the Holy Lord Han Xing together. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued. One after another, the majestic emperors exploded on the spot. The self-explosion of the Sword Emperor was like a stone that caused 1,000 waves. All the living emperors gave up everything at this moment. They only had one goal in their hearts: kill the guy who has been playing with them for tens of thousands of years. Human Han Xing, I don't accept you at all. Hee, just a brat. I hope you won't let me down. I'm so tired. The sound of self-explosion continued. Various terrifying origin powers poured into Han Xing's void core. Han Xing's strength has ushered in the fastest increase in his life. In the blink of an eye, he went from the middle-level emperor to the high-level, and then the top emperor. He is only one step away from the realm of the God King. Boom! He became stronger and stronger, and even the opponent's time and space confinement was completely disrupted by him. The majestic existence roared. Damn it! These origin powers are all mine. Mine! Who told you to self-explode? A bunch of trash. He struggled frantically, but unfortunately the branches of the World Tree were trying their best to stop him. No one paid attention to his shouting, and let him struggle beside him, when the last Emperor level self-destructed in the Forbidden Land. Han Xing's strength completely broke through to the God King level. At this moment, the familiar system announcement appeared again. Announcement for the whole server, all survivors. Please note that the survivor Xinghe has officially become a God King level existence, becoming the first God King in human history, and has received the reward, Eternal Land. Let us congratulate the rise of this powerful existence. As Han Xing officially broke through to the God King level, the world that had lost its light was suddenly shrouded in endless light, and everyone seemed to be able to see the world barrier outside the Holy Spirit realm, and the endless void. They saw small worlds destroyed in this terrifying turmoil. The feeling of powerlessness made it almost impossible for people to raise any thoughts of resistance. At this time, the creatures of the entire Holy Spirit realm also realized this. If it weren't for Han Xing's protection, this world would have been destroyed. And now, Han Xing's breakthrough once again gave them a reassurance. They looked at the scene above their heads with surprise, and shouted almost fanatically. Star God! Become a God King! Great! It's the Star God who has been protecting us! Mom! The sky is so scary! Is it the end of the world? Star God, come on! At this time, Han Xing, after breaking through to the realm of God King, has completely broken free from the state of time and space blockade. At this moment, feeling the surging power in his body, he seemed to have come to another world. The vision in front of him has changed. The originally chaotic void turbulence suddenly turned into a turbulent stream in Han Xing's eyes. He stepped into the river, letting the water wash over him without any reaction. Everything else, including everything else, changed. Except for the one who was fixed in place by the branches of the World Tree. In his eyes, everyone else turned into black lines. And in this black line, there are countless pictures. It contains every minute and every second they have experienced since they were born. The more powerful and ancient the existence, the longer the line. Even Han Xing can make a move and splice this line at will, disrupt it, or touch one of the time points. So that's how it is. After the Lord of the Void reaches the realm of God King, can he actually control time? And in front of him, the nearest black line is the God King Dian. Han Xing even saw the moment when the God King Dian first came into contact with that existence. However, at this time, the God King Dian looked like he was talking to a ball of air. Han Xing soon found out the reason. Because that existence is beyond time. So even if he cleared the timeline of the God King Dian, he couldn't see the other party. At this time, Han Xing suddenly had a sudden idea. Since I can interfere with the timeline, can I intervene directly from this point in time and let the God King Dian refuse to cooperate with the other party, then cooperate with the World Tree to deal with this guy? Han Xing decided to give it a try. And just when he was about to do so, he suddenly felt a great terror like life and death descending. It seemed that as long as he took the next step, the entire timeline would be disturbed, and he himself would disappear. As a God King, Han Xing's crisis premonition is naturally extremely sharp. He stopped thinking in time and retracted his hands. Sure enough, the timeline cannot be disrupted. A single move can affect the entire body, right? At the same time, Han Xing's breakthrough has ended. Time around him began to flow again. He looked at the powerful being in front of him. The other party was also looking at him. Han Xing, you have swallowed so much original power and reached the realm of God King. Plus your void core, even outside the void, you are considered a master. In the outside world, there is an unwritten rule that the Lord of the Void will not easily attack another Lord of the Void. I give you a chance now, submit to me. After I devour these guys, you can live with your slaves. Then come with me to explore the world outside the void. Han Xing heard this, a hint of interest appeared in his eyes, and then asked, do you mean there is a bigger world outside the void? The other party replied without hesitation, of course. That world is bigger and more exciting than this one. There are many strong people there, even many void lords. There are even eternal creatures among them. Several pieces of equipment on you have the aura of other void lords, and they are now in that world. Han Xing asked again, what about this world? The other party thought Han Xing was persuaded, and continued, this world was of course devoured by me. Now, I am still one step away from the eternal realm. As long as I prove the eternity, I am not a weakling even in that big world. However, Han Xing shook his head after hearing this. No, this world is where I was born. Although I don't know if that little planet is still there. But this is also where I fought all the way. I can't let you destroy this place. Hearing this, the other party asked in confusion, what do you mean? Han Xing chuckled, it doesn't mean anything, just as I said above. If between this void and you, I will definitely choose the void without hesitation. No, or rather, you are not worth comparing with this void at all. This existence was silent for a moment. Han Xing, I have to tell you that you made a wrong decision. Do you think that after becoming the God King, you have the ability to compete with me? But Han Xing chuckled, how do you know if you don't try? After saying this, he pulled the arrow without hesitation. Crashed. The surrounding time and space turbulence was instantly covered by the endless arrow prison. Then, a pitch-black arrow pierced through the void and landed directly on the body of this majestic being. Chapter 611. Buzz. Han Xing shot an arrow. However, a strange scene appeared in front of him. The moment the arrow touched the light emitted by the opponent, it was as if it went directly to another world. Not only did it not cause any damage, but it disappeared on the spot. At this moment, this majestic existence raised its pupils as bright as a lighthouse again. Endless divine power locked on Han Xing. He said disdainfully, you are overestimating yourself. With your power, even if I stand here and let you attack, you can't touch my body. Han Xing didn't react to this scene. After all, he had already foreseen this scene. The next moment, he continued to pull the bowstring. Endless arrows came like a storm. Swish. Swish. These arrows are already mixed with many kinds of power. These include the great Japanese source of Sun God King, the fire source of Yin Cinder God King, and the source power of Spirit King, Sword King, Sea King and others. As the Lord of the Void, Han Xing has the privilege of fighting above his level. In other words, every arrow he shoots now can actually hurt the existence above the God King, or even make it fall. However, these arrows fell on the opponent. No matter how many arrows, they were like bullets shot into the lake, without causing any damage. Seeing this scene, not only Han Xing, but also Chung Jianyong and Dying God King around him were shocked. They looked at the scene in disbelief. After all, they all felt a sense of crisis of falling in those arrows just now. Any one of them was enough to injure them severely. However, it still did not cause any harm to that existence. The laughter of this majestic existence was heard again on the field. I said, your attack has no effect on me. Do you know the gap between you and me now? Ha ha ha. The wanton laughter resounded throughout the void. The other party continued, Han Xing, even if you regret it now, it's too late. When I get out of trouble, I will definitely devour all of you. Your relatives, friends, and everything in this void will disappear. Boom. As this guy spoke, he broke free from the shackles of the world tree. The cracks on this branch were getting more and more, and it was about to fail. Once this guy got out of trouble, then it would be a nightmare for everyone on the field. Han Xing didn't waste words. As a Lord of the Void at the level of God King, he could vaguely see what the other party's defense was. It looked like a layer of light curtain, but in fact it involved the skills of time and space. This guy said before that he majored in the rules of time. In terms of time attainment, even the Lord of the Void in this void is not his opponent. If the current situation is indeed as he said, I may not be able to cause any harm to him even if I attack him for a year. It sounds very desperate, and it is true. However, Han Xing also discovered another thing. That is, although each of his attacks seemed to be ineffective. But in fact, each of his arrows would take away a part of the opponent's rule power after being shot. Although it was very weak, it was indeed there. Because he had seen the system prompt. Your attack power of the Lord of the Void successfully absorbed the opponent's time source power. Source power increased by 10. Often, among tens of thousands of arrows, it is possible that one arrow can absorb the opponent's source power. And Han Xing made a rough estimate. With his nearly endless source power, if he wanted to rely on this talent to drain the opponent's source power, he might not be able to do it in his lifetime. The gap between him and this guy is too big. Endless absorption can do this, which is worthy of SSS level talent. However, despite this, he still persevered in attacking, pulling the bowstring again and again. The arrows were like a storm, attacking the layer of light curtain again and again. Occasionally, they could take away a little bit of the opponent's source power. This majestic existence was also trying hard to break free from the shackles of the World Tree at this moment. He naturally noticed Han Xing's plan and sneered, "There is something strange about you. You can actually steal the origin of my rules. However, what you absorbed is not even as much as the origin power I absorb from the void every moment. Even if you continue to attack for an era, it will not have any effect on me. But no matter what, you can do this in the realm of God King, which is enough to be proud of. Even in that big world, you are a genius and a monster. After I get out of trouble, I will definitely catch you and study your secrets carefully." Hearing this, Han Xing instantly pulled the bowstring. This arrow seemed different from the previous ones. Sizzle! It was like a flame was ignited. He used his strongest skill, the arrow of the falling god. This was the first time Han Xing used this skill after becoming a god king. The terrifying flames illuminated the entire void again. Although, he had just used this skill a few minutes ago. But after just such a short time, it had already cooled down. This was also a function he accidentally discovered after becoming a god king. You can use the time rule to partially accelerate the cooling time of a certain skill. Of course, this is not without cost. For example, the cooling time of the arrow of the falling god is 1 hour. And Han Xing accelerated continuously, and used the arrow of the falling god for the second time in a short period of time, then the cooling time would become 2 hours. The third time is 4 hours, and so on. In addition, there are some other unexpected effects. After all, this involves the time rule. He is equivalent to releasing a skill 1 hour in advance. No matter the power or range of the skill, there will be a big difference. Sometimes, it might even cause some serious consequences, but Han Xing can't care too much now. When the arrow of the falling god burned, all the emperors on the field, and even the god kings, felt a sense of danger of falling. This arrow is too dazzling and too terrible. Even the majestic existence, like a lighthouse, showed a look of surprise. Oh! God King level combat skills? I didn't expect that there would be such a profound combat skill in this wildly growing void. This level of means is rarely possessed by even those powerful void masters. Although he was amazed at the power of this arrow, he did not feel much fear. At this time, Han Xing had already shot this arrow. Swish! The arrow of the falling god cut through the void with endless flames. Then it fell directly on the light curtain. Compared with the previous calmness, this time, there was finally a different reaction. Han Xing saw. The light curtain was hit by the flame of the arrow of the falling god and gradually tore a hole. And inside the light curtain, there was endless darkness. The darkness seemed to be able to swallow everything. In it, he also saw a pair of eyes. A pair of blood-red eyes, with a chaotic atmosphere. Han Xing frowned. Is this guy's body inside? Why does he look so evil? Compared with the other party's body covered by the light curtain, which was extremely sacred. And the appearance inside the light curtain was somewhat unacceptable. At this moment, the flames from the falling god arrow were also swallowed by the endless darkness in the light curtain. And taking this opportunity, the existence continued to struggle. Another branch of the world tree broke off, and it was about to escape. Crack! At this moment, the majestic existence continued to say, Han Xing, did you see it? Your attack is ineffective. Your struggle is meaningless. And those idiots actually thought that self-detonation could have any effect on me. So naive. These rubbish don't know at all that their death is completely meaningless. And hearing this, the great Yin God King next to him suddenly shouted, Shut up, who said their death is meaningless? This existence looked over and said disdainfully, Dian, you are one of the first people to join me, and I have always placed high hopes on you. If you can turn back now, I can give you a chance to live. And the God King Dian said angrily, You damn guy, you have deceived us for so many years, I wish I could kill you on the spot. It is impossible for me to continue to join you. You invader, die. After the words fell, the God King Dian suddenly exploded. As the combat power ceiling of the entire void, the God King Dian can be said to have cultivated the 5 elements rules to the extreme. even to the point where no one can surpass him. Even Han Xing, even that majestic existence, could not surpass him in the attainments of the 5 elements. And such an invincible existence exploded without hesitation at this moment, and gave all his original power to Han Xing. In the eyes of the crowd, only a huge group of 5 elements origin was seen, which quickly gathered towards Han Xing. Then, the void core began to spin wildly, until it completely absorbed the origin power of the Great Evolution God King. Faintly, Han Xing heard the voice of the Great Evolution God King. Kill him! At this moment, the aura on Han Xing's body began to surge rapidly. A system prompt appeared. Successfully absorb the 5 elements origin of the Great Evolution God King. The Void Core added a complete God King level rule. 5 elements. The 5 elements rule has been perfected. The Void Core has the qualifications to give birth to life. All rules have been rearranged, and all skill cooldowns have been reset. In an instant, Han Xing's meteoric god arrow directly became usable. At the same time, his Void Core suddenly exploded countless times. It reached the size of Terra directly. From the original pitch black, many lines appeared. Among these lines, there are the Sea Laws of the Sea King, the Ice Laws of the Ice King, and the Laws of the Sword King, Shadow King, and others. The thickest of them are 5 lines of different colors. This is the rule of the Great Yin God King. He used his death to exchange Han Xing's Void Core, which has the qualification to give birth to life. And Han Xing did not hesitate to pull the meteoric god arrow again. Swish! Swish! The flames ignited again. In the dark void, a dazzling flame appeared. The flames were so bright and dazzling. With so many God Kings, the unwilling fighting spirit of the Emperor-level existence directly hit the light curtain of the majestic existence. Boom! The explosion that resounded through the void sounded again. This attack was more powerful than the previous one. It directly ignited the guy's light curtain completely, and Han Xing also saw the opponent's body more clearly. It looked like a ball of pure black matter. It had no solid shape, and was constantly flowing like oil. What frightened the opponent even more was that the previous arrow of the fallen god would disappear directly after touching the light curtain. But now, it exploded on the spot less than 1 meter away from his evil body. Boom! After the terrifying flame, the void trembled wildly. Everyone even faintly heard a baby's scream. Wow! Han Xing frowned. And when the flame dissipated, a system prompt appeared. Your attack successfully hit. Lord of the Void has successfully absorbed the opponent's time source power. The source power increased by 10,000. Absorbed a full 10,000 points of the opponent's source. At this moment, the majestic existence quickly gathered a layer of light curtain again. Damn guy! Your power has reached this level. Dian, you idiot. You would rather self-destruct than leave the source to me, damn it. However, the people who heard this voice looked strange. Because what they heard was a young boy's voice. Han Xing felt that this existence was more and more weird. At the same time, the Haoyue God King next to him saw that Han Xing's arrow just now finally had an effect on the guy. He seemed to have made some kind of decision in his heart. She suddenly hugged her body, like a holy goddess floating in the void. The next moment, a bright moon appeared behind her. This bright moon once again brought light to the entire void. With the death of the Great Evolution God King in front, the 5 elements of this void have disappeared, and those mountains, rivers, forests, and even the materials that make up all of them have all disappeared. And now, the creatures in the void and the myriad world see a bright moon appearing above their heads again. However, various cracks quickly appeared on this bright moon, as if it was about to explode. This time, a middle-aged man's voice sounded. Haoyue, you are not allowed to self-destruct. Your moonlight power contains the power of time, which is the origin I want most. You are not allowed to give it to him. However, the Haoyue God King chuckled. Looking at the majestic existence, the perfect side profile glanced over. Although you have such a powerful force, what you said is really naive. Of course, maybe you are too strong and don't think it is necessary to pretend to be a strong man in front of us ants. But ants can also make their own choices. She looked at Han Xing, with a calm expression in her beautiful features. Han Xing, shoot an arrow at him for me. Boom. Chapter 612. The words fell. The full moon reflecting the void suddenly exploded. Boom. When the bright void darkened again, everyone saw the self-explosion of the bright moon. This also means that from now on, there will be no more bright moon God King in the void. Then, a ball of terrifyingly powerful moonlight power came directly to Han Xing, and was absorbed by his huge void core. You have successfully absorbed Bright Moon God King's moonlight origin. The void core has added a new God King level rule. New Moon. The new God King level has been perfected, all rules have been rearranged, and all skill cooldowns have been reset. At this moment, Han Xing saw that his meteoric god arrow had become releasable again. He did not hesitate, and pulled the bowstring again. Swish. Compared to the previous time, the flame burning on the top of this arrow was pure fiery red. And this time, there was also a ball of white flame inside. The two flames intertwined, raising the power of the arrow to a higher level. Even that majestic being was no longer calm in the face of this arrow. He said in horror, "Bright moon." Puff. This arrow penetrated the light curtain without any hindrance. It exploded directly in the endless darkness. Then, the power of the bright moon, the power of the 5 elements, and the pure power of fire carried in the arrow completely illuminated the scene inside the light curtain. And Han Xing also saw the other party's body very clearly for the first time. It was a black meat ball. On that meat ball, there were countless eyes. Those eyes were red, and each eye contained different emotions. There is anger, happiness, pain, resentment, etc. Is this the true body of this guy? It's really ugly. Han Xing's eyes showed disgust. It was such an ugly guy who made the entire void, countless worlds, and countless creatures live in this nightmare. Even the void was going to be destroyed by his hands. At this moment, the explosion of the falling god arrow reached an unprecedented level of terror. And the opponent's true body was really weird, and it could absorb all the power, just like a sponge. No wonder so many attacks launched by Han Xing before had no effect. This guy's survivability is really too abnormal. The outer layer of light curtain can withstand the attack of the peak God King level, and it will not break the defense. The true body inside can even swallow and absorb attacks above the God King. With these two characteristics alone, no one in the entire void can kill him. But Han Xing's arrow is different. After being mixed with the origins of various top-level gods, the power of the explosion has reached an unprecedented level. Although the guy's body absorbed nearly 99% of the power of the explosion. But there is still a trace of power that directly penetrates the guy's body and spreads into the void. Ah! A scream like an old man sounded. This is the first time they heard this guy scream. It also means that Han Xing has caused him harm for the first time, although there are not many people left on the field. But everyone's eyes still showed a carefree look. Well done. Brother Xing, great. That's it. Even if you die, you have to shoot him. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yuan and others behind him said excitedly. At the same time, Han Xing heard his system prompt again. Your attack successfully hit. Lord of the Void has successfully absorbed the opponent's time source power. Source power increased by 100,000. Compared to the previous arrow, the source power absorbed has increased tenfold again. The loss of so much source power, even that great man felt heartbroken. So, the other party screamed. Damn it! My source power. Do you know how long it takes me to absorb these source powers? When I get out of trouble, I will let you know the price. However, at this moment, this guy's state seemed to have something wrong. He cried like a baby. Woo! Woo! Mom, someone hit me. Sister. At this moment, Han Xing listened to the other parties crying, and his heart became even weirder. He seemed to understand what the God King Haoyu has said, why this guy is so powerful, but his mind seems immature. Is it the confusion of multiple personalities, or other reasons? Han Xing narrowed his eyes. He began to use his own domain, and carefully observed the other party's situation. Because he had a vague feeling that this might be the other party's weakness. It was his hope to defeat this guy. However, the gap between him and the other party was still very large. Even if he could now use the God King level ability to watch every minute and every second of this guy's pass from that black line. But looking at the black line, that was so long that he could not see the end. Han Xing immediately gave up this idea. Seeing that this guy was still struggling frantically, he was about to break free from the suppression of the world tree, and a hint of hatred appeared in Han Xing's eyes. To defeat the enemy, you have to understand the enemy deeply. Then, come on! At this moment, he made a bold decision, directly separate a trace of consciousness and merge into that guy's endless black lines. Like a rope waving in the wind, the moment Han Xing's consciousness entered, it began to tremble violently, including the black meat ball was struck by lightning. However, in just a moment, Han Xing's consciousness was submerged by endless and massive memories. Not even a wave was raised. And, because of the dissipation of this trace of consciousness, Han Xing also suffered a strong backlash. The brain was like being rotated by a huge electric drill, and the extreme pain made him take a breath of cold air suddenly, and even almost fainted. The black meatball also realized what Han Xing wanted to do, and sneered disdainfully. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Han Xing didn't say anything, but gritted his teeth and resisted this wave of backlash. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, with a little starlight on it. This is the blood of the God King level. One drop is enough to destroy a small world. When the backlash ended, Han Xing's eyes showed a look of enlightenment. So that's how it is. Although the consciousness integration just now was not successful, Han Xing still saw some memory fragments. I roughly figured out why the guy's consciousness was confused. This powerful man, who was unknown to be a monster, majored in the origin of time. But his void core was not perfect. Every time he practices, it is equivalent to reliving his life. In each timeline, almost endless memories pour into his mind. And every minute and every second of the timeline has different changes. So his consciousness is quite confused now. From time to time, he switches to another personality. So that's why he wants to seize the world tree? This guy wants to use the power of the rules of the world tree to take root in his own void core, and then use it to sort out the chaotic memories in his mind. At this moment, Han Xing reacted immediately. He realized that this was the opponent's only weakness. But how to use this weakness to defeat him has no clue. And this guy is about to get out of trouble. Once he breaks free, no one in the entire void will be able to restrict him. Not even Han Xing. However, until now, everyone has actually gotten rid of that psychological pressure. Now, the countless creatures in the entire void have only one goal. Kill this guy. Even if it doesn't work, he must pay a heavy price. On the field, in the Forbidden Land, there was only one Kanglin God King left, and he had self-destructed. Chung Jianyong smiled and said, Kanglin, you are the only one left. You are not afraid, right? Kanglin God King is also a woman. She was wearing a gorgeous dress like blue satin, like a queen walking out of the endless deep sea. Hearing Chung Jianyong's laughter, Kanglin God King glanced at him with his beautiful pupils. Heh. Of course I am not afraid. It's just that I want to appreciate the guy's screams again. Then now, let me give this guy the heaviest blow with my death. After the words fell, endless blue light burst out from the body of the Kanglin God King. Boom! With a burst of explosions that resounded through the void. So far, the 5 God King level beings that have been born in the entire void for countless years have all fallen today. The infinite Kanglin origin poured into Han Xing's rule core. And after the rule core continuously received the origin power of the 3 God Kings, it once again began an unprecedented transformation. Hua la la. The sound of gurgling water appeared in the rule core. There were also the reflections of the sun and the moon, and the circulation of the 5 elements. In an instant, Han Xing's taboo core reached the size of the entire taboo land. You have successfully absorbed the origin power of the Kanglin God King, and the Void Core has added a new God King level rule, Kanglin. Because the Void Core has improved the power of Kanglin, all rules are sufficient, and all skill cooldowns have been reset. You have reached the maximum level of 100, top God King level. 3 consecutive system prompts also made Han Xing feel emotional. Full level 100. This also means that he has reached the limit. Then the next arrow is his strongest attack. Can he kill this guy or seriously injure him? Han Xing actually has no idea in his heart. But he still pulled the arrow without hesitation. Swish. This time, more original power appeared on the arrow of the falling god. Han Xing saw that the 2 rules of water and fire offset each other. The sun and the moon shine together. Various mountains, rivers, and lakes emerged here. In addition, there is Han Xing's Milky Way. The prototype of a complete galaxy was actually gathered in this arrow. Even the majestic existence was silent. The other party stopped talking at this moment, but tried his best to break free from the shackles of the world tree. Swish. Until this arrow was shot. This majestic existence felt a fatal sense of crisis. However, he still did not panic, but said disdainfully, "You can't kill me. Your arrow is indeed powerful, unprecedentedly powerful. Even in that big world, there are not many God King level Void Lords who can launch such an attack. But if you want to kill me, it's still a long way off." And Han Xing ignored him at all. The burning arrow passed through the other party's re-raised light curtain without any hindrance. Then it exploded near its ugly body. Boom! An unprecedented explosion sounded. The space-time shackles of all the people around were forcibly broken free by this arrow. Han Xing even heard a baby crying. Woo! Then, he could not see anything. Chung Jianyong and others all lost their sight. This arrow was too terrifying, disrupting the time flow of the entire void. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like a moment, and it seemed like an era had passed. Han Xing was the first to wake up. The moment he recovered, he saw a system prompt. Your attack successfully hit Lord of the Void, has successfully absorbed the opponent's time source power. The source power increased by 1 million. This time, he absorbed a full 1 million of the opponent's source power. However, Han Xing's mood did not fluctuate at all. He looked at everything around him with a strange face. This place was completely trapped in the airspace. Even the rules had disappeared. Here, he could not feel any fluctuations of power. He could not feel the presence of other people either. There was a puzzled look in his eyes. What is this? Just now, I blew up the void with that arrow. Han Xing was shocked when he thought of this possibility. But immediately, he shook his head and said, it should be impossible. Even if I blew up the void, that guy should still be alive. Sure enough, the endless airspace did not last long. The scene in front of Han Xing quickly recovered. He saw himself reappear in the void. And the scene around him was also reappearing quickly, as if time was going backwards. He saw Cheng Jianyong, Su Xiaoyang, Zhang Lianming and others. When time went back to a certain node, everything began to flow again. Boom! After the explosion of the meteoric arrow. And that terrifying existence finally revealed its true form. It was the same as what we saw before. This guy was just a black ball of flesh, without a fixed body, and the countless pupils on his body were constantly closing. Black smoke was constantly coming out of his body, as if he had suffered a serious injury. However, Han Xing was not happy at all. Because he saw that the branches of the world tree on this guy had completely disappeared. This meant that the other party was now like a tiger out of the cage, and there was no existence that could restrict him anymore. And Han Xing also heard a gloomy sneer. Hee hee. Finally broke free. Damn world tree, you made me pay a heavy price. The source power that I worked so hard to plan for so long was actually all gathered on that kid. But it doesn't matter. As long as I swallow this kid, the result will be the same. Maybe I can go to the next level, ha ha ha. The terrifying laughter shook the entire void. So Han Xing, are you ready to die? Chapter 613. At this moment, 99% of the world in the void has been swallowed up and destroyed by this guy. Only the last Holy Spirit realm is left, still under the protection of Han Xing, resisting the doomsday storm. However, the survivors of the Holy Spirit realm also heard the last voice. Everyone knows that the situation on Han Xing's side seems to be very bad. That voice, just listening to it, gives people a feeling of being invincible. The survivor said blankly. Are the star gods going to lose? It sounds like it is. Look at the sky above your head. There are many cracks. It seems that the power of the star god can no longer protect us. How can this be? Isn't the star god invincible? Some people seemed to ask unwillingly. Another group of people replied, there is no way. You have seen that star god and his men have tried their best. Yeah, didn't you hear those voices? All the god kings and emperors have died. Now only Star God and his men are still struggling to hold on. Star God and his men have been able to hold on until now, which is already their limit. Pessimism began to spread among the crowd. At this moment, Han Xing and others were also looking at the terrifying black creature in front of them. Cheng Jianyong and others did not look desperate, but asked happily, Brother Xing, is there any other way? Do you want us to self-destruct and see if we can get 2 more arrows to it? Han Xing smiled, your void origin is already in my void core, so self-destruction will have no effect. Hearing this, not only Cheng Jianyong, but also other people on the field showed regretful looks in their eyes. Really? That's a pity. Otherwise, I also want this guy to feel the power of this God King. Cheng Jianyong barely possessed the God King level combat power under the increase of the infinite domain. It's not wrong to call himself this God King. The glorious true God next to him said, Master, don't worry, we will fight with you until the last moment. Madalena also immediately echoed, and me, including the giant demon goddess Lucia, Zhang Lianming, Su Xiaoyang and others, all expressed their positions. Swear to fight with Han Xing until the last moment. Of course, the old guy, the light demon ghost, still seems to be a little hesitant. However, his rule source is controlled by Han Xing, and even hesitation has no effect. At the same time, the black meat ball has completely recovered. He looked at Han Xing and others, and countless pairs of pupils instantly locked them. At this moment, everyone on the field felt that they were locked by a terrifying will, and they couldn't move from head to toe. Only Han Xing could ignore such gazes and move freely. However, this did not work. Except for the arrow of the fallen god, Han Xing had no means to hurt it. The black meatball said in a hungry voice, Han Xing, are you ready to be swallowed by me? Your void core, which has gathered so many God King origins, has become very perfect. I have a hunch that swallowing you will be even better than swallowing the world tree. After I swallow you, I will directly obtain the eternal position, and then go back to the past and swallow the world tree. By then, I will truly become immortal and the most perfect creature. Han Xing did not answer, because he knew that what this guy said was true. Swallowing his void core can be said to have helped it improve its foundation. And swallowing the world tree again will sort out its chaotic memory. This guy will truly become a terrifying existence with no weaknesses and extremely powerful. However, Han Xing still did not give up. He slowly pulled the bowstring. Crack! Crack! As the bowstring was pulled, everyone felt a tingling sensation on their skin. Even a strong wind of natural disaster level appeared in the void. Looking at Han Xing's actions, the other party said again with interest, "Are you still unwilling to give up? However, your resistance is useless." Han Xing chuckled, "Really? Have you forgotten the lesson that the Spirit Emperor just gave you?" Hearing the name of the Spirit Emperor, the other party fell silent. It was because of the self-explosion of the Spirit Emperor that it suffered a series of heavy blows from Han Xing. He gradually put away his contempt in his heart. Han Xing continued, "Let me teach you a lesson." Swish! The meteoric arrow was ignited, and this time, it was not just one arrow, but hundreds of arrows in a row. Han Xing directly activated the space-time acceleration ability, and overdrawn all the opportunities to use the meteoric arrow in the future 100 times, and the price is that the cooldown time of this skill has become a large number of 9999999. In other words, Han Xing will not be able to use this skill for a long time in the future. And looking at the scene of the 100 meteoric arrows attacking at the same time, even that kind of majestic existence felt a sense of crisis. After all, Han Xing's arrow last time had caused it to suffer a lot of damage. This time, there were a full 100 arrows, and the lethality cause reached an unimaginable level. What a crazy kid. But you can't kill me. The next moment, this huge black meatball also began to expand rapidly. He knew that once Han Xing's meteoric god arrow was fired, it could not be avoided. This involves a deeper rule. It can be understood as the law of cause and effect. The same is true for his attack. Han Xing could not dodge and could only resist. Swish! Swish! Hundreds of meteoric god arrows, with endless flames, directly hit the huge meatball. At this moment, violent void energy vented out. Compared to being frozen in place by the world tree before, unable to resist. Now, this guy also showed incredible means. His body, like a black meatball, began to expand rapidly. It expanded from the size of an asteroid to the size of a galaxy in an instant, and then expanded again, filling half of the void. Such a huge body absorbed all the laws and energy released by the arrows of the fallen god. However, Han Xing's 100 arrows of the fallen god were not vegetarians. The terrifying flames rose. It ignited this guy's body completely. Even if he was still expanding at a high speed, he couldn't catch up with the speed of the burning flames. Ah! Damn flames! It hurts! It hurts! Mom! There are bad guys bullying me. At least tens of thousands of voices rang in Han Xing's ears. Each one represented a personality of this existence. Endless flames burned this guy's body. The opponent's body was shrinking rapidly. Damn Han Xing! You made me lose so much of my essence again. When I recover, I will definitely kill you. At this moment, the power of the flame gradually weakened. This also means that Han Xing's arrow has reached its limit. And at this moment, the Shadow Monarch next to him seemed to have made some kind of decision. The black armor on his body quickly faded. Then a dazzling pure gold color appeared. A strong holy aura began to burst out. Even the black long sword in his hand became as dazzling as a golden sword. The temperament of the Shadow Lord instantly changed from the original demonic aura to sacredness and majesty. He turned around and said, Han Xing, this is the holy set I collected during this period of time. It should have belonged to you. But I see that you have other holy sets now, so you don't need it. Now, I will use the power of this set of holy objects to help you again. Han Xing frowned slightly, as if he didn't know what the Shadow Lord was going to do. At this moment, he shouted loudly, Human fire, burn! Instantly, endless flames burned on the Shadow Lord. Not only that, Han Xing, Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yun, and even the millions of human beings in the Holy Spirit realm all burned with flames. These flames gathered on the Shadow Lord, making his aura reach the same level as that of the black meat ball in an instant. The Shadow Lord looked at them deeply. Then, he resolutely rushed to the meat ball with endless flames. Boom! The flames that had already dissipated were now blazing again. The guy's screams could be heard from inside. Ah! What kind of flame is this? Why can't it be extinguished? Damn it! You actually hurt me at the cost of a whole set of holy objects. How hateful. At this moment, everyone understood the purpose of the Shadow Monarch. With himself and a whole set of holy objects, he gathered the power of all mankind and ignited the flames again. In the endless burning of the flames, the guy's screams became smaller and smaller. The body size was also shrinking rapidly. Everyone's eyes seemed to see a glimmer of hope from the original despair. Chung Jianyong said in surprise, "Damn it! This guy won't be burned to death directly." Haha, that's great. Chung Jianyong was very excited, including Han Xing. He also saw the increasingly weak black ball. If this goes on, it will really be burned to death by the arrow of the fallen god and the fire of the human race. Even Han Xing didn't expect that the holy set on the Shadow Monarch would have such an effect. With the arrow of the fallen god, it burned this terrifying existence alive. In his heart, he gradually breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, everyone's face froze at the same time, because they felt that a terrifying force began to gather. That area seemed to have a scene of time and space reversal. The meat ball that was burned to ashes quickly became the size of a thumb at this moment, and swelled to the size of a planet in the blink of an eye. But this time, the flames burning on it have been completely extinguished. Damn it! It actually caused me to consume nearly 1/10 of my origin, and forcibly reborn from the long river of time. Even if I swallow you, I can't make up for my loss. Hateful. Hateful. This statement almost made people despair. It was completely burned to ashes, and this guy could be reborn again. Such an enemy is simply unsolvable. This group of horrors is still expanding. It seems to embrace its huge body and extinguish the flames. Up to this time, they have used all their means. There is no way. Seeing that the flames are getting weaker and weaker, the existence said happily, "Ha ha ha." I said, "You can't kill me. Wait until I put out the flames. This piece of void will belong to me completely, ha ha ha." A proud laugh sounded. Everyone was silent, already prepared for that moment to come. At this time, Han Xing took a deep look at his companions around him. From Zhang Lianming, Su Shaoang, Chung Jianyong and others. Then he said, "Now, it's my turn." Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. "Brother Xing, what are you going to do?" Chung Jianyong asked in confusion. Han Xing smiled. Then, while this guy had not yet fully recovered his body, he turned into a stream of light and rushed towards him. Zhang Lianmeng, Su Shaoang and others exclaimed, "Brother Xing." However, at this time, Han Xing was about to come to the side of the majestic existence. He saw the other party's burning body, and the disdain in his eyes. "Han Xing, you know you are going to die, so you come to me to be devoured?" Han Xing chuckled. "Just take it as it is." In an instant, Han Xing turned into a stream of light, and rushed directly into the other party's dark body. "Han Xing, what are you going to do? You want to cause damage to my body? Don't dream," this existence said disdainfully. Han Xing didn't speak. In this guy's body, he felt that his divine body was dissolving at a terrifying speed. All the original power will be assimilated by it. This guy's body is too terrifying. Any creature that comes in will be assimilated by it in a short time. And at the moment when Han Xing was about to be completely dissolved, he entered the wonderful state after breaking through the God King. He saw the broken void being stepped on by himself. The long river of time flows under his feet. There are also the timelines of Chung Jianyong, Shen Yun, and the God of Glory. Next to it, there is an endless and intricate timeline. It was at this moment Han Xing directly connected his timeline with this complex timeline. In an instant, endless memories poured into Han Xing's mind. In just a few seconds, Han Xing began to bleed from all 7 orifices and trembled all over. Then blood began to seep from all the pores of his body. At this moment, the aura of this black meat ball ushered in an unprecedented moment of chaos. It was like a hot oil pan pouring a basin of cold water. It started to boil in an instant. "Damn it, what did you do?" "Ah!" This majestic existence has not yet realized what Han Xing has done. But it has noticed that something is wrong with its body. Han Xing is suffering from an extremely terrifying consciousness shock at this moment. The terrible pain came. However, at this moment, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Isn't this guy's memory chaotic? Then integrate your own memory as well to make him more chaotic. In this way, it can be put in a state of out of control." At the same time, this existence also reacted. He roared with difficulty, "Damn it! You actually merged into my memory at the cost of completely destroying your own consciousness, trying to disrupt my consciousness." Chapter 614. Chung Jianyong and others heard the roar of this mysterious existence and understood what Han Xing was doing at this time. For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Han Xing actually paid the price of completely destroying his own consciousness in exchange for the other party entering a state of chaos, which triggered a series of consequences. In other words, after this time, Han Xing will disappear completely. Cheng Jianyong and others were immediately anxious. They all rushed over subconsciously. However, before they got close, they were dispersed by the terrifying chaotic force. With their strength, they couldn't even get close to this guy's body. Everyone's eyes showed an extremely anxious look. And the black meat ball was also trying its best to resist that chaos at this moment. The body began to change into various irregular shapes. It expanded rapidly for a while, and then shrank rapidly. The chaotic sound of the black meat ball sounded again. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Han Xing. Han Xing. Are we friends? You are not my friend. I hate you. No, I am Han Xing. It can be seen that this guy's memory has been impacted by Han Xing's memory, and cognitive bias has occurred. In a certain timeline, he and Han Xing became close friends. As a large number of memory fragments merged into his mind, this guy couldn't even tell the difference between himself and Han Xing. This is Han Xing's plan, and it seems to be very successful at the moment. However, should it be said that he is really the most difficult creature to kill? After feeling that his consciousness was becoming more and more confused, this guy actually began to actively cut his memory. It tried to cut out all the memory fragments that Han Xing had integrated into its consciousness in order to preserve its own self. Puff! Puff! From the perspective of Cheng Jianyong and others, they could only see a weird scene. This black meatball kept tearing its body apart, tearing pieces of flesh and blood into pieces. The huge body was shrinking rapidly, and its breath was also decreasing. Although it was a way to survive by cutting off its tail, this method seemed to be very useful. The chaotic breath on its body was getting less and less. The black meatball said in surprise, "Ha ha ha. Han Xing, you lost. My consciousness is indeed my weakness. If it were replaced by a being like Dying God King at this time, I might really fall into your hands. But your life is too short. Your little memory is just a grain of sand in the desert to me. Ha ha ha. I won." At this moment, Han Xing, who was bearing the impact of endless memories, had completely lost his limbs. The whole body was covered in blood and flesh, and looked extremely miserable. However, in this extreme pain, Han Xing's mouth curled up into a terrifying smile. Of course, I know that my memory is not enough. So, how about this? Hearing this, the black meatball did not realize what Han Xing wanted to do. It was just out of the instinct of life that made it feel a terrifying sense of crisis. Han Xing, what do you want to do? Han Xing did not answer. Instead, he took a last look at the outside world. His eyes penetrated the ugly body of the black meatball and saw the entire void. He saw a series of broken small worlds. He saw the Holy Spirit realm that was trying its best to support the world, and the survivors who were praying. Then, his eyes stayed on the stomachs of Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Lianmeng. At this moment, Han Xing's mouth curled up into a smile. There was also a look of enlightenment in his eyes. So that's it. I understand. Then, goodbye everyone. After that, he directly activated the special effect on the holy armor to restart the timeline. This special effect can restart the timeline back to 1 hour ago, and 1 hour ago, all the god kings and emperors in the void were still alive. Using this special effect is equivalent to resurrecting them all. However, so many terrifying beings, resurrecting at one time, even this black ball, even the owner of this void, can't do it. There is simply not so much source support. Therefore, Han Xing's restart of the timeline can be said to violate the law of conservation of energy and the most basic law. What serious consequences will be caused is impossible to predict. But the most obvious thing is that the black ball that is merged with Han Xing's consciousness will suffer an unprecedented backlash. It saw that the time around it was frozen. Then it began to move backwards. There was a look of fear in those tens of thousands of red eyes. As an existence who mainly studies the origin of time, he can stop time and speed up time. However, he can't make time flow backwards at all. Now, every second of backwards means that its timeline has doubled. Countless memories began to rush into his mind. In an instant, its body, which had finally calmed down, began to expand wildly again, like a volcanic eruption. More and more memories merged, making its already endless memory even more vast. When time went back to 1 minute ago, many destroyed small worlds even reappeared. And this black meatball saw that the consciousness it had tried its best to maintain finally broke at this moment. Crack! Crack! Two crisp sounds were heard throughout the void. Then, the surroundings fell into an unprecedented frenzy. One after another, the dead god kings and the emperor-level figures emerged. But they were crushed by the violent power in an instant, including the destroyed Black Abyss realm, the void energy, everything, all were crushed. No matter, no life can exist under such an explosion. This black meatball is still expanding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it reached the size of the entire void level, and it is still exploding at a geometric multiple. Until time went back to 10 minutes ago, it finally reached a certain limit. There was a look of fear in those tens of thousands of red eyes. This existence let out a desperate cry. No! Snap! A burst of explosion sounded. The terrifying power of time swept everything. Everything, all rules, matter, life, all shattered. Including the entire void, which was annihilated in an instant. I don't know how long it has been. It may be a year, or it may be tens of millions of years. This area is still trapped in absolute airspace. There is no matter or life in it. However, the long river of time still slowly flows forward. 50,000 years later, some strange substances finally appeared in this absolute airspace. It is these substances that construct everything in the void. When the amount of accumulated substances is large enough and all concentrated in this airspace, where all physical rules and laws do not exist, the prototype of the void will gradually appear. But at the current speed, it will take countless tens of thousands of years for a new void to appear in this airspace. In the blink of an eye, tens of millions of years have passed, that is, an era. More and more strange substances have gathered in this airspace. But it is still a long way to derive a new void. In this way, 10 eras, 100 eras. Until countless eras later, an obscure breath came to this airspace. He looked at the airspace in front of him, and traced back through the endless river of time. All the scenes reappeared in his eyes. After a moment, a slight sigh appeared in the airspace. Didn't you expect so many things to happen during the time I was trapped? Since it's my fault, I make up for it. After saying that, this existence did something unknown. A large amount of matter suddenly emerged in that airspace. These matter transformed into endless void energy in a short time. Then, the void began to appear. The picture at this moment seemed to stop at the last moment before the void was destroyed. In addition to the endless energy, there was no life in the entire void. Including those big worlds and small worlds, all disappeared without a trace, and this obscure existence glanced at the top of his head and sighed again. They are all a group of strong creatures. Let them all come back. As soon as the words fell, countless small worlds began to appear. These included the Black Abyss realm, the Holy Spirit realm, the Light God realm, and so on. After the world appeared, countless creatures appeared again. Billions of survivors, elves, giants. The expressions on their faces seemed to be still in the last scene before death. There was fear, anxiety, anger, and so on. At the same time, a world tree with a bright light all over its body suddenly emerged. It seemed to be in a state of confusion. And when it sensed the familiar breath, it was surprised and said, "Lord, you are back." The other party sighed slowly. "I have been trapped there for so long and cannot provide you with power, but I have implicated you." The world tree itself does not have any emotions. However, after hearing this, I was so moved that my whole body almost couldn't help trembling. The glowing branches were shaking wildly. That existence did not say more, but connected its own power with the world tree, and the world tree, in the blink of an eye, possessed extremely terrifying power. Just like saying that the strength of the world tree before was at most 50-50 with that black meat ball. Now, it has a combat power thousands of times stronger than that black meat ball. The surge of the source power also caused its size to surge significantly. Countless branches extended out, directly connecting the void and the myriad worlds. All the damaged worlds began to recover quickly, including after Han Xing killed the Flame Cinder God King and the Sun God King. This void would no longer have fire in the sun. And now, these two basic sources have actually appeared in the void. After that, in the battlefield of the void, the forbidden place that had been destroyed by the explosion, that is, the planet Terra, also reappeared. Then, Cheng Jianyong, Zhang Lianming, Shen Yuan, and the deceased people such as Dying God King, Hao Yue God King, all reappeared in the void. They all looked at their bodies blankly. Strange. Why am I still alive? Well, didn't I explode and merge the power of the origin into that kid? What's going on? Was everything before just my illusion? At this moment, even those God King level beings were confused. They looked at each other and saw each other's doubts. And they also understood that what just happened was not an illusion, but a real thing. For these people, they didn't know that countless tens of thousands of years had passed in the void. After all, you can't feel the passage of time after death. After everyone confirmed it, they finally understood something. All of them were reborn, and they were reborn with the memories before death. They also saw the world tree that exuded infinite power in the depths of the void. It was it that was repairing everything. Everyone cried with joy. Great! I'm alive! I didn't expect that I would be reborn one day. Yes, the void is still there, so great. Including the stern-faced spirit emperor, a smile appeared on his lips at this moment. I didn't expect someone like me could be reborn. It's really interesting. And Dian, Haoyue, Kanglin. Except for the God King Yanjin and God King Yuri, who were killed by Han Xing, all of them stood there in a daze. They looked at Cheng Jianyong and others blankly. The Haoyue God King asked, "What happened after I died? Did we win?" Cheng Jianyong shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that even if all of you self-destructed, the power brought by it did not allow Brother Xing to kill him. At that time, the void was almost destroyed. Then Brother Xing used himself as a price to merge into that guy's body, and then detonated its consciousness. Later, all of us died in that big explosion." Hearing this, everyone on the field was shocked. The dying God King sighed. "I didn't expect Han Xing actually defeated such a terrible existence in the end with such means. I really have to admire his courage and decisiveness." Even the arrogant Haoyue God King and Ling Wang and others had to admit at this time Han Xing's courage and means. At this time, Madalena and the God of Light rushed over and asked, "Are all of us resurrected? Where is the Master? When can he be resurrected?" When they heard this question, everyone was shocked. Yes, so far, almost all those who should be resurrected have been resurrected. But there was no sign of that figure. At this moment, whether it was the thousands of gods in the Forbidden Land, or the existence of Cheng Jianyong and others in the inner Hanxing camp, they all stood in the same place and waited silently. However, an hour passed. 2 hours. 3 hours. Almost everyone in the entire void was resurrected. That figure still did not appear. At this moment, everyone's eyes were blank. But no one spoke, but still waited in the same place. Time soon came to 3 days later. Everyone on the field frowned slightly. Su Xiaoyong, Zhang Lianming and others beside them had already clenched their weapons, and their anxiety had reached the extreme. At this time, the great Yin God King said uncertainly, "Han Xing won't be unable to be resurrected?" Chapter 6:15. Hearing this, Cheng Jianyong shouted angrily, "Shut up. You can die 100 times, but Brother Xing will not die." Including the true God of Glory, Madalena and others, all glared at him. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong and his men no longer had the blessing of Han Xing's infinite domain. Their combat power was at most at the level of a true god. But they still dared to scold a God King. The great Yin God King was stared at by these people fiercely, and he felt guilty. It was impossible to fight. After experiencing the previous things, everyone now knew that the two sides were not enemies. And the most important thing was that they were scared by Han Xing. Although that person has not come back yet. But if one day, this person returns, if he sees any mistakes with his friends, with his personality, I am afraid that the entire void will be overturned by him, after waiting for another 7 days. The gods in the Forbidden Land, and those true gods left here one after another, including the great Yin God King and others. Half a month later, he bowed to Zhang Lianming and others, and returned to Terra. Soon, only Su Xiaoyong, Zhang Lianming, and the God of Glory were left waiting silently. Time passed slowly. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years passed. They were still waiting there, not moving an inch. They were worried that Han Xing would not be able to see these familiar people the first time he was reborn. However, looking at the darkened friend's avatar, everyone's heart was shrouded in a haze. In the Holy Spirit realm, the light demon had returned early. He brought the good news of victory. The entire Holy Spirit realm fell into an unprecedented carnival. Billions of creatures shouted, "The Holy Lord is invincible. Long live the Holy Lord." But they did not see the figure of the young Holy Lord. At first, no one cared. They thought that the Holy Lord went out to relax after the battle. However, until nearly a month later, there was still no news of the Holy Lord. Including those human survivors, they did not see Han Xing speak in the chat channel. Some people have already had some uneasy emotions in their hearts. Even more terrifying, some survivors searched for Han Xing's name and were prompted by the system. The survivor has died or is offline and cannot be contacted. However, this news was suppressed before it was spread. The survivors still live in the Holy Spirit realm. From time to time, explore the Sky Island, and then kill monsters and upgrade levels. Soon, they They recovered from the shadow of that war. And there is another good news. As the power of rules was replenished, they found that the world barrier of the Holy Spirit realm seemed to have been restored. The energy inside was more concentrated, and the natives of the Holy Spirit realm practiced faster. All the creatures in the entire Holy Spirit realm began to practice carnival. However, a year has passed. What everyone wants to know most now is, where did the Holy Lord go? Including the witch Saint Wumior and the elf goddess Eleonora, they personally found the light evil ghost Hamis and asked him about the whereabouts of Han Xing. Faced with the questioning of the women, the light evil ghost didn't know how to answer. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. Because of the world barrier of the Holy Spirit realm, various rule powers have become very sufficient. It has completely recovered its vitality, even better than before. Huge islands are floating in the air, with lush vegetation and trees growing on them. Going further in, you will find cities, tribes and other gathering places. Various flying objects are floating in the sky. From time to time, some huge strange birds fly overhead. It looks full of vitality. Of course, if you want to talk about the most prosperous place in the entire Holy Spirit realm, it must be the Wu Clan continent. This is the base camp of the Holy Lord Han Xing, where the most human race gathers. And the human race now has hundreds of thousands of legendary strongmen, and it is already the largest clan in the Holy Spirit realm. A human survivor hugged a beautiful woman from the Yuanhu clan and said proudly, "Elena, you know, I am also a human. And I have my own foundation in Xingyu City. If you follow me, you will definitely have a good life in the future." The beautiful woman from the Yuanhu clan looked embarrassed. In Xingyu City, the streets are bustling with people. Here gathers the most legendary strongmen in the entire Holy Spirit realm. At the same time, there is a complete set of business systems. In addition, the dwarves who are good at forging and the witches who are good at refining medicine have established chambers of commerce in this city. In Xingyu City, you can buy everything you want. It can be said to be the most lively area in the entire Holy Spirit realm. Of course, the highest status here is naturally human. After all, they have a large number of strong men, and the builder of this main city is also a human. The Holy Lord, who has disappeared for many years. If you look closely, you will find it. There were also many human children on the streets. From newborn babies to children aged 7 or 8. They were either held in their mother's arms or running around on the streets. These children were growing up happily here. For them, they had never experienced life on Blue Star, so there was no such thing as acclimatization. These children were proof that the human race had integrated into this world. At the same time, on a street in the city center, a woman who looked to be about 40 years old appeared. She held a 4- or 5-year-old girl in each of her hands. And at this moment, the two girls didn't know what they saw, and bursts of light suddenly burst out from their bright eyes. They looked at each other, and each of them ran quickly towards the city center. The woman behind them immediately said anxiously, "Yao Yao, Xiaoji, where are you going? Don't run around. Your mother will be angry." Then, they heard each other's call. The two girls said without turning their heads, "Teacher Kathy, I don't want to go back. I want to see my dad." "I want to see my dad too, Sister Yao Yao, wait for me." The girls' crisp voices rang out. They ran very fast at such a young age. Soon, they passed through the alley and came to the busy streets. The two girls looked at each other, and a sly smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. "Sister Xiaoji, run with me." "Okay." After the words fell, the two girls began to run at full speed in the street. Along the way, the human race, including the witch race, showed a look of fear in their eyes when they saw them. Everyone was so scared that they hurriedly avoided them, fearing that they would touch the two girls. Including the vendors, they were horrified when they heard the news of their appearance. They left their stalls and ran directly to the building behind. "Run! The two little witches are coming." But some of them still didn't understand. What are little witches? And just at this moment, a vibrating sound came from the street in the distance. Two small guys, each riding a chocobo, rushed through the street. And even the wolf riders ignored them. At this moment, it was too late for those people to run. Boom! The two chocobos exerted a speed far beyond the limit of ordinary chocobos at this moment, like two white lightnings, rushing from a distance at high speed. Bang! Bang! Figures were knocked away by the two chocobos. Those people's eyes suddenly showed fear. Just when they were about to scream, they found that they did not fly out. But they were held in the air by a magical force. Even the place where they were hit was not hurt. For a moment, everyone's eyes were blank. Until the two little girls riding chocobos left the street. The people floating in the air slowly fell down. Then, the vendors quickly walked out of the building, and did what they had to do. It seemed that they were used to all this. Faced with the puzzled looks of others, they just smiled and explained, "Oh, it's nothing, just two little girls playing a little bit. They won't hurt anyone, they just satisfy their vanity and cooperate with them in acting." After hearing this explanation, everyone was even more puzzled. After all, in Xingyu City, it is clearly stipulated that no creature is allowed to cause trouble here. Once discovered, they will be hunted down by legendary strongmen. If the legend can't deal with it, there are demigod-level strongmen. If the demigod can't deal with it, there are even more powerful beings. It can be said that no one in the entire Holy Spirit realm dares to be as unscrupulous as these two little girls. In response to the repeated questions of others, the vendors explained impatiently, "I told you that their identities are quite special. And didn't you find that after being hit, not only did you not get hurt, but your strength became a little stronger?" Hearing this, those who were just knocked away were all shocked. They did feel that their strength increased a little. Although not much, it was indeed there. For a while, they were more curious about the identities of these two mysterious girls. After the two lovely girls rushed out of the street, they looked excited and agitated, as if they had done something bad. "Sister Yao Yao, we will definitely be scolded by the mothers this time." The little girl with extremely fair skin, wearing a white gauze, as beautiful as a lotus, said with a guilty look on her face. The girl next to her had black and shiny shoulder-length hair, slightly curled, like a playful little wave, and a pink bow was pinned at the end of her hair, shaking gently with her movements. Her face was round, like a ripe red apple, and then she showed a bright smile and said, "Don't worry, Sister Xiaoxi, as long as we apologize sincerely, the mothers will not scold us. By the way, remember to act pitiful when you apologize, so that mothers will be soft-hearted." Hearing this, the girl in white gauze next to them gradually felt relieved. Then, they jumped directly off the back of the chocobo. The two girls raised their heads at the same time and looked at the scene in front of them. In front of them, a huge statue appeared. The statue was wearing black armor and had black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were bright and sharp, as if he could see through everything. Behind him, he was carrying a huge longbow. The statue was nearly 100 meters high and was the tallest building in the center of Xingyu City. It is said that it was carved by the god-level forging master of the dwarf tribe. A lot of precious materials were used, and it contained a unique charm. All those who came to the center of the city would be attracted by this statue involuntarily. According to the bards, there is a powerful inheritance hidden in this statue. Only those who are favored by this person can obtain it. Of course, all this is just hearsay, and it is unknown whether it is true or not. But this does not affect the status of this statue in the hearts of all living beings. There are countless people who come here to worship every day. However, this statue is naturally not something that ordinary people can get close to. A powerful god-level band is set up in the area 50 meters around it. People can only watch from outside this band. However, in the blank eyes of the surrounding crowd, the two girls actually passed through the taboo without any hindrance and ran directly to the foot of the statue. At this moment, the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief. Then, there were cries of fear. "Oh my God! What are these two children doing? How did they break the ban? Quick! Stop them quickly, and never let them cause any damage to the statue. Where are the wolf cavalry?" For the terrified crowd around, the two girls were unaware, and they jumped directly onto the palm of the huge statue. At this moment, they stood in the air nearly 80 meters high, looking around Xingyu City. All the surrounding scenes and buildings were in their sight. Outside the barrier under the statue, there were dense crowds of people. Both girls showed joy on their faces. "Wow! Sister Yao Yao, it's so high here. Yes, standing here, it's like being held in the hands of my father." Then, they lay down together again, leaning on a finger of the statue as a backrest, looking up at the sky. After a moment, the girl in the plain long gown asked again, "Sister Yao Yao, when do you think we can see Dad?" Hearing this question, the girl shook her head. "I don't know. I asked Uncle Hamis and Uncle Shao. They said Dad went to a very far place and didn't know when he would come back. But some people secretly said that Dad would never come back." The girl in the plain long gown suddenly showed a trace of anger on her face. "No! Dad will definitely come back. That's what the mothers and everyone else said." The young face was filled with an extremely firm look. The girl next to her also nodded heavily. "Yeah. I also believe that Dad will definitely come back. So I dealt with those guys who whispered behind my back. Sister Yao Yao, you are so awesome." Facing the admiring voices of her companions, the girl had a confident smile on her face. And at this moment, two powerful figures flew over from the front. Chapter 616. The moment they felt the two auras, the faces of the two girls turned pale. The girl in the plain long gown said nervously, "Sister Yao Yao." The auras of the mothers seemed to be a little wrong. They seemed to be really angry this time. Hearing this, the other party also felt guilty. "You are right. Shioji, let's run." After the words fell, the two little girls were about to jump off the statue and escape. However, at this moment, two invisible forces locked them. They were directly fixed in midair. After a while, two beautiful figures flew over in the air. One was wearing a light green gauze skirt, with soft long hair draped over her shoulders. She stood there quietly, as if she was a goddess walking out of nature, like the freshest new leaves in spring, exuding a fresh and charming breath. And the other one was like a ball of blazing flames, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The bright red wizard robe seemed to be woven from the hottest flames, shining brightly in the sun. The robe fits her fiery figure tightly, outlining her amazing curves. The slender waist is gently bound by the belt of the robe, making it look even more slender. The plump breasts, set off by the robe, exude a fatal attraction. The two women are naturally Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang. Compared with 8 years ago, the appearance of the two women has not changed at all. Even the expression on their faces has not changed at all, and they seem to have become younger. However, the two women have a special charm. That was a maternal radiance. "Mom!" the two girls shouted timidly. However, at this moment, a green vine suddenly grew out of the air and turned into a whip, whipping the two girls' buttocks twice. "Pa! Pa!" The two girls were immediately shocked by the whip and screamed at the same time. "Ouch!" However, before she could react, Zhang Lianmeng next to her waved her hand casually. Two earth element hands condensed out of thin air in front of the two girls. The middle fingers of the two earth element hands were slightly bent, and then suddenly spread out. Bang! Bang! The crisp sound of the head bursting sounded. The two girls screamed again. Before they could react, Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang waved their hands and picked them up in their hands. At this moment, the two little girls were held in their hands, just like two little lambs. I dare not say a word. At this time, Zhang Lianmeng asked in a serious tone, "Yao Yao, I asked you to learn witchcraft with teacher Kathy, but you are running around in the city again, right?" Su Xiaoyang next to him also scolded the girl in his hand. "Xiaoji, you are the same, you are getting more and more disobedient. If you continue like this, Dad will not like you when he comes back." Compared with Su Xiaoyang, who was a little weak and socially anxious a few years ago, now there is a bit more stern atmosphere, and the voice has become much louder. The two girls looked at each other. At the same time, they said, "Mom, I'm sorry, we know we are wrong. We have studied witchcraft seriously with teacher Kathy for many days, so we want to go out and relax, and then we saw the statue of Dad. We miss our daddy. Woo woo. Woo." The sad cry of the little girl rang in my ears. Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Lianmeng looked at each other, and for a moment they softened their hearts. They sighed, and then each of them held the little girl in their arms. Looking at the statue in front of them, their eyes were filled with tenderness and longing. Since that battle, they have been waiting there, waiting for Han Xing's return. And just 3 years later, Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Lianmeng both felt movement in their stomachs. They immediately realized something. For a strong person of their level, it is very difficult to give birth. The more powerful the existence, the stronger the genes in the body. So their pregnancy is a relief for everyone. Under the strong persuasion of Shen Yun and others, Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang decided to return to the Holy Spirit realm for recuperation first. On the other side, there are naturally prejudices. Yong and the others continue to wait. 2 years after returning to the Holy Spirit realm, the two girls successfully gave birth to a pair of girls. They are named Han Yao and Han Ji. Han Yao was born 2 months earlier than Han Ji, so she is the elder sister. The two girls grew up together and have a deep relationship. Later, everyone discovered, except for the first batch of survivors, who came to this world from the Blue Star. The newly born human children, as well as those hybrids of the human race, the witch race, and the elves, do not have their own system functions. This means that they will not be able to gain experience by killing monsters like everyone else, so as to achieve rapid upgrades. They can only be like the natives of this world, constantly absorb the energy of this world, and then improve themselves. So this leads to the fact that the new generation of human beings has a very good foundation. But compared with the first batch of human beings, the speed of becoming stronger is much slower. But it is normal to think about it. After all, according to the current trend, It won't be long before the human beings who came to this world from Blue Star will be enough to spread all over every corner of the Holy Spirit world. By then, the new generation of the entire Holy Spirit world will have human genes in their bodies. If everyone has their own system, it will be a mess. But fortunately, Han Yao and Han Ji have very strong talents. When they were just 1 year old, they already had clear thinking and could sense the spiritual power of this world. Then, Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang sent them to the witch tribe and let them learn witchcraft from these aborigines. After all, Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang also have a system. They have always been quickly upgrading their levels by killing monsters. They don't know how to teach their daughters at all. It can be imagined that in a few thousand years, this world will clearly divide into two types of human beings. One can be called the first generation of human beings. The other type is new humans like Han Yao and Han Ji. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang held their daughters and gradually left the area where the statue was. They remained silent along the way. The two girls also felt their mother's depressed mood and comforted her softly. "Mom, don't be sad. Teacher Kathy and others have said that Dad will definitely come back. We just need to wait a little longer." Han Ji next to him also echoed, "Yes, yes. When Dad comes back, he will be very happy to see us grow up so fast." Hearing this, Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang also smiled gently. "Yao Yao Xiuji, you are right. Your father is the most powerful man in the world and the whole void. He will definitely come back." Definitely. At the same time, in the Elf Kingdom, on a green and vibrant island, there is a gorgeous palace. Usually, few people approach here. Except for the chirping of insects and birds, it seems very quiet here. In the palace, a beautiful figure is standing in the courtyard, admiring the flowers in front of her. She has long silver hair like a waterfall, which falls softly on her slender shoulders. The hair flickers slightly in the mottled sunlight that shines through the gaps between the leaves, as if it is woven by moonlight. Her skin is as white as snow, as delicate as the finest porcelain, and has a soft luster. This woman is the elf goddess Eleonora. Next to her, there was another beautiful elf, who was equally beautiful and a little playful. She squatted down gently and stroked Eleonora's belly through her clothes. That action was like touching some precious porcelain, and she seemed extremely cautious. From time to time, she sighed softly, and her eyes were full of stars. Recently, some people have noticed that Eleonora's belly has also bulged slightly. At the repeated request of the Elf King, the goddess returned to this empty island to recuperate. However, the physical constitution of the elves and humans is different. Their fertility cycle is very long. It has been 8 years since she married Han Xing before she showed any signs of pregnancy. It will take at least a dozen years to give birth to a child. Eliza, the younger sister next to her, whispered, "Sister, I really envy you. You're pregnant in just a few days. I'm so disappointing. I still don't have any reaction." Eleonora was a little embarrassed by her teasing. Eliza continued to stroke her belly, and then whispered, I really hope that sister's child will be born soon, so that I can hold the baby. I also hope that the Korean star saint can return soon." Hearing the last sentence, Eleonora's expression was slightly startled, and then became a little melancholy. The two girls were silent. But in their hearts, they had some expectations. Even after so many years, this expectation has not receded at all. At the same time, deep in the void, there are several powerful figures standing here. The aura on their bodies is like a big star in the endless void, and it seems that they have been standing here for many years. With a deep and vast breath, next to them, there is a huge sky island with a large number of advanced turrets built on it. In the central area, there are tens of thousands of divine-level mechas and true god-level mechas. It is the second main city, Wanqing City. Although without the increase of infinite domain, these mechas can no longer exert their combat power by more than 10 times. But this is still an amazing force. At the same time, the glorious true god, Madalena, Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yun and others are still standing here. Although so many years have passed. But everyone is still waiting in the same place, and no one has thought of giving up. Even though Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun had seen their friend's avatar, Han Xing's name had been dark for many years. No matter how many times they contacted, the system prompted, the survivor had died or gone offline. And the true god of light, and the queen of pain also felt that the master-servant contract they signed had disappeared. Everything showed that Han Xing was dead. However, no one was willing to believe it. Instead, they stubbornly waited here. During this period, the Shadow Monarch and the Hooded Woman left here one after another. The Shadow Monarch returned to the Holy Spirit realm. The Hooded Woman went to find the Great Yin God King and others to discuss with them about returning to Terra. There seemed to be some conflicts during this period. But in the end, I don't know why. The god kings of the Forbidden Land still evacuated Terra and returned this mysterious continent to her. And when the hooded woman returned to her homeland, she burst into tears. Afterwards, the giant demon goddess Lucia received the will of the World Tree and went to the depths of the void. During this period, Cheng Jianyong and others also asked the World Tree, asked it if it knew what was going on with Han Xing. Or where did he go? As the strongest existence in the entire void, the World Tree should know some deep secrets. However, the answer of the World Tree was somewhat ambiguous. It did not clearly say whether Han Xing was dead or not, nor did it tell them whether Han Xing could come back. This made Cheng Jianyong and others very angry, and they wanted to give this guy a few hits. But without Han Xing, they could not be the opponent of the World Tree. So, everyone was still waiting here. Time. 2 more years passed. Han Yao and Han Ji were already 6 years old. They completed the transformation from the 3rd level to the 5th level in just 2 years. They became legendary masters. They broke the fastest record in the history of the entire Holy Spirit realm. You know, even Han Xing and his friends, who had the system, took almost 2 years to break through to the legendary level. This shows how terrifying the talents of Han Yao and Han Ji are. Another more important point is, if they become legends, they can resist the erosion of the chaotic energy in the void and move around in it. Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Lianming promised them that as long as they become legends, they would take them to the void. That was the last place their father left. Then, led by Zhang Lianming and Su Xiaoyang, they came to the Forbidden Land. It was also the first time since they were born that they met their father's 2 best friends, as well as the true god of light and Madalena. Similarly, they were deeply loved by Cheng Jianyong and others. It can be said that he took out all his family's wealth and gave it to them as a gift. Then, Han Yao and Han Ji waited for Han Xing's return in the void while practicing. With the unlimited supply of various precious resources, the 2 little girls progressed rapidly. It took 2 years to reach the legendary limit. The void seemed more lively because of their arrival. This day, Han Ji and Han Yao were both preparing to transform from legend to demigod. Including the god King Haoyue and the god King Kanglin, they came in person and presented gifts to the 2 girls. In the expectant eyes of everyone, the 2 girls said nervously, "Uncle Cheng Jianyong, Uncle Shen Yuan, and Uncle Guangming, we are going to break through to demigod." Everyone's face showed a relieved smile. And at the moment they were about to break through, everyone on the field had their faces changed wildly. Even the aura on their bodies could not help but spread. The power of the true god swept across the entire void. The 2 little girls were so scared that their faces turned pale. They carefully confirmed, Uncle Cheng Jianyong, what's wrong with you?" Cheng Jianyong did not speak, but looked at Shen Yun with a suppressed, excited, and unbelievable look. He nodded. At this moment, they almost trembled all over and opened the system panel. Then, they saw the message that made them wait for 10 years. "Your friend, Han Xing is online." Chapter 6:17. Your friend, Han Xing is online. When they saw this system prompt, Cheng Jianyong and others were so excited that they almost burst into tears. They had been waiting for 10 years, and from the beginning, they believed that Han Xing was still alive. But later they doubted themselves more and more. Even later they thought that Han Xing might really be dead, and would never come back. And now, this prompt brought everyone back to reality from the original fantasy. Han Xing is really resurrected. The 2 little girls Han Yao and Han Ji looked at Cheng Jianyong and her mother with doubts. "Mom, why is your body shaking? Is it because Xiaoji is going to break through to the demigod? Are you happy?" The girl's innocent voice sounded. Su Xiaoyang turned around and looked at the child, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be controlled, and they burst out directly. And Zhang Lianming next to her also hugged Han Yao tightly. Including the glorious true god next to her, and Madalena, they all sensed that the connection appeared again. Even though they have lived for so many years, they were still in tears at this moment. The 2 little girls looked at their reactions in confusion. After a while, everyone finally recovered their emotions. And Han Ji and Han Yao also learned an amazing news. The person they have been waiting for is finally coming back. When they got confirmation from their mothers, they jumped up happily. The 2 girls surrounded Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Lianming and kept asking, Mom, is Dad really coming back? When will Dad come back? Does Dad know that Xiaoji has grown up?" Facing a series of questions from the 2 girls, Zhang Lianming and Su Xiaoyang looked at each other and smiled gently. They stroked the girl's hair and chuckled. "Xiaoji, Yao Yao, You can contact your father in a while. Can you ask him these questions in person? Just now, they tried to contact Han Xing using the system's built-in communication function. But they were prompted by the system. The location of the survivor you contacted is quite special. A temporary call channel is being established. The remaining time, 3 minutes and 26 seconds. So, everyone was also waiting silently for the establishment of the call channel. At the same time, they also sighed again at the powerful system function. After hearing this, the two girls immediately replied happily, Okay. I have a lot of questions to ask my father. Sister Yao Yao, Xiaoji also wants to talk to my father. As everyone waited nervously, time passed quietly. Finally, a system prompt. Temporary call channel established successfully, remaining time, 5 minutes at this moment. Everyone looked at each other. Cheng Jianyong asked, who will go first? There is only one call channel, and only one person can contact first. After discussing for a while, they unanimously decided to let Xinyun contact Han Xing first. And Xinyun nodded heavily. Then, under the nervous gaze of everyone, he dialed the call. And Xinyun asked with a trembling voice, very nervously, Brother Xing? After a while, a familiar voice appeared on the other end of the voice. It's me. At this moment, Xinyun took a deep breath. Turning around, he told everyone, it's Brother Xing. Hearing this, the tension, expectation, and excitement in everyone's eyes disappeared. Tears could no longer be held back. Even Xinyun, a grown man, had red eyes. Han Xing heard the sobbing from the other side of the call and remained silent. Various complex expressions appeared in his eyes. Finally, it turned into a sigh. After a while, everyone finally recovered their emotions. Xinyun finally said that sentence. Brother Xing, you are finally online. We have been waiting for you for so many years. After hearing this, Han Xing also said with emotion, it has been delayed for a long time, sorry. Hearing this, Xinyun hurriedly said, don't apologize, Brother Xing, just come back. I turned on the speaker. Everyone is waiting for you. Sister Lianmeng and Xiaohong, the old guy Cheng Jianyong, and the god of glory and Madalena. Han Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he smiled and said, everyone, long time no see. Hearing that familiar voice, everyone's eyes showed complicated expressions. Then, Han Xing heard many familiar calls. Brother Xing. Master. Brother Han Xing. Han Xing smiled and said, everyone, I have kept you waiting for a long time. I apologize to you again. Hearing this, everyone said, not long at all, Master, I hope you are okay. Yes, we are all prepared to wait for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. That's right, Brother Xing. At this time, Xinyun asked, Brother Xing, why did your resurrection take so long? I feel like we were resurrected as soon as we closed our eyes. He asked the questions that everyone was concerned about. Han Xing explained, my resurrection did take a long time. Because I encountered some troubles during my resurrection. Trouble? Yeah. Then Han Xing began to explain to them. By now, he already knew how he and Cheng Jianyong were resurrected. It was related to that person. The real owner of this void, an extremely powerful existence. His power has reached a very terrifying level, far beyond Han Xing's understanding. For example, the black meat ball, at its most powerful, was not even 1/10,000th of this existence. If he wanted, he could kill it later. Only an existence of this level has the ability to restore an entire void and completely resurrect countless lives. And why would such an awesome existence let the black meat ball go after his world tree? The reason is also very simple. He was trapped in a mysterious place. That place is extremely dangerous. A god king level being who goes there will almost certainly die. At the same time, it also hides amazing opportunities. The eternal artifacts, and the only holy objects that can increase the strength of beings of their level by several times can all be found there. But at the same time, there are also many powerful beings who want to seize the eternal artifacts like him. And this Lord of the Void was targeted by his enemies because of fighting for an eternal artifact. That's why he was trapped there for so many years. In addition, the speed of time in that place is different. So he can only let the black ball covet his world tree. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Cheng Jianyong wondered, this Lord of the Void is already so terrifying. Is there any enemy who can trap him? Is the world outside the void so dangerous? Facing Cheng Jianyong's many questions, Han Xing smiled and explained, of course, although that person is powerful, he is not truly invincible in that big world, and there are many beings stronger than him. An existence of his level can destroy an entire void in the blink of an eye. For them, the God King is only a thug. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. After all, in their void, the God King is already the limit of the void and the peak combat power. However, Han Xing said that the God King can only be a thugbear. Even the Lord of the Void did not dare to be too arrogant. From this, we can imagine how terrifying that world is, and everyone was also aroused. Chung Jianyong continued to ask, Brother Xing, what is above the realm of the God King? This is also a question that everyone is more concerned about. They are now completely ignorant of what is outside the void. After all, this void alone is big enough. Han Xing explained, I don't know the details. This is some information I learned from that guy's memory fragments. Breaking through the God King will reach a new realm, that is, the Lord Realm. As the name suggests, the existence of this realm has its own territory. In this territory, the Lord is omnipotent and invincible. He can give his subjects extremely powerful strength, and at the same time, he can change the flow of time inside, speeding it up or slowing it down. The Lord system is very complex. Everyone will have different fighting styles according to the conditions of the territory. Among them, there are the brute force flow, the mechanical flow, the summoning flow, the elemental flow, etc. Take me for example. Because I have the eternal power, I can be greatly enhanced, so the most suitable for me should be the brute force flow. This territory exists in my body, and it can continue to expand as the Lord becomes stronger. I prefer to call it the core of the void. After hearing the latter sentence, everyone understood. The so-called Lord Realm is to have a world that belongs to you alone. You can call it the kingdom of God, the territory, or even the nest. Anyway, you can call it whatever you want. Anyway, all the creatures born in this void, except for the life that breaks the limit like Han Xing, are under the control of the Lord. The Lord's order is absolute. Therefore, many lords specially train some special soldiers for fighting according to the environment in their own territory. For example, the environment in some lords' territories is very bad. They can cultivate some soldiers with strong adaptability and terrifying reproduction ability. Based on the number base, hundreds of millions of lives can be born every second. In addition, the speed of time can be changed. Therefore, every time these lords fight, they command hundreds of millions of troops to overwhelm the enemy. This is the flow of violent troops. And in the territories of some lords, if the ice element is very sufficient, they will cultivate some races that can absorb ice elements infinitely according to the environment to strengthen their own races. Through the combination of different races, the elemental effect is triggered. This is the elemental flow. The mechanical flow, summoning flow, and demon flow are similar. After listening to Han Xing's explanation, everyone has a preliminary understanding of this new realm system. Han Xing continued, the Lord Realm also has strengths and weaknesses. From the most common Chaos Lord, the God Domain Lord, to the Eternal Lord. The gap between each realm can be described as a natural chasm. Every existence that can become a Lord is a creature with a strong talent that breaks the limit of the void. So basically there is no saying that you can fight across levels. After hearing this, everyone's eyes showed another look of realization. Although the Lord Realm that Han Xing said is very powerful, it is too far away from them. Up to now, Chung Jianyong and the others are still stuck in the true God Realm. There are also Emperor level and God King Realm waiting for them. After that, they can reach the Chaos Lord Realm. Moreover, it is a bit troublesome for them to break through the Emperor level now. Need to condense the Fruit of Rules. And the Fruit of Rules can be condensed quickly by either absorbing the origin of other emperors, or it can only absorb energy slowly and condense its own Fruit of Rules. So, they still have a long way to go. Chung Jianyong continued to ask, then do you know what realm this person in our void is in? Han Xing thought for a moment and replied, I don't know the details, because I don't even know what kind of power system the Lord of the Divine Realm is. But according to my guess, this person should have the strength of the Eternal Lord. It was he who sorted out all the materials and resurrected everyone. Chung Jianyong nodded suddenly. Xin Yun asked beside him, Brother Xing, what happened to you? Why did it take so long to resurrect? Han Xing sighed after hearing this, my situation is more complicated. As you know, when I died, I exploded with the Time Beast. So, this caused some trouble when the person resurrected me. Han Xing only knew the name of the Time Beast later. At that time, he had tried every possible way to kill the other party. It can be said that he didn't even think about being alive. He merged his memory with the Time Beast, and in the process, he restarted the timeline. The already chaotic and huge memory became more complicated. After the explosion, his memory and the Time Beast were completely merged together, and it became you and me and you. Even Han Xing couldn't tell whether this memory belonged to him or the Time Beast. Therefore, in order to completely revive Han Xing, the Time Beast must be resurrected together. However, the Time Beast endured an unprecedented explosion. The intensity of this explosion exceeded its upper limit. In other words, the Time Beast is dead and cannot die anymore. And in order to revive Han Xing, his memory must be stripped out bit by bit from the endless timeline. Then create a new body for him. Thus resurrection can be achieved. This calming took a whole decade. This is because this majestic existence opened the space-time field, and at least tens of thousands of years have passed in actual time. Finally, Han Xing was able to collect all the memory fragments and be perfectly reborn, and during this period, he also received a shocking benefit. This benefit came from the Time Beast. It is said that in that extremely terrifying world, the Time Beast is also an extremely rare and precious beast. It is listed as one of the two great beasts along with the Space Beast. Any lord who gets it, and can swallow it completely will have a huge transformation in the territory. Chapter 618. And this Lord of the Void, in order to compensate Han Xing, deliberately placed the complete power of the Time Beast in his territory, allowing him to take all the benefits. According to the other party, he himself only got a complete Time Beast after becoming the Lord of the Divine Realm, and the other party was still in its infancy. Even the existence of the Eternal Lord level would envy the opportunity that Han Xing swallowed. Having said so much, let me summarize it in the end. Han Xing was reborn, but his territory, the core of the void, also underwent some changes. After hearing this, everyone was also full of emotion. The Lord of the Void was kind enough to compensate Han Xing. He was also a blessing in disguise. At the same time, Cheng Jianyong's voice came again. Brother Xing, you are resurrected now. Why can't I sense you in this void? When can you come back? Everyone is waiting for you to go back and have dinner together. Han Xing was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then a look of emotion appeared in his eyes. Thank you for your hard work, but I can't come back in a short time. Huh? Why? Han Xing explained. Do you still remember the warship that the program of that world asked us to find in the Black Abyss realm? Cheng Jianyong thought for a moment, then nodded and said, I remember, it seems that I did say this. Did you find the warship? Han Xing replied, yes, I didn't expect that they actually left the void and came to this world. After hearing this, everyone seemed to realize something. Shen Yun asked tentatively, Brother Xing, do you mean that you are also in that big world? Yes, this place is called Lord Continent, and the situation is the same as I said before. Everyone was shocked when they got Han Xing's affirmative answer, because from Han Xing's story, they already knew how dangerous that big world was. Even the God King was just a thug in it. The Emperor-level existence was even worse than a dog. Even the Lord of the Void, who seemed almost invincible to them, had enemies that he could not defeat. And when Han Xing died in the end, he only reached the top God King level. It was too dangerous there with this strength. Everyone had worried looks in their eyes. Even the two little girls next to them were a little hesitant to speak. They wanted to speak, but they also knew that their father had just come back and must have a lot of things to tell. So the two little girls could only suppress their emotions and wait obediently. And Zhang Lianmen next to him couldn't help it anymore and asked, Brother Xing, when can you come back? Han Xing also heard Zhang Lianmen's voice. There seemed to be a soft touch in his heart. He exclaimed softly, Lianmen, you have worked hard during this period. However, I don't think I can come back in a short time. The Lord of the Void told me that although I have merged with the Time Beast, because this guy's power is too strong, it has caused some extremely serious burden on my body. I must be promoted to the realm of the Lord of the Divine Realm as soon as possible to eliminate the influence of the Time Beast on me. So he left me in the Lord's continent. I don't think I can come back in a short time. Hearing Han Xing's reply, everyone's eyes showed worry and regret. Including Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Lianmen, they also expressed their understanding, although they wanted to see him right away. But the two girls, as well as Madalena, knew that it was more important for Han Xing to solve the hidden dangers of his body first. And at this moment, the two little girls next to Zhang Lianmen and Su Xiaoyang seemed to be unable to bear it any longer. They called softly, Dad! When he heard the voice, Han Xing seemed to feel a call from the depths of his blood. His pupils widened instantly, and he said in shock, Is this calling me? His tone was full of strong shock and disbelief. Zhang Lianmen next to him smiled and said, Of course it's you, Brother Xing. After getting a positive answer, Han Xing was like being struck by lightning, and his whole body froze in place. Daughter. I have a daughter. He turned on the video function in a daze, wanting to take a look at his daughter. But he was prompted by the system. The energy level difference between the planes is too big, and the video call function cannot be turned on. At this moment, Han Xing only felt that his heart was in pain. He wanted to solve the problem in his body immediately, and then return to the void and the Holy Spirit realm as soon as possible to see them. However, the Lord continent is too far away from the Holy Spirit realm. In other words, the distance between them can no longer be described. A God-King level existence cannot walk from the Holy Spirit realm to the Lord continent in his entire life. The energy level of this world is too high. Existences below the Chaos Lord cannot enter at all. Only by chance, if you accidentally enter a certain crack and are swept by the turbulence of time and space, can you enter the Lord continent. Therefore, even with powerful system functions, it is impossible to support video calls between the creatures of these two worlds. Fortunately, Han Xing could hear their voices. He tentatively said, "I seem to hear two voices. Do I have two daughters?" Hearing this, everyone in the void looked at each other, and a gentle smile appeared in their eyes. Without waiting for Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang to speak, among the two little girls, the older Han Yao said first, "Yes, Dad, my sister and I are both your daughters. My name is Han Yao, and my sister is Han Ji." Hearing the crisp voice on the other end of the call, Han Xing was even more moved to tears. Through the voice, he also knew that the two girls were born to him, Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang respectively. I was immediately filled with emotion. Great! I have daughters, and two. Xiao Yunzi, did you see it? Everyone smiled when they heard Han Xing's excited voice. Shen Yun smiled and said, I heard Brother Xing, Xiao Ji, and Yao Yao are very well behaved, and their talents are also terrifying. They are only 6 years old this year, and they are already ready to break through to the demigod level. Cheng Jianyong next to him also sighed. Yes, they are really worthy of being Brother Xing's children. Their talents are really outrageous. Han Xing felt even more proud after hearing this. After all, she is his daughter. Just when Han Xing was about to continue asking about Han Yao and Han Ji, he was prompted by the system. Due to the large gap between the planes, the remaining call time, 27 seconds. Seeing this prompt, Han Xing was stunned. Only 30 seconds left? What a pity. He still has many questions to ask. At the same time, Cheng Jianyong also received a reminder. They also knew that time was running out. The two little girls' calls rang in his ears. Dad, we will wait for you to come back. You have to take good care of yourself over there, otherwise my mother will worry. Hearing his daughter's concerned voice, Han Xing was so excited. He hurriedly said, Yao Yao, Xiaoji, wait for me to come back. I will solve my physical problems as quickly as possible and then come back to see you. When the time comes, Dad will bring you many gifts. Han Yao and Han Ji nodded and said, yeah. Come on, Dad, Mom often tells me that you are the most powerful person in the world. All the enemies were shot dead by your arrows. My sister Xiaoji and I also fight with bows and arrows. When Dad comes back, I want Dad to teach us archery. Is that okay? Han Xing agreed at once. Xiaoji next to him also said, and me, I want my dad to take me to the Elf Kingdom to play. I heard there is a biggest statue there. The two girls made some naive requests, and Han Xing agreed one by one. They seemed to have a lot to say to Han Xing. So in the last 30 seconds, they said it all at once. Seeing that there were only 3 seconds left. Finally Han Xing said, Lianer Xiaoyang and Guanghui. Wait for me to come back. Everyone nodded heavily at the same time. Okay. The next moment, the call was hung up. In the silent void, only Cheng Jianyong and others were left again. They looked at each other, and a relieved smile appeared in their eyes. This time, although they did not see Han Xing, but they got the best news in the past 10 years. Han Xing is still alive. As long as this is confirmed, they will feel relieved. As for the Lord Continent where he is, it is a high-level world and extremely dangerous. They are not worried about this, because they know that the man is a walking unstable factor. Although Han Xing's current strength is relatively weak in that world. But with the strength of this man, he will soon rise at an unprecedented speed. The Lord of that world should be more worried about the arrival of this person. Wherever he is, he will definitely turn the world upside down. At this moment, after hanging up the call, Han Xing tried to continue to establish a call connection, but was prompted by the system. Because the time flow rate of the two worlds is too different, the next call will be established in 70 years. Han Xing thought for a moment after hearing this. 70 years? It sounds scary. You know, he has just turned 30 since he was born. Such a big span makes it difficult for him to adapt. However, Han Xing carefully sensed the time laws around him, and soon found a problem. That is, The time and space flow rate of this large plane seems to be much faster than that of the Holy Spirit realm. Han Xing's eyes lit up, and then he sensed it again. He soon came up with a specific number. The time flow rate of the Lord continent and the Holy Spirit realm is about 3650:1. That is to say, 70 years have passed on his side, but only 7 days have passed on the Holy Spirit realm. Wow, the flow rate of this world is really fast. According to that person, at my current speed, I can break through to the level of God Realm Lord within 1,000 years, and then solve the problems in my body. But the goal I set for myself is within 100 years. That is to say, when I break through to the level of God Realm Lord and prepare to go back, only 2 or 3 months have passed in the Holy Spirit realm. Thinking of this, Han Xing became a little excited, because this means that after he becomes the God Realm Lord, he can go back to accompany his daughters to grow up together. At this moment, Han Xing's eyes ignited with unprecedented fighting spirit, looking at this mysterious and vast world in front of him. A system prompt appeared. You have come to a special plane, Lord Continent. Map introduction. This is the starting point of everything and the end of everything. This world has amazing opportunities and a huge amount of treasures. Here, as long as you are strong enough, you can get everything. Get everything? Interesting. Han Xing began to focus his sight. The strength of the God King level allowed him to see very far away. The Lord Continent is different from the ordinary world. It is not like those ordinary worlds, with continents and oceans. This world is also in an airspace, with large and small star clusters in it. Each of these star clusters represents the existence of a lord. And the lords who can establish territories in this world have at least the realm of Chaos Lords, that is, above the God King. As mentioned before, the God King is just a thug here. Even Han Xing is now only at the God King level. So he can't be too arrogant now. Moreover, that powerful Lord of the Void just left him alone after throwing him here. It just means that if he encounters danger, he can crush the token and get a chance to call for his rescue. As long as it is in the Lord's world, he can take action and settle everything for Han Xing. From this, you can imagine, this guy's strength is not weak even in the Lord's world. Han Xing is now eager to enter this Lord's world and improve himself. But before that, he also has to sort out the gains from his resurrection. That is, the great benefits that the existence mentioned. Look at the system prompt. Survivor Han Xing, please note that you have been promoted to the God King realm. The void core in your body has changed, and the new Lord panel has been opened. Survivor Han Xing, please note that due to unknown reasons, you have merged with the special creature Time Beast, and your basic attributes have increased by 728%. Your recovery ability has increased by 1000%, and you have obtained special abilities, Time Beast Body Time Stop, and Time Acceleration. Because your Void Core is not enough to bear the complete core of the Time Beast, the Void Core is collapsing. You need to devour a large amount of Origin Soil to stabilize your Void Core, otherwise you will explode and die. 3 consecutive prompts. Each one is very important. Han Xing first looked at the first system prompt, the brand new Lord panel. Name, Han Xing. Race, human. Level 100. Rank, God King. God King skills, Arrow of the Fallen God, Infinite Domain, Body of the Time Beast. Neglect below God King. Territory, Void Core, Life System Territory. After breaking through to Chaos Lord, the troop system will be awakened to achieve the troop explosion mode. Original power, 17.24 million/100 million. List of skills that can be improved by using the original power. Broken Moon, Dragon Taming Archery, Endless Arrow Prison, Instant Prison Shadow Kill. Talent, God Level Craftsman, SSS, Endless Drainage, SSS, Human Emperor Fate, SS. Chapter 619. Compared to the previous info panel, this one is much more complicated. But in fact, there is no difference, except that there are 2 new functions, original power and territory. The role of the original power needs no further explanation. This thing is the basis for determining the combat power of the God King level. The higher the original power, the stronger the combat power. The extra original power can even be used to improve skills. His Arrow of the Fallen God was improved step by step in this way. Han Xing thought to himself, original power is the foundation, the more I have, the greater the improvement I will get. With my endless absorption talent, I can even steal other people's original power to improve my own skills. Before, there were only 5 God Kings in this void, and I couldn't steal much. And in the Lord Continent, it is said that there are God Kings everywhere. In this way, can I steal without restraint? No, absorb the original power, and then improve all my skills? Thinking of this, Han Xing's mouth curled up a smile. Then, he began to check the second system information. This is also what that existence said, the great benefit he got after fusing with the Time Beast. First, it is a physique. Time Beast Body Effect 1. Time Healing. When injured, the time healing effect can be activated. The time flow rate around the body is accelerated, thereby accelerating the healing process of the wound, and the recovery ability is increased to the limit in a short time. Effect 2. Time Concealment. The user can use the body of the Time Beast to enter a special time concealment state. In this state, one's own existence seems to disappear from the time flow, and the enemy cannot detect one's position and breath. It can be used to avoid the pursuit of powerful enemies, or to move quietly in dangerous environments and find opportunities for survival. Effect 3. Time Resistance. People with the body of the Time Beast have strong resistance to various time-related negative effects. For example, they will not be easily affected by the enemy's time deceleration, time stagnation and other skills, and can maintain normal mobility. At the same time, they can also resist the natural effects of aging and other natural effects brought about by the passage of time, and prolong their lifespan and survival time. My goodness, this physique is really terrifying. With 3 major effects, it can be said that the survivability has been improved to the extreme. No wonder that Time Beast is so hard to kill. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then he began to check the other 2 skills. Time Stop. According to the current survivor's strength, the time within a certain range around him will enter a stagnant state for 1 to 3 seconds. During this process, only you can move. Cooling Time. 3 hours. Note, the Time Stop effect can be effective for enemies 1 level higher than itself. Time Acceleration. According to the current survivor's strength, the time in a small range around itself will be instantly accelerated by 1 to 100 times. Cooling Time. 2 hours. Note, as the strength increases, the amplitude of time acceleration will increase. When it reaches a certain limit, it will trigger a special effect, Time Collapse. TSK. These 2 skills are really as described in the name. The effect of this time stop is really terrifying. It can actually cause the time stop effect on an enemy that is 1 level higher than me, and only I can move. Although it is only a few seconds, for beings of their level, a few seconds can already be used millions of times. Fighting at the same level is even more outrageous. Not to mention 1 second, even 0.1 second of loss of control can determine the outcome of a battle. Another time acceleration is also not weak. Although it is a local acceleration, Han Xing can act on himself. What is the concept? For example, he can now shoot tens of thousands of attacks in 1 second. After using this time stop, millions of attacks will be directly launched, and the damage capacity will increase dramatically. Han Xing thought to himself. Before, the old guy reminded me to keep a low profile when I came to the Lord Continent. Here, don't think about fighting above your level. Everyone who can become a lord is a strong man who breaks the limit, and has amazing opportunities. Han Xing kept his words in mind. However, now that he has these 2 skills, although he can't fight above his level, he is still confident that he can be invincible at the same level. But he still can't be arrogant. After all, he only has 1 companion. And there are too many strong people in this world. If he encounters a lone enemy, it's okay, but if he is besieged, Han Xing will be in big trouble. At the same time, Han Xing looked at the coal ball beside him, and chuckled. Old buddy, we are the only ones left now. Next, let's work together to make a name for ourselves in this world. The coal ball raised his head, and let out a heavy whimper. Ouch! The power of the void on his body spread like a substance. At this moment, Cold Ball's strength has actually reached the top God King level. In the last battle, Cold Ball merged with Han Xing's weapon Yongya, which was equivalent to becoming a part of his weapon. So it can be resurrected with Han Xing. While gaining great strength, there is also a disadvantage. That is, its current strength is basically fixed at the limit of God King. Because after being integrated into the weapon, it is equivalent to becoming a weapon spirit. And weapon spirits have no room for growth. Before this, he knew this. But the situation was too critical at the time, and the gap in combat power was too large, so they had no choice. Han Xing took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, Cold Ball, this world is so big, there are so many strong people, and I will definitely find a way to turn you from a weapon spirit into a pet again." Ouch! The Cold Ball nodded and blinked its deep eyes, as if saying, "Master, I believe you." Han Xing smiled and touched its head. At this time, the Cold Ball tilted its head and said softly, "Ouch!" Han Xing understood what it meant. It was asking where to go next. Han Xing thought for a moment, and suddenly looked at the endless airspace in front of him. His eyes lit up. The Lord Continent is vast, and there are many strong people, but there are many dangers in the endless airspace in the middle. If you are below the Chaos Lord, you will almost certainly die if you step into these areas. Even if you are a Chaos Lord or a God Realm Lord, if you accidentally step into a more advanced area, you will fall here. And what's more terrifying is that with the irregular energy tides of the Lord continent, these unknown dangerous areas are not fixed. For example, it is possible that in the first 200 years, you saw that there was a danger in that area that was enough to cause the Eternal Lord to fall, and you learned to avoid it. But later, with an energy tide, that area moved to another place. If you make a mistake, even if the Lord of the Divine Realm steps in, you will die. Therefore, those who can venture into the Lord's continent are basically those who are not afraid of death. It was a close call. I almost lost my life. In a special worship, a mechanical life with the combat power of a high-level God King said with emotion. Fortunately, the Iron Beast did not continue to chase us, otherwise we would have run out of ammunition and would not be its opponent. Behind this mechanical life, there are an astonishing number of machines. Their bodies seem to be spliced together by various metal parts and mechanical structures, and their skin presents a dark gray metallic texture. The head is roughly oval-shaped, with complex patterns and small mechanical devices on the surface, such as indicator lights flashing blue light and slightly rotating gears. The huge energy core in the chest provides them with energy for fighting and activities. This time, we will go to the territory of Lord Linghui as a whole clan to seek his protection. After arriving at his territory, we should all be more spiritual. No matter what he asks us to do, we must agree. Do you understand? Hearing the order, the mechanical life below sighed. I understand, clan leader. The Grey Machinery clan, as a common race in the Lord continent, has a top God King and 3 or 4 ordinary God Kings. There are as many as 100 Emperor-level strongmen below. If it were in the void where Han Xing was originally, it would have been a giant race. But in the Lord continent, they couldn't even guarantee the survival of their own tribe. The continent where the entire tribe lived was destroyed by a sudden origin storm, and most of the tribe members were killed or injured. Even 2 God King level beings died. The strength of the entire tribe was greatly damaged. Under desperation, they could only go to the field opened up by a nearby Chaos Lord to seek his protection. That is Lord Linghui. And this means that from now on, the entire Grey Machine tribe will obey the orders of this Lord and become a vassal race in his territory. The tribe leader's eyes were filled with deep worry. Sighed, I don't know what the temper of Lord Linghui is like, and what his attitude is towards the subordinate races. If you encounter a lord who treats the subordinate races as cannon fodder, garbage, or even sacrifices, it will be a big trouble. For them, joining other lords is also a life-threatening choice. And at this moment, dense black lines suddenly appeared in the endless airspace. These lines surged out like a tide, directly filling the space of millions of meters in radius. Including this huge warship with a size of thousands of kilometers, it was also directly covered. The Grey Machine tribe in the spaceship showed fear in their eyes. Ancestors, what is this? Is it another new catastrophe? Then, a huge black shadow appeared in the void. This black shadow was like a sky-swallowing beast, with boundless power. At the same time, next to this sky-swallowing beast, a black shadow appeared. Although they are both at the level of God King. But after Han Xing's infinite domain blessed the cold ball, it was basically a 1-by-1 level to deal with these God Kings. Not to mention, there is a more powerful Han Xing. At the same time, the patriarch of the Grey Machine tribe in the spaceship saw this giant beast, and Han Xing next to it. Without thinking, he led all the tribesmen to kneel down respectfully. My lord, we, the Grey Machine tribe, were just passing by here. We had no intention of disturbing you. Please forgive us. This world is so cruel. Although they did not disturb Han Xing, and it was Han Xing who took the initiative. But because of their lack of strength, when they encounter a being stronger than themselves, they can only take the blame on themselves at the first time. This is also the way of survival for this tribe leader. But Han Xing did not take action, but asked, Do you know where this place is? Hearing this, the Grey Machine tribe below raised their heads, and said with puzzled eyes, My lord. This is the Lord continent. Han Xing frowned. After observing his expression, the clan leader slapped himself twice. Pa! Pa! Then, he cowed out hurriedly and said, My lord, please forgive me. My lord, please forgive me. I am stupid and misunderstood your meaning. This is the western part of the Lord's continent. To be more precise, this is the western part of the Lord's continent, the sphere of influence of the great Lord Huang Yin. The great Lord Huang Yin has the strength of the Lord of the Divine Realm. This guy seemed to be afraid that Han Xing would fight if he disagreed with him, and he didn't care whether he asked or not, and threw out everything he knew. Han Xing nodded suddenly. He continued, "You said this is the western part of the Lord's continent. How is it divided specifically?" When hearing this question, the other Gray Machine Clan creatures felt a little strange. But the Gray Machine Clan leader confirmed his guess. This mysterious existence in front of him may have come to the Lord's continent for the first time. Or he had been sealed in a special area before, and recently came out to contact the world. But he didn't dare to think too much, and quickly replied, "The entire Lord continent is divided into 5 major regions: East, West, South, North, and the Central region. Each region is extremely vast, and there are countless strong people in it. And here, each lord will establish his own territory to trade with other lords, stockpile troops, or prevent disasters." Han Xing nodded again. He found that this old patriarch was still very smart. Almost as long as he asked a question, he could tell him everything he wanted. There was no need for Han Xing to ask one by one. This saved him a lot of time. "Is there any danger around here?" Han Xing continued to ask. He must first figure out his situation. The old patriarch nodded quickly and said, "Yes. There is a B-level catastrophe area about 5,000 chaos miles ahead. Ordinary chaos lords will surely die if they enter it, so they need to avoid it as much as possible. In addition, there may be source beasts hidden nearby, which are very ferocious monsters. They are terrifyingly powerful. Even the weakest source beasts cannot be matched by chaos lords unless they bring their own territories with them." Hearing the name of the source beast, Han Xing nodded again. Although it was his first time to come to the Lord continent, the Lord of the Void had told him some basic knowledge. Here, 1 chaos mile equals 1 light-year distance. In addition, there are various catastrophe areas. C-level catastrophe areas can annihilate God-King level existences. B-level catastrophe areas can annihilate Chaos Lord level existences. A-level catastrophe areas are not even a match for God Domain Lord level existences. These catastrophe areas contain terrifying dangers. As for the legendary S-level disaster area, if one appears, then we can only pray for the best. Chapter 620. If an S-level catastrophe occurs, you can only hope for the best. It is said that its coverage can cover half of the domain. The Lord continent is divided into 5 domains: East, West, South, North, and Central. The appearance of an S-level catastrophe means that there are a large number of Chaos Lords, and the Lords of the Divine Domain will suffer. As for the Source Beasts, this thing is just as the name says, it contains a lot of source power. They will devour those lone, strong men and replenish their source power. Similarly, you can also hunt these source beasts to strengthen yourself. "Where are you going?" Han Xing asked again. The old patriarch said again, "My lord, our Gray Machine Clan's habitat was destroyed by a sea-level catastrophe that broke through, so we can only look for a new habitat. At present, we plan to seek refuge with the nearby Lord Ling Hui and join his forces." Han Xing nodded slightly. "How strong is Lord Ling Hui?" The old patriarch said, "My lord, Lord Ling Hui has the strength of a mid-level Chaos Lord, and is a hegemon in this area. But it is said that her master is Lord Xiang, who is a strong man at the level of a godly domain lord. With this identity, even high-level Chaos Lords dare not easily offend Lord Ling Hui's territory." Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look again. A mid-level Chaos Lord. If a strong man of this level does not explode, he may not be the opponent. Although that existence said that it is difficult to fight a level higher than the Chaos Lord level. But Han Xing is not a Void Lord now. He is only at the Godly King level. Moreover, for some reasons, Han Xing's God King realm is very special. In terms of real combat power, he should be about the same as the initial Chaos Lord. If he explodes, he may really kill the middle-level Chaos Lord. After all, he has killed a Time Beast. And that Time Beast is a terrifying creature of the God Realm Lord level. Of course, Han Xing also knows that it was a coincidence that he was able to kill this Time Beast. There are too many factors. First, all the God Kings in the entire Void exploded, borrowing their power to make Han Xing explode continuously, forcing out the opponent's body. Then, through the opponent's body, Han Xing knew the origin of time that this guy majored in. By chance, he noticed its only weakness, consciousness. Then he directly detonated the opponent's consciousness at the cost of his own life and a holy object. It can be said that all these factors combined allowed him to win by chance. One less thing can't kill the opponent. Beings at the level of the Lord of the Divine Realm are not weaklings even in the Lord continent. It can be said that dying in that void is quite aggrieved. However, what surprised Han Xing was that his holy artifact Supreme Star Country armor was clearly destroyed after using the special effect of restarting the timeline. As a result, he wore it again when he was resurrected. Although he felt very puzzled, it was also a good thing for him. At least, he can now use the special effect of Lord of the Galaxy on the Holy Artifact suit. Retracting his thoughts, Han Xing said directly, "Lead the way, I will go to the territory of the true God Linghui with you." Hearing this, the Gray Machine tribe below suddenly froze. After all, judging from the aura on his body, this person is probably at the level of a Chaos Lord. Although he is only a beginner Chaos Lord, they cannot afford to provoke him. But when they thought about this person following them to Lord Linghui's territory, they felt a pain in their teeth. The relationship between lords is actually quite independent. They all value their own territories very much, and generally will not allow other Chaos Lords to enter their territories. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a war. If Lord Linghui knew that it was their group of gray machines who brought a strange Chaos Lord to her territory, not to mention letting the entire Gray Machine tribe surrender, it is possible that they will be destroyed in anger. But these Gray Machines did not dare to disobey. They could only continue to drive the huge spaceship and move forward in the endless airspace. Buzz! This huge spaceship moves very fast. The speed is about 300 chaos miles per hour. From here to Lord Linghui's territory, there are still hundreds of thousands of chaos li. If we travel at full speed, it will take about a month. There is no way, the Lord continent is too huge. This is just a small corner. The distance between any Chaos Lord is hundreds of thousands of chaos li. 7 days later, they have advanced more than 50,000 chaos li. From the original endless airspace, a new view finally appeared in front of them. Those are boundless and huge mountains. They are countless billions of miles high, like pillars supporting the sky. And below them, there is a primeval forest covering countless thousands of miles. Even the trees below are unusually tall. Each tree is 1,000,000 miles high. Even if you say that there is an entire race on each tree, he will believe it. The chief of the Gray Machine clan said at this time, "My lord, this should be the place where a large clan lives, and there may be some source beasts hiding." Han Xing released his domain instantly after hearing this. The powerful divine power swept through. The monsters that were originally rampant in the primeval forest became silent in an instant. They all crawled on the ground and dared not move at all. There is no way. Han Xing is now at the level of Chaos Lord. Although in the Lord continent, Chaos Lord can only be regarded as an ordinary strong man. But we must also consider the number of creatures in this world and the boundless area. No matter how weak the Chaos Lord is, he is still in existence, standing above billions of lives. Han Xing shook his head. They are all weak creatures, not even a god-king level existence. His domain instantly covered the entire primeval forest below, and he mastered the strength of these creatures in an instant. And at this moment, Han Xing suddenly felt that in the endless mountains ahead, one of the highest peaks moved. The next moment, this huge mountain suddenly rushed up into the sky. Hua la la. Then, Han Xing saw a triangular head, as big as a star, and covered with sharp scales all over the body. These scales shone with a metallic luster, as if they were made of the hardest mysterious alloy. In addition, there was a huge tail like a steel whip. The moment they saw this monster, the Gray Machine clan behind them exclaimed, "Sharp scale source beast." Han Xing was also a little surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect that he would encounter a source beast right when he came up. This sharp-scaled source beast has a very strong earth source in its body. In addition, the scales on its body are stronger than you can imagine, and it can withstand attacks that are 1 or 2 levels higher than itself without being hurt. The sharp-scaled source beast in front of him has the strength of a primary Chaos Lord. In other words, it can even block the attacks of high-level Chaos Lords. Hiss! The sharp-scaled source beast also sensed the breath of Han Xing and others. The next moment, it pounced like a ground dragon. Boom! The mountains along the way were knocked down by its huge body, and the giant trees were also ravaged. Seeing this scene, Han Xing took action directly. He pulled the bowstring. The Eternal Night Longbow was instantly pulled to the full moon state. The next moment, a burning flame was ignited. It is worth mentioning that Han Xing had previously overdrawn the cooldown time of the arrow of the falling god and piled it up to tens of thousands of years later. And with his last resurrection, these cooldown times were also reset. Now the arrow of the falling god also has a cooldown time of only 1 hour. Swish! An arrow with a flame of destruction, at the speed of crossing space, directly came to the giant beast the size of a star. With this arrow, Han Xing also opened the infinite domain. Boom! The dazzling flames instantly covered the entire body of the sharp-scaled source beast. Not only that, it even turned more than a dozen surrounding mountains into ashes. The terrifying heat wave kept coming, and the spaceship kept shaking in the air. Those gray machine tribes looked at Han Xing's arrow with shock. Too scary. Is this the fighting power of the Chaos Lord level? After shooting this arrow, Han Xing also had a satisfied smile on his face. Successfully hit the target. Sharp Scale Source Beast has absorbed the opponent's Earth element value. 100,000. Not bad. After dying once, the strength has not regressed at all. On the contrary, it has become much stronger. If this arrow had hit an ordinary primary Chaos Lord, it would have suffered a heavy blow. However, should it be said that it is worthy of the Sharp Scale Source Beast, which is famous for its defense? When the smoke cleared, the huge beast had no serious injuries except for a charred piece of body. Seeing this scene, Han Xing was not surprised. He pulled the bowstring again, ready for a wave of explosion. However, the Sharp Scale Source Beast seemed to feel the horror of Han Xing. After enduring a blow, it turned around and ran without hesitation. Boom! Just like when it rushed over, the speed of escape was also amazing. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of several chaos. Cold Ball turned into a black light, and was about to rush over to chase. Cold Ball, come back. You can't catch up with this guy. Han Xing's voice sounded behind him. Awoo! Cold Ball opened his mouth and cried, and returned to Han Xing obediently. This is exactly their current disadvantage. In terms of combat power, Han Xing is not inferior to ordinary Chaos Lords. In the state of full burst, he has the strength of a mid-level Chaos Lord. However, they are not real Chaos Lords after all, and they are far behind in terms of movement speed. Just when Han Xing thought that this sharp-scaled Source Beast was going to escape, two black spots appeared in front again. Boom! Boom! The earth-shaking sound came again. At this moment, Han Xing narrowed his eyes. Interesting, not running away, but going to get help. It turned out to be two sharp-scaled Source Beasts with the fighting power of Chaos Lords. Do they want to take revenge on me? Han Xing instantly felt the strength of these two Source Beasts. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh that there are really many strong people in the Lord continent. Carelessly encountered two Chaos Lord-level sharp-scaled Source Beasts. At the same time, the two Source Beasts that looked like giant pangolins had a fierce look in their eyes. It sensed that the most powerful existence on that spaceship was only at the level of God King. Including the kid who just attacked it, he was only at the level of God King. However, it was beaten away by this level of existence. This made it feel humiliated. So, the sharp-scaled Source Beast led its companions back to take revenge, and at this moment on the spaceship, the entire Gray Machinery clan was shocked. They were attacked by two Chaos Lord-level Source Beasts at once. If they couldn't stop them today, their entire tribe would be destroyed. Han Xing shook his head. He looked directly at the Cold Ball next to him, and said, "Old buddy, let's go together. Today, let's start our first battle since we came to the Lord continent." Cold Ball stood in the air, with four wolf claws burning with void fire. At this moment, he heard Han Xing's voice, and raised his head to let out a penetrating roar. Awoo! Instantly, Han Xing and Cold Ball rushed out of the spaceship, looking at the two behemoths flying towards them. One man and one wolf also activated various states: Infinite Domain, Instant Prison Shadow Kill, Lord of the Galaxy, Incarnation of the Void, Eternal Night of the Void. As each state is activated, Han Xing's aura soared to the level of the Intermediate Chaos Lord, and Cold Ball's aura also seems to have reached the level of the Primary Chaos Lord. The two sharp-scaled Source Beasts rushing towards them were stunned. They had clearly sensed before that there was no Chaos Lord-level existence on this spaceship, so how come there were two more at once? However, the battle had already begun, and they would not be given time to think. Cold Ball, who had transformed into a giant beast of the void, suddenly pounced on one of the sharp-scaled Source Beasts and bit it. Aho! Aho! The sharp wolf claws kept scratching on its hard scales, leaving claw marks one after another. But as mentioned before, the defense of this Source Beast is too terrifying. Even an attack as strong as Cold Ball's can't work at this moment. Not only that, but he was also thrown out by the huge tail of the sharp-scaled Source Beast. Bang! The Cold Ball was blown away for tens of millions of kilometers. An angry look appeared in his eyes. It turned directly into a black light, flashed in an instant, and came to the enemy again. And from its body, endless void lines suddenly erupted. These lines ignore physical defense and belong to another level of attack. It directly pierced the whole body of the sharp-scaled Source Beast, and even fixed it in place. Then, the Cold Ball was attacked by a storm. At this time, Han Xing, after turning on the special effects of the Endless Arrow Prison and the Lord of the Galaxy, was even more powerful. As his arrows were faster than one arrow, those arrows turned into black meteors, and each arrow had the attack power to kill the God King level in seconds. At this moment, all of them fell on the huge body of the sharp-scaled source beast, exploding like meteors. Bang! Bang! Even if one or two of the arrows were blocked by the thick scales. But there were also more arrows that successfully caused damage to it. Your attack hit the sharp-scaled source beast, and the talent of endless absorption was activated, successfully absorbing 10,000 points of the opponent's earth element. Your attack. The sharp-scaled source beast was blown up and screamed continuously. Roar! Roar! The injury worsened in an instant. It realized that it had chosen the wrong opponent. Chapter 621. The Lord Continent has a strict hierarchy. On the one hand, it is because of the territory. On the other hand, it is based on strength. Even the gap between the initial Chaos Lord and the intermediate Chaos Lord can only be described as a natural chasm. It is even greater than the gap between the God King and the initial Chaos Lord. Therefore, the Lord of the Void said that in the Lord Continent, it is very difficult to fight across levels. And at this moment, Han Xing has the combat power to crush the opponent. Swish. Swish. Arrows are coming like a storm. His current attack speed can shoot millions of arrows almost every second. It can be imagined that the sharp-scale source beast is suffering from such a terrible attack at this time. Roar! After a terrifying roar, the aura of this sharp-scale source beast instantly became violent. Han Xing sensed that a vast source of earth was emerging in its body. Then, its body began to spin at high speed. Whoosh whoosh. At a speed of 1 million revolutions per second, it turned into a giant gray drill. The huge body even distorted the space, swept the energy of several light years around. Then, it turned into a gray lightning and attacked Han Xing. This attack contained some special laws, firmly locked the target. No matter how you run, you can't escape. At the same time, it also has all other characteristics. For example, immune control, movement acceleration and other effects. In a flash, Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Interesting, I thought that the origin of the Earth system should be good at defense, but it turned out to be attacking? Speaking of which, Han Xing really didn't have any effective means of defense. Since he grew up, he has always been stacking attacks, and then stacking attacks. If he can kill the enemy in seconds, he will kill it in seconds, and if he can't kill it in seconds, he will explode. So, facing the situation in front of him, he really didn't know how to deal with it. However, as an existence that has fought all the way up, Han Xing's combat experience is naturally extremely rich. In an instant, he made the right response. Since you can't dodge or defend, then attack against attack. As long as my attack power is strong enough to kill you directly, then this move will naturally fall apart. Thinking of this, Han Xing took a deep breath. For the first time, he used his trump card, Time Acceleration. In an instant, the speed of time around Han Xing's body seemed to have changed. From his perspective, he could see that everything around him became extremely slow except him. Even the sharp-scale source beast, which was originally rotating at a speed of millions of revolutions per second, now only rotated a few hundred times per second. It can be said that it was slowed down tens of thousands of times, and in this state of time slowing down, only his speed was normal. So, at this moment, Han Xing pulled the bowstring, the movement of his right hand attacking almost left an afterimage. Swish. Swish. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of arrows were shot out, and what's more terrifying is, these arrows seemed to enter a state of time and space stagnation, when they were about 100 meters away from Han Xing's body. The flight trajectory became extremely slow. When Han Xing exited from time acceleration, the time in the outside world had passed for almost 0.04 seconds. Han Xing himself spent 4 seconds. That is to say, in these short 4 seconds, he was attacked by tens of millions of arrows. Buzz. The flow of time returned to normal. Then, the sharp-scaled source beast that rushed over saw a scene that frightened it. Tens of millions of dark arrows suddenly appeared in front of it. Each of them carried a terrifying threat. At this moment, the superposition brought it a fatal sense of crisis. The sharp-scaled source beast had a premonition that if it took this wave of attacks head-on, it might be killed on the spot. But it launched its original combat skills at this moment, and it could not be interrupted. In an instant, a large number of destructive meteors came into contact with this huge sharp-scaled source beast. Its high-speed rotating body could not stop these arrows. Puff! Puff! Dense penetration sounds rang out, in just a few tenths of a second. This sharp-scaled source beast seemed to have finally reached a certain limit. The body began to expand rapidly, directly expanding to the size of a supergiant. Everyone's sight was filled with the body of this monster. Then, after a terrifying source fluctuation, the body of this monster exploded directly. Bang! The explosion sounded that resounded for several light years. The prehistoric mountain below was directly blown into a huge pit of unknown length. At the same time, a voice sounded in Han Xing's ears. Successfully killed Chaos Lord level creature. Sharp scale source beast. Gained experience value. 0. Successfully absorbed the opponent's source. 320 million. At this moment, the whole scene fell into a terrifying silence. A sharp scale source beast with the strength of a Chaos Lord was killed in seconds by this mysterious existence. It was a real instant kill. From the perspective of the Grey Machine clan, they could only see that this adult shot a large number of arrows in an instant. Then the sharp scale source beast could not withstand the power of these arrows and exploded on the spot. This scene stunned them in place. Even in the Lord continent where there are many strong people, the existence of the Chaos Lord level is not so easy to die. After all, at the level of Chaos Lord, you could open up your own territory. As a result, it was taken away by this young man who seemed to have just arrived. This really exceeded everyone's imagination. After killing this sharp-scale source beast, Han Xing rushed directly to the cold ball without any stop. Want to help it kill this guy. However, after seeing its companion die, the sharp-scale source beast had no intention of fighting at this time. It directly turned on the spiral-piercing state and ran towards the distance at a high speed. Swoosh! When this khaki streamer disappeared, Cold Ball stared at the other person's back with a look of hatred in his eyes, and there was also some annoyance in his eyes. He seemed to be frustrated that this guy escaped from his hands. Han Xing came over, patted its head and smiled. Don't worry. You are only at the God King level now. When you become a Chaos Lord, this kind of guy will not be able to escape. Cold Ball nodded after hearing this, and his eyes became clear again, and shrank to normal size, rubbing Han Xing's shoulder with his head. Han Xing smiled. In this strange world, only Cold Ball is his companion. Then, Han Xing took Cold Ball, and went straight to the place where the sharp-scaled source beast died. He has seen scales all over the ground. These scales are good stuff. They can even block attacks from the mid-level Chaos Lord. Han Xing walked over and put all the scales and other materials into his backpack. Obtained, Sharp Scale Origin Beast Scale, Red, *111782. Obtained, Sharp Scale Origin Beast Spike, Color, *1. Obtained, Sharp Scale Origin Beast Origin Core *1. Oh! There are actually color level materials? Han Xing looked at the properties. Sharp Scale Source Beast Scale Red. Quality, Artifact. Effect. Scales with extremely strong defensive power are used to forge some defensive armors, and can also strengthen the defense of city walls. Sharp Scale Source Beast Spikes, Color. Quality, Fantasy Grade. Effect. Precious spikes that only Chaos Lord level Sharp Scale Source Beasts drop, with extremely strong penetrating power, which can cause damage to Chaos Lord level creatures. Sharp Scale Source Beast Origin Core. Attribute, Earth. Effect. A core containing a large amount of Earth-based origin, which can be directly swallowed to increase 100 million points of Earth-based origin. Effect 2. A certain precious Earth-based alchemical material that can be used to make some powerful secret medicines. Han Xing nodded. These materials are still good, and I will see if I can find an opportunity to use them later. Then, he returned to the spaceship with the coal balls. At the same time, when the Grey Machine clan saw Han Xing return, they all knelt respectfully. Greetings, sir! Your Majesty is so majestic, and you have returned in triumph. The voices of millions of Grey Machine clan members echoed throughout the cabin. Han Xing understood that it was his action of killing the Chaos Lord level source beast in seconds that frightened them. He waved his hand and said, keep going. These Grey Machine tribes were immediately very obedient. Buzz! The spaceship started. Soon, it was far away from the majestic mountains. One day later. The cooling time of Han Xing's Lord of the Galaxy has expired. At the same time, the chief of the Grey Machine tribe walked over carefully and said, My lord. Seeing this, Han Xing knew that the other party wanted to say something to him. Go ahead, what is it? The chief said with a wry smile, My lord, this should be your first time to the Lord continent, right? Han Xing nodded. Hearing this, the chief did not have any extra reaction, and smiled again. Then let me explain to you the basic system of this world. Han Xing's eyes showed a look of surprise, as if he did not expect that the old chief was so sensible. Okay, you tell me. The old patriarch continued, you should know the basic system. This world is occupied by powerful lords. They have opened up their own territories, which can also be said to be worlds. Each lord's territory is extremely large. Even an ordinary Chaos Lord has a territory with a diameter of tens of thousands of Chaos miles. Hearing this, Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Tens of thousands of Chaos miles is tens of thousands of light years, which is indeed quite large. These Chaos Lords have their own power systems in their territories, and a large number of creatures live there. And these creatures naturally need a place to live, so those lords built many cities. In addition to the core lord city, each lord's territory will also have many ordinary cities. These cities create various resources for their lords every year. These lords will trade the resources they produce with other lords in exchange for origin coins. Then these lords will exchange the origin coins for various cultivation resources to train soldiers and thugs. Han Xing was stunned. You mean, the origin coins are the universal currency of the Lord continent? The clan leader chuckled. Yes, even those eternal lords consume origin coins. The purchasing power of an origin coin is huge. For example, to train an emperor-level warrior in your own territory, you need to consume 1 to 10 origin coins of resources, and to train a God King-level thug, you need 100 to 1,000 origin coins. Even if you have enough origin coins, you can even train Chaos Lord-level thugs. After hearing this, Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look again. I have heard that the fighting style of these strong men in the Lord continent is different from that outside. As the name implies, the Lords of the Lords, in addition to their territories, also command a large number of troops. These troops are the pioneers of their expansion of territory and conquest of all directions. After all, the territory of any lord is extremely large. He alone cannot take care of every corner. Therefore, the importance of these subordinates is reflected. The more troops under his command, the stronger their strength, and the more it reflects the strength of this lord. If you have money, you can even train a large number of God King level fighters, or Chaos Lord level fighters, to overwhelm the enemy. Just like Han Xing's mecha group. Of course, to achieve this, you need money. The money in this world is the origin currency. Han Xing nodded, and motioned the old patriarch to continue. The old patriarch still smiled and said, in addition, you have to pay to enter the territories of these lords. For an existence of the level of Lord Linghui, if you only visit her territory, you only need to pay 1 origin coin a month. If you want to purchase resources and trade in her territory, in addition to paying a deposit of 100 origin coins, you also need to pay a 15% tax on this transaction after the transaction is completed. Moreover, after entering the city, whether it is accommodation, food, or entertainment, you need money. Sir, do you have money? It has been laying the groundwork for so long, and finally asked the last sentence. Han Xing shook his head. He had just come to this world, so he definitely didn't have the origin currency. The old patriarch knew this, and he continued, Sir, if you don't have the origin coin, Lord Linghui will not let you in. But please rest assured, Lord, we, the Grey Machine Tribe, can pay for you first. Han Xing looked at him in surprise after hearing this. According to what you said, there are still millions of people left in your tribe, and there are also hundreds of Emperor-level beings. Can you take out millions of origin coins at once? After all, 1 origin coin can buy an Emperor-level being. Millions of coins mean millions of Emperors. If the Grey Machine Tribe had this strength, they would not have migrated. The old patriarch said awkwardly, Of course not. Sir, we are going to seek refuge with Lord Linghui. For a refugee race like us, there is no need to pay an entry fee, because in the future, we will all work for Lord Linghui. Han Xing nodded again. I understand. In that case, you should pay for me this time. I will return it to you when I earn the original currency later. Hearing this, the old patriarch waved his hand and said, You don't have to return it, sir. Besides, you are actually extremely wealthy now. Chapter 622. Han Xing continued to look at it. The old patriarch did not keep the secret and said directly, The scales of the sharp-scaled source beast that the Lord just killed are good things. Even those Chaos Lords are very eager for the materials on this source beast. It can be used to strengthen the city walls and some buildings in the territory. Even if there are some B-level catastrophes, the integrity of the buildings can be guaranteed. In addition, this kind of scale can also be used in the Lord's arsenal to mass-produce artifact armor. These armors can be worn by the God King level thugs under their command, and their defense capabilities are greatly enhanced. In some large-scale battlefields, it can reduce a lot of combat losses. After listening to the old patriarch's explanation, Han Xing also had an interested smile on his lips. He found that the battle mode of the lords of this Lord continent is quite interesting. It is similar to some games he played, building territories and developing arms. Then equip the soldiers and send them out to fight. Han Xing asked, Old Patriarch, How many origin coins can a scale like this sell for? The old patriarch seemed to know that Han Xing would ask this question, and replied directly, 1 scale is equal to 1 origin coin. Hearing this number, Han Xing's eyes were once again filled with joy. After all, he directly obtained hundreds of thousands of scales this time, which is equivalent to hundreds of thousands of origin coins. According to the calculation that 1 origin coin can cultivate 1 emperor-level cannon fodder, can he cultivate hundreds of thousands of emperor-level cannon fodder, if it is amplified by his infinite domain? Wouldn't it become hundreds of thousands of God King-level powerhouses? Thinking of this, Han Xing's eyes suddenly showed desire. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of God Kings. The void where he was born only gave birth to 5 God Kings in total. As a result now, he told himself, he just killed a source beast casually, and he had tens of thousands of times more power than that void. Of course, if he wants to train soldiers like other lords, he needs to formally break through to the level of Chaos Lord first, and then establish his own territory. Then he can start his journey of exploding soldiers. Han Xing is now eager to become stronger. However, the old patriarch continued, in addition, I saw that you also took away a sharp-scaled source beast spike, which is more precious than the scales, and is worth at least 50,000 source coins. As for the source core that will drop when killing each source beast, it is worth about 100,000 source coins. Han Xing's eyes showed surprise again. Oh! The spikes are understandable, but why is the origin core sold at such a high price? The old patriarch laughed. Of course, it's because of the origin contained in it. Chaos Lords, and even God Realm Lords need to absorb a lot of origin power to practice and improve themselves. In addition, it has many other uses. Whether it is used to strengthen troops or to refine divine medicine, this origin core is needed. That's why it's sold at such a high price. Han Xing nodded suddenly. So it seems that this source beast is really full of treasures. Killing one casually brought him more than 200,000 origin coins. If he kills a few more, wouldn't he get rich? Of course, Han Xing was just thinking about it. After all, he also knew that this kind of source beast was not only difficult to kill, but also relatively difficult to encounter. If Han Xing didn't have the means to burst, even a high-level Chaos Lord might not be able to kill this source beast. After finishing the conversation with the old patriarch, the spacecraft moved forward for almost 2 days. It's still about 10 days away from Lingui continent, and Han Xing only had Cole Ball to accompany him during the boring journey, tweaking the new system panel at ordinary times. This tinkering really reminded him of some things. My lord system should be different from other lords. I can use the power of origin to strengthen my skills, all the way to the God King level, and even the Chaos Lord level. Before this, I only absorbed a large amount of fire origin to strengthen the arrow of the fallen god. This time, I killed the sharp-scaled source beast and absorbed a large amount of earth origin. It is said that these earth origins are used to break through to the Chaos Lord realm. But at present, I don't know how to break through to the Chaos Lord, but I can use these origin powers to improve my skills and strengthen my strength. Although Han Xing does not have earth-related skills, it does not prevent him from having them immediately. After all, he still has a lot of legendary points that have not been digested. Although these legendary points can only be used to extract some basic legendary skills, they can no longer keep up with his pace. But after being strengthened by the power of origin, they can also become like the arrow of the fallen god, with extremely terrifying lethality. Thinking of this, Han Xing first checked the number of his legendary points and origin points. Legendary points, 1.74 million. Earth origin, 321 million. Most of these earth origins were obtained after killing the sharp-scaled source beast. Because Han Xing has the endless absorption talent, after killing these beings, the origin power in their bodies will not be wasted. They will be sucked dry by Han Xing without a drop left. Like other strong men, after killing the source beast, at most they will take out the origin core in their bodies. And after death, most of the origin power contained in their bodies will actually overflow. Therefore, the benefits of Han Xing killing a source beast are much stronger than those of other Chaos Lords. There are more than 1 million legendary points left. These are all my savings before. Now, I can draw happily. Han Xing had a smile on his lips. Then, he directly clicked to draw. Do you want to consume 100,000 legendary points and randomly draw one professional exclusive skill? Note, since you have become a God King, breaking through the professional limit, each time you draw a skill, you will consume 100,000 legendary points, and the skill will be a random legendary skill for all archer professions. Archer professions include Hunter, Wild Hunter, Elf Hunter, Demon Hunter, etc. Oh! Now that I have become a God King, have the skills I draw changed? Han Xing also noticed that his current profession is no longer a wild ranger. But he didn't care. Anyway, the skills he draws next are at least legendary skills, so he won't lose. So, Han Xing clicked on the draw button. Drawing succeeded, legendary points reduced by 100,000, and a random legendary skill was obtained. Holy Light Magic Breaking Arrow. Holy Light Magic Breaking Arrow. Legendary shoots an arrow shining with holy light, causing 537% armor-breaking damage to the enemy, and removes the enemy's defense status, magic shield, barrier, defense field, etc., reducing its light attribute resistance by 50% in the next 30 seconds, cooling time, 1 hour. When a lot of memories flooded into his mind. It means that Han Xing has learned this skill. Is it a light attribute skill right at the beginning? This skill is quite effective in removing the enemy's defense, and it can be used when encountering some mage-type enemies. However, I don't have the origin of light attribute, so let's go to the next one directly. So he continued to draw. Drawing successful, legendary points reduced by 100,000, obtain random legendary skill, Divine Bow Extreme Piercing Stars. Divine Bow Extreme Piercing Stars, legendary skill charge and shoot out a brilliant arrow of light, which pierces the sky like a meteor, causing 437% armor-piercing damage to all enemies on the path, and then detonates the stars to the last enemy, causing 794% blasting damage, cooldown time, 3 hours. Note, this skill is a non-attribute skill. To increase the skill level, you need the power of non-attribute origin. It's a very pure burst skill. If you could upgrade it to the Chaos Lord level, it must be very terrifying. And Han Xing also noticed the note above, which requires the power of non-attribute origin to upgrade. Shaked his head, and went straight to the next one. Drawing successfully, legendary points reduced by 100,000, and a random legendary skill is obtained. Magic Bout Chaos Breaking World Strike. Magic Bout Chaos Breaking World Strike. Legendary skill. The arrow is wrapped with original magic energy. The next 10 attacks will reduce the enemy's defense by 30% and cause 237% blast damage to it. This skill belongs to the Dark Attribute skill. To increase the skill level, the Dark Attribute source power is required. Han Xing shook his head. No, next one. Drawing successfully, legendary points reduced by 100,000, and a random legendary skill is obtained. Holy Bow Purifying the World. Drawing successfully, legendary points reduced by 100,000, and a random legendary skill is obtained. Wind-breaking Shadow Chasing Arrow. Drawing successfully. After 7 consecutive draws, Han Xing did not draw the earth-related skills he wanted. The corners of his mouth twitched. But it was normal after thinking about it. After all, this time, the range of draws was directly expanded from the Wild Ranger profession to all archer professions. There are countless archers with legendary strength over the years. Among them, there must be many who have created their own legendary skills. Therefore, if Han Xing wants to extract the Earth Attribute skill he wants from this huge amount of legendary skills, he can only continue to try his luck. So, he started the 8th extraction. This time, Han Xing saw bursts of earth yellow light appearing in front of him, and there was also a strong earth elemental power. His eyes suddenly lit up. Oh! Is it going to come out this time? With an expectant look, a lot of memories flooded into his mind. The next moment, a system prompt appeared. Extraction successful. Legendary points reduced by 100,000. Obtain random legendary skill. Rock Shield Guardian Shock Arrow. Rock Shield Guardian Shock Arrow. Legendary skill. Create a shield containing a large amount of rock elemental power around yourself or your allies. Offset 30% of physical damage and magic damage. And each subsequent attack will carry a large amount of rock attribute to shock the enemy, causing 257% rock attribute damage to the enemy. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Seeing the effect of this skill, Han Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Oh! It's a shield skill? And it looks like the coefficient is quite high. In addition, it can also enhance destructive power and stun the enemy. It can be said that the effect is still very comprehensive. Han Xing decided to try to increase the level of this skill. Do you want to consume the Earth Attribute source power? 100,000 to increase the skill limit of Rock Shield Guardian Shock Loss? Yes. Upgraded successfully, Rock Shield Guardian Shock Loss has become a demigod level skill, and the damage attribute has been greatly improved. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. But Han Xing did not check it immediately, but continued to improve. Do you want to consume the Earth Attribute source power? 1 million to improve. Do you want to consume the Earth Attribute source power? 10 million to improve. Do you want to consume the Earth Attribute Source Power, 300 million, to upgrade this skill from the God King level to the Chaos Lord level? Seeing the last prompt, Han Xing's eyes showed surprise. Oh! The source points required from the God King to the Chaos Lord have directly increased by 30 times? This is quite scary. You know, after Han Xing killed the sharp-scaled source beast, he absorbed more than 300 million Earth Attribute Essences. It was equivalent to using up all the Earth Attribute Essences after upgrading this skill. However, he did not hesitate and directly clicked OK. In an instant, the Earth Attribute Essence power was consumed. And in Han Xing's mind, a huge amount of memories emerged. The vastness of this memory was beyond Han Xing's imagination. It was like an archer who was good at Earth Attribute laws, practicing day after day, until after countless tens of thousands of years, he finally improved his signature method to the extreme. When Han Xing opened his eyes, he also heard the prompt that the system had been successfully strengthened. With an expectant look, he couldn't wait to take a look at the attributes of this skill after it was upgraded to the Chaos Lord level. Rock Shield Guardian Shock Loss. Chaos Lord level. Create a shield containing a large amount of Earth Element Essence around yourself or your allies, reducing physical and magic damage by 25%, can offset damage up to the mid-level Chaos Lord level. And each subsequent attack will carry a large amount of Earth Element Essence to shock the enemy, causing 377% Earth Element damage to the enemy, and there is a chance that it will fall into a short state of dizziness. The duration of the dizziness depends on the enemy's strength, and the minimum is not less than 0.01 seconds. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. And the cooldown time is 1 hour. Oh! It can offset the damage of the mid-level Chaos Lord level? This way, it has increased my survivability a lot. Han Xing smiled. Of course, the subsequent 377% Earth Element damage is also powerful, but there is a chance that it will be restrained by the enemy's attributes. As for the final short dizziness state, it is the most abnormal part of this skill. After all, it is incredible that this thing can make a Chaos Lord level being faint. Han Xing is only at the God King level now, and he is already immune to all control states, let alone the Chaos Lord. Even if it is only 0.01 seconds, it can almost determine the outcome of a battle. That's great. Now, in addition to the Arrow of the Fallen God, I have another trump card. At this time, the chief of the Grey Machine clan came to report. My lord, there is a sea-level catastrophe area in the 5 chaos ahead. Han Xing said directly after hearing this. Sea-level catastrophe? Can't we just go around it? But the chief replied, My lord, this is not an ordinary catastrophe area. This is an immortal spiritual disaster catastrophe. There is an extremely precious immortal spiritual vine inside, which is absorbing all the vitality around it. Chapter 623. Immortal Spirit Vine? Han Xing asked in confusion. What is that? The clan leader replied, My lord, this is the opportunity one told you before, the opportunity contained in the catastrophe zone. Immortal Spirit Vine is an extremely powerful plant that only grows in the Lord continent. During its growth, it will absorb endless vitality to provide nutrients for its growth. When it devours all the vitality around it, and there is no new source of life nearby, in order to grow, the Immortal Spirit Vine will constantly move and absorb all life. Whether it is the human race, the demon race, the Grey Machine race, or even those plants, microorganisms in the air. As long as it has vitality, it will be devoured and absorbed by it. Moreover, the strength of the Immortal Spirit Vine is extremely terrifying, at least at the level of the Chaos Lord, and can easily destroy a civilization. Therefore, where this kind of spirit vine is located, a sea-level catastrophe zone, the immortal spirit disaster will be formed. After hearing this, Han Xing's eyes suddenly became clear, and he almost understood the reason for the formation of the catastrophe zone. Then tell me, why is the immortal spirit vine so precious? The old patriarch continued. Sir, the immortal spirit vine has become a treasure because it has absorbed a huge amount of vitality. It is said that whether it is tamed and used as a companion spirit vine to help fight, or directly devoured, the vitality will surge a lot, and it may even activate some special abilities. Even those primary and intermediate Chaos Lords are extremely eager for this kind of immortal spirit vine. One spiritual vine can be sold for at least 800,000 origin coins. Hearing the last sentence, Han Xing's eyes lit up. 800,000 origin coins represent 800,000 Emperor-level fighters. Good boy, this is more valuable than killing the sharp-scaled source beast. Han Xing immediately became interested, but he was not blinded by the benefits, and continued to ask, With my strength, can I deal with this disaster area? The chief of the Grey Machinery tribe nodded and said, Yes, sir. You even killed the sharp-scaled source beast, and the strength of the immortal spiritual vine is about the same as it. Moreover, judging from the scale of this disaster area, the immortal spiritual vine inside should be about to mature, and now is the time to pick it. Han Xing's mouth curled up a smile again. Very good, thank you for the information you provided. After hearing this, the old patriarch waved his hands and said, You are too polite, sir. This is my job. If you have any requests, please feel free to order us. We, the Grey Machine Tribe, will obey your arrangements before arriving at Lord Linghui's territory. Han Xing smiled. He said no more, but looked at Cole Ball, who was sleeping lazily next to him. Cole Ball, wake up, come alive. Hearing Han Xing's call, Cole Ball suddenly woke up. Then, one man and one wolf left the spaceship directly and rushed towards the disaster area in front of them in an instant. From a distance, Han Xing could see that a green vortex seemed to appear in front of him. The huge vortex was constantly sweeping, as if it was swallowing up everything around it. As the old patriarch said, the immortal spirit vine inside was absorbing a lot of vitality. Wherever the vortex swept, the surrounding mountains and lakes disappeared in an instant and were swallowed up completely. In the center of the vortex, Han Xing could vaguely see a giant vine that was green and as huge as a star. Interesting, is this the immortal spirit vine? Han Xing approached instantly. And at this moment, he and Meichio instantly felt a sense of crisis. Before they could react, a terrifying sword energy came towards them. This sword energy was like a galaxy, as if it could cut the world apart. It contained various mysterious origins. Han Xing sensed the origin of the sword, the tearing origin, the penetrating origin, and the soul origin. To be able to integrate so many origins into one sword, the opponent must be an extremely powerful swordsman, and Han Xing was not afraid of him. He pulled the bowstring directly, and instantly opened the infinite domain. Countless black arrows shot out in an instant. Swish. Boom. After the arrows collided with the sword energy, a terrifying energy tide was directly aroused. Han Xing narrowed his eyes. This guy is quite strong. In the previous sword attack, Han Xing only sensed the opponent's strength at the level of a primary Chaos Lord. But the opponent's lethality made him feel as if his body was about to be split apart, infinitely close to the level of a mid-level Chaos Lord. A strong man who is good at attacking. It's a bit like me. At the same time, the existence that slashed that sword seemed to know that Han Xing was not easy to mess with. In the center of the catastrophe, a deep-breathing existence quickly flew out. He wore a wide hat that covered his face, and a simple green gown on his body, which gave him a swordsman's feeling. The two sides made eye contact, and both felt that the other party was not easy to mess with. The swordsman spoke first. Sir, I was the first to discover this immortal spirit vine, and I have been following it for more than half a month. Sir, can you retreat? Otherwise we may have a fierce battle. Han Xing thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. He also withdrew decisively. Since someone else discovered it first, and has been squatting here for so long, Han Xing was too lazy to steal it. One man and one wolf quickly returned to the direction they came from. The swordsman stared at their backs, and seemed to have noticed something wrong. Although the aura of this man and wolf was very strong, in his perception, the other party's life level seemed to be only at the level of God King. Strange, at the God King level, does it have the combat power of a Chaos Lord? The immortal spirit vine needs to absorb a lot of vitality to mature. If it is delayed any longer, I am afraid that other Chaos Lords will discover this divine plant. Should we kill this man and the wolf and ripen the immortal spirit vine directly? In just a few tenths of a second, he made a decision. The black sword in his hand was suddenly raised, and then slashed forward. This sword contains a kind of self-created combat skill of his, with unparalleled lethality. Even a real Chaos Lord would be seriously injured by this sword. Swish. The terrifying sword energy attacked. However, the moment he felt the attack, Han Xing's mouth curled up a smile. Sure enough, there are no good people in the Lord continent. He turned around quickly, raised the longbow in his hand, and pulled the bowstring. In the blink of an eye, a layer of earth element shield was contained around his body. It was his Chaos God King level skill Rock Shield Guard Shock Mist. Then, tens of thousands of arrows carrying the essence of the earth element suddenly shot out. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. After a series of terrifying explosions, the power of this knife was directly offset. Seeing this scene, the swordsman seemed a little surprised, but before he could react, Han Xing suddenly shouted, Meichio, take me over. This void wolf stepped directly with its 4 hooves, and a void area appeared on the spot. And the figures of Han Xing and Meichio escaped into the void together. Before the swordsman could react, A void black hole suddenly appeared above his head. Han Xing and Meitio drilled out directly. It was Meitio's new ability, Void Transfer. It could take him across a very long distance in an instant. After reaching the vicinity of the swordsman, Han Xing continued, Meitio, go. Hold him. After receiving the order, Meitio disappeared again. And the black-hatted swordsman instantly grasped the dark sword in his hand, with disdain in his eyes. Humph. 2 God King level Ents also dared to challenge me. Die! Instantly he slashed again. From the blade, it seemed that the mountains were broken, and the continent was split in half. Splitting world and slashing heaven blade. Han Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. The power of this sword is no less than my falling god arrow. It is worthy of being the Lord Continent. Any existence at the level of Chaos Lord has such a powerful move. He did not feel afraid, but instead his eyes were burning with surging fighting spirit. The Lord Continent will be the place where he will achieve eternity. So now, let's start by killing this Chaos Lord. Lord of the Galaxy, open. Arrow of the Falling God. In an instant, Han Xing also used his trump card directly, and his whole body's aura surged, even approaching the level of a mid-level Chaos Lord. In addition, the terrifying power of the arrow of the falling god, it was like a sun passing by, then it collided with that knife. Boom! The hundreds of chaos around fell into a moment of stagnation. When the aftermath of the collision appeared, even the vortex raised by the immortal spirit vine stopped rotating. Although the swordsman was surprised by Han Xing's sudden strength. But as a Chaos Lord level existence, he was also experienced in many battles. He made a decision in just a moment. It turned into a stream of light, and approached Han Xing. He was going to take advantage of Han Xing's disadvantage, and start a close combat with him. Voila, this existence was extremely fast, and was about to reach Han Xing's side in an instant. And at this moment, the cold ball in the void suddenly emerged. Endless void lines suddenly burst out from its body. It directly penetrated the body of the swordsman. It even froze him in place. Taking this opportunity, Han Xing also quickly distanced himself. Then he launched a violent attack. Voila! Looking at the arrows that were about to attack, the swordsman frowned. Strange means. But you can't trap me. Open it for me. A knife was cut out. The cold ball's void line was broken. However, it was this moment of delay that Han Xing's rain of arrows had already attacked. Moreover, this is not an ordinary rain of arrows. It is a rain of arrows containing a large amount of earth elemental origin, which greatly enhances the attack power of each arrow and has a dizzying effect. Feeling the danger, the swordsman's eyes are cold. Endless slash, open. Instantly, he raised his long sword and slashed. In an instant, he slashed hundreds and thousands of swords. Ding! Ding ding! He cut off the arrows one by one on the spot, but some arrows still missed, fell on him, and then exploded. Boom! After a series of terrifying explosions, the swordsman was directly forced back millions of meters. Cough! Cough cough! He pressed his chest, and looked at Han Xing with a shocked face. Weird guy. You obviously only have the aura of the God King level, but the attack power you exert has even reached the level of the intermediate Chaos Lord. What kind of monster are you? But Han Xing didn't want to pay attention to him. Arrows rained down like a waterfall. It attacked endlessly. His rock shield guard state can only last for 5 minutes, so the battle should not be dragged on for too long. It is necessary to kill the opponent as quickly as possible. Bang! Bang! The terrible explosions kept coming. On the Grey Machine Clan's spaceship far away, the Grey Machine Clan members were frightened and pale. They didn't know what happened there. They only knew that after the mysterious existence left, a big battle broke out in that disaster area. The Grey Machine Clan leader was surprised and doubtful. Logically speaking, although the immortal spirit vine is terrifying, it should not have this level of power. This one can kill the sharp-scale source beast in seconds. Even he was in a difficult battle, which means that the enemy must be very powerful. That is to say, there are other enemies in that disaster area. Thinking of this possibility, the chief of the Grey Machine tribe turned pale with fear. At the same time, Han Xing cooperated with the cold ball and bombarded the swordsman for nearly a minute. The opponent also consumed a lot of original power to resist Han Xing's attack. He said breathlessly, "You are very good. I have lived for countless epochs, and I have only seen 2 beings who can suppress the Chaos Lord with the power of the God King. You are the third one. You must have a big secret. As long as I kill you, it will be even greater than harvesting this immortal spirit vine. Then now, you are worth my move." At the moment the words fell, the swordsman directly sheathed the weapon in his hand. At the same time, Han Xing clearly felt that some special changes had taken place in the dozens of chaotic areas around him. It was as if the air had turned into a knife that could cut through the enemy's skin. Countless swords she gathered towards the scabbard in his right hand. Hoo! Han Xing looked over and felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Before the knife was drawn out, he could feel how terrifying its power was. The swordsman said in a deep voice, "This is a move I learned after practicing in a B-level catastrophe area for 127 epochs and enduring endless torture. Once, I even used this knife to cut off the origin of a Chaos Lord. You are proud enough to die under this knife." The moment the words fell, the long sword in the scabbard was suddenly pulled out. Heavenly Mark Absolute Blade Slash. Swish! A dazzling sword light shot up into the sky, as if to tear the entire world apart. Where the sword light passed, space collapsed, time stagnated, and everything fell into absolute silence. In this tranquility, Han Xing felt a sense of crisis like death. Han Xing exclaimed, "This knife is quite interesting." Chapter 624. Han Xing exclaimed, "This knife is quite interesting." The power that burst out even reached the level of a mid-level Chaos Lord. "But it's not enough to kill me." At this moment, Han Xing's eyes suddenly turned cold. He directly entered the time stagnation plus time acceleration state. Buzz! Everything around him stopped instantly, including the incoming knife energy, the cold balls that continuously released the power of the void, and the immortal spirit vines in the distance. In this area, only Han Xing can move. Moreover, he can not only move, but also enter time acceleration. Under the double superposition, Han Xing's attack speed once again reached an unprecedented speed. Swish! Swish! In just 1 second, at least millions of arrows were shot out. And each arrow was enhanced by Rock Shield Guard shock loss. The attack power was 2 or 3 times more terrifying than his last burst, which instantly killed the sharp-scaled source beast, when the space began to return to normal flow rate. Han Xing has already stacked up a full 6 million arrows. This is such a terrifying force, it is almost self-evident. Hua la la. Endless arrows fell like an overwhelming force. From the perspective of this swordsman, a strange scene happened. He saw with his own eyes that there was nothing in front of the human. When he came to his senses, thousands of arrows were already rushing towards him. At the same time, after the knife he slashed out cut off Han Xing's millions of arrows, the power contained in it dissipated directly. At this moment, the swordsman suddenly realized that he was no match for this young man. Run! Must run! I can't take this move, otherwise I might be in danger of falling. Thinking of this, the swordsman wanted to flee instantly. However, Cold Ball had already locked onto him. After noticing the other party's intention, he directly released endless void power to block the surrounding area. It was the skill Void Eternal Night. Damn! What kind of move is this? Trapped in the endless night, the swordsman was horrified. If it were normal times, he could quickly escape from it. But now, he was fighting Han Xing. A moment of delay would be fatal. Feeling the massive arrows coming from behind, the swordsman felt the crisis of death. He hurriedly shouted, "I am a general under the high-level Chaos Lord Tianqing. You can't kill me. If you kill me, Lord Tianqing will retaliate against you." Han Xing was a little surprised to hear the high-level Chaos Lord. He was not surprised by the strength of the high-level Chaos Lord, but he felt strange. This guy is so powerful, but he is just a thug under a high-level Chaos Lord. From this point of view, the gap between each small level in the Lord continent is really extremely terrifying. However, Han Xing naturally ignored the threat of this guy. No matter what, just kill him first. As for the threat of the high-level Chaos Lord, it doesn't matter if he doesn't come. If he comes, Han Xing will have another chance to summon that person. Force him to a corner, then call that person and crush him like an ant. Boom! The remaining more than 4 million arrows all hit the swordsman. After a terrifying explosion, everything fell into silence. And this powerful Chaos Lord died in Han Xing's concentrated fire. At the same time, there is a huge and boundless continent tens of millions of miles away from Han Xing. There is a complete ecosystem, and a huge amount of mineral deposits on it. There are countless creatures living in this continent. There are huge cities on it. Each huge city is as big as a star, and on this day, one of the huge cities collapsed. The city wall, which was tens of thousands of miles high, and the buildings inside the city wall, all collapsed like a landslide. Countless creatures in the city were terrified. They began to flee in a hurry, trying to escape from this huge city. But it was obvious that their escape speed could not keep up with the speed of the huge city's collapse. Countless creatures were crushed to death. There were even Emperor-level and God-King-level beings among them. In the blink of an eye, this huge city became a ruin. At the same time, in the center of the continent, there is a huge mountain with no end in sight. This mountain seems to support the sky and the earth, like a pillar supporting the sky. Boom! This pillar of the sky was shaking at this moment. On the top of the mountain, two eyes as big as stars appeared. This mountain is actually a life. It is the master of this continent, the lord of the sky, Ching Song. Its eyes, separated by countless light years, looked into the distance. The sword slave is dead. He has the combat power of the primary Chaos Lord. When he bursts out with all his strength, even the middle-level Chaos Lord will have to waste his men to kill him. Looking at the area where he died, it seems to be the area where Ling Wei, the woman, is. Did she kill Dao Nu? A look of doubt appeared in his heart. It shouldn't be possible. Ling Wei, the woman, is usually very casual, and Dao Nu is not stupid, so he would not take the initiative to provoke her. Then, it is another intermediate Chaos Lord? Let me calculate. Thinking of this possibility, this huge mountain closed its eyes again. It seems to have started some kind of deduction process. At the same time, when the swordsman was killed by Han Xing, the system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the primary Chaos Lord level creature, Dao Hunyu, and gained experience points, 0. Talent, endless absorption activated, successfully absorbed the power of the gold source, 457 million. Seeing the system prompt, Han Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. Because it is a fight with a knife, is it the gold source? An interested look appeared at the corner of his mouth. I still have 900,000 legendary points left, and I can draw 9 skills. I don't know if I can extract a gold skill. Come to think of it, after killing these guys, they don't give me any legendary points. I don't know how to get the legendary points in the system. This thing was easy to get in the Holy Spirit realm before. As a result, there is no way to get it in the high-level Lord continent. Of course, it may also be because the legendary points are only legendary level points. In such a high-level plane, it is no longer worthy of appearing. However, this low-level point is very useful to me. Han Xing shook his head. If there is no way to get legendary points in the Lord continent, it will be a bit troublesome. In this case, I can only return to the void and kill some ants to get legendary points after I break through to the Lord level of the Divine Realm. Han Xing threw away the thoughts in his mind, and decided not to think about them for the time being. He looked at the black sword floating in the air in front of him with a look of surprise in his eyes. Good guy, this thing looks like the weapon used by that swordsman. It was not destroyed in my terrifying attack just now. It seems that the quality of this weapon must be extremely high. He walked over quickly, and picked up the black sword. The system prompt appeared. Obtained, black sword dark moon color O. A colorful quality weapon. Han Xing now knows that holy objects are unique. Even if you come to a high-level continent like the Lord continent, holy objects still have an irreplaceable role. So, in terms of artifact quality, it is a fantasy-level weapon. Looked at the properties of this black sword. Black blade dark moon color. Quality, fantasy grade. Equipment level, level 110, primary chaos lord level and above. Original attack power increase, 56% to 78%. Unique weapon effect, dark moon assault. When attacking, there is a 23% chance of releasing dark moon blade chi, causing 100% true damage to the enemy. Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. When you arrive at the Lord continent, have you simplified the attributes of the weapons? Remove those messy special effects that are ineffective against Chaos Lords, and only keep the only special effect. It's really scary, it's real damage. This means that the existence hid by the Dark Moon Blade Chi will not be able to defend, and will actually bear this blow. Han Xing held it in his hand, and immediately felt the tyrannical power of the law coming from this black knife. Any Chaos Lord who uses it can increase his attack by more than 50%. At their level, it is extremely difficult to increase the attack power by 50%. So, there is still a big gap between Chaos Lords with weapons and Chaos Lords without weapons. Shaking his head, it's a pity, I'm an archer, and this big knife is not suitable for me. However, a fantasy-level weapon should be worth a lot of origin coins, right? Put it in the backpack. Han Xing looked at the disaster area in front of him. Found that the huge vine suddenly expanded a lot at this moment. In it, you can even see pieces of tender green leaves, exuding infinite vitality. Interesting, this immortal spirit vine was originally in the growth stage. But after I killed the Chaos Lord, the immortal spirit vine absorbed the vitality that leaked out after his death, so it matured ahead of time? That's a coincidence. Han Xing's mouth curled up a smile. Then he came directly to this sea-level catastrophe area. The endless vortex of life engulfed him. Han Xing could feel that the hurricane inside was quickly taking away his vitality. It won't be long before his vitality will be completely lost. This is the danger in the catastrophe area. Even the existence of the God King level can't withstand this strange power. However, as Han Xing opened the infinite domain, this kind of power was completely ineffective against him. And Han Xing also quickly came to the center of the vortex. The life storm here has reached an extremely terrifying level, but he still stood still. He looked up and saw the full picture of this immortal spirit vine. Its body is several chaos miles long, that is, several light years. It is covered with various tender green leaves. Each leaf contains infinite vitality, especially the main vine, which has reached a rich level. Han Xing thought, this immortal spirit vine is indeed a rare treasure of heaven and earth. But how can I take it away? After thinking for a moment, Han Xing decided to grab it directly. And with his action, this immortal spirit vine also launched a counterattack. Hua la la. The terrifying vine attacked Han Xing. And he did not underestimate the enemy. After all, according to the old patriarch, this spirit vine has the combat power of the Chaos Lord level. So, Han Xing pulled the bowstring. After a fierce bombardment, this immortal spirit vine became obedient. The vine was full of arrows, and it shrank and trembled. It was completely stunned by Han Xing's outburst. Seeing the obedient spirit vine in front of him, Han Xing also put away his longbow. Then he smiled and said, now I give you two choices. Either take it away by me, or I kill it and take it away as a spirit vine fragment. Hearing this, Han Xing could even feel the fear conveyed by this magic vine. Then, under Han Xing's gaze, the size of this magic vine began to shrink. It shrank rapidly from its original size of several light years. In the blink of an eye, it shrunk to a length of only a few thousand kilometers. And it continued to shrink. Later, in front of Han Xing, there was only a vine less than half a meter long with thousands of green leaves on it. With a puzzled look, Han Xing tried to collect it. The next moment, the vine disappeared on the spot. With it, the nearby disaster area that swept across several light years also disappeared. The violent energy suddenly subsided. The system prompt appeared. Successfully obtained Chaos Spirit Plant, Immortal Spirit Vine. It's that simple? Han Xing's eyes were full of doubt. Then he looked at the attributes of the Spirit Vine in his backpack. Chaos Spirit Plant, Immortal Spirit Vine. Grade, Primary Chaos Lord Level. Effect 1. Eating the life leaves on the Immortal Spirit Vine can increase the health of beings below the God King level by 100%, and can increase the health of beings above the God King level by 30%. It can be eaten once at most, and the number of life leaves remaining, 974. Effect 2. Eating a whole Immortal Spirit Vine can increase the health of beings below the God King level by 2000%, and gain the effect of restoring 50% of health per second. It can increase the health of beings above the God King level, and below the High Chaos Lord by 100%, and gain the effect of restoring 2% of health per second. Effect 3. Bind with the Immortal Spirit Vine, and make it your companion vine. As your strength increases, your upper limit of health and restored health will increase, and the Immortal Spirit Vine can also fight for you. Oh! There are actually 3 effects, and each one is so powerful. Han Xing's eyes suddenly showed surprise. No wonder the Grey Machine Clan leader said that this kind of spiritual vine is worth hundreds of thousands of origin coins. This thing is a Chaos Lord level combat power. It would be a pity if it is not expensive. Not bad, not bad. This time I not only got a fantasy level black knife, but also got such a powerful spiritual plant. This trip is profitable. Although Han Xing didn't know the specific value of these things. But you don't need to think about it to know that it must be priceless, if you count the gains from killing the sharp-scaled source beasts before. Now the materials in his backpack are worth millions of origin coins. Chapter 625. However, Han Xing decided to bind the spiritual vine to himself first to strengthen his combat power. After all, this is a Chaos Lord level combat power. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly took out the spiritual vine, and covered it with his spiritual consciousness. The next moment, the system prompt appeared. Do you want to establish a spiritual connection with the Immortal Spiritual Vine? After it is established, it will become your companion spiritual vine. If you die, the Immortal Spiritual Vine will also die. If I die, the spiritual vine can't live? That's good. It will give me more security. If this spiritual vine doesn't want to die, it will definitely do its best to protect me. So, Han Xing directly clicked yes. And the spiritual vine also cooperated very honestly at this moment. In the blink of an eye, a spiritual force connected with each other. The spiritual vine turned into a clever little snake and wrapped around Han Xing's hand. Normally, it is basically invisible. If there is a fight, it will jump out instantly to protect Han Xing. Even when attacked, this spiritual vine can turn into a layer of armor covering the whole body to reduce the impact. Combined with the Supreme Star Country armor on Han Xing, it can be said that the combat power is greatly increased. Connection successful. The vitality of the immortal spiritual vine has been blessed for you. The upper limit of life has increased by 50%, and after being hurt, 1% of the life value will be restored per second. After binding, the effect of life bonus is greatly reduced. But it's not bad. Feeling the vitality in his body, Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. After doing this, Han Xing said directly, "Let's go, Cole Ball, let's go back." In the blink of an eye, they returned to the area where the spaceship was. When the Gray Machine clan saw Han Xing's return, they all knelt down again to welcome Han Xing's arrival. At the same time, the old clan leader also felt the surging vitality of Han Xing. He immediately realized that Han Xing had successfully subdued the spiritual vine. He stepped forward to congratulate. "Congratulations, sir, congratulations, sir, for successfully subduing the immortal spiritual vine. This kind of spiritual vine, if cultivated well, can even grow to the level of a high-level Chaos Lord in the future. Even other high-level Chaos Lords rarely have immortal spiritual vines." His tone was filled with undisguised envy. After all, this spiritual vine is at least at the level of a primary Chaos Lord. At the beginning, if their Gray Machine clan had a primary Chaos Lord, it would not have been destroyed by the catastrophe. What's more, this is a spiritual vine that is expected to break through to the level of a high-level Chaos Lord. A high-level Chaos Lord, as long as he is not too arrogant, is already the overlord of the Lord continent. Even a mid-level lord like Lord Linghui has to surrender. Han Xing nodded. He naturally knew that he was lucky. He didn't expect to encounter such a magical plant on the road, and he successfully subdued it. Do you know how to cultivate this immortal spirit vine? If possible, Han Xing also wants to cultivate this spirit vine to a more powerful state. In this way, he can provide him with more help. The chief of the Gray Machine tribe nodded quickly. "I know, sir. You just need to feed the immortal spirit vine with more life treasures. The stronger the vitality, the better the effect on it. The immortal spirit vine becomes stronger by absorbing vitality." Han Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. "A treasure with strong vitality? It seems that I have to pay attention to it later." He nodded and continued, "Okay, keep moving forward." The chief of the Gray Machine clan was also very sensible. It turned around and began to control the spacecraft forward. The spacecraft continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. From a distance, Han Xing could already see a boundless and huge continent in front of him. On it, he could see mountains that were tens of thousands of miles high, lakes that were tens of millions of meters wide and comparable to the ocean, and patches of primeval forests. And in it, there are huge cities. These cities are like silent giants, guarding this huge continent. Interesting, this continent is the territory of Lord Linghui? This area is really large. The chief of the Gray Machine clan stepped forward again to explain. "Sir, we are about to reach Lord Linghui's territory." Han Xing nodded slightly. "Where are you going next?" The old chief replied, "Sir, we are going to register at Lingyao City of Lord Linghui first, and then explain to her that our Gray Machine clan is willing to surrender to her." Han Xing nodded. "Okay," the old chief thought for a moment and continued, "Sir, although you are powerful, I still want to remind you. After arriving at Lord Linghui's territory, don't easily conflict with others. Although you can kill fierce creatures such as the sharp scale source beast, there is still a big gap compared to the mid-level lord." After saying that, it looked at Han Xing cautiously, fearing that the other party would be angry. But Han Xing seemed to have no reaction. "You continue?" The old patriarch bowed and said, "In addition to the strength of the mid-level Chaos Lords themselves, as lords, they are stronger in their own territories. Have you seen those huge cities? Those huge cities were built by the major lords with all their resources. In addition to extremely powerful fortifications, there are also mysterious runes on them. Although many of the city lords of these huge cities are only at the God King level, once they encounter a crisis, they will burst out with all their strength. Combined with the power of the huge city, they can even exert the combat power of the initial Chaos Lord. In addition, these huge cities are also where they station troops. There may be a large number of Emperor-level and God-level fighters in them, drowning the enemy." Han Xing asked, "Is it the same in every huge city?" "It's the same in all." Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. "From this point of view, it is really terrifying. A giant city can burst out the combat power of a primary Chaos Lord. Looking around this continent, there are at least no less than 100,000 giant cities. This made Han Xing sigh. Is this the foundation of a mid-level Chaos Lord? The chief of the Gray Machinery clan continued, but don't worry, sir. As long as you leave the territory of these lords, they will not be able to exert such a powerful combat power. But remember, you can't anger Lord Ling Hui. A mid-level Chaos Lord, regardless of the cost, will even give high-level Chaos Lords a headache. After all, if these lords are forced into a corner, they will fight you with the entire continent. When the two continents collide, both sides will suffer considerable losses. So in the Lord continent, these lords who have established territories are not to be provoked. Han Xing nodded again after listening. He also knew that the reason why the Gray Machine clan chief was willing to tell him so much was, on the one hand, because of his strength. On the other hand, he also saw Han Xing's strong fighting power along the way. He was afraid that he would make trouble in the territory of Lord Ling Hui, which would be a big trouble. Thank you. Han Xing thanked. Sir, you are polite. Gray Machine clan chief. The spaceship continued to move forward and stepped into the territory of Lord Ling Hui in the blink of an eye. The moment the spaceship stepped into the sky above the territory. In the center of the boundless continent, there is a huge dark green city. Everything in this city is dark green, whether it is the city walls, buildings, or even the streets. It is covered with a strange fern that can absorb a lot of attacks and help these buildings regenerate. This is the main city of Ling Hui continent, Ling Hui City. In the huge lord's mansion, a woman with aura all over her body suddenly opened her eyes. A new Chaos Lord has come to my territory. He looks very weak, but he has the breath of an immortal spiritual vine. Is it the offspring of another old immortal? After thinking for a moment, the woman quickly ordered, Go, let Ling Ming investigate the information of this Chaos Lord. Here we are, sir. The chief of the Gray Machine clan said respectfully. Han Xing looked at the huge city in front of him, and was a little dazed for a moment. I didn't feel it before because it was far away. Now I see it closer. This giant city is really big, although it is not as big as a star. It has an area of more than a dozen Earths. There are also a large number of spaceships and flying monsters around, carrying goods and creatures into the city. Sir, this is Lingyao City. The city lord is General Yao, a top god king combat force. The legion he leads is the Lingbao monster bird, which contains a large number of true god-level Lingbao monster birds, as well as tens of millions of emperor-level Lingbao monster birds, and even many god king-level ones. The old patriarch explained to Han Xing all the way. Spiritual explosion bird? Yes. This is a very powerful creature. Not only is it very ferocious in battle, but it will also rush into the enemy to self-destruct when encountering a large-scale battle. And after the improvement of Lord Ling Hui, the self-destruction of this type of soldiers has been further strengthened. Not only is it more powerful, it will also create a spiritual interference area, causing chaos in the enemy's original power, and unable to exert the corresponding combat power. Han Xing nodded again after hearing this. He asked with interest, Old Patriarch, how do you know so much? The old patriarch smiled and said, It's because Lord Ling Hui made a name for himself in this area in his early years, and left a glorious record. Every time she fights the enemy, she is so crazy. Directly lead the foundation of the entire territory, and a large number of troops to overwhelm the enemy. If successful, annex the opponent's territory and greatly enhance its strength. If failed, it will be annexed by the opponent. That's why we know this lord better. But in recent years, Lord Ling Hui has kept a low profile. Han Xing thought for a moment and replied, I know. Let's go into the city. The chief of the Gray Machine tribe immediately did as he was told. The huge flying boat began to slowly land, and then approached the even larger city gate. At the same time, two giants wearing dark green armor and more than 10,000 meters tall quickly approached. Stop, explain your intention to enter Lingyao City. A gruff voice sounded. Han Xing was also shocked when he sensed the strength of the two giants. Even the gatekeepers are of God King level combat power. It really deserves to be the Lord Continent. The old chief quickly opened the hatch of the spaceship and said respectfully, Two gods, I am the chief of the Gray Machine tribe. Our tribe has suffered a drastic change and has lost its place to survive. Now lead the whole tribe to join Lord Ling Hui. Hearing the reply, the two giants showed contempt on their faces. Gray Machines, aren't they a group of low-level mechanical races? In terms of regeneration ability, you can't compare to the Yutai machines. In terms of attack power, you can't compare to the Yin Feng machines. In terms of defense, you can't compare to the Jian Gang machines. Your race is not worth the Lord's investment of resources to train soldiers. At most, you can only go mining. Listening to the merciless contempt of the two giants, the remaining millions of gray machines in the spacecraft all looked unhappy. But they couldn't do anything because of the facts the other party said. They, the gray machines, really have no advantages over other mechanical creatures. But they are not completely useless. At least they have certain recovery, attack, and defense capabilities. They have a little bit of the specialties of almost all the major mechanical races. To put it nicely, it is called omnipotence. To put it bluntly, it is mediocre. In the Lord continent, unless you are a Lord, mediocre races have no value in training. Because you have no expertise at all, why should I train you? The old patriarch was not angry. After all, when it decided to join Lord Linghui, it had already made corresponding preparations. Two gods, we are willing to become miners. For the old patriarch, for the continuation of the tribe, and to continue to live, being a miner is nothing. Hearing this, the faces of the two gods also eased a little. It's good that you have this awareness. It just so happens that we have discovered a huge mineral vein near Lingyao City, and we are short of manpower. Each lord's territory is extremely large. In addition to these giant cities, there are also some mining areas that require a large number of people to mine. The resources in the mining areas are also the main source for these giant cities, to explode soldiers, and make massive war armor. After hearing this, the chief of the Gray Machine tribe was overjoyed. It replied respectfully, "Thank you, two generals. We will register with you now." After that, the old chief was about to land the spaceship. At this moment, one of the giants said, "Wait a minute, since you Gray Machine tribe are here to seek refuge, what are you doing with a Chaos Lord? Great. With such strength, you are willing to be a miner. How dare you play tricks on me?" The moment the words fell, the two giants raised their weapons at the same time. The terrifying pressure suddenly came. All the members of the Gray Machine tribe changed their faces wildly. The old patriarch quickly explained, "Two gods, you misunderstood. This lord is not from our Gray Equipment tribe. He came to visit the city and trade by the way." Han Xing also stood up at the right time, and then said lightly, "I am indeed going to go to the city to stroll around, and I took a ride on the Gray Equipment tribe spaceship. Do you have any other questions?" For this god general, who only has the combat power of the god king, Han Xing naturally does not need to be polite. The two god generals also felt the aura of Han Xing, which was completely different from that of the Gray Equipment tribe. They looked at each other, and immediately put down their weapons. Then, they said respectfully, "Greetings to this lord." Chapter 626. The Lord continent is full of powerful people. These gods naturally know who can be provoked, and who should not be provoked. Even though Lord Linghui has a huge power, she has only 3 Chaos Lords under her. Although these giant cities can allow the city lord to exert the power of the Chaos Lord, that is only in the city. There are too many ways for a Chaos Lord to deal with this giant city. Han Xing nodded slightly, and then said, "Patriarch, pay the money." After hearing this, the Gray Machine clan chief immediately took out 100 origin coins, and handed them respectfully to the two gods. Although Han Xing himself has a lot of resources, he was penniless before he sold them. After receiving the money, the two gods turned around without hesitation, and took them into Lingyao City. Like the scene seen outside, Lingyao City is very large inside, and the streets are also very wide. There are also a large number of mansions, attics and other buildings inside. The two gods said respectfully, "Sir, fighting is prohibited in the city. Once a fight occurs, the city guards will arrest them. In serious cases, even General Yao will personally take action." After explaining some precautions, Han Xing waved his hand and let them leave. He looked at the old patriarch next to him and asked, "What are your plans next?" The old patriarch replied, "Sir, we will go to the city's work office to register next. Those people will arrange accommodation for us, and we will probably start working in the mine tomorrow. This world is so cruel. If you are not strong enough, you can only become a miner." Han Xing thought for a moment and nodded, "Then how can I find you later?" He owed the old patriarch 100 origin coins, and he still had to pay it back later. For a tribe like the Gray Machine clan, 100 origin coins would cost almost the entire tribe thousands of years without food or drink to save. After all, this was equivalent to 100 Emperor-level fighters. After hearing this, the old patriarch quickly extended his octopus-like mechanical arm and dug out a piece of gray metal from it. "Sir, this is a metal fragment from my body. You only need to touch this fragment to sense my location." Han Xing took it. "Obtained. Gray Machine Clan Chief Metal Fragment *1. Okay, I got it. Then see you next time." After saying this, Han Xing separated from the tribe. The entire Gray Machine clan watched Han Xing leave and saluted respectfully. After a moment, one of the Royal Gray Machine tribe members asked, "Chief, this lord doesn't talk much, but he seems to be a good person. Can we join him? In this way, we don't have to work as miners." The old patriarch shook his head and said, "No, unless this lord establishes his own territory and becomes a lord. Otherwise, he has no place to take us in. However, judging from this lord's casual personality, he should not have the idea of establishing a territory." Alas! Han Xing walked on the busy streets of Lingyao City, where all kinds of strange creatures shuttled back and forth, and it was very lively. And Han Xing, with a shrunken coal ball, walking on the street with a wolf, did not seem abrupt. Han Xing asked at this time, "Coal ball, do you think I can find a way to break through the Chaos Lord here?" Ouch! Coal ball tilted his head and looked at Han Xing with a puzzled look. Han Xing smiled, "Forget it, let's sell the materials in my hand first. I don't have a single origin coin on me. Even if I come in, I can't move an inch in Lingyao City." As for where to trade, Han Xing had already found out. Tianji Chamber of Commerce. Tianji Chamber of Commerce is a well-known chamber of commerce in the southern region of the Lord Continent, with countless branches. It is almost spread throughout the entire southern region, with countless lords' territories, big and small, and the huge cities under their command. Tianji Chamber of Commerce has a main purpose: as long as you dare to sell, I dare to buy. No matter what treasures or goods, they dare to trade. Even high-level Chaos Lord-level slaves have been auctioned by this Chamber of Commerce. Every day, countless strong people sell and buy treasures in Tianji Chamber of Commerce. Just by collecting handling fees, this Chamber of Commerce can collect a huge amount of original coins every day, but so far, no force or lord dares to attack this Chamber of Commerce. It's all because of the founder of this Chamber of Commerce, Lord Tianji. This is a strong man at the level of a God Realm Lord, and he is not an ordinary God Realm Lord. It is said that he had a mid-level combat power several epochs ago. To this day, few people have seen this man take action. So, few strong men dare to take action within the scope of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. Here, Coal Ball. The Coal Ball turned into a little wolf and opened his eyes, while lying on Han Xing's shoulder. What came into view was a magnificent pavilion. There were 4 big characters written on the plaque at the door Tianji Chamber of Commerce. When Han Xing was seen at the door, a reception maid quickly walked out from inside. The maid was nearly 2 meters tall, wearing the uniform of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, and looked like a combat maid. However, even though she was just a maid, she had the power of an emperor. Those who could enter this powerful force must have some skills. The maid was pretty, and she looked at Han Xing with a gentle smile. "Sir, are you coming to our Chamber of Commerce to buy and sell goods?" "Yes," Han Xing replied lightly. The maid smiled even more, and then chuckled, "Please follow me." After that, she led Han Xing into the attic, and then came all the way to a separate room on the 3rd floor. The decoration inside was very luxurious, and Han Xing casually found a chair and sat down. The maid chuckled and said, "Sir, are you here to buy or sell?" "Both buying and selling." Han Xing said directly, "Look, what price would you pay for a scale like this?" He took out the scale from the sharp-scaled source beast. When the maid saw the scale, she didn't react much. Although the scales of the sharp-scaled source beast are precious, if there are only a few, they are not very useful. She chuckled and said, "According to the market price, how about 1 scale equals 1 source currency?" Han Xing nodded. This price was the same as what the patriarch told him. "Okay, I have 130,000 scales here, you can take them all." Hearing this number, the beautiful maid's smile froze. Big, sir, how much do you say?" 130,000, to be exact, 136,714 pieces. The maid's breathing suddenly became a little rapid. Then, she looked at Han Xing deeply. When she saw him take out the scales of the sharp-scaled source beast before, she thought that this person was just lucky, and got a few scales by chance. Unexpectedly, the other party offered 130,000 at the first move. This means that the other party may have killed a sharp-scaled source beast. The maid continued, "Sir, then the transaction will be based on the price just set, a total of 136,714 source coins. However, you should know that a 20% share will be taken for this transaction, right?" Han Xing frowned and said, "Isn't it 15%? 15% is the share set by Lord Linghui, and the other 5% is the commission of our Chamber of Commerce." The maid sighed. "Our Chamber of Commerce has established branches in major cities, and we have to pay a large amount of rent to Lord Linghui every year. Even so, we have to pay a tax to this lord every time. So we have no choice. Han Xing nodded suddenly after hearing this. Although the Tianji Chamber of Commerce is powerful, this is also Lord Linghui's territory after all. If you want to trade in her territory, you naturally need to pay taxes. At this time, Han Xing couldn't help thinking. Being a lord is really profitable. No wonder those Chaos Lords all build their own territories. It seems that I have to find a way to build a territory in the future. Thinking of this, Han Xing said directly, "Then let's trade." Hearing this, the maid smiled happily. Then, she stretched out her pair of white jade hands and clapped them in the air. Several short creatures quickly walked out. They were also each carrying a large box, which had a strong aura of origin. "Sir, please count the number of origin coins in the box." A total of 136,714 origin coins, minus 20% of the handling fee. There are still 109,372 origin coins here. Han Xing only scanned the box with his spiritual sense, and knew the number of origin coins inside. He shook his head and said, "No need to count, just trade directly." Although, he still felt a little distressed. After all, 15% tax and 5% handling fee were directly more than 20,000 origin coins gone. After both parties completed the transaction quickly, the smile on the face of the maid in front of them became even bigger. Because according to the rules of Tianji Chamber of Commerce, anyone who has completed the performance can extract 0.1% of the transaction fee. It sounds small, but there are more than 100 origin coins. With her emperor-level strength, this is already a huge sum of money. After making money, the maid smiled even more. She also saw the pain on Han Xing's face and whispered, "My lord, I tell you something in secret. Next time, if you have other rare treasures, you can go to other lords' territories to trade. General lords basically don't set such high taxes. Most of them are between 3% and 5%, but Lord Linghui has a weird and overbearing temper, so he directly raised it to the highest limit. Of course, you can also go to Lord Tianji's territory, which is the headquarters of our Tianji Chamber of Commerce. You don't need to pay extra taxes when you trade there." Han Xing's face also showed a look of realization after hearing this. Then he bowed and said, "Thank you." The maid smiled and said, "You are too polite. Is there anything else you want to trade?" There are still some precious things in the backpack, but Han Xing is not going to continue the transaction. After all, the handling fee is too expensive. The maid naturally saw Han Xing's thoughts and chuckled. "If you don't have anything to sell, you can also take a look at the goods of our Taiji Chamber of Commerce. If you buy, you don't need to pay any additional fees." Han Xing's heart moved slightly. Of course, he also knew that the wool comes from the sheep. So, he asked directly, "I need a way for the God King to break through to the Chaos Lord." Hearing this, the maid seemed a little surprised. Because in her perception, the man in front of her already has the strength of a Chaos Lord. Why does he need to buy this kind of thing? But she didn't ask any more questions, and said directly, "Yes, our Tianji Chamber of Commerce has recorded many methods for God Kings to break through to Chaos Lords. The success rate ranges from 3% to 50%. The lower the success rate, the less resources are consumed. And the higher the success rate, the more terrifying the resources required will be." "Which one do you want, sir?" Han Xing said directly. "Of course, the one with the highest success rate. This is one of his main goals in the Lord Continent. Breaking through the Chaos Lord will be a great transformation for him." The maid in front of him chuckled again. 20,000 origin coins, sir. Can you accept it? If I say I don't accept it, can you still bargain?" The maid was stunned. "Of course not." Han Xing said speechlessly, "That's it, bring it to me." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and sent out 20,000 origin coins. The number of origin coins that had just exceeded 100,000 fell directly to 5 digits. The maid was also very direct, and immediately sent a small box with many seals on it. "Sir, this is the breakthrough method that our Tianji Chamber of Commerce spent a lot of money to buy out from a divine domain. You can only use it yourself after reading it, and you cannot teach it to others. If you are discovered, you will be besieged by the Tianji army. In serious cases, even the Tianji Lord will personally take action." Han Xing nodded. He was not surprised. After all, this is equivalent to a kind of intellectual property. Tianji Chamber of Commerce bought out this knowledge, so naturally it would not allow others to spread it at will. "I know." After Han Xing finished speaking, he directly grabbed the small black wooden box. A touch of excitement appeared in his heart, because he finally had to master the method of breaking through the Chaos Lord. When the wooden box was opened, the expected scrolls or notes were gone. What was there was only a white light. This white light penetrated into Han Xing's mind, which contained a huge amount of memory. With his God King level mental power, the speed of his brain has reached a terrifying level. However, even so, it took the last half a minute to digest these confidences. When Han Xing opened his eyes, an expression of enlightenment appeared on his face. So that's it? Breaking through the Chaos Lord actually requires this kind of thing? The Lord, as the name suggests, is to have his own territory. And where does this territory come from? Naturally, it is the Chaos Core in the body. When the Chaos Core expands to a certain extent, it will form a huge world. At this time, it is equivalent to having a complete territory. At this time, there are two choices. Otherwise, keep this territory in the Chaos Core and let it slowly expand and grow. Until a complete continent is formed, it will successfully break through and reach the Chaos Lord level. Chapter 627. The second method is to take out this territory before it is formed and merge it with the complete territory outside. Compared with the Void Core in his body, the Land of the Lord continent is extremely perfect in terms of origin and rules. Therefore, this is also the method chosen by most Chaos Lords. After all, it is too slow to put it in the Chaos Core and let it expand slowly. Once they establish a territory outside, they can not only build a large number of giant cities, but also start the explosive mode. These giant cities can bring huge benefits to themselves and speed up their own growth. As long as they are normal people, they basically know how to choose. But there is a disadvantage in this way. It is said that this disadvantage will affect the Lord's breakthrough to the Eternal Realm. However, for them, let alone the Eternal Realm, being able to become a Lord of the God Realm is in existence at the level of a hegemon. They can't even consider such far things. Han Xing pondered. So now, I need to let the Void Core in my body absorb a large amount of original power, and then accelerate growth. To condense a main continent of my own. But doing so also has risks. It is very likely to fail due to unstable structure. And once it fails, it will take a lot of time and original power to condense a new continent. And the method I bought requires a large amount of external objects to be invested in the territory to stabilize the structure. These external objects are star sand, mysterious crystal, and golden marrow. Each breakthrough requires a full 10,000 copies. Han Xing asked, "Do you have materials like star sand, mysterious crystal, and shining gold marrow?" The maid seemed to know that Han Xing would ask this question, and chuckled. Of course, the price of these materials is about the same as the scales of the sharp-scaled origin beast. How many do you need, sir? Han Xing thought for a moment, and said directly, "Give me 20,000 copies of each." 20,000 copies are the materials for 2 breakthroughs. With a 50% success rate, he should be able to successfully break through with a high probability. After paying another 60,000 origin coins, Han Xing only had the last 20,000 origin coins left. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, "I just made some money, and it's not even warm yet, and it's almost gone in the blink of an eye." Of course, these resources are worth spending. After all, it can help him break through to the Chaos Lord level more stably. Soon, the maid sent 3 boxes. There is space inside the box, which contains a large amount of materials. Through the box, Han Xing can sense the power fluctuations contained in it. The maid explained softly, "Star sand, mysterious crystal, and golden marrow are all minerals unique to the Lord continent, but the output is very small. Among them, the golden marrow is the main material for making fantasy-level armor. A small piece is enough to buy a house in the city." Han Xing nodded. He had just come to this world, and didn't know the prices here. But it was obvious that these materials were extremely valuable, and a small piece was enough for an ordinary family to live a worry-free life in the Lord continent. "Sir, do you want to buy anything else?" Han Xing thought for a moment, then asked, "I want to know, is there any way to make a being that has become a weapon spirit transform back into a living being?" He couldn't keep the cold ball in the form of a spirit, so this method was also very important. The maid in front of him looked at the little wolf on Han Xing's shoulder, and suddenly there was a look of enlightenment in her eyes. She shook her head and said, "Sir, this method is not available in our Tianji Chamber of Commerce." Hearing this, Han Xing's eyes showed disappointment. However, the next sentence of this woman gave Han Xing hope. "However, if you have a chance, you can go to the territory of the Great Beast Lord to ask. It is said that this Great Beast Lord transformed from a spirit into a normal creature, and broke through all the way to become a high-level Chaos Lord. By the way, this news is free." Han Xing was stunned, and then said gratefully, "Thank you." This news is still very important to him. Cold Ball is his pet, and also the only companion he can trust in the Lord continent. "You're welcome, sir." My name is Luoli. If you have treasures next time, remember to trade with me. Luoli. Han Xing whispered the name, then nodded and said, okay, I remember it. The woman named Luoli smiled and said, Sir, in addition to this information, our Tianji Chamber of Commerce has a lot of good things. We have Chaos Lord level burst combat skills, archery, and even God Domain Lord level divine skills. If you have any needs later, you can buy them from us. Han Xing heard about Chaos Lord level archery, and his heart was a little itchy. After all, he only had 2 Chaos Lord level combat skills, namely, Meteoric God Arrow and Rock Shield Guardian. I still rely on my own innate skills to improve. As for archery, I don't have any. And in Tianji Chamber of Commerce, I can actually buy it directly. Should I say it is worthy of being the Lord Continent, however, I only have the last 20,000 Chaos coins left, and I am also short of money. I don't want to sell some other precious treasures here. After all, the handling fee is too high. Han Xing shook his head. Next time I have a chance, I will come to you to buy it. Hearing this, the smile on the face of the woman opposite became even brighter. By the way, sir, I have another piece of gossip for you. If you have the legendary Eternal Soil in the process of consolidating your territory and integrate it into your territory, it will give your territory magical functions. Not only can it speed up the passage of time, create life, and cultivate thugs, but it will also give birth to various rare and extremely precious mineral veins from time to time. In addition, the territory founded with the Eternal Soil will also give all the creatures in the entire territory a powerful blessing effect. It can be said that the territory with the Eternal Soil will at least become a strong lord of the God realm in the future. However, this kind of magical thing is something that even the Eternal Lord level existence covets, and it is something that can only be encountered but not sought. After saying that, she smiled and shook her head. At this time, Han Xing's heart was already full of storms, because he really has this so-called Eternal Soil. It was a reward for the first kill of a God King level creature. Unexpectedly, there is such a magical effect. However, although he was surprised, he still remained calm. Then he nodded, okay, I got it. Thank you for your information. The woman in front of him chuckled, you're too polite, sir. After saying that, Han Xing got up and left with the coal. At the same time, not long after Han Xing left, the information about him quickly spread to the center of this continent, the dark green city. Lord Linghui's eyes showed a thoughtful look. It seems that he has the combat power of the God King level, but he can exert the strength of the Chaos Lord level. He traded 130,000 sharp scales of the Source Beast, and there is a high probability that he has materials from other parts of this Source Beast. There is also an immortal spirit vine on his body. This person is definitely a high-level Chaos Lord, or even the offspring of a God Realm Lord. Otherwise, how could an ordinary God King have such a powerful combat power, and such a precious companion spirit plant? Thinking of this, she quickly ordered, continue to observe the actions of this mysterious lord, keep a distance, and don't offend the other party. On the streets of Lingyao City, Han Xing touched Cole Ball's head and chuckled, little Cole Ball, you have to wait for a while before you can return to your normal form. Awoo! After hearing this, Cole Ball raised his little head and rubbed Han Xing, seemingly not caring whether he could return to his normal form. For it, as long as it can always be with its master, it will be fine. Han Xing smiled. Next, we have to find a place to practice. Yes, he wanted to let the void core in his body quickly absorb the origin and condense a complete territory. And in this huge city, that is more than a dozen times the size of the earth, there is naturally such a place. As the woman named Luoli said, not everyone will choose to build their own territory. Many God Kings or Chaos Lords will observe or learn from other Lords' territories. The Chaos Lords' territories are too large, and sometimes they will observe for several months or even years. Therefore, these foreign Chaos Lords will choose to settle here for a period of time. And these giant cities will have places for these strong men to settle down. Han Xing brought Cole Ball to the house and mansion management office in the giant city. After selecting, he fell in love with a huge tower in the outer city. Han Xing directly booked the entire tower, spent 3,000 original coins, and obtained the right to use it for 3 years. Then, he took Cole Ball and moved in directly. Han Xing pushed open the door of the tower. It was very spacious inside, and the sun shone through the stained glass windows high up. One by one, the thick pillars supported the high dome like the arms of a giant. In the center is a huge stone platform, on which is placed an ancient book emitting a faint glow, and there is a faint magical atmosphere around it. In the corner, several unknown statues stand quietly, with solemn expressions, giving people a sense of majesty. Yes, This tower alone covers an area of tens of thousands of square meters, and is thousands of meters high. It is completely enough for me. After all, it costs 3,000 original coins, which can buy 3,000 Emperor-level thugs. The rent of this tower is so high, so it must have a corresponding value. At this time, Cold Ball has jumped off Han Xing's shoulder, and is running freely on the bright floor. Han Xing smiled, and then found a room. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed. Han Xing closed his eyes, thinking about the method he bought to break through the Chaos Lord. According to the method recorded above, whether you choose to build a territory in your body or choose to merge the territory with the outside world, you need to have your own territory first. And if you want to have your own territory, you must absorb a lot of origin power from the Chaos Core in your body. Origin power, I do have one, that is the origin core of the Sharp Scale Source Beast. This thing is the origin core of a Chaos Lord, which should be enough for me to condense a complete continent. But Han Xing has also heard the woman talk about the importance of the Eternal Land. Speaking of which, since he completed the first kill reward, he has not paid attention to this thing. Now I can take a look. Eternal Soil, 1 kilogram. How to use. Foundation Soil. When condensing the territory, add 1 kilogram of Eternal Soil to make your territory undergo a magical transformation. It is just like what the woman said, just add it when you are ready to break through. However, the system does not mark the specific function. It just says that it can make the territory undergo magical changes. He shook his head. My Void Core has not yet fully formed, and it will take some time before I start to condense the territory. Next, use the more than 400 million gold essences obtained from killing the swordsman last time. These 400 million gold essences can directly transform a skill from the legendary level to the Chaos Lord level, which is still a great help to Han Xing. Of course, the prerequisite is that he must first draw a gold skill. So, Han Xing began to draw. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to spend 100,000 legendary points to randomly draw the Archer legendary skill? Yes. Drawing successfully, 100,000 legendary points are reduced, and a random legendary skill is obtained. Magic Arrow Chasing Shadow Phantom Shot. Magic Arrow Chasing Shadow Phantom Shot. Legendary skill instantly split 100 clones. Each clone has the same aura as you, but only inherits 20% of your attributes, and will attack with your attack action, lasting 30 seconds, cooling time, 12 hours. This skill is a shadow skill and requires the origin of shadow. Clone skill? There are 100 clones, which sounds quite scary. But only inheriting 20% of the attributes may not even break the defense of the Chaos Lord level. At their level, it is not that more people are useful. You must have a strong enough attack power to cause damage to those beings. Han Xing shook his head. This skill is not very good. I don't know if there will be any changes when it is upgraded to the Chaos Lord level. Let's go to the next one directly. Extraction successful, legendary points minus 100,000. Get a random legendary skill. Forbidden Sky Soul Locking Arrow. Forbidden Sky Soul Locking Arrow. Legendary skill shoot an arrow with the power of confinement, so that the enemy is sealed by XX. If you want to break free, you need to break this Forbidden Sky barrier. The blood volume of the barrier is 500% of the survivor. Cooling time, 6 hours. Note, this skill is a confinement skill, and the confinement source is required to upgrade. Han Xing thought, pure control skill? It's quite powerful. With the strong control of Broken Moon, it should be able to play a considerable effect. However, I don't have the confinement source. Next, Han Xing began to continue extracting skills. Chapter 628. However, the next 3 skills are relatively common. Obtain random skill, Breaking Illusion Spirit Attack. Obtain random skill, Breaking Sky Attack. Obtain random skill, Divine Bow Prison Ice Arrow. Looking at the attributes, except for the last Divine Bow Prison Ice Arrow, it has freezing and ice explosion effects. The other 2 skills are very common. And this ice arrow is an ice skill, so it can only be passed first. Looking at his legendary points, Han Xing thought to himself, there are only 4 chances left. I hope you can give me a gold skill. After saying that, he directly clicked on the extraction. At this moment, a strong golden light suddenly appeared in front of Han Xing's eyes. He was delighted. Wow, it's really a gold skill. When this golden light fell on Han Xing, he immediately felt a lot of memories pouring into his mind. A sharp breath swept across. The system prompt appeared. Successfully extracted the legendary skill, Divine Bow Sharp Gold Piercing Shot. Divine Bow Sharp Gold Piercing Shot. Legendary skill pull the bowstring in charge for 1 to 3 seconds. During this process, the armor-piercing damage increases by 100% for every 1 second of charging. If pulled to the maximum value, it will cause 980% armor-piercing damage to the enemy and reduce its armor by 30% in the next 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 4 hours. Seeing the attributes of the skill, Han Xing was amazed. Wow, such a pure burst skill? Yes, this skill is pure burst, full 3 seconds, full 980% armor-piercing damage. Even without charging, there is at least 680% armor-piercing damage. You know, armor-piercing damage is different from ordinary damage coefficients. For example, the skill Arrow of the Fallen God has a full 5000% damage coefficient, but its damage will be offset by the enemy's armor and various defensive skills. However, God Bao Sharp Gold Piercing Shot is different. It is pure armor-piercing damage, which is equivalent to ignoring the enemy's armor. Against those powerful enemies, the damage is actually much higher than that of the Arrow of the Fallen God. Yes, this skill is worth improving. Han Xing did not hesitate and began to improve it crazily. Do you want to consume the original power of gold, 1 million improve? Do you want to consume the original power of gold, 10 million improve? Do you want to consume the original power of gold, 300 million, and upgrade this skill from the God King level to the Chaos Lord level? When a large amount of memories poured into Han Xing's mind, it also meant that he had completely learned this skill. He looked at the attributes. God Bao Sharp Gold Piercing Shot, Chaos Lord level. Pull the bowstring to cause 478% armor-piercing damage to the enemy, charge for 1 to 10 seconds, and increase armor-piercing damage by 100% for every 1 second of charge. When it reaches the maximum value, it will cause 1478% armor-piercing damage to the enemy, and reduce its armor by 30% in the next 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 6 hours. Yes, the charge time has been greatly increased, which has enhanced the upper limit of this skill, but the lower limit has been much lower. Han Xing thought for a moment, and decided to continue to improve. Anyway, this time I killed a guy and got 400 million gold essences, and I used more than 300 million, so I still have more than 100 million. Do you want to consume the gold source power, 30 million, and increase the level of this skill? Yes. A golden light flashed in front of him, and the value of this skill changed again. Han Xing thought, upgrading to a higher level will increase the attack coefficient by 100%, shorten the charging time by 1 second, and shorten the cooling time by half an hour. That's good. There are exactly 90 million gold source, so let's consume them all. Thinking of this, Han Xing upgraded this skill by 3 levels again. The damage coefficient has been greatly enhanced. Not bad, one more trump card. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. He is only at the God King level now. If he waits until he breaks through to the Chaos Lord level, Lord of the Galaxy plus time stop plus time acceleration plus Arrow of the Fallen God plus God Bao Sharp Gold Piercing Shot. After this burst, I'm afraid even the mid-level Chaos Lord can't stand it. If he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Han Xing has not come into contact with high-level Chaos Lords, so he does not know the strength of this level of power. I am getting further and further in the burst. This is not okay. If there are too many enemies, it will be embarrassing if I fail to kill them all in one burst. It seems that the subsequent development direction is still to develop towards endurance. The burst flow is very suitable for Han Xing. In addition, he also has Eternal Land. Once he becomes a Chaos Lord, Han Xing's strength will usher in a qualitative change. Next, I will start to let my Void Core absorb the origin and continuously improve the rules inside. When the rules are improved to a certain extent, I can condense the main continent and transform into a Chaos Lord. Han Xing began to enter the state of introspection. Concentrate all your energy on the Void Core in your body. Then, take out the origin core of the sharp-scaled origin beast. Let your Void Core absorb it. Hua la la. A sound like the surging of the sea waves came. The origin power contained in this origin core is too rich. The Void Core is also spinning wildly. Begin to absorb the origin power contained on it. However, even if there is an origin core of an Earth-type ferocious beast for you to absorb, it will take a lot of time. After all, Han Xing's current Void Core is only at the God King level. What is the concept? It is equivalent to an asteroid that is about to swallow the sun. This is a gradual process. According to Han Xing's estimate, it will take at least 1 or 2 years to make the Void Core perfect. And he is not in a hurry. Anyway, the lifespan of the God King level is extremely long, and it is normal to live for tens of thousands of epochs. According to the lifespan of the God King, he is not even in the infant stage now, and most he is an embryo. In addition, the time flow rate of the Lord Continent and the Holy Spirit realm is 1:3650. There are still 69 years and 7 months before the next call with Chung Jianyong and others. So Han Xing has a lot of time now. Then, he began to control the void core and swallowed a large amount of earth element origin power. As the black ball turned wildly, Han Xing could also see that its volume was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Years passed by. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. In the center of this territory, the unpredictable woman frowned slightly. You mean, this person has been staying in a residence in Lingyao City for 2 consecutive years after buying it? A hazy scene appeared on the opposite side. A female voice sounded. My lord, it is true. I suspect that he may be sprinting towards the Chaos Lord realm. Hearing this, Lord Linghui frowned slightly. Impossible. Over the years, every god king who breaks through to Chaos Lord, even with an unlimited supply of origin cores, needs at least 10,000 years. Even those gifted monsters need 1,000 years. At present, the territories of countless Chaos Lords and God Domain Lords in the southern region of the Lord Continent are added together. The fastest and most evil one took 879 years, and no one has been able to break his record until now. The origin aura on this person is obviously very weak. If he wants to make his Chaos Core reach the limit of God King, it will take 2,000 or 3,000 years. Does this person have to stay in my territory for thousands of years? Hearing this, the phantom on the opposite side was also stunned, and didn't know how to answer for a while. After a while, Lord Linghui regained his composure. She continued, Okay, continue to observe this person's behavior, and remember to contact me if there is anything unusual. Yes, Lord. In the high tower in the outer city area, few people have come in the past 2 years. Since Han Xing paid a large sum of money to buy the residence, the Lingyao army in Lingyao City regards such places as key protection areas and prohibits ordinary beings from approaching. Therefore, Han Xing has basically not been disturbed. In the tower, a man wearing black armor and with an ethereal aura sat in the center. He closed his eyes tightly, as if he had already passed away, without any movement. But from time to time, a strong aura of origin emanated from his body, indicating that he was not dead yet. Next to him, a black giant wolf with shiny black hair and a majestic appearance curled up and waited beside Han Xing. In the past 2 years, Cole Ball has been with Han Xing all the time, protecting him. However, the long wait also made this void wolf a little bored. And on this day, it sensed that the aura of its master had changed. It immediately raised its black head. A gentle call sounded. Han Xing, who was in a meditative state, suddenly opened his eyes. A strange light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Countless images flashed in his pupils, as if thousands of years had passed. A breath of time spread from him. A smile appeared on Han Xing's face. Interesting. So this is the real magic of the time beast body? It makes the time flow around the body faster, so that's it. Han Xing seemed to have discovered a new world. During his practice, he also found that the growth process of the void core was too long. According to his current speed, it would take at least 4,000 years to achieve a satisfactory progress. Then he could start to condense the main continent and start to sprint towards the Chaos Lord stage. And he found that after he entered the state of introspection, the speed of time began to change. The speed of space in his body became faster, and it was getting faster and faster, reaching a time flow rate of 1,000:1 directly. In other words, although he had only practiced for 2 years, in fact, his Chaos Core had absorbed the original power of 2,000 years. From the original size of an asteroid, it was almost growing to the size of the Earth. Han Xing almost couldn't help laughing. Great. In this way, at most 2 years, I can sprint towards the Chaos Lord. Moreover, with this ability, my cultivation speed will be more than 1,000 times faster than other Chaos Lords and God Realm Lords. This time beast body is really abnormal. Thinking of this, he felt better. And Han Xing also saw that the cold ball was looking at him eagerly on the side. Chuckling. Little cold ball, you must be bored waiting. The cold ball turned into the size of a little wolf cub again, making a crisp sound. Han Xing smiled and said, Let's go, I take you out for a walk. Although, he could now make a concerted effort, stay in seclusion for another 2 years, and then start to sprint to a higher realm. But Han Xing's personality is more casual. Unless he is in the Holy Spirit realm, he is generally not in a hurry during the last few months. Practice, pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Not only him, in fact, at the level of Chaos Lord, almost all beings have this state of mind. After all, their lifespan is too long. There is no worry about old age and death at all. Thinking of this, Han Xing waved his hands directly, and disappeared with the cold ball in one step. If a Chaos Lord level strongman saw it, he would definitely exclaim, "This is actually the ability to teleport. You know, the space of the Lord continent is many times more stable than the space of the Holy Spirit realm. Even high-level Chaos Lords cannot break the space. Only the legendary God Realm Lord can break the space with a full-strength attack. But if you want to jump in space and achieve teleportation, this is not something that ordinary God Realm Lords can do, and Han Xing, in the realm of God King, has this ability. If he is seen by other Chaos Lords, they will definitely regard him as a rare monster in the entire tens of thousands of epochs. In fact, the reason why Han Xing can use teleportation is mostly due to his time beast body. The more he explores, the more he can feel the strength of this physique. This also made Han Xing sigh that he pulled the time beast to self-destruct together, which was really a blessing in disguise. Shaking his head, he put these thoughts behind him. Han Xing and Meichio soon came to the bustling Lingyao city. Looking at the people coming and going on the street, Han Xing chuckled and said, "Little cold ball, I take you to have a good meal today. It is said that the delicious food there is unique in the whole Lingyao city. No matter whether it is human, beastman, or other races, as long as there are taste buds, they will praise the food there after tasting it." Hearing this, Little Cold Ball's eyes also showed desire. Then, they walked towards the area in the center of the city. At the same time, a giant dragon covered with silver scales appeared above the territory of Lingyao City. Its body is tens of thousands of meters long, and each scale flashes with a cold metallic luster, reflecting gorgeous light under the sunlight. The dragon's head is huge and majestic. However, such a powerful dragon actually has a gorgeous reins around its neck. The reins are woven with gold wire, and the other end of the reins is connected to a treasure chariot. This treasure chariot is made of an extremely rare wood, with exquisite patterns carved on it, including some patterns of mythical beasts, delicate flowers, and mysterious runes. There are gorgeous curtains hanging around the treasure chariot. The curtains are made of delicate silk, and embroidered with lifelike patterns with bright colors. Obviously, the existence that can travel in such a gorgeous vehicle must be a very noble status. At the same time, as the gorgeous curtains on the treasure chariot were opened, a cold and ethereal voice came from inside. "Is this Lingyao City? My father asked me to come and visit this Lord Ling Wei. She is so arrogant that she asked me to wait in such a small city. Humph! This woman is really as arrogant and unruly as the rumors say. If my father hadn't planned to join forces with her to seize a magical chaotic spirit plant, I wouldn't bother to look at her face." Chapter 629. At this time, a maidservant beside her lowered her voice and reminded, "Princess, please keep your voice down. This is Lord Ling Hui's territory. She might be able to hear you talking." But the woman still said disdainfully, "What if she heard it? My father is the great beast lord, a high-level chaos lord. Does Lord Ling Hui dare to attack me?" Hearing this, the maidservant also looked helpless. At the same time, the gatekeepers of Ling Hui Main City quickly came over to welcome this gorgeous treasure chariot. The two gatekeepers were very polite, and their attitude was much better than when they treated Han Xing. And the existence in the treasure chariot seemed to have lost some of its depression when seeing the scene. Then, led by the two gatekeepers, they entered Lingyao City. From beginning to end, no one in the treasure chariot came out. Han Xing was standing in the central urban area of Lingyao City at this time, which was also the most prosperous area in the entire giant city. The daily flow of people has reached a terrifying level. Whether living in the central city or opening a shop, they all have a strong background and connections. And the Tianyin building in front of Han Xing is one of the best buildings in the entire Lingyao City. It is said that those who can consume in it are either rich or noble. And a huge city like Lingyao City has a year-round active population of hundreds of billions. It is even more than dozens of times the total population of the entire Blue Star. You can imagine what this concept is. With such a large population base, many forces and parties have naturally emerged. This is also a place where those big figures chat and discuss important matters. Only those with power and influence can enter. It is said that any person who walks out of Tianyin Tower may be the helmsman or important member of a large force in the city. Of course, the consumption is also outrageous. After entering, it is easy to spend 1 or 2,000 chaos coins. However, there is a reason why the consumption of Tianyin Tower is so high. The facilities inside, whether it is food or entertainment, are of the highest level. It is said that there are also God King level dancers performing inside every day. These information were naturally learned by Han Xing from the discussions of those mortals in Lingyao City. His current spiritual awareness is amazing, and he can hear all the sounds within a radius of thousands of miles with just a thought. So, Han Xing decided to take this opportunity to bring cold balls here to splurge. Like the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, there are also reception staff waiting at the door of Tianjin Tower. Seeing Han Xing walk straight forward, a young man who looks to be in his early 20s quickly came up to greet him. "This lord, are you going to visit our Tianjin Tower?" Han Xing nodded. Hearing this, he looked at Han Xing calmly. With a smile on his face, "Sir, are you here alone?" Han Xing shook his head and said, "Please arrange a room for us." "Okay. Sir, please follow me." After saying this, the young waiter led Han Xing into this gorgeous attic. As soon as he entered the interior, it was as if he had entered another world. The noisy sounds from the outside disappeared in an instant, and it became very quiet inside, with only a long and ethereal sound of the piano echoing above his head. The sound of the piano was very beautiful, and even Han Xing, who had no artistic talent at all, could not help but be intoxicated by it. Even a beautiful picture has emerged in his mind. In the picture, a beautiful woman in white gauze gently plucks the strings of the zither. Every time her slender fingers brushed the strings, she played the most pleasant melody. But he quickly came to his senses and exclaimed, "It's worthy of Tianjin Tower." After hearing this, the young waiter turned around and chuckled. "Sir, the one playing in Tianjin Tower today is Miss Miqing of the Mingda clan. Although her piano skills are superb, she is not the top level of our Tianjin Tower. If you can come back in 3 days, you can even enjoy Miss Ling Luo of the Jieyu clan, who is known as the goddess of music and dance. This one is not only proficient in piano skills, but her dancing is even more graceful. I don't know how many wealthy and powerful people have spent a lot of money just to see Miss Ling Luo's peerless dance." Han Xing nodded slightly, and didn't care too much. He came here today mainly to bring Meichio to have a good meal. "Lead the way." After hearing this, the young waiter immediately turned around and took Han Xing all the way to the 9th floor. Each floor of Tianjin building is equivalent to an independent space. In the central area, there is a gorgeous stage where a group of graceful women are performing dances. The melodious piano music and graceful dances are so pleasant. Then, Han Xing came to one of the private rooms. The location of this room is very good. Not only can you see the beautiful scenery of Lingyao City from the window, but you can also watch the performance in the center of the hall. Next, it's the ordering stage. The waiter took out an ancient menu and began to introduce the dishes to Han Xing one by one. What is the fragrance that spreads thousands of miles? The most delicious food in the world. They praised the dishes of their Tianjin pavilion to the sky. Han Xing felt a little impatient, waved his hand directly, and then took out 2,000 origin coins and put them on the table. "Just cook it according to the origin coins here." When the waiter saw the origin coins on the table, his eyes lit up. But as a service staff, who has been working in Tianjin building for many years, he has also seen those big shots spending a lot of money. So he put away the 2,000 origin coins with a smile on his face. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will notify the kitchen. Please rest assured, the dishes will satisfy you." After saying that, he retreated directly. Han Xing and Meichio waited silently. Tianjin building is very efficient, less than half an hour. A team of maids dressed gorgeously like colorful clouds lined up in carrying plates of exquisite dishes. These maids all wore veils on their faces, but they still looked beautiful and graceful, as if they were drawn by the most perfect lines. Obviously, even the maids in Tianjin Tower were carefully selected, and all of them were outstanding. As the dishes were served, Han Xing couldn't help but sigh that you really get what you pay for. Every food here was indeed carefully made, and even in some dishes, Han Xing felt the fluctuation of the origin. Obviously, the raw materials of these foods should come from those source beasts. Han Xing didn't feel anything. And Meichio, who was standing next to him, was almost drooling. Seeing this, Han Xing chuckled and said, "Eat, Meichio, these are all yours." After hearing this, the little cold ball cried out immediately, and then began to devour the food in the true sense. Seeing that it had not eaten for hundreds of years, Han Xing couldn't help but laugh. Then, he sat quietly on the chair, enjoying the dance music outside, while watching the cold ball devouring the food. And at this moment, the screen behind him suddenly made a loud crash sound. A silver knife instantly penetrated the screen and attacked the cold ball, who was tasting the food. The tip of the knife contained at least the power of the law of the God King level, and the speed was extremely fast. At this time, the cold ball was instantly alert. But it was only a God King level combat power, and it was a little unable to dodge for a while. At the critical moment, Han Xing flicked his finger, and an invisible arrow shot out. Bang! The terrifying impact force exploded instantly, And Han Xing also propped up the divine power barrier, directly protecting the cold ball behind him, and the dishes on the table. The other side was not so lucky. The instantaneous explosion directly blew the special material screen into powder, including the tables and chairs in the opposite room, all disappeared. Boom! The violent explosion stopped the performance on the stage instantly, and attracted the mysterious people in the boxes on the 9th floor. They all looked over. At the same time, Han Xing also saw the figure that attacked him. It was a group of creatures that looked like humanoids, but they had a black scale on their faces. There were 5 people in total, all wearing black robes, looking at Han Xing with a bad face. Han Xing frowned and asked, "I don't seem to know you. Why did you suddenly attack me?" Hearing this, the 5 figures separated. Behind them, a young man with pale complexion and gloomy breath appeared, sitting on a chair. He raised his cold eyes, and looked at Han Xing sinisterly. "I finally finished the mission, and came to Tianyin Tower to relax. But I smell the breath of a beast. Since when even beasts can be served at Tianyin Tower?" Hearing this, Han Xing frowned slightly. And the cold ball behind him naturally understood what the man meant, and immediately clenched his 4 claws on the ground, revealing his fangs. "Roar!" Cold ball roared threateningly. The man just glanced at it lightly, and then said disdainfully, "An animal is an animal. Even if it has the strength of a god king, it is difficult to change its nature. You really dirty my eyes." Han Xing narrowed his eyes slightly at this time. He signaled Machio not to act immediately, and then chuckled. "A guy like you who is neither male nor female is qualified to talk about my partner? I see that your aura is more feminine. You haven't cut it off for cultivation? That's too pitiful. What did you say?" The man seemed to be stimulated by something, and suddenly sat up from the chair with a bang. The aura of his whole body began to leak violently, as if it was out of control. Seeing this scene, Han Xing was unmoved and continued to chuckle. "It seems that I was right. You have indeed cut it off, so you can't stand anything that is healthier than you. Even a wolf is no exception. Some people, even if they give up their dignity as men and cultivate to the level of God King, cannot hide their inferiority in their hearts." Han Xing's words were heart-piercing, pointing directly to the pain in the heart of this gloomy man. He breathed heavily, and seemed to be very angry. The 5 men in black beside him saw this, and shouted loudly, "How dare you? You dare to speak so rudely to the adults? Do you know that this is a sea-level killer of the Shadow Blade Alliance, Lord Shan?" Hearing the name of the Shadow Blade Alliance, the entire 9th floor box suddenly stagnated. They seemed to have heard something terrible, and their eyes looking at the man were full of fear. Han Xing was speechless. It turns out to be just a third-rate sea-level killer. I thought he was a big shot. However, after hearing this, not only the 6 men in black in front of them looked at Han Xing with disbelief. Even the people in other boxes on the 9th floor felt a sense of fear. At the same time, a graceful man quickly walked over from the box behind Han Xing. He came to Han Xing with a smile on his face, and bowed to the black-clothed men in front of him. "Brother Shan, I have heard of your name for a long time. I didn't expect to see you in Tianyin Tower today." At the same time, the man in green turned around and said to Han Xing, "Brother, the sea-level killers of the Shadow Blade Alliance are not third-rate. As one of the top forces in the tens of thousands of chaos nearby, the Shadow Blade Alliance has countless killers, and even high-level Chaos Lord-level killers. And the Shadow Blade Alliance's superior force, the Shadow Pavilion, is the #1 killer organization in the southern region. There are even killers at the Lord level of the Divine Realm." He whispered, "Brother, listen to my advice, don't make a big fuss about today's incident. The people of Shadow Blade Alliance are all crazy and desperate. They will issue a hunting order for anyone who dares to offend this organization. And the one who is issued a hunting order will live in the shadow of this group of killers for the rest of his life. Even the Chaos Lord dare not easily provoke him." After listening to the explanation of the man in blue, Han Xing understood why these people on the 9th floor had such a big reaction after hearing about the Shadow Blade Alliance. However, Han Xing chuckled and said, "I think you are wrong. I just brought my friends to have a normal meal, but I was suddenly stabbed by this androgynous guy. I didn't take the initiative to pick a fight." Hearing that Han Xing was still calling him androgynous, the gloomy man named Shan immediately said angrily, "Boy, it seems that you really want to die." After hearing this, Han Xing squinted at him. "You know what? If it was my temper before, you would have been torn apart the moment you attacked me." The moment he finished speaking, Han Xing opened the infinite domain. A vast, terrifying aura instantly covered the entire Tianyin Tower. Whether they were eating or enjoying the dance music, their faces froze. "Chaos Lord, This is the aura of a Chaos Lord. Even though Tianyin Tower receives all kinds of distinguished guests every day, Chaos Lord level existences are still quite rare. In other words, a Chaos Lord is considered a strong man wherever he goes. The blue-clothed man next to Han Xing froze his smile on his face when he saw him show his aura. The several black-clothed men on the opposite side were even more like they were facing a great enemy. They were oppressed by Han Xing's aura, and even knelt on the ground directly. Only the black-clothed man was still struggling to support himself. At this time, Han Xing's cold voice sounded. So now, have you thought about how to die? Chapter 630. So now, have you thought about how to die? Hearing Han Xing's murderous voice, the man in black looked at him in horror. Damn it! You are actually a Chaos Lord, hiding so deeply? After the initial panic, the man in black also reacted quickly. But, even if you are a Chaos Lord, if you dare to kill me, the entire southern region will not be able to accommodate you. The Shadow Blade Alliance also has Chaos Lords, and they will hunt you to the ends of the earth. After hearing this, Han Xing smiled again. Do you know? You still had a chance to survive, but since you dare to threaten me, you will definitely die today. After speaking, Han Xing stretched out his right hand and prepared to crush this guy on the spot. A fear of death directly enveloped the man in black. He was full of disbelief and kept shouting in his heart. Damn it, I am a sea-level assassin, and I am going to die here today? And I am dying inexplicably at the hands of a Chaos Lord who came out of nowhere? Just when Han Xing's attack was about to fall, a voice sounded. Wait a minute. After the words fell, an invisible source of fluctuations appeared. A black crystal appeared between Han Xing and the man in black. The crystal rotated at high speed. It actually swallowed all the energy of Han Xing's attack. And Han Xing also felt the aura of the Chaos Lord level under this attack. Interesting, another Chaos Lord? It looks like he is a devourer? At this moment, a middle-aged man in dark gray clothes, with an aura as vast as a river, appeared in front of Han Xing. And it just blocked him and the black-clad men on the opposite side. The middle-aged man looked at Han Xing, then looked at the black-clad men on the ground, and seemed to understand something. He first bowed to Han Xing and said, My lord, I am Monty, the owner of this Tianyin Tower. I am sorry for giving you a bad experience. Han Xing did not speak, and the gloomy young man behind him hurriedly said, Monty, you are finally here. This guy relied on his own strength, and actually wanted to kill me in Tianyin Tower. Why don't you take him down quickly? Hearing this, the owner of Tianyin Tower glanced at him lightly. Just one glance made the young man feel like he fell into an ice cave again. Sean, did joining the Shadow Blade Alliance make you too arrogant and forget your identity? Do you know what your strength is, and what our strength is? We can easily crush a God King level ant like you. What gave you the courage to yell at me, huh? Hearing this, the young man who was being suppressed by Han Xing suddenly turned pale. He seemed to recall something. Yes. This is the Lord Continent, with strict hierarchy. He is a God King, but he dared to yell at the Chaos Lord. He is simply tired of living. The time he joined the Shadow Blade Alliance did make him so arrogant that he forgot himself, and even looked down on the Chaos Lord. Now he realizes that these strong men can crush him to death at will. Seeing that he was too scared to speak, the owner of Tianyin Tower turned around and bowed to Han Xing again, and said, Dear guest, on behalf of Tianyin Tower, I would like to express my sincere apologies to you again. As compensation, the customer's consumption today is free. I also hope you can let this blind guy go for once. This is the territory of Lord Linghui. Fighting is prohibited in the city. If there is a bloody incident, this person will probably be dissatisfied. It will be troublesome if he gets angry at that time. Han Xing knew that the other party was advising him not to fight in Lingyao City. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing smiled and said, In this case, it's okay to spare his life. Hearing this, the gloomy young man below suddenly showed ecstasy on his face. However, Han Xing immediately said, But it was this guy who attacked me first and spoke rudely to my companions. Then, take this kid's leg and arm as compensation, and forget about it. After hearing this, the young men felt that the sky had fallen. For a God King level existence like him, it is naturally very simple to regenerate after a broken arm. However, if a Chaos Lord level being attacks, they will use their original power to destroy your body tissues, making it impossible for them to recover for life. This kind of thing can also be done very easily. So, at this moment, the young man felt terrified. He looked at the middle-aged man next to him for help. Owner! You should know what it means to cripple one of my arms and legs. This is equivalent to ending my future career as a killer. The Shadow Blade Alliance will never allow the killers and their forces to suffer such treatment. The middle-aged man looked very embarrassed at this moment. Han Xing's method was even more uncomfortable than killing the other party. If the Shadow Blade Alliance knew about this, they would definitely send killers to retaliate. This lord. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, "How about a different punishment? I let Sean compensate you with the origin coins to make up for your mental loss." Hearing this, Sean in the back hurriedly said, "I'm willing to compensate you for your loss. I'm willing to give you as many origin coins as you want." Obviously, he has given in. However, Han Xing could see that this guy was still very unconvinced. Han Xing chuckled and said, "Some things can't be bought with origin coins. You choose, or I execute you myself. Or I cut off one of your legs and one of your arms." At this moment, the choice fell on this gloomy young man. He was very entangled, and he didn't seem to want to answer. But Han Xing had lost his patience at this time. "The last 3 seconds, if you don't choose, then I help you choose." 3. Hearing Han Xing start the countdown directly, the atmosphere of the entire Tianyin building began to solidify. The gloomy man's face flushed red, like an ant in a hot pot, not knowing what to do. He looked at the owner of Tianyin building, Mani, for help. However, the other party also looked helpless. Second. The gloomy man blushed and said in a deep voice, "I am Sean, a sea-level killer of Shadow Blade Alliance. When have I ever been humiliated like this? Try to touch me today, I will make you." Puff. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly found that there was a hole in his heart that was transparent from front to back. It turned out that his heart had been pierced by Han Xing, and it contained a strong source of fluctuations, which destroyed the gloomy man's body and prevented him from recovering. In other words, after this blow, the gloomy man will die. At this moment, the air on the entire 9th floor froze. No one expected that this man in black armor would be so decisive and start to act immediately. Secretly, a cry of surprise rang out. "Oh my God! Who is this man? He is too cruel, isn't he? Indeed, he is from the Shadow Blade League. He kills people as he says. Isn't he afraid that those crazy killers will come to trouble him? This is Lingyao City. I'm afraid that the killers of the Shadow Blade League have not come, but the subordinates of Lord Ling we have come first." At this moment, the body of the gloomy man has fallen to the ground. The faces of the several black-clothed men next to him were full of horror. They widened their eyes and pointed at Han Xing. Puff! Puff! Han Xing waved his hand casually, and the bodies of these 5 black-clothed men who were only at the initial stage of God-King level exploded on the spot. And the flesh and blood of the whole body was destroyed by the origin law in an instant, turned into the most primitive particles, and disappeared into the air. At this moment, not only the people on the 9th floor, but even the owner of Tianyin building was shocked on the spot. And Han Xing killed these 5 guys, along with the body of the gloomy man on the ground, and there was no trace of his body on the spot. After doing all this, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Damn, I have been in seclusion for the past 2 years and my temper has been cured. If it were before, these guys would have been killed by me." The owner of Tianyin building next to him looked at him helplessly and smiled bitterly. "My friend, your temper is not good. There are so many people watching here, and you can't hide the fact that you killed Sean of the Shadow Blade Alliance. You will be in trouble next." But Han Xing spread his hands and said, "I can't help it, this is my personality. Who cares about the Shadow Blade Alliance? If you provoke me, I kill them all. As for those assassins, just let them come, I take them all." Han Xing's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He was just worried about not having a suitable target to attack. He has a lot of skills that can be upgraded, and as long as he kills these Chaos Lords, he will be given origin points. If these assassins come to him, he can kill them legitimately. If he really encounters an enemy that he can't beat, then Han Xing will call for help. After all, that person has promised Han Xing that there is nothing he can't handle in the South region. The owner of Tianyin Tower smiled bitterly and shook his head again. "My friend, Sean offended you first, so it's understandable that you killed him. However, when the Lingyao army comes over, don't be so impulsive. After all, this is the territory of Lord Linghui. If the situation gets out of hand, this crazy guy might take action." Without waiting for Han Xing to speak, a very penetrating voice came. "The Lingyao army is here." Buzz! A light curtain descended directly on the entire Tianyin Tower. The next moment, a large number of burly Lingyao army soldiers wearing dark green armor appeared, surrounding the Tianyin Tower. This is the privilege of the Lingyao army in the city. Even those at the level of Chaos Lord cannot use teleportation, but they can. At the same time, a middle-aged man with the vicissitudes of life, also wearing dark green armor, appeared. Although his aura is only at the top God King level, the threat he poses is no weaker than that of an ordinary Chaos Lord. General Yao is here. Hearing this, Han Xing narrowed his eyes. Of course, he had heard of the name of General Yao. This is the mayor of Lingyao City. With the power of the giant city, he can even suppress ordinary primary Chaos Lords. At this moment, the middle-aged man came to the box and checked around, and collected the blood on the ground, and next to him, several Lingyao soldiers said, "General, the identity of the deceased has been confirmed. It is Shan of the Shadow Blade Alliance and his 5 followers. The murderer is the person in front of you." Following these Lingyao soldiers, they pointed to Han Xing. General Yao also cast his eyes. He walked step by step to Han Xing's side. The atmosphere became tense again. In those mysterious boxes on the 9th floor, someone was whispering, "This guy is going to be in trouble. He actually dared to commit crimes in Lingyao City. This has not happened for many years. Yes, even if he has the combat power of Chaos Lord, but in Lingyao City, the initial Chaos Lord combat power is not enough. This person is so bold. Do you think he will attack General Yao if he wants to catch him?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked. After all, with this person's style of doing things just now, it is not impossible, and attacking the general of a city will inevitably alarm Lord Ling Hui. They have a hunch that something big may happen today. At the same time, the middle-aged man with a leaf-like tattoo on his face looked at Han Xing. "Do you know that fighting is not allowed in Lingyao City, and killing each other is prohibited?" Han Xing said casually, "Then do you know that this guy attacked me first?" Hearing Han Xing's questioning tone, everyone on the field was shocked again. This General Yao is not a good-tempered person. If ordinary people encounter this situation, they will talk nicely and reflect on their own behavior, and they may be forgiven. However, now this young man is so arrogant that he has blocked all his retreat. The owner of Tianyin building next to him looked at Han Xing with regret. However, General Yao thought for a moment after hearing it, "I know, it was Shan who attacked you first. According to the rules of Lingyao City, anyone who takes action privately in the city has the right to fight back legitimately." As soon as General Yao opened his mouth, everyone on the field felt that they had heard something absurd. What did I hear? General Yao not only did not blame this person for his rudeness, but also publicly declared him innocent. Oh my god! Who is this person? Han Xing was also a little surprised after hearing it. He was ready to make a big fuss in Linghui City. Unexpectedly, this General Yao seemed to be quite easy to talk to. Han Xing smiled and said, "That means, I have nothing to do here, right?" General Yao nodded. "It's nothing, if the owner of Tianyin building doesn't hold you responsible for destroying the facilities in their building." Before Han Xing could speak, the owner of Tianyin building next to him said, "Of course not, it's just a small matter. Let us send someone to clean up here. General Yao is busy with official duties, so I won't bother you. And my friend, wait a moment, I will set up a new banquet for you as an apology." General Yao nodded again after hearing this. Then he said, "The matter has been handled, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious source of fluctuations appeared. All the Lingyao troops disappeared on the spot, leaving the entire Tianyin building with a dazed look on their faces. Chapter 631. My friend, I'm really sorry for giving you a bad experience. If it's convenient for you, please move to the 19th floor. I will personally host a banquet for you to make amends. The owner of Tianyin Tower apologized to Han Xing again. Although he is at the level of Chaos Lord, he is not arrogant at all. This may be the reason why he can open Tianyin Tower so big. Han Xing thinks that the owner of Tianyin Tower is quite nice. Nodding slightly, "Okay, let's go." Hearing Han Xing's agreement, the owner was overjoyed. Then the two figures flashed and disappeared directly from the spot. Not long after they left, a large number of waiters and logistics personnel came up and cleaned up the traces in the box. As for the 6 unlucky guys who died, no one paid attention to them. Everyone's mind was on the mysterious young man, guessing his identity. And in the underground area of Lingyao City, there is also a huge underground space. This is the headquarters of Lingyao Army. The middle-aged man, with a leaf tattoo on his face, was floating in the air. In front of him was a huge number of armored Lingyao soldiers. In addition, in a huge barracks in front, more Lingyao soldiers came out every moment. However, these Lingyao soldiers were not wearing armor, but were naked. And everyone looked dull, as if they were just born babies. They were covered with leaf-like patterns, like human blood vessels, which were still beating. These newly born Lingyao soldiers would line up and go to the even larger forge next to the huge barracks. Thousands of miles away, one can hear the knocking sounds coming from the forge and the scorching temperature of the furnace. Every Lingyao army soldier will wear a brand new set of dark green armor after coming out of the forge. Just like assembly line production. More Lingyao army soldiers appear every moment. The strength of these people ranges from true god level to emperor level. In the Lord continent, they are cannon fodder level existence. They are not very intelligent when they are produced, and they will only obey orders unconditionally. Next to him, a female Lingyao army soldier, who was also wearing armor, said, General Yao, according to your instructions, the barracks in Lingyao City have been upgraded to level 2, and the strength of the newly born Lingyao army can be increased by about 20%. However, I invested 2 points in armor enhancement in the research institute next to me. I want to make this new batch of Lingyao army become heavy armor shield guards, to make up for our lack of defensive capabilities. General Yao nodded slightly. Okay, let's do as you say. After a pause, he continued to ask, have you recruited the vacancies for blacksmiths in the forge? The woman shook her head. There are too few blacksmiths above the imperial level. We are also pouring a lot of resources into training some blacksmith apprentices, but the effect is somewhat poor. Over the years, there have been less than 100 blacksmiths above the imperial level, which can't meet the production needs of the Lingyao army at all. General Yao frowned. After thinking for a moment, he said directly, I understand. If it doesn't work, I will borrow a few blacksmiths from the nearby Magic Vine City and Blood Fern City. The woman also had a gentle smile on her face. After a moment, she seemed to remember something and asked with some doubt, by the way, General, why don't we capture the Chaos Lord in Tianyin Tower today? He committed a crime in the city, which has violated our rules, right? The middle-aged man glanced at her indifferently. This glance alone made her feel cold all over. The woman slapped herself twice. Please forgive me, General, I was too talkative. General Yao shook his head. That young man is the one that the Lord is concerned about, and he cannot be easily offended. This simple sentence shocked the woman. The 19th floor of Tianyin Tower. This is also the highest floor of the entire building. Not only does it have the best scenery, but it also has the most beautiful dancers in the entire Tianyin Tower. It is said that Miss Ling Luo, who rarely appears in front of people, will appear on the 19th floor from time to time. Those who can come here are naturally the most distinguished guests. In the innermost box, the owner of Tianyin Tower entertained them warmly. The table was filled with a variety of sumptuous dishes. If it were based on the charging standards of Tianyin Tower, it would cost at least 10,000 original coins. In the room, there is a group of beautiful women wearing plain long clothes and graceful figures, holding various musical instruments in their hands and playing softly. These beauties have graceful figures and exquisite curves. The long clothes fit the body just right, highlighting the soft lines of the waist. The slender waist, when swaying gently, can attract people's attention. Compared with the 9th floor, this group of beauties are more outstanding in both figure and temperament, and even their playing skills are superb. The room is constantly echoing with beautiful notes, which have even become materialized and can be observed with the naked eye. Han Xing looked around. He found that these beauties not only had beautiful figures, but also had beautiful looks. And it was not the kind of beauty that was carefully dressed up, but the kind of beauty that was very natural and generous. If such a beauty appeared on the blue planet, she would even be given the title of rare sight in 1,000 years. Seeing Han Xing's eyes, these beauties all smiled. And the cold ball on the side didn't understand any music, nor did he know how to appreciate any beauty. Instead, he stared at the dishes on the table, drooling. After getting Han Xing's permission, the cold ball pounced on it and began to gobble it up. It ate as much as it came, and it was mainly a wolf. After a while, it finished the whole table of dishes like a whirlwind. The host Monty had a faint smile on his face and admired the way the cold ball ate. Then he smiled and said, Brother Han Xing, it seems that your partner is very satisfied with the food in our Tianyin building. Han Xing looked at the cold ball lying lazily on the ground next to him after eating, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Your food is really good, thank you for your hospitality. The owner of Tianyin building chuckled and said, Brother Han Xing, you are too polite. Today's incident was originally due to our poor hospitality. I feel I still owe you this meal. By the way, Brother Han Xing, do you plan to stay in Lingyao City for a while? Han Xing nodded. I will definitely stay for a while. He planned to break through to the Chaos Lord level first, and then after figuring out the Lord system of this world, he would have the ability to protect himself. Then, he would go to the Great Beast Lord to ask how to turn the cold ball into a normal creature. The owner of Tianyin Tower was even more delighted when he heard this. Brother Han Xing, if that's the case, then you must be lacking a maid to serve you. You can pick any dancer in this room. You can take anyone you like. Hearing this, the women in the room trembled, but their hands did not stop moving. The beautiful musical notes continued to echo. Han Xing's eyes looked around. These beauties immediately showed a hint of shame on their faces. The owner of Tianyin Tower struck while the iron was hot and said, "Brother Han Xing, please rest assured that these dancers in my Tianyin Tower are all carefully selected virgins. The daily work is just singing and dancing, not touching the troubles of the world." Han Xing shook his head and said, "No need." He could naturally see that the owner of Tianyin Tower intended to curry favor with him. But he had just come to the Lord Continent and had no foundation. In addition, he was only going to stay in Lord Linghui's territory for a while, and leave after breaking through Lord Chaos, so he didn't have any thoughts. Hearing this, the owner of Tianyin Tower didn't seem to give up. He turned around and said, "Go and call Muqing up." After that, a waiter quickly went downstairs. Just a few minutes later, the door of the box opened again. A woman wearing a light pink gauze skirt, her clothes were as soft as the clouds in the sky, and holding a pipa in her arms pushed the door in. She slowly raised her head, and a beautiful face came into view. Her eyebrows were like distant black, and the slightly upturned corners of her eyes were charming, and her eyes were like bright stars, flashing charming light. Under the straight nose, the cherry-like mouth was slightly upturned, with a faint smile. She is tall and graceful, with a well-proportioned figure. Her slender neck is as elegant as a swan, and her collarbone is delicate and charming. It can be said that every detail of this woman is impeccable. "Muqing, come here to meet Master Han Xing." The woman in front of her came slowly, holding the pipa in her hand and bending down, and whispered, "My little girl Muqing, meet Master Han Xing." Han Xing has heard of this name. According to the waiter at the door, this is a member of the Mingda tribe. This race is born with beautiful singing voices, and their singing can intoxicate thousands of creatures. The owner of Tianyin Tower said again, "Brother Han Xing, I see that you are new here and only have this wolf brother as your companion. The cultivation process is boring. It would be much more comfortable if there is a woman with a melodious voice, who can sing and dance well and sing for you. Besides, I think Brother Han Xing has not officially broken through the level of Chaos Lord at this time." Hearing the last sentence, Han Xing looked up at the owner. However, the owner waved his hand and said, "Brother Han Xing, don't misunderstand, I don't mean anything else. I think that if you haven't broken through the Chaos Lord, you may not be clear about the real Lord Realm. Perhaps, I can explain it to you." The vigilance in Han Xing's eyes disappeared immediately, and then he frankly admitted, "I am indeed only at the God King realm." Hearing Han Xing's admission, the owner's eyes showed a look of realization at this moment. As expected, "Brother Han Xing, you are really amazing," he said with admiration. "You are at the God King level and have Lord level combat power. Even I, a genuine Chaos Lord, feel that I am no match for you. If you officially break through to the Lord level in the future, I'm afraid your combat power will leap to the level of Lord Linghui. I'm afraid your future achievements will be at least Lord of the Divine Realm." Hearing the words Lord of the Divine Realm, all the maids in the room trembled all over. They looked at Han Xing with shock in their eyes. As beings born and raised in the Lord Continent, they know more clearly what the Lord of the Divine Realm represents. The Divine Realm, as the name suggests, the scope of this territory is like the existence of the Divine Realm. And this level of existence can be destroyed with a wave of its arm. A territory like Lord Linghui can be destroyed in a snap. There may not be many such powerful beings in the entire southern region. And now, the owner of Tianyin Tower said that the strange young man in front of him actually has such potential. Even Miao Qing couldn't help but quietly raise her head and looked at Han Xing twice. At this time, Han Xing understood why the owner of Tianyin Tower was so polite, or why he was fawning. It turned out that they saw my potential and wanted to take this opportunity to build a good relationship. In other words, it could also be called an investment. Han Xing shook his head and said directly, "Master, please tell me the details of the Chaos Lord level." The master of Tianyin Tower seemed to know what Han Xing would say, and took out a small bamboo slip from his arms and handed it to him. "Brother Han Xing, the information you need is all in it. You can go back and watch it slowly." Han Xing took the bamboo slip and immediately felt that it contained a lot of information. He arched his hands and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome, Brother Han Xing. This information is nothing. In fact, you will know it naturally when you break through to the Chaos Lord. But there is one thing you need to know. That is, every Chaos Lord, whether it is the territory inside or outside the body, has a very large territory. Similarly, there are countless creatures living inside. And these creatures cannot be left to grow wildly, and they need a lot of professional talents to manage them." The owner of Tianyin Tower continued, "And Muqing is not only proficient in piano skills and has a charming voice, but also has good management skills. She should be able to share some pressure for your territory. Obviously, this is the real purpose of the owner of Tianyin Tower. He tried every means to give him the beauty of Tianyin Tower and build a good relationship with Han Xing. Han Xing also knew that this owner was determined. He said no more, but looked at the woman of the Mingda tribe next to him. Are you willing to come with me? The woman in front of him lowered her head slightly. A hint of shyness and nervousness flashed in her eyes, and she whispered, I will listen to your arrangement. Her voice was as clear and pleasant as a yellow warbler out of the valley. Han Xing nodded. Okay, then you can go with me. After hearing Han Xing's agreement, the owner of Tianyin Tower in front of him was even more happy. Including the other beauties in the box, they all looked at Muqing of the Mingda clan with envy. They all knew that hooking up with a future lord of the divine realm was equivalent to having a bright future. Even because of this incident, the entire Mingda clan will benefit from it in the future. For them, this is an opportunity that can't be sought after. The owner said, Brother Han Xing, you are so straightforward. If you have anything in Lingyao City in the future, you can come to Tianyin Tower to find me. Thank you, Lord, I remember it. Han Xing bowed, and then left here with the coal ball. And behind him, followed a hazy beauty in a light pink gauze skirt. Chapter 632. On this day, everyone in the Tianyin Tower knew that one of the most outstanding beauties in their building, Miss Muqing, was taken away by a mysterious existence. This news spread quickly among everyone like a whirlwind. Miss Muqing, that is a shining pearl of Tianyin Tower, her beauty and talent are overwhelming. Many noble children spent a lot of money just to see Muqing's beauty and listen to her singing. Everyone felt very sorry, and their hearts were full of loss. At the same time, they also sighed that the mysterious existence was so lucky that he could enjoy such a beauty and her beautiful singing alone. After returning to his tower, Han Xing casually found a place to rest, and Meichio continued to have fun in the spacious tower. Muqing, who was brought back by Han Xing, stood at the door, hugging the harp in her arms tightly, looking a little cramped. Han Xing casually said, Miaoqing? My lord Miaoqing is? A gentle voice sounded. Han Xing nodded and continued, There are not so many rules in my tower, just be casual. I usually practice on the top floor, and the floors below are basically vacant, you can just find a place to live. But I will practice for a long time. When you are bored, you can play with coal ball or take it out for a walk in the city. Hearing Han Xing's comforting tone, the tension in the heart of this quiet woman seemed to dissipate a little. A smile like a blooming crabapple appeared on her face, and she said softly, Yes, my lord. Han Xing casually threw a bag to her. Miaoqing stretched out her tender white hand to take it, and when she saw the 10,000 origin coins in it, her mouth opened slightly. These are for your daily expenses. Tell me when you have spent them. After that, Han Xing went straight to the top of the tower. The woman of the Mingda tribe tightly grasped the purse, with a glimmer in her beautiful eyes, staring at the direction where Han Xing left. Awoo! The sound of the coal ball brought Miaoqing back to her senses. At this time, the coal ball changed into the shape of a little wolf cub, turning around the light pink skirt of the beauty. The naturally familiar character of the coal ball also quickly made the woman adapt to it. Smiled and squatted down, playing with the little wolf cub. Han Xing came to the top of the tower, and read the contents of the bamboo slip given to him by the owner of the building. A look of realization appeared in his eyes. So that's how it is. This Chaos Lord system is really interesting. You can actually build barracks, nests, or camps through the soldiers bred in your own territory, and then invest resources to mass-produce soldiers. And these soldiers produced through resources are emotionless. They have wisdom, but they only obey the orders of the Lord and are the best cannon fodder candidates. In addition, you can also build talent research institutes, blacksmith shops, processing plants and other buildings to create equipment for these soldiers or enhance their talents. In addition, there are not only the above buildings, but also many other buildings, such as resurrection altars, technology research institutes, machinery factories, etc. Han Xing's mouth curled up a smile again. Interesting. I really hope that I can break through to the Chaos Lord realm as soon as possible. Then let's see what kind of troops my territory can cultivate. Thinking of this, Han Xing entered the state of devouring the origin again. At the same time, there is a hidden space tens of thousands of miles away from Ling Hui's territory. An existence with endless murderous intent and blood as thick as water, holding the information in his hand. He said in a low voice, A Chaos Lord who came out of nowhere killed Shan, a sea-level killer of our alliance, in public, and even the Lingyao army didn't pursue him? Next to him, another woman with a gloomy breath and an old face said, This person has the strength of an initial Chaos Lord, and his ability is not bad. In addition, even the Lingyao army didn't pursue it, so he must have a considerable background. Our Shadow Blade Alliance needs to be cautious in this matter. Hearing this, the man in front of him snorted coldly. I don't care what his background is. Scene. In our southern region, you dared to provoke our Shadow Blade Alliance and even killed our genuine killer in public. This is simply trampling our reputation on the ground. If we don't make any response, won't the strong men in the southern region think that the killer who killed our Shadow Blade Alliance does not need to be punished? How should we explain to the Shadow Pavilion above? The old woman looked at him in a daze. Blood Shadow, what do you want to do? The man said in a cold voice, send more killers to Lingyao City to investigate the intelligence of this person. Once I know the situation of this person, I will make him pay the price. Han Xing's reputation spread throughout Lingyao City in a short time after that battle. All the major forces in the city, including those upper-class people, knew that Lingyao City had a ruthless man who killed the assassin of Shadow Blade Alliance in public. Including Tianyin Tower, Yunlan Palace, Suiyu Pavilion and other places, the recent topics are all about this mysterious person. And at this moment, Han Xing is still immersed in the process of absorbing the power of the origin. Time passed slowly. Day after day. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. And on this day, Han Xing suddenly woke up. Because he was surprised to find that when he killed the sharp-scaled source beast, the Earth-type origin core he obtained was sucked out. Han Xing was stunned. So fast? According to his prediction, this origin core can support him to reach the limit of the God King. But after looking inward at the void in his body, he soon understood the reason. Inside the body, there is a black sphere with a diameter of about 130,000 kilometers, which is about 10 times the diameter of the blue star. Inside the sphere, there is a glowing tree of rules, which builds various basic laws for the entire void. This is the world tree belonging to Han Xing. In the center of the void, the prototype of a continent appeared. The diameter of this continent is about 1,000 kilometers, which is very small in comparison. Han Xing can crush it with one hand. But this is his hope to break through to the realm of Chaos Lord. And Han Xing also discovered the abnormality of this continent. Large pieces of land, various mountains, and cracks appeared on it. However, nothing else appeared except the land. Han Xing's eyes suddenly showed a look of enlightenment. I understand. It turns out that in order to build a complete land, not only the earth source is needed. In addition, a large amount of water, fire, and light sources are also needed. These are the basis for the emergence of life. As an existence that has never been exposed to the realm of Chaos Lord, Han Xing is now a beginner, and every step needs to be explored. In other words, I have to find a way to get these 3 source cores now. As for where to get them, it is also very simple. Han Xing withdrew from the state of absorbing the source, and came to the first floor. Miao Qing was playing with cold balls at this moment. After seeing Han Xing, this graceful beauty immediately whispered, "Hello, sir." Han Xing nodded. "I'm going out for a while, you wait for me here." Miao Qing didn't ask much, but replied softly, "Yes, sir." Han Xing left the tower, and went straight to Tianji Chamber of Commerce. Then he found the maid named Luoli who had received him before. In a separate box. The maid in front of him, who was dignified and had a plum blossom mark on her forehead, smiled and said, "Sir, you are here again." Han Xing nodded and said directly, "I need 3 kinds of origin cores of water, fire and light now. Does your Chamber of Commerce have them?" Luoli looked at Han Xing with some surprise. But she didn't ask much and replied directly, "The 3 origin cores you want are all relatively common elements. But because they are common, the demand is also high. At present, our Tianji Chamber of Commerce only has the origin cores of fire and light. What do you think, sir?" Han Xing frowned slightly. Among the 3 elemental origin cores he needed, there was only one without the water origin. This is the most important element. After all, water is the source of all things, and life cannot be born without water. He asked, "Is there any way to help me get a water origin?" The maid's eyes showed a thoughtful look. "I have to ask the president to see if I can transfer a water origin from other branches." Han Xing was stunned for a moment, then said, "Then I trouble you." Luoli smiled, "You are too polite, sir." After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes, and bursts of rays of light emanated from her body, as if she was in contact with a certain existence. After a moment, the woman in front of her opened her eyes, and said with a happy smile, "Sir, our president said he wants to see you." Han Xing's eyes showed a puzzled look. But he didn't think much about it. The most urgent thing now is to get the water origin, so that he can break through as soon as possible. "Okay, let your president come over." Luoli smiled and nodded. A moment later, a middle-aged man with a calm aura came quickly into the independent room. After seeing Han Xing, a surprised smile appeared on his face. Mr. Han Xing, I have heard of your name for a long time. I am Pope, the president of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. Han Xing asked in confusion, Do you know me? The middle-aged man laughed. Of course, in Lingyao City, there are not many people who dare to kill a god king in public, and the other party is a killer of the Shadow Blade Alliance. There are not many such daring people. Han Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. He also knew that what he did that day was almost spread throughout Lingyao City. Luoli, who was standing next to him, opened her mouth slightly in surprise after hearing what the president said. She explained, President, what did you say? Is this lord the one who caused a big disturbance in Tianyin Tower, and even General Yao did not pursue him? The middle-aged man nodded slowly. After getting the president's confirmation, Luoli still couldn't believe it. She said in doubt, but this lord is not just a god king. Before she finished speaking, the middle-aged man scolded, Luoli, don't say what you shouldn't say. The maid immediately covered her mouth, and her eyes looking at Han Xing were full of shock. She also knew what it meant for a god king to have this level of combat power. This means that the young man in front of him is full of unlimited potential in the future. No wonder the president of Tianji Chamber of Commerce came to see this person in person. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, My friend, I heard from Luoli that you need the 3-element origin cores of water, fire, and light, right? Yes. These origin cores are worth a lot. Han Xing asked, How many origin coins are there for one? The president replied, 3 origin cores, all of which have relatively common properties, and each is worth more than 180,000 origin coins. However, since this little brother wants them, I will make the decision and sell them to you for 500,000 origin coins. Hearing this number, Han Xing frowned slightly. He also knew that the price offered by the other party should be considered relatively fair. After all, one is 180,000 origin coins, and 3 are nearly 600,000. But the problem is that he has no money now. The other party seemed to see Han Xing's current embarrassment. Just as he was about to speak, he saw him take out a long knife that was as black as ink from his backpack. The moment this long knife appeared, it seemed that the whole space trembled. A sharp breath appeared instantly. It seemed to be able to cut off everything. This breath was too sharp, reaching the core of the origin, and even cutting off the tree of rules in their inner world. Luoli only had the strength of the emperor level. At this moment, he could no longer withstand this terrifying killing power, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. On the other side, the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, the branch president Pope, also felt a little uncomfortable. He was only a god king level combat force, and he also endured the power of this knife. After seeing this scene, Han Xing immediately reacted and quickly put the long knife back into his backpack. And President Pope and the maid Luoli took a long time to recover. Han Xing said, Sorry, I don't know your physique. He was also negligent, thinking that all the god kings were as strong as his physique. But the two men didn't seem to care at all, looking at Han Xing with shock on their faces. The president was the first to say in great surprise, Oh my god! It's hard to imagine that this is actually a Chaos Lord level weapon. And it looks like the quality is not low. Sir Han Xing, I didn't expect that you are not only strong, but also have such a magic weapon. This person is just the president of a branch. Although he has seen many treasures, he has no chance to encounter a magic weapon like the one in Han Xing's hand. And the quality of this knife is really good. Even Han Xing felt a sense of crisis of death when fighting with the swordsman. Han Xing nodded slightly. President Pope, if this weapon is to be sold, how much is it worth? The branch president's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and he asked tentatively, Sir Han Xing, do you really want to sell this weapon? Yes. After getting confirmation, the branch president's face showed a tangled look again. After a moment, he took a deep breath and reported a number. Chapter 633. 1.8 million origin coins. What do you think, Mr. Han Xing? The branch president quoted his price. Hearing this number, Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. He didn't know the prices of goods in the Lord continent, so he didn't know whether the 1.8 million was a loss or a profit. The maid Luoli beside him chuckled and said, Lord Han Xing, the price of 1.8 million origin coins is not low. Like ordinary Chaos Lord weapons, it is only about 1.3 to 1.6 million origin coins at most. The quality of the weapon in your hand is much higher, so we will raise a higher price. The branch president next to him continued, Indeed. In fact, when Mr. Han Xing breaks through to the Chaos Lord level, and starts to cultivate his own soldiers, he will find that the purchasing power of origin coins is still very high. A God King level thug costs about 5,000 origin coins, while a Chaos Lord level thug requires 500,000 origin coins. In other words, your weapon can cultivate 3 Chaos Lord level thugs. After hearing this, Han Xing's eyes also showed a look of realization. I know, then trade at this price. But, at this point, Han Xing used the divine power barrier to shield the entire room. Under the puzzled gazes of Luo Li and the branch president, Han Xing continued, is there any way to avoid paying taxes to Lord Linghui? After all, 15% tax is too black. At 5% handling fee, that's 20%. Black. Too fucking black. Hearing this, the president smiled faintly, as if he knew Han Xing would say that. He chuckled and said, it's definitely not possible to do it openly. However, we will do it secretly. If you trust me, Mr. Han Xing, you can give me this weapon first. Afterwards, the things you need will be delivered to your residence the next day. Han Xing did not hesitate after hearing this, and directly took out the black knife from his backpack again, but this time he applied a layer of origin barrier to seal the power of the black knife. Then he threw it directly to the other party. The president took it with a confused look on his face. Mr. Han Xing, you just gave it to me like this? Han Xing asked in confusion. Otherwise, is there any other procedure required? Hearing this, the other party laughed. That's not necessary. I just think Mr. Han Xing is a man of courage. He gave me such a precious weapon directly, and he is not afraid that I will run away. Han Xing chuckled. Your Tianji Chamber of Commerce is here. Where can you run away? If you really run away, I can just come to your Chamber of Commerce to get it. There was a hint of threat and confidence in his tone. The president on the opposite side wanted to say that this was impossible. But after thinking about it, forget it. He nodded and said, in this case, the business has been completed. Just wait until tomorrow, and the things you need will be ready. Han Xing didn't say anything more after hearing this. He said goodbye to the two of them, and got up and left. And after he left, Maid Luo Li asked in confusion, President, when he said he wanted to come to our Chamber of Commerce to take it, did he mean to rob it directly? The middle-aged man chuckled and shook his head. Young people are extremely talented, and it is normal for them to be a little arrogant. However, he may not know the foundation and strength of our Tianji Chamber of Commerce. After a pause, he continued, okay, don't think too much. Although this weapon is precious, we don't need to destroy the reputation of Tianji Chamber of Commerce for this little thing. Now, contact the branches of other giant cities, and ask them to send a water source. The maid bowed and said, yes. Han Xing returned to the tower and closed his eyes to rest. Time flies, and it's the second day. With his eyes closed, an ethereal and pleasant voice came to his ears. My lord, my lord. Han Xing opened his eyes. What he saw was a pale pink figure. She sat next to Han Xing and called softly. That beautiful face was like a blooming epiphyllum in the moonlight. In the Tianyin Tower, where there are so many beauties, Miu Qing's appearance is in the top 3. She is already a beauty that can only appear once among billions of people. She is less than half a meter away from Han Xing, as if the whole world has quieted down. At this close distance, even Han Xing felt a little dazed. However, as a half-step Chaos Lord, Han Xing still reacted quickly. What's the matter? Miao Qing saw Han Xing open his eyes, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said softly, Sir, someone just came to the door, and said it was your friend. He left a box and left directly. I have to say that the voice of the Mengda tribe is really beautiful. At this moment, it is as ethereal as fairy music in my ears. Just listening to her talk is a kind of enjoyment. Han Xing nodded slightly. I know, where is the box? It is obvious that the Tianji Chamber of Commerce should have sent something here. Ouch. The cold ball on the side called out, and then spit out a small black box from its mouth, which was still stuck with its saliva. Han Xing's mouth twitched. Miao Qing covered her face and chuckled, and couldn't help laughing. But Han Xing didn't care, and just waved his hand, and held the box in the air. After a careful sense, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just as agreed yesterday. The black knife is worth 1.8 million. In addition to the 3 red, blue and yellow origin cores, there are 1.3 million origin coins. Not bad, Tianji Chamber of Commerce is quite reliable. With a huge sum of 1.3 million origin coins, Han Xing also felt a sense of security in his heart. He asked, Miao Qing, have you spent the 10,000 origin coins I gave you last time? The beauty of the Mengda tribe shook her head gently, and the beads on the hairpin made a pleasant sound. No, sir, there are still 12,000 origin coins. Hearing this, Han Xing was also a little surprised. He had only given her 10,000 origin coins last time. How come there were 2,000 more after a month? Where did it come from? As if knowing that Han Xing would ask this, Miao Qing explained softly, I earned it from purchasing some assets in Lingyao City last month. Because you killed Sean of the Shadow Blade Alliance, he also has his own industry in Lingyao City, which is an intelligence agency called Shadow Language Secret Pavilion. In Lingyao City, this intelligence agency has more than a dozen bases, which is quite large. So I thought that after his death, Shadow Language Secret Pavilion would definitely fall into chaos, and this might be an opportunity. But I was a little slow in my action, and many people in Lingyao City had already received the news, and some valuable items and important intelligence were almost looted. There were only some inconspicuous things left. I sorted them out and sold them, and I got these 2,000 origin coins. Han Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. Then, he couldn't help but look at the beauty of the Mingda tribe. The owner of Tianyin Tower just said that she had some talent in management. Unexpectedly, she also had a good mind in business. Miqing, you are very good. Han Xing praised. After receiving Han Xing's praise, the beauty in front of him smiled again. But she was not proud, but responded gently, Thank you for your recognition. Han Xing nodded, then took out 300,000 origin coins from his backpack and handed them to her. These origin coins are handed over to you. Use them as you like. It doesn't matter if you lose them all. Miqing opened her mouth slightly in surprise after seeing the hundreds of thousands of origin coins. After hearing the latter sentence, she felt mixed emotions. A touch of emotion appeared in her eyes. She was a smart woman and didn't say much. Instead, she said respectfully, Yes. Thank you for your trust. Han Xing waved his hand. And Miao Qing tactfully retreated with the cold ball. After a while, Han Xing took out the 3 cores containing strong origin power from his backpack. He thought, these origin cores are brand new and have not been touched by anyone. It should be enough to support me to break through to the Chaos Lord. After saying that, he began to absorb again. And this time, 3 origin powers were absorbed together. The void core in the body began to rotate at a high speed. If you look inward, you can see that the continent with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers has begun to grow again. Not only that, with the absorption of the origin of water and fire, lakes gradually appeared on the dry and cracked land, bringing vitality and hope to this continent. Magma appeared deep underground, providing temperature for this world. At the same time, a dazzling sun gradually emerged above his head. Then, Han Xing began to enter the state of accelerated time. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed. In the state of accelerated time, he had no specific concept of the time in the outside world. However, by looking at the situation of the continent from within, he could still judge his breakthrough situation. This continent has reached a diameter of 10,000 kilometers from the original diameter of 1,000 kilometers. From the vast land before, now there are rich and colorful landforms. The rolling mountains are like a giant dragon, the vast forests are like a green ocean, and the rushing rivers are like silver ribbons. All signs indicate that this continent has the conditions to cultivate life. Han Xing looked down from a god's perspective and said, Almost another 1,000 years have passed. My continent was basically formed 200 years ago. Then after so long, why is there still no sign of life? It was only the last step away from breaking through to the Chaos Lord realm, but he could never break through. He was puzzled. For the Chaos Lord realm, he was equivalent to a newbie who knew nothing. After being troubled for a moment, Han Xing shook his head and said, Forget it, don't think about it. I have no experience in this area, it's better to find a Chaos Lord to ask. The only Chaos Lord he knew was the owner of Tianyin Tower. Thinking of this, Han Xing stood up directly. He came to the first floor of the tower. He found Miqing holding a book in her hand and flipping through it carefully. A year had passed, and she had not changed at all. After seeing Han Xing, the beauty raised her head and showed a happy smile. My lord, you are awake. Han Xing nodded. I encountered some problems. Accompany me to Tianyin Tower. Hearing this, Miqing seemed a little confused. But she didn't say much. She stood up directly and picked up the sleeping coal ball by the way. Then, the 2 people and the wolf left the tower. And just when Han Xing went out, on several buildings near this high tower, there was a black shadow quietly lurking. They were like ghosts hidden in the dark, staring at the direction of Han Xing's residence. When they saw him coming out, their pupils shrank instantly. In order not to be noticed by Han Xing, these people all turned away their sights at the same time. Then, they secretly contacted a certain existence. The target has left the residence and is ready to take the next step. After a moment, a gloomy voice came from the other side. Very good, this kid finally came out. The next step is to lead him out of the city. If he offends our Shadow Blade Alliance, I will make him live a life worse than death. Han Xing brought Miao Qing to Tianyin Tower. After finding the owner of the building and asking him, he left with regret. Because the owner of the building said that his situation was very special. Logically speaking, as long as the conditions of the territory in the body are mature, he should be able to transform into a Chaos Lord. However, Han Xing didn't know why. Life has not been born in the territory of the body. Seeing Han Xing's slightly depressed expression, Miao Qing comforted him softly. Sir, don't worry so much, you are still so young. Even those geniuses need thousands of years to break through. Sir, you are already very powerful. Her voice was smart, and people couldn't help but feel better. The cold ball next to him also jumped onto Han Xing's shoulder and pulled his hair with his little claws, as if comforting Han Xing. Han Xing touched the cold ball's head, then nodded slightly. You are right, there is no rush to break through, let it go first. Seeing that her comfort worked, Miao Qing also had a peaceful smile on her face. And at this moment, the cold ball seemed to smell something, and unconsciously raised his head and kept sniffing. Then he looked at a certain area in the city with shining eyes. He turned his head and looked at Han Xing eagerly. Cold ball, have you found anything? The little wolf kept nodding, seeming to be very eager. Han Xing felt a little confused. After all, there are not many things that can interest Cold Ball. Although it is greedy, Cold Ball is basically not interested unless it is something prepared by Han Xing. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing decided to go and see. So he said directly, Cold Ball, go ahead and lead the way. After hearing this, the little Cold Ball immediately turned into a black shadow and ran quickly in the bustling city. And Han Xing and Miao Qing followed behind. This woman not only has great piano skills and a beautiful voice, but also has good strength. She has the combat power of a mid-level god king. At this time, she can keep up with Cold Ball's speed. In the blink of an eye, the two people and the wolf quickly came to a magical forest in the outer city. This forest grew out of a dream, and every tree was tall and straight. The leaves were shining with mysterious light, like countless bright stars dotted in them. Han Xing was puzzled. And at this moment, something seemed to be disturbed in this small forest. A strange big tree appeared from the void. This big tree is like a starry sky tree, the trunk is like the color of the starry sky, and the branches and leaves are like stars gathering and shining. The fruit on it is like a pearl in the starry sky, containing the power and vitality of the void. The most important thing is that there is also a fruit shining with stars on it. The fruit contains extremely strong void power and vitality. And the moment the Cold Ball saw the fruit, his eyes could not move away, it was about to pounce on it. But he saw that this black fruit like a small star actually broke away from the branch by itself, and then flew into the air at an extremely fast speed. The moment he saw this fruit, Miao Qing behind him exclaimed, this is actually the virtual spirit fruit that can transform void creatures. Chapter 634. This is actually the void spirit fruit that can transform void creatures. Miao Qing exclaimed, covering her mouth. Han Xing asked in confusion, what is the void spirit fruit? The beauty of the Mingda tribe explained, Sir, as I just said, the void spirit fruit contains extremely strong void power. As a void creature, if the little Cold Ball can swallow this void spirit fruit, it will greatly enhance its various void abilities. It may even transform into new void abilities. Han Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. Seeing the fruit rushing into the air at a very fast speed, the Cold Ball below tensed up and felt anxious. But Han Xing was not anxious, but felt a little strange. Why did a void spirit fruit suddenly appear here? Miao Qing next to him explained, Sir, did you see that big black tree? Han Xing nodded. This is the void spirit tree. Under normal circumstances, it only grows in the cracks of space. Even if a Chaos Lord level being approaches, it cannot sense it. After nearly 10,000 years of growth, the void spirit tree grows up and begins to bear fruit. It will bear fruit about once every 2,000 years. Only when its fruit is ripe will it emit an extremely strong fragrance, attracting other void creatures. That's why Cold Ball can sense this place. However, this kind of fruit stays on the tree for a very short time. In about 2 months, it will leave the tree and escape into the cracks of space, and it will not be easily found. After saying that, Miao Qing glanced at the little Cold Ball next to him, and couldn't help but sigh at its good luck. I didn't expect to encounter such a precious sacred tree as soon as I went out. Han Xing listened and thought for a moment. This explanation makes sense. After all, although there are many void creatures like cold balls at the God King level are still quite rare. So, Han Xing said directly, then let's chase it, and intercept this virtual spirit fruit for it. Hearing this, the cold ball below rolled on the ground with joy. "Awoo!" Han Xing smiled. Then, the two people and the wolf turned into streams of light, and chased the escaping virtual spirit fruit at a high speed. At the same time, at the edge of the giant city, a shadow lurking in the dark quietly conveyed the message. "Leader, the target has left the city, and everything is going according to plan." Hearing this, the opposite side's eyes showed joy again. "Well done. Next, let this kid go without a chance to return." After leaving the giant city, the two men and the wolf escaped from the suppression of the giant city and moved forward at a very fast speed. And the black fruit is naturally compatible with space, and can use space jumps in the high-level world of the Lord Continent. Every time Han Xing was about to catch up with it, the fruit would enter the jump state. It made people feel very angry. Han Xing laughed, "Good guy, I don't believe I can't catch up with you." After saying that, he directly opened the infinite domain. In an instant, his and Cold Ball's strength officially reached the level of Chaos Lord. Then Han Xing stretched out his hand. "Miao Qing, catch me." Hearing this, the beauty in front of him was a little stunned. But she seemed to understand what Han Xing meant, and a blush appeared on her face. Then she stretched out her white jade hand and grasped Han Xing's palm. When holding Miao Qing's palm, Han Xing felt as if he was touching a piece of soft jade, very soft. This level of softness was only comparable to his wife Eleonora and Zhang Lianmeng in the Holy Spirit realm. There was also a trace of nostalgia in his heart, missing his friends, wife, and daughters. He shook his head and threw away the thoughts in his mind. The next moment, he directly entered the super high-speed state and chased the fruit madly. Buzz! Buzz! The fruit escaped into space again and again. Although Han Xing could not use the ability of space jump, but he kept closing the distance with his own moving speed. Seeing that he was about to catch up, the fruit seemed to be anxious. A mysterious black mist emanated from his body, with a little starlight in the black mist. In an instant, it opened a distance from Han Xing again. Han Xing certainly would not let it go. After chasing for about 5 minutes, he had left Lord Linghui's territory. He returned to the endless airspace. But Han Xing did not think much, because he was less than half a li away from the virtual fruit. At this distance, it only took a few tenths of a second to get close. Han Xing took a deep breath and used time acceleration directly. In an instant, his speed soared. The virtual fruit was less than 100 meters away from him, almost within his reach. At this moment, the illusion around him changed. An extremely dense black fog instantly enveloped several chaotic areas around. The void spirit fruit also disappeared in an instant. Not only that, Han Xing also sensed a strong breath approaching around him. One of the breaths was not inferior to the swordsman he had fought before, and was even more dangerous. Han Xing stopped instantly. Miao Qing also realized something when she saw the black fog around her. A panicked expression appeared on her pretty face. "Sir, we seem to be ambushed." Han Xing nodded. "Indeed, we were ambushed. It seems that someone deliberately used the void spirit fruit to lure us out of the city." Hearing this, Miao Qing frowned slightly, and she whispered, "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know it would be like this." She was like a child who had done something wrong, with panic in her eyes. Han Xing shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you. These people are coming for me." At the same time, there were 4 auras approaching rapidly. Among them, there was the one that gave Han Xing a sense of danger. "Heh. Little guy, you must not have thought that you would fall into our hands so soon, right?" After saying that, Han Xing saw a figure shrouded in dark mist. This figure was tall and straight, like an unshakable mountain. A black robe fluttered slightly in the void, with mysterious silver lines embroidered on the corners of the robe. The other 3 also exuded a chilling aura, all wearing gray tights. One of them was a woman, with a beautiful face full of madness. The 4 people each guarded a position to prevent him from escaping. Among them, the powerful figure in the lead sneered, "Little guy, do you know our identity?" Han Xing chuckled. "Aren't they just third-rate killers from the Shadow Blade Alliance? Why are they so mysterious?" Hearing Han Xing call them third-rate killers, the other party was not angry. "You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. However, I hope you can still be tough after I bring you back to our Shadow Blade Alliance headquarters, and let you experience 108,000 kinds of torture." Among them, the red-haired woman behind licked her lips. "This little guy has a good physique. Let me have some fun with him first, and then you can deal with him after you have played him to death." Another thing killer, who looked like a ghost, laughed harshly. Maggie, this little guy looks delicate and tender. I'm afraid he can't withstand your torture. Han Xing was speechless. What are you guys doing here? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you still going to fight? Hearing this, the four killers seemed stunned. It seems that they didn't expect that this man could be so arrogant even though he was surrounded by them. But they didn't say much nonsense. The killer in the lead had a cold expression on his face and said directly, Boy, you should be proud of yourself for being able to get the four elders of our Shadow Blade Alliance to attack you at the same time. After saying that, the four killers turned into flowing shadows and attacked Han Xing from different angles. Han Xing said, Just hide behind me, don't be nervous. Miao Qing behind him also came to her senses after the initial panic. Although, she knew that the current situation was not good. After all, Han Xing is now dealing with 4 Chaos Lord level killers on his own, but behind this man, a sense of security arises involuntarily. Miao Qing responded softly. At the same time, Han Xing has already pulled the bowstring. The cold ball next to him has already turned into a black giant wolf. They entered combat mode at the same time. After opening the infinite domain, Han Xing's consciousness began to quickly scan the surroundings. But the strange thing is that under his perception, he really did not sense the breath of these 4 killers. He sighed secretly. As expected of the Lord Continent, these killers are quite capable. The sense of crisis of death is approaching rapidly. However, Han Xing did not panic at all. He looked directly at the cold ball next to him. Explode the void-lined body. After hearing the order, endless black lines burst out from the cold ball instantly. Hua la la. Thousands of lines are like a tide, filling the surrounding space and penetrating everything at the same time. The figures of the 4 assassins appeared. Seeing the black lines on his body, the leading assassin snorted coldly. You have some tricks. But even if you force us out of our stealth state, what's the use? You are still no match for us in a head-on battle. As soon as the words fell, the 4 assassins approached at the same time, and the bowstring in Han Xing's hand was already fully drawn. Feeling the terrifying murderous intent coming from all directions, Miao Qing behind him was already pale. The Chaos Lord level assassin, the aura on his body alone is not something that a God King level existence can bear. If it were those mortals, they would die in large numbers under this kind of aura. This is why all the lords forbid fighting in their territories. Han Xing was not afraid at all, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Let me show you my improvement in these 2 years of seclusion. Yes, Han Xing's 2 years of seclusion have not been without improvement. The 4 origin cores have made him understand the origin more deeply. According to the system's values, his overall attributes have increased by about 30%. In an instant, Han Xing entered the acceleration state. Swish. The arrow was ignited. A flaming arrow carrying a destructive aura was shot out. The target was the thin gray-clothed killer, and not only that. The next moment after the flaming arrow left the bowstring was pulled again. This time, the arrow contained an unstoppable killing force. The moment of condensation alone gave people a tearing and stinging feeling. This arrow even faintly reached the level of the swordsman's explosive move. Swish. The arrow shot out, and the golden light followed the destructive red light in front, giving people an unstoppable, terrifying atmosphere. 2 consecutive killing moves, both aimed at the same killer. This also made the other killers on the field look horrified. The leading killer shouted, Moyer, get out of the way. However, Han Xing's explosive skills are not so easy to dodge. In just a moment, the 2 arrows, one red and one gold, came to the side of the killer. Moreover, Han Xing was worried that he could not kill him with 1 arrow, so he added hundreds of arrows behind him. Compared with the battle with the swordsman 2 years ago, Han Xing's strength has improved again. From the original God King level, it has been raised to the limit of God King. This is also the first time he has used all his strength. The gray-clothed killer still has the fear of death in his eyes. He just wanted to escape, but found that he had been fixed in place by the empty thread of the cold ball. Various thoughts arose in his mind. No, I must escape. I can't block this arrow. After the words fell, he gritted his teeth and swung the dagger in his hand. Swish. This knife cut off thousands of threads, allowing him to break free and escape at high speed. However, although he cut off the thread, he was also trapped in place by the cold ball for a moment. It was this moment that ruined his life. Puff. Boom. After the arrow of the meteorite hit, it exploded on the spot, and the second sharp gold of the divine bow directly pierced through the man's eyebrows. That area was like a sun exploding on the spot. The violent fluctuations of the origin even reached Lingui continent. All living beings suddenly heard a loud noise from above their heads. And when they looked up, they saw that a sun seemed to have exploded in the distance. A terrifying heat wave came. The temperature of the entire Lingui continent suddenly increased by more than 10 degrees. This is the combat power of the Chaos Lord level. One skill can affect the entire territory across several light years. Even the Lingui Lord, who was closing his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. A Chaos Lord is fighting around my territory. Who is it? It seems that another Chaos Lord has died? A bit of surprise appeared on the strange face of Lingui Lord. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to care about it. Forget it, no matter who is fighting, as long as it doesn't affect my territory. On the battlefield outside, when the terrifying explosion dissipated, the body of this Chaos Lord killer has disappeared. And Han Xing also heard his system prompt. Successfully killed the primary Chaos Lord creature. More, gained experience, 0. Talent, endless absorption activated, successfully absorbed the shadow source power, 249 million. One strike, instantly killed a Chaos Lord. This is Han Xing's current terrifying attack power. Chapter 635. The other three assassins stood there in a daze, completely confused. Where is Moore? Why can't I see him? Don't tell me that Moore was killed in one blow. This kid has such a powerful burst skill? The red-haired woman's eyes were full of disbelief. The assassin in the lead had a gloomy look on his face, and said coldly, Maggie, how did you collect the information? Didn't they say that this kid only has the combat power of a primary Chaos Lord? Why does he have such a powerful burst skill? The red-haired woman also had a panicked look on her face. She shook her head and said, I don't know. No one expected that they were just seeking revenge for a C-level assassin at the God King level, but now they have to deal with a B-level assassin at the Chaos Lord level. If they tell others, they will not be able to survive in the Shadow Blade Alliance. Seeing her like this, the assassin in the lead did not ask any more questions. In addition, they are in a combat state now, and there is no time for them to pursue so many questions. Don't worry about it. He can't keep bursting out. This kind of magic skill usually has a long interval. Keep surrounding him. We must kill this guy today. Hearing this, the two killers nodded solemnly. Then they began to move in a strange way, approaching Han Xing quickly. The figures of these killers appeared and disappeared, sometimes appearing more than 10 miles away from Han Xing. Sometimes they seemed to be right in front of him, and sometimes they even appeared behind him. It gave people a creepy feeling. Han Xing's face remained unchanged. Just as these guys said, his two strongest burst skills have been used, and there is indeed no way to kill them in 1 second. But this does not mean that he has no power to resist. Han Xing quickly ordered, Megu, you go deal with that woman, and leave the other two to me. The moment he finished speaking, Han Xing pulled the bowstring again and exerted his attack speed to the extreme. Swish. Swish. The rain of arrows continued to attack. Moreover, Han Xing also used the legendary skill Dragon Hunting Archery that he had not used for a long time, which can make his arrows explode, although this kind of explosion has no effect on the Chaos Lord. But it can disrupt the surrounding source fluctuations and destroy the opponent's weird way of moving. Boom. Boom. The dense explosion sound came. If it is said that the explosive power contained in one of Han Xing's arrows is equivalent to the explosion of an asteroid. Now, thousands of arrows are exploding one after another. You can imagine what kind of scene this is. The whole sky is like releasing a gorgeous firework. The two killers are forced to retreat continuously, and cannot get close at all. They can't even use that weird step. When the stealth state is broken, Han Xing can completely suppress them with firepower, and prevent them from getting close. One of the sturdy killers said angrily, Damn it! This kid has such a terrible attack power. Third Elder, we can't get close to him. Hearing this, the leading killer's face turned cold. No way to get close. Impossible. Stinky boy, let me show you the true strength of our Shadow Blade Alliance. Lord's secret technique, Shadow Kill. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Han Xing felt a deathly sense of crisis coming from above his head. The killer called the Third Elder actually appeared beside Han Xing in an instant. Han Xing said with a deep look, This attack is interesting. It actually involves the origin of space, and the origin of shadow. Next to him, the red-haired woman who was fighting with Cold Ball said proudly, Of course, our Third Elder is a double-path killer who has cultivated both the origin of space and the origin of shadow. Boy, you are lucky to die under the attack of the Third Elder. At the same time, the Third Elder's extremely powerful sword has been cut down. At this moment, Han Xing seemed to be locked in place. The surrounding space was imprisoned, and even the means of escape could not be used. Space movement, plus confinement and assassination. There is no way to dodge this attack, you can only resist it. The Lord continent is indeed full of strong people, and should not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Han Xing's eyes sank again. In that case, let's fight head-on. Let's see who dies first under your sword, or you die first under my arrows. Instantly, Han Xing released Rock Shield Guard and put a shield on himself. Then he entered the time stop and time acceleration state. These are his two major skills, and when combined, the effect of 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. This time is no exception. When time stopped, Han Xing saw the middle-aged man in black, who was fixed in place. The blade in his hand was less than half a meter away from him. A bloodstain had already appeared on Han Xing's body from top to bottom, and there was even a sign of it being split in half. This knife had not yet fallen, but it had already caused such a terrifying effect. If it had fallen completely, Han Xing would definitely be killed on the spot. However, he had a time-stopping skill that could be called a bug. As long as this skill was there, Han Xing would be invincible. At this moment, he directly pulled the Eternal Night Bow. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of arrows were shot out. The middle-aged man was less than half a meter away from him. It can be said that at this distance, a blow from the Lord of the Divine Realm could not be avoided at all. In addition, the time-stopping time can last for 1 to 3 seconds. After the first second, Han Xing had already shot tens of thousands of arrows. In the second second, it reached hundreds of thousands directly. When the third second ended, it became millions. However, these arrows remained in a static state at this moment, stopped in front of Han Xing because of the time-stop state. Han Xing said in a cold voice, "Then now, time starts to move." Clatter! Millions of arrows rushed out like a flood. This powerful killer didn't realize what happened. From his perspective, he could clearly see his blade and cut the enemy in half immediately, but the next moment, this person suddenly pulled away by thousands of meters. Not only that, there were millions of arrows in front of him. It was a full million. There was no way to fight this. A sense of death crisis enveloped his whole body, and fear appeared in his eyes. This is impossible. This is impossible. I am the third elder of the Shadow Blade Alliance. I will soon have the opportunity to break through to the intermediate Chaos Lord and become an A-level killer. How could I die here? Reluctant, angry, doubtful, confused. Between life and death, all kinds of emotions surged in his heart. At the same time, a strange breath emanated from the body of this third elder. It was as if something had merged together. He was actually about to begin to transform into an intermediate Chaos Lord. However, the arrow had already hit his body. Even if he transformed now, it was too late. At the last moment of his life, the third elder's eyes showed a look of realization. So that's it. Can the great terror between life and death release all the potential in the body and break the bottleneck? A hint of bitterness appeared in his eyes. Because it was too late for him to discover this now. Puff! Puff, puff, puff. A large number of arrows pierced his body. A rain of arrows swept past. The killer who was transforming into a mid-level Chaos Lord was gone in an instant, after a moment. Only a short knife as black as ink and a fruit emitting the breath of the void were left, suspended in the air. Han Xing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he put the short knife directly into his backpack. Obtained, Dagger of the Underworld, color. Obtained, Void Spirit Fruit *1. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Very good, another colorful weapon. And that fruit is also in hand. At the same time, the second system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the primary Chaos Lord creature, Harry. The talent Endless Absorption was activated, successfully absorbing the opponent's Shadow Source Power, 474 million, Space Source Power, 115 million. Yes, this guy really has two sources. Han Xing's smile grew even bigger. At the same time, the other two assassins stood there in a daze, looking at Han Xing blankly. They said in disbelief, "The third elder is dead. How is this possible? This guy actually has the fighting power to kill the third elder?" The two assassins felt a chill all over their bodies. They couldn't help but tremble a little. But Han Xing had a smile on his face. Just as he was about to speak, his face suddenly changed wildly. At the same time, before everyone could react, in an inconspicuous area around, a figure suddenly appeared. This person was also wearing a gray assassin robe, but the aura on his body was more terrifying than the assassin that Han Xing had just killed. This is a genuine mid-level Chaos Lord. He has the same strength as the current Lingui Lord. As soon as this person came out, he looked at Han Xing with a gloomy face, and then looked at the place where the assassin died. "How dare you? You dare to kill the third elder of my Shadow Blade Alliance. Han Xing's face was also a little gloomy, and he sneered. I didn't expect that in order to deal with me, your Shadow Blade Alliance not only dispatched 4 Chaos Lords, but also a mid-level Chaos Lord. You really think highly of me. And the mid-level Chaos Lord, who just appeared, looked at Han Xing with murderous intent. Boy, you killed my Shadow Blade Alliance people, and you have been on our must-kill list for a long time. Now you killed the third elder, you are dead today. Han Xing continued to sneer. I found that the people of your Shadow Blade Alliance still have the same brain circuits, so stupid. Your people want to kill me, but they are not as strong as others, and I kill them in return, and they still jump out and shout a few words. I think you should stop being a lord and go home to farm. After hearing this, the man's expression gradually became gloomy. He nodded and said, You are right, Moore, the third elder, and that Shan, you killed them because you were not as skilled as them. Now, I am a mid-level Chaos Lord, and it is only natural for me to kill you. Boy, are you ready to be torn into pieces by me? After he finished speaking, he waved the dagger in his hand. A flash of cold light appeared. The figure of this person disappeared from the original place in an instant. And in an instant, he appeared beside Han Xing. Han Xing's eyes showed surprise, and there was only one thought in his mind. So fast. Yes, this person's speed is too fast, incomparably fast. He didn't touch the law of space, but he was able to move at such a terrifying speed with just the strength of his body. Is this the difference between the primary and intermediate Chaos Lords? Sure enough, a small level is even bigger than the original Emperor level to God King. Han Xing's eyes gradually turned cold. But it's not that easy to kill me. At this moment, Han Xing activated Instant Prison Shadow Kill and shouted. System, give me some points. Maximize it directly. Instant Prison Shadow Kill is also a skill that has not been used for a long time. It is a little stronger than the legendary level, and is a god level skill. In addition to increasing attack power, it can also create 100 clones. It is a very powerful burst skill. It just so happens that Han Xing just killed these 2 guys, all of which are the origin of the Shadow system, which can be used to improve this skill. Successfully consumed Shadow Source. 310 million, Instant Prison Shadow Kill has been upgraded to Chaos Lord level. Successfully consumed Shadow Source. 300 million, Instant Prison Shadow Kill, Chaos Lord level, has been upgraded to LV Max. Instant Prison Shadow Kill, Chaos Lord level Max. Skill effect. Open the Ultimate Shadow Prison, increase your own attack power by 800%, and cause an additional 100% real damage to the target whose source power is lower than yours, and create 100 clones, lock the enemy, and make it unable to move, and cause 100 times asterisk 112% real damage to it. Cooldown time, 1 hour. At this moment, a lot of memories poured into his mind. Han Xing's temperament seemed to have ushered in some kind of transformation. It sounds slow, but with their Chaos Lord level thinking speed, it actually only took a very short time. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he pulled the bowstring. The Holy Relic set effect Lord of the Galaxy is activated. The full level Instant Prison Shadow Kill was activated. The surrounding scene changed instantly. Everyone seemed to be in the starry sky. And Han Xing became the only master. Then, he pulled the bowstring. 100 figures appeared behind him. These figures seemed to be doing the same action as him. Swish. Swish. One arrow after another came with terrifying penetrating power. Even this killer, with the strength of a mid-level Chaos Lord, felt a hint of threat. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. What a terrifying explosive power. I didn't expect that you killed the third elder, and still have such a powerful explosive method. But it's not enough. The moment the words fell, the figure of this person became more erratic. Lord's secret technique, 1,000 souls and hearts. Thousands of black figures suddenly appeared around. These figures were waving their blades at different angles and positions at this time. He actually split so many clones, like Han Xing. At this moment, 2 Lord-level combat skills collided. An extremely terrifying aura began to cover thousands of chaos. Chapter 636. In the nearby Lingui Lord's territory, all the people felt their hearts tighten at the same time. A sense of crisis of death enveloped their hearts. Even those emperors, god kings, and even the hidden Chaos Lords felt a fatal sense of crisis. Under such a terrifying fluctuation of divine power. In the center of the Lord continent, a vast and mysterious aura rose up. It was Lord Lingui. At the same time, in Lingyao City, a woman wearing a white gauze skirt, a phoenix crown on her head, and extremely gorgeous decorations all over her body also flew into the sky. They looked at the airspace not far away with solemn expressions at the same time. Is this aura a mid-level Chaos Lord level? There are actually 2 mid-level Chaos Lords fighting nearby? Lingui Lord pondered, with hesitation in his eyes. Do you want to go and take a look? After thinking for a moment, Lord Lingui decided to go. After all, this is his territory. Whether it is for safety or other reasons, he must go and take a look. After she finished speaking, she turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. On the other side, the woman in a white gauze skirt saw Lord Lingui leave and also rushed out of the territory. Han Xing sighed, after a wave of explosions. Both sides retreated tens of thousands of kilometers. The killer's eyes were full of surprise. He covered his heart, where an arrow was inserted. Han Xing's condition was not good at this time. There were already dense cracks on his face. If it weren't for the holy armor that offset most of the damage, this wave of origin collision would be enough to make him disappear. Although he survived, Han Xing was still seriously injured. Even the Black Void Core had a crack. After all, a strike from a mid-level Chaos Lord, even a little aftermath, was not something a God King could withstand. And the other party also saw Han Xing's decline. Boy, you really exceeded my expectations. But none of the people we Shadow Blade Alliance wanted to kill survived. Now you can die. The next moment, the assassin of the mid-level Chaos Lord level attacked Han Xing again, and this time, Han Xing really had no means to stop him. However, he still had one last trump card. Summon that powerful being. A small black stone appeared in Han Xing's hand. According to that person, as long as he crushed him, the other party would instantly appear beside him. It would be absolutely easy for that terrifying being to deal with the assassin in front of him. However, there was still some unwillingness in his eyes. Damn it, do I have to call that guy to clean up my mess so soon? This is my strongest trump card. And just at this moment, the sound of the piano came from behind. Under this sound of the piano, Han Xing felt that his whole body was in a state of emptiness. And there was a magical power attached to him. The system prompt appeared. You have been enhanced by the piano sound field of the Dream Song clan. Muching, all attributes increased by 20%, and the life link state has been opened. In the link state, your life recovery speed is accelerated by 20%, and when you are attacked fatally, Muching will bear the blow for you. Han Xing turned around and glanced at the beautiful woman who was playing the piano. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that Miao Qing, a God King level existence, could actually amplify a Chaos Lord like him. And more importantly, the life link effect behind. He could actually withstand fatal attacks for Han Xing. In other words, if Han Xing was killed instantly by this mid-level Chaos Lord, she would die for him. At this moment, Han Xing was very surprised. To be honest, he and Miao Qing didn't have a deep relationship. After all, she was just forcibly sent to him by the owner of Tianyin Tower, and there was no affection between the two. And now, she actually made this choice. At this moment, Miao Qing noticed Han Xing's eyes, and while playing the piano, she gave him a firm look in return. It seemed that she had made a decision. At this moment, that terrifying existence had already approached Han Xing. The sense of crisis of death came. At this moment, Han Xing felt the same feeling as the third elder who had just been killed by him. It was as if a huge darkness enveloped him. In the crisis of life and death, only the melodious sound of the piano continued to echo. Those notes became real, and even entered his void. The void core in his body also began to rotate at an unprecedented high speed. Han Xing even saw that the territory inside the void core had begun to give birth to microorganisms. At this moment, a look of realization appeared in his eyes. So that's it. As expected, there is great terror between life and death, but also great opportunities. After this time, I will be able to break through to the Chaos Lord 100%. Thinking of this, Han Xing immediately decided to crush the stone and shake the man. At this moment, a green light appeared. A sapling appeared in front of Han Xing. Although it was just a sapling, it exuded endless divine power. It was no less powerful than the intermediate Chaos Lord in front of him, and even more powerful. Buzz! The blade of the intermediate Chaos Lord killer chopped on the sapling. The powerful origin fluctuations broke out again. Han Xing flew backwards, more than 100,000 meters, and the Chaos Lord, who made the attacking action, was also swept away. When the origin fluctuations dissipated, a woman wearing dark green armor and light green hair fluttering in the wind. An extremely powerful woman suddenly appeared, the moment she saw this figure. The other two primary Chaos Lords had a look of fear in their eyes. Lingui. Lord Lingui. Hearing the two Chaos Lords calling her name, the The woman in dark green armor glanced at them coldly. Then she waved her hand, and the two Chaos Lords were instantly blown away. They felt as if their chests were hit by a huge rock, and they retreated tens of millions of meters before they recovered. Cough. Cough cough. Linghui, what's wrong with you? Why are you attacking us? We didn't attack within your territory. However, the woman with long hair and a long sword just glanced at them lightly. Get lost. Hearing this, the faces of the three Shadow Blade Alliance assassins changed at the same time. Linghui, what do you mean? This is not your territory. We are all mid-level Chaos Lords. Don't think I'm afraid of you. However, this indifferent and powerful woman didn't want to talk nonsense with them at all, and her dark green lips opened slightly. 3 seconds, all the assassins of the Shadow Blade Alliance, get out of here. After 3 seconds, if you still appear in front of me, then stay. Her tone clearly didn't have any killing intent, but it gave people a bone-chilling coldness. Han Xing, who saw this scene from behind, suddenly lit up his eyes. Good fellow. Is this Lord Linghui? It is rumored that she is very domineering, and it is true. She came up and yelled at the three Chaos Lords to get out, and wanted to kill them if they didn't agree with her. She was too arrogant. Han Xing smiled. However, this arrogance is towards the enemy, which is good. The three assassins on the opposite side blushed when they heard the threat of Lord Linghui, who didn't give them face. The mid-level assassin said angrily, Linghui, don't be so arrogant. You are just a mid-level Chaos Lord. If we really fight, it's not certain who will win. After hearing this, Lord Linghui sneered. 3 people who don't even have a territory are rubbish, and you are qualified to call yourself a Chaos Lord. It's better to ask your elder to come. If you don't accept it, you can come and try. Hearing this, the 3 assassins were speechless. Although they are both mid-level Chaos Lords, he also knows that there is a huge gap between him and Lord Linghui. A Chaos Lord with a territory is different from a Chaos Lord without a territory. The former gave up the development of power, and chose to focus on improving his physical strength. This system is also the most suitable for being an assassin. The latter built the territory, and consumed more and more terrifying resources. These resources are not wasted. It is obvious that within the scope of their own territory, these lords will receive extremely powerful increases. In addition, the legions and legion leaders in those giant cities. It is too difficult to deal with such a Chaos Lord, and the most important thing is that this Linghui Lord is a lunatic. When she fights, she will do everything every time and leave no room for herself. If she succeeds, she will swallow others. If she fails, she will be swallowed by others. So these 3 killers dare not say anything harsh to this woman, for fear that she will suddenly explode. 2. The cold voice of Linghui Lord sounded again. However, it already brought a hint of murderous intent. Seeing that Linghui had raised the long sword, the 3 killers looked at each other. The middle-level killer snorted coldly. Linghui, you are protecting the person we want to kill in the Shadow Blade Alliance. This person also killed our 3rd elder. Even if you can save him today, wait for our 1st elder to come, and I will see how you will deal with him. However, when he heard this, Linghui's eyes suddenly slid, and his pupils showed amazing anger. Threatening me? Damn it! You dare to threaten me. Today, I will kill you. Territory, come! The moment the words fell, Lord Linghui pointed his long sword. The huge and boundless continent behind him actually approached her at a terrifying speed. At the same time, the small tree emerged and directly blocked the space where the 3 people were. The 3 killers never thought that Lord Linghui would suddenly make such a move. With horror in his eyes, he asked hurriedly, Damn it! Linghui, what are you going to do? But the woman said angrily, Kill you! In an instant, the huge continent had come near Lord Linghui. At this moment, her breath connected with the continent, and then surged at a terrifying speed. The 3 killers were also completely anxious at this time. The leading killer said coldly, This woman is crazy. Quickly break the space confinement. Let's go. After the words fell, the 3 of them waved their daggers at the same time, and waves of terrifying attacks broke out. Under the tide-like attack, they actually cut cracks in the space. However, Lord Linghui's breath at this time has reached its peak. She directly raised the long sword and slashed it instantly. Voila! A touch of green light covered several light years, directly covering the 3 killers together. Seeing this scene, attack together and break her attack. The 3 killers worked together to slash at the sword energy frantically. Under the continuous attack, they actually resisted this attack. But at this moment, the huge continent has been completely arrived. Linghui Lord shouted softly, All Linghui troops, move out. Form an army formation and stop these three guys with your lives. The moment the order was heard, the entire Linghui continent, the thousands of huge cities began to shake at the same time. Then, Han Xing saw what a real lord is. What is the unique fighting method of these lords? Groups of figures wearing dark green battle armor swarmed into the sky like endless locusts. Among them, there was a uniformly deployed heavy armored army. There was an army of archers carrying bows and arrows. There was a giant beast army that was 100 meters tall and covered with black iron frames. There was also the Lingyao army that Han Xing was familiar with, and that General Yao. It was overwhelming, and roughly estimated that the number reached at least 10 billion. At the same time, General Yao, who had met Han Xing once, rushed to the front. And from Lingyao City, a powerful aura burst out, connecting with General Yao. His strength began to rise rapidly, directly reaching the level of Chaos Lord, and it was not just him. In each legion, there was an extremely powerful aura emerging. This aura has the strength of Chaos Lord level, plus the Emperor level and God King level army they lead. What a terrifying force this is. It is simply unimaginable. Oh my god. Is this the way the Lord fights? It's really terrifying. And this also makes Han Xing's blood boil. With a wave of his arm, hundreds of millions of troops emerge. This is the real Lord. Han Xing made a decision in an instant. This time, he will also start to build his own territory. Formally stepping into the path of Lord. The three trapped killers showed horror in their eyes. Damn it! I knew Linghui was a lunatic, but I didn't expect her to be so crazy. Every time you fight, you leave no room for us. This is going to fight to the death with us. Damn it! Damn it! The intermediate killer felt suffocated. I didn't expect that just because of his words. It was like poking a hornet's nest. This woman must kill them. For the first time, he experienced the madness of Lord Linghui. At the same time, this crazy woman, with red eyes, picked up a long sword and rushed over. The three assassins knew that it was useless to say anything at this time. They could only use their strength to break the blockade of Lord Linghui and escape. Shua! The terrifying sword energy attacked. The assassin with the strength of a mid-level Chaos Lord shouted angrily. Shadow Blade's secret technique. 1,000 souls and hearts. Chapter 637. Ants. Facing the counterattack of the three assassins, Lord Linghui still had an indifferent look on his face. The next moment, she raised her sword and shouted, Spiritual Explosion Army, step out. The moment she heard the order. In the troops behind General Yao, tens of millions of blood-colored birds suddenly appeared. These birds are like a piece of red jade, with mysterious patterns on them, and the light of energy is flowing. Each bird has at least the combat power of the Emperor level, and there are many God Kings among them. And on these birds, there is a knight wearing armor. It is one of the arms cultivated by Lord Linghui, the spiritual explosion bird. Then, Lord Linghui said lightly, Go, blow them up. The moment she received the order, tens of millions of blood-colored birds turned into a sky of red light and rushed to the place where the three assassins were. And seeing the birds rushing over, these assassins also showed fear in their eyes. Madman! What a complete madman! They kept cursing, but the short knives in their hands were still slashing wildly. They slashed and exploded the spirit-exploding monster birds that rushed towards them one by one from a distance of tens of millions of meters. Puff! Puff puff puff! A large number of monster birds exploded. They couldn't even get close. The Chaos Lord's attack fluctuations were too strong, and these Emperor-level and God King-level monster birds still didn't play a big role in this kind of battlefield. And seeing this scene, Lord Linghui still had no fluctuations in his eyes. She continued, Spirit Air Force, block the origin. The moment the order was received. On the other side, a large number of warriors wearing black armor appeared. They spread out quickly like a surging black cloud, and the weapons in their hands emitted a cold light. As their weapons pointed forward, black rays of light shot out from the sword tips, gradually turning into a huge black net. The surrounding area of tens of millions of miles seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes. The original power that was permeating the air was like being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Han Xing, who was watching the battle on the side, felt it very clearly. That is, he could not sense the power of the origin. Even the skills could not be released. And each of the three killers' previous swords had the power to cut off everything, radiating out tens of millions of miles. After the origin was blocked, each sword now could only cause fluctuations in the area a few hundred meters in front of him. The lethality dropped sharply. Seeing this scene, two of the beginner killers showed fear in their eyes. The other intermediate killer quickly comforted, This is Linghui's origin-sealing combat skill. Don't panic, this blockade can only last for a short time. However, before the voice fell, the vast army of spirit explosion birds had already rushed to the three killers. Then, Han Xing saw what a doomsday explosion was. There were loud noises one after another, and the space was shaking violently. The knights controlling the spirit explosion birds rushed towards the enemy one after another without hesitation. Like a burning meteor, it exploded without hesitation after approaching. The knights on it were also blown to pieces. Groups of blazing light bloomed in the sky, like countless small suns exploding, and strong waves spread wildly around. The air was torn apart in an instant, forming ripples visible to the naked eye. Boom! Boom! Han Xing could no longer see the three trapped killers. The explosion was so violent that even their screams were covered. But presumably, the situation must have been very uncomfortable. After all, that was the self-detonation of millions of royal-level spirit-exploding monster birds. The origin of these three killers was blocked again. Even Han Xing could not guarantee that he could survive such a terrifying attack. The violent explosion lasted for nearly 2 minutes, and the area had become a sea of fire. And Lord Linghui looked at all this indifferently, and then said, "Spiritual Water Army, put out the flames." After receiving the order, another group of warriors in blue armor came out and released a large amount of water origin to put out the flames. And Han Xing finally saw the scene inside. The three killers were still alive at this moment. But although they were alive, their situation became very miserable. It was like they had just been lifted out of a furnace of thousands of degrees and turned into 3 pieces of coke. Only through their outlines could they be barely identified that these were the 3 Chaos Lord level assassins. The effect of the Linghong army's blocking of the origin had already ended. The Chaos Lord level recovery ability was also amazing. Although they were now half dead, in the blink of an eye, a strong breath of life emanated from their bodies. Those wounds were actually repairing at a terrifying speed. However, Lord Linghui had already come to them with a sword. Cough. Cough cough. The mid-level assassin looked at her angrily. Crazy. Crazy woman. Our Shadow Blade Alliance will never let you go. Lord Linghui just glanced at them lightly. You talk too much nonsense. After she finished speaking, she raised the long sword in her hand and slashed it. Puff. Puff. A strong source fluctuation appeared in the sky again. 3 Chaos Lord level strongmen were all killed by Lord Linghui. And the source power that leaked out after their death was directly absorbed by him. Han Xing stood there in a daze. I didn't expect this result at all. This time, the Shadow Blade Alliance sent out a full 5 assassins to deal with me. As a result, 2 of them were killed by me in seconds. The other 3 were also killed by the crazy Lord Linghui because they said something wrong. This made Han Xing feel a little unreal. At the same time, after the battle, Lord Linghui still said majestically, "All Linghui troops, return to the territory." After hearing the order, the 10 billion Linghui troops retreated. Soon, only Lord Linghui was left here. There are also Han Xing, and the other 2 and a wolf. The woman flew to Han Xing's side. At this time, Han Xing also saw the face of Lord Linghui clearly. It was a very distinctive face. Her skin was whiter than snow, but there were vine-like tattoos on her face, exuding a spirit of aura. Her slightly raised eyebrows were like a crescent moon, and her green pupils were full of expression and indifference. And the vines on her face added a few more weird feelings to her. Seeing that she didn't speak, Han Xing took the initiative to speak. "You just killed them all like this?" Lord Linghui said lightly, "This person threatened me. What's the point of keeping him alive if I don't kill him? Aren't you afraid that they will send stronger killers to cause trouble?" Hearing this, Lord Linghui showed a trace of disdain and disgust on his face. These guys are just flies that linger around. Even if you don't kill them, they will still send stronger killers to cause trouble. It's better to solve them all, so that there will be fewer enemies in the later battle. Han Xing nodded. It is obvious that although Lord Linghui is crazy, he is not reckless. Before taking action, he has already considered the situation behind. She also knew that after taking action, she would provoke revenge from the Shadow Blade Alliance. But she still did it without hesitation. Han Xing said, "You are right. To treat the enemy is to cut the grass and root it out. Thank you for saving me this time." After hearing this, the woman said lightly, "I saved you once, but thanking you alone is useless." Han Xing was stunned. "What do you need me to do? You are not interested in me too, are you?" Hearing this, Lord Linghui just glanced at him lightly. Then a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. "I have no interest in you. My condition is that one day in the future, if I encounter a crisis, you need to help me unconditionally once." Hearing this condition, Han Xing not only did not resist, but chuckled. Obviously, this is a fair deal. Or in other words, he still made a profit. Linghui Lord must have seen his potential, and knew that he would definitely have the power of a mid-level Chaos Lord in the future. This is also one of the reasons why she was willing to help. For such a straightforward person, it is easier to deal with. Han Xing said directly, "Deal?" Seeing that he agreed so readily, Linghui Lord nodded slightly. Then he said no more, and turned into a green light, returning to the center of the territory. And this huge continent still stopped in the same place, and it seemed that it had no intention of returning to its original position. The people living on the continent were also accustomed to this kind of thing, and began to do what they should do. And Han Xing touched his head and chuckled. Lord Linghui's fighting style is similar to my Sky Island. However, I will move in the territory in my body in the future, so I don't need to let the territory move with me. Instead, I will move with the entire territory directly, which is more convenient than Sky Island. Thinking of this, Han Xing's mouth curled up a smile. At the same time, he looked at Miao Qing next to him. The woman's face was pale at this time, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She had just activated the life link with Han Xing. Han Xing's current body is not strong, only at the level of God King. His strength lies in the unparalleled explosive power. So the aura of the Chaos Lord level battle hurt his body. Miao Qing, who was in the lifelink state, would also be hurt. Han Xing turned his head and asked in confusion, "Why did you do this just now?" This woman knew that she would probably die in that state after activating the lifelink. But she still activated it without hesitation. Han Xing asked himself. He and this woman did not have a deep relationship. When Miao Qing heard this question, she said softly, "The host asked me to follow you, so I will be yours from now on. If you die, Miao Qing is willing to die with you." Hearing this answer, Han Xing was stunned. At his level, he could tell at a glance whether the other person was sincere. Obviously, Miao Qing did not lie to him. It was just a little surprising that she would have such an awareness. Shaking his head, Han Xing did not say much, just uttered 2 words. "Thank you." After hearing this, the woman of the Mingda tribe had a beautiful smile on her face. "Your Excellency is too kind. This is Miao Qing's job." At this time, the cold ball also shrank in size, and jumped into Miao Qing's arms. Han Xing shook his head. "Let's go back." After saying that, the 2 people and the wolf turned into a stream of light, and quickly returned to Lingyao City. Time passed in a flash, and a week passed. During this week, Han Xing stayed in the tower to recover from his injuries. Under his strong vitality, the injuries caused by the last battle have basically recovered. Even the cracks on the void core have been repaired. On this day, Han Xing's aura reached a peak. He suddenly opened his eyes. "I've almost recovered. Next, I can officially establish my own territory and become the Chaos Lord." Thinking of this, Han Xing smiled and looked forward to it. But, before that, I have one more thing to do. That is, digest the gains from the last battle. Although he didn't kill the last 3 killers, his SSS level talent endlessly absorbed the original power that didn't absorb from them. But the first 2 killers were killed by Han Xing. And he also got 2 valuable things. One is the dagger. The other is the Void Spirit Fruit. Han Xing first looked at the attributes. Dagger of the Underworld, color. Quality, fantasy grade. Equipment level, level 110, primary Chaos Lord level and above. Original attack power increase, 42% to 58%. Unique weapon effect, alone in the underworld, in the hidden state, increase your own stealth ability by 40%, will not be easily discovered, and after the hidden state is released, the first attack issued, the attack power increases by 100%. Oh! Increased stealth ability and attack power? This dagger has a good effect. A smile gradually appeared on the corner of Han Xing's mouth. Although it may be a little worse than that Black Blade Dark Moon, this dagger of the underworld should also be able to sell for a good price. At least not less than 1.5 million origin coins. Satisfiedly put it in the backpack and check the second harvest. Void Spirit Fruit, special material. Quality, unknown. Effect, after being swallowed by a void creature, it will increase its own void power by 100%, and there is a chance to activate additional primary Chaos Lord level skills such as Void Teleportation, Void Mirror, Void Annihilation. Note, this fruit can only take effect once. Oh! It can actually activate Chaos Lord level skills? Han Xing's eyes lit up immediately. Speaking of which, although Cold Ball had gained a lot of abilities after breaking through all the way before. But as mentioned before, these abilities are increasingly out of date. If a new Chaos Lord level skill can be activated this time, it would be good. Thinking of this, Han Xing stood up. Then he came to the first floor of the tower. Miao Qing and Cold Ball were playing around at this time. After seeing Han Xing, Miao Qing immediately restrained the smile on his face, and came to Han Xing respectfully. Slightly bowed, my lord. Han Xing nodded, then glanced at little Cold Ball. This little guy has been played with by Miao Qing recently. And Miao Qing is a soft-tempered person. Basically, she plays with him, and buys him all kinds of delicious food. During this period of time, her relationship with him is almost deeper than that with Han Xing. Chapter 638. Han Xing casually took out the virtual fruit from his backpack, and a strong void wave emerged. The moment he saw the virtual fruit, Meichio's pupils suddenly widened. Awoo! Meichio jumped directly from Miao Qing's side, and jumped onto Han Xing. Then he kept rubbing his arm with his little head, as if he was longing for this fruit. Han Xing chuckled, little guy. No nonsense, he threw the fruit directly to Meichio. This guy swallowed it in one gulp like a snack. Miao Qing next to him was at a loss. After all, it was a virtual fruit, a kind of divine object that countless void creatures dream of. At the auction, it was worth at least millions of origin coins. But he fed it to his pet like feeding candy beans. Han Xing didn't care about the value of this thing. As long as it can bring improvement to the people around him, no matter how much money it costs, just use it first. At this moment, after swallowing the void fruit, the void power on Cold Ball's body began to surge rapidly. Voila! It spread like a tide, filling the entire first floor of the tower in an instant, and it spread out of the tower at a faster speed. When everyone reacted, half of Lingyao City was covered by Cold Ball's void power. The mortals living in the city looked up at the sky in confusion, thinking it was dark. Even General Yao, who was guarding the city, was alarmed by this phenomenon and quickly rushed out from the ground. And when he saw that the source of this void power came from behind the tower, without any expression, he led the Lingyao army to evacuate. However, this void force did not last long. After only a dozen seconds, all the dark auras faded away. And at a faster speed, all of them were absorbed into the body by the Cold Ball. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of Han Xing. Your pet, Cold Ball, swallowed the special item, Void Spirit Fruit, completed the sublimation transformation, increased all attributes by 30%, and successfully awakened a new skill, Void Annihilation. Void Annihilation. Primary Chaos Lord level. Create a void field with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers around, and all matter and energy will be pulled, twisted, and concentrated to a singularity by the power of the void. After 3 seconds, the singularity will collapse and trigger Void Annihilation, causing 334% annihilation damage to all enemies, reducing their armor by 20%, cooling time, 6 hours. Seeing this skill, Han Xing's eyes lit up. Wow, all matter is concentrated to a singularity, and it lasts for 3 seconds? Isn't this equivalent to a group gathering monster plus soft control? This is a swallowing control skill. Han Xing was instantly surprised. You know, his current explosive power is very terrifying, but he does not have the corresponding control ability and endurance. And with the skill of Cold Ball, all enemies are gathered together. Combined with Han Xing's explosion, wouldn't it be a big one in a second? Thinking of this, Han Xing instantly became excited, and at this moment, Meichio was also very happy. It turned into a small black ball, and kept rolling on the ground. Even Miao Qing next to him also had a faint smile on his face. Little Cold Ball, you become stronger again. Han Xing smiled, then turned around and said, Miao Qing, I'm going to start to challenge a higher realm. If someone comes to visit, tell them I have something to do. Miao Qing seemed to understand something after hearing this. She asked softly, Sir, are you going to start building a territory? Han Xing nodded. This woman's last move had already earned his trust, so it was okay to tell her. After hearing this, Miao Qing's eyes were filled with shock and intense joy. Congratulations, sir. You've taken another step forward on the path to becoming a lord. Han Xing smiled. It's not certain that you will be able to break through yet. Sir, you will definitely succeed. Miao Qing looked at him with a firm face. Han Xing nodded. Then, he returned directly to the top floor of the territory. After that, he released several more original powers and sealed the entire tower. But Han Xing didn't know whether this ban would work. After all, he didn't know what it would be like to break through the Chaos Lord. The noise might be too loud, and everyone in the city might feel it. And Han Xing couldn't hide the fact that he was preparing to break through. Han Xing thought, however, Lord Ling Wei should be a friendly camp to me. And if I break through in her territory, she should guarantee my safety. Thinking of this, Han Xing was relieved. Next, I have to see the first batch of life born in my territory. Soon, Han Xing entered the state of introspection. From his perspective, the first batch of creatures had already appeared in the water of the continent, with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. It looked like a fish with a strange shape. Its body was slender, like a silver ribbon swaying in the water, with a flat head and a wide and transparent body. Han Xing thought, "These are the first batch of creatures in my territory. It will take at least hundreds of millions of years of evolution for these fish to evolve, come ashore, and build their own civilization. The time flow rate of my void core is 1:100,000 compared to the outside world, which is more than 1,000 times faster than other void lords. That is to say, even under this accelerated state, it will take thousands of years for a new civilization to appear in my territory. However, we void lords have mastered all the rules of this world because of the existence of the world tree. We don't need to wait hundreds of millions of years to evolve slowly, we can just create a life directly. This is also the first step to break through the Chaos Lord. Create the first life, and this life must be able to reach the potential of the God King level. This first life is very important. He is equivalent to the main force of these lords in the future. This time, Lord Ling Hui's fighting style made Han Xing see the changeable fighting style between lords, relying on various arms to achieve control and blasting effects, and then implement decapitation. But Lord Ling Hui only said 2 arms to play. Han Xing also saw that there were more peculiar arms in the 10 billion army. Even her main arms did not appear. Therefore, Lord Ling Hui's full-strength burst of combat power actually needs to be raised to a higher level. Han Xing also needs to be cautious in choosing the first main arm. Then, let's start creating life now. So, he casually picked up a handful of soil from his territory and molded it into a little man about half a meter tall. Then he poured some lake water. In the depths of the void, the regular veins on the glowing world tree began to emerge. The little clay man gradually opened his eyes, and a breath of life appeared on his body. Han Xing smiled, the first life has appeared. However, this is just a simple life form, and it does not have wisdom, so I need to inject wisdom and power into it. The moment the words fell, the 2 largest regular veins on the world tree emerged. It is the basic rules that build all living things in the world and create civilization, wisdom, and power. The next moment, the soil on the humanoid creature retreated like a shell, and white skin appeared. Then, he began to move. Like a little man, he ran freely on the vast land. And it swelled when it met the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to the height of an adult. This life seemed to sense something. He looked up at the sky, waved his hands and shouted, "Great Lord, I am your most loyal servant. Thank you for creating me." Han Xing looked at the little man with a happy face. This feeling is very wonderful, just like playing some kind of game. Everything starts from scratch, and he will create a civilization with his own hands. Han Xing looked at the little man below, and then said, "You are the first creature in my world, so I will call you Han Yi." After hearing this, the little man was excited and danced with joy. "Great! I have a name now. My name is Han Yi. Ha ha ha! I have a name now." After being excited for a moment, the little man knelt respectfully on the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you, great lord, for the name." Han Xing nodded slightly. This kind of creature created by oneself cannot resist oneself. They are born with extremely fanatical worship of their creator. Even if Han Xing asked him to die now, and tortured himself in the most cruel way, he would do it without hesitation. Of course, Han Xing is not so perverted. Han Xing continued, "Han Yi, you are the first creature in my world, you have to take on the mission of building civilization. I will now teach you how to become stronger, you need to do your best to break through to a higher level." After hearing the order, the little man below suddenly became extremely solemn. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Great Lord, I will do my best to complete what you have asked." Han Xing nodded, then pointed his finger. The life structure of this little man was changed. He can absorb the energy in this void and improve himself. The little man started to practice with excitement. He worked very hard, moving boulders every day and challenging himself in various dangerous places. On the edge of the cliff, he lifted the boulder with all his strength and squatted repeatedly, with heavy breathing every time he rose and fell. He would also break into the primeval forest and fight with the monsters created by Han Xing, such as all kinds of things. No matter it was raining or scorching sun, Han Yi never stopped his hard training. But it would be very strange from Han Xing's perspective. After all, everything is very fast at a speed of 100,000 times. He seemed to see the accelerated life of humans, and various slide-like images flashed by. In the blink of an eye, about 10 years passed. Han Yi successfully broke through to the second level. Moreover, he also showed a strong talent for strength. Han Xing saw with his own eyes that he had a head-on battle with a black bear with the strength of a second-level elite not long after he broke through the second level. He used his fist to kill the black bear, and then roasted its meat and ate it. Han Xing said with interest, "Oh? Is it a branch of the army that is good at the power system? If it can continue to develop, this branch of the army will exert unparalleled destructive power. It is quite suitable as my main branch of the army." However, he did not intervene much. In this way, Han Yi practiced hard at a speed of 100,000 times. However, although he was very strong, he had the strength to lift a 1,000-pound boulder at the second level. But his growth rate was extremely slow. It took nearly 300 years to reach the 5th level. On this day, Han Yi knelt respectfully on the ground. "Great Lord, I feel that I have reached the upper limit of my life and cannot go any further." Han Xing nodded. Han Yi was right to feel this way. Because for ordinary life, the limit is the 5th level throughout life. Only by breaking the limit again and becoming a legendary creature can we move to the next level. Han Xing's sacred voice sounded. "I already know. Now I will teach you a more advanced cultivation method that can make you a God King level creature." Hearing this, Han Yi's face below showed surprise. However, Han Xing continued, "But you need to get it yourself. I created 7 powerful monsters in this world. These 7 monsters correspond to 7 levels, namely, 5th Order Master, Legend, Demigod, God, True God, Emperor, and God King. Only by defeating these monsters can you get a further method." After saying this, Han Xing waved his hand. A giant tower as high as 10,000 meters was created in this world. This tower is divided into 7 floors, and 4 words are written in vigorous and powerful characters. Tower of Babel. Han Yi, who was kneeling below, was stunned after hearing Han Xing's order. It seems that he does not understand what the so-called 7 realms represent. But he heard the last sentence. Only by defeating the monsters can he get a stronger method of cultivation. The eyes became firm again. He said respectfully, "Great Lord, I already know. I will live up to your expectations, defeat the enemy, and become a more powerful existence." After saying that, he rushed directly into the Tower of Babel in the distance. Then challenge, the first monster arranged by Han Xing. This is a 5th Order dominant Thunderbird. This Thunderbird is good at speed and lightning, which just restrains Han Yi's power. In the first round of confrontation, Han Yi was electrocuted by the Thunderbird and his body was black. However, he still stood up tenaciously. He began to fight a life-and-death battle with the Thunderbird. After fighting for 3 hours, he felt exhausted. He was fixed in place by a magic of the Thunderbird, and then swallowed it in one bite. Seeing this scene, Han Xing's mouth twitched. Even the 5th Order dominant creature can't be defeated. Sure enough, the first creation of life is not perfect. However, Han Xing was not discouraged, but continued to create new clay figures. After the first experience, when Han Xing created the little man this time, he not only gave him power and wisdom rules, but also gave him more life rules and magic power. Chapter 639. The injection of the first life rule went smoothly, greatly strengthening the physique of the villain. However, when the second magic rule was given, the villain exploded and died. Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. The first villain can only bear the 2 rules of strength and wisdom. And the second villain can bear 3 rules, and injecting the 4th rule into it will explode directly. He seemed to understand something. This may also be some kind of restriction in the dark. After all, any creature has defects. These defects can only be supplemented by hard training. Then Han Xing can create creatures that can accept more rules based on these lives, including the evolution of creatures. In the evolution again and again, improve your own genes. If someone can create a creature that can perfectly accept all rules, then he will get a perfect army. But it is obvious that Han Xing now needs to spend a lot of time to create a perfect army. Thinking of this, Han Xing created another villain. As a result, this time, an accident happened again. When the 3rd rule was given to it, the head of this little man exploded directly. Han Xing's mouth twitched. "Go on, I don't believe it." This time, he directly consumed a lot of the original power, and created thousands of little men. Then he gave them the 2 major rules of strength and wisdom respectively. Then, he began to give them the 3rd life rule. Puff! Puff! A burst of explosions sounded. These thousands of little men started a chain of self-explosions. But in the end, more than 100 little people survived. They successfully grew skin, facial features and limbs. Han Xing quickly recorded the order of the rules on these more than 100 little people. Then he said, "Okay, you must make good use of the power I have given you and strive to become stronger. When you feel that you have reached the limit of your life, you can challenge the Tower of Babel over there, and get further methods. After hearing this, all the little people knelt on the ground respectfully. Great Lord, we will do our best. After the words fell, the more than 100 people dispersed. They began to improve their strength in their own way. At a time flow rate of 100,000 times, everything passed quickly. Han Xing saw that their cultivation methods were different. Some, like Han Yi, focused on improving their strength. Some chose to deal with those beasts and try to tame them. Some even began to study technology. However, since they were created by the same batch of creatures, their talents were similar. It took almost 200 years for most people to reach the 5th level. However, many villains died in these 200 years. In the end, only about 70 survived. On this day, the remaining 70 villains knelt respectfully on the ground, waiting for Han Xing's next instructions. Han Xing said, "Then now, I will open the Tower of Babel for you. You must use all means to defeat your enemies. Only by fighting the enemy can you get a way to break the limit of life." After hearing the order, all the villains nodded with a firm look. Then, Han Xing opened the first floor of the Babel Tower. All the 70 people entered it. Moreover, the Babel Tower created by Han Xing contains the law of space. Even if it is only one floor, the space inside is equivalent to the size of a world. Therefore, all the 70 people were divided into small spaces and fought against different enemies. The enemies created by Han Xing were created according to the weaknesses of these people. For example, if you are good at wisdom and like to use various special means to break through, I will create a monster with infinite power for you. If you are good at speed, I will create an enemy that is invulnerable to swords and guns. If you are good at taming animals, then create a monster that can attack at a range. All these are aimed at their weaknesses. Only by overcoming these weaknesses can they break the limit and complete the evolution of life. But obviously, such a battle is very difficult for them. Everyone is in a passive situation. In the end, only 3 of the 70 people survived successfully, and successfully obtained the method to break through the legend. Han Xing also recorded the order of the rules in the bodies of these 3 people, and named them Han Air, San, and Si. Then, Han Air, San, and Si began to practice hard. It took about 1,000 years for them to successfully reach the legendary level. Then, after reaching their own limits, they began to go to the Tower of Babel to challenge the monsters on the 2nd floor. This time, Han Xing still created monsters for them based on their weaknesses. And there is more than one characteristic. Before, they were only good at defense or attack. Now, in addition to being good at attacking, Han Xing also gave them speed or defense abilities. Han Xing did not ask them to defeat the enemy by crossing levels like himself. It was enough to ask them to defeat creatures of the same level. But even so, these 3 people failed. All were killed instantly by their opponents. Han Xing was not discouraged. He began to create life. With the experience of the first 2 times, he can now create tens of thousands of little people at a time. This time, almost 1,200 years passed. Finally, 15 people broke through to legend and began to challenge the 2nd floor of the Tower of Babel. However, only 1 person passed. Han Xing recorded the information of this person again and named him Han Wu. After passing the 2nd floor, Han Wu successfully obtained the method to break through the demigod, and after another 500 years, he reached the limit of the demigod. Finally, he stopped at the 3rd floor. In the following time, Han Xing continued to create more life in this way. Then let them break the limit and challenge the Tower of Babel. Until now, a full 100,000 years have passed. A year has passed in the outside world. This is also thanks to Han Xing's fusion of the Time Beast, so he can make his Void Core flow much faster than other Void Masters. Otherwise, if it were someone else, more than 100 years might have passed in the outside world. Of course, such a long time, the harvest is also amazing. The life created by Han Xing now can easily have the power to pass through the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel. The most powerful life has passed the 5th floor. Become an Emperor-level creature. Beginning to challenge the 6th floor, Han Xing was very pleased. Not bad, not bad. At this rate, it won't be long before I can have a God King-level creature, and then I can officially transform into a Chaos Lord. Time passed slowly. About half a year passed. 15,000 years had passed inside the Void Core. On this day, a creature finally successfully challenged the 6th floor of the Tower of Babel. He knelt on the ground with joy. Great Lord! I succeeded. After hearing this, Han Xing also smiled with joy. Han Jin, you are very good. Yes, this person is called Han Jin. The reason for giving him this name is that he is extremely good at the rules of the gold system. And he also learned Han Xing's explosive skill, Divine Bow Sharp Gold. Now, he is about to have a God King level existence, and he can start preparing for a breakthrough. But Han Xing always feels dissatisfied. After all, there is still one last floor of the Tower of Babel, and that is a God King level enemy. If this type of soldier doesn't even have the strength to defeat the God King of the same level, using it as your main soldier is not only a little bit weak, it will also affect Han Xing's future development. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing gritted his teeth and made a decision. Since you want to do it to the best of your ability. Don't break through before you create a perfect God King level soldier. Thinking of this, Han Xing not only let Han Jin start to challenge the 7th floor, but also consumed more of the original power to strengthen the monster on the 7th floor. The strength of this monster is almost reaching the level of the Great Evolution God King. Obviously, Han Jin's challenge failed. He was killed by this monster within 3 seconds. Han Xing retained his rule order and began to create new creatures. Another long 100,000 years passed. 2.5 years have passed since Han Xing's retreat. And inside the core of the void, creatures were created in waves. I don't know how many lives have been created. Among them, there are also some people with extraordinary talents. They showed their strong strength at the beginning and made great progress all the way, passing 5 levels in a row. There are even monsters who broke through 6 levels, but without exception, these people finally fell on the 7th level. Moreover, after more than 200,000 years of reproduction, these people have also created various civilizations. Those are the gathering places of tribes. These people believe in an ancient legend. If someone can pass the first level of the Tower of Babel, they will receive the gift of the Creator. Therefore, countless creatures flock to it. Among them, there are creatures created by Han Xing. There are also those that reproduce naturally. Every year, all kinds of monsters go to challenge the Tower of Babel. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. This is also the longest time that Han Xing has been in seclusion in history. And the core of the Void Core is equivalent to the time that 500,000 years have passed. The life inside has multiplied to a very rich degree. They even began to establish various civilizations. There are gorgeous magic civilizations, powerful martial arts civilizations, and brilliant mechanical civilizations. But no matter how the civilization evolves, these creatures have only one goal, that is the Tower of Babel. The 7th floor has almost become the obsession of billions of creatures in this world. An old man with white hair and beard leaned against the huge Babel Tower, touched the mottled wall, and sighed, "Lord, tens of thousands of years have passed. Can anyone really pass through this Babel Tower?" All the creatures in this world couldn't help asking this question. And on this day, Han Xing appeared and told them clearly, "You can pass, but you need a more perfect life." For the creatures in this world, Han Xing's words are the absolute truth. Everyone stopped asking this question and continued to work hard. Time. 5 years have passed. Inside the core of the void, a total of 1 million years have passed. It can be imagined that Han Xing's current main continent has a terrifying degree of species richness. Up to now, Han Xing has been in seclusion for almost 10 years. If it were other god kings who were preparing to break through the Chaos Lord, 10,000 years would have passed by now. Even Han Xing was a little desperate. However, on a random day, in that continent, another person broke through to the God King level. Becoming a God King means being qualified to challenge the 7th floor of the Tower of Babel. Like Han Xing, he also uses bows and arrows as weapons. Moreover, his archery skills are extremely superb. Han Xing looked through his past experiences. He found that this person was actually naturally bred in this world. He was not a life created by himself. Moreover, he showed amazing strength and archery talent as soon as he was born. At the age of 6, he had a record of shooting a 3rd-level monster with a bow. And in the subsequent training process, he made rapid progress. It took him only 20 years to break through the legend and 10 years to reach the demigod. Then he spent a total of 372 years to become an emperor-level existence. This is also the existence in Han Xing's world that broke through to the emperor level in the shortest time. Han Xing instantly became interested. Interesting, this kind of talent, if I don't have a system, I can't even compare to him. Even in the void where I was originally, creatures with this kind of talent probably haven't appeared before. And Han Xing also knew his name. Ming. Yes, just one word. It's a very interesting name. Han Xing commented. Then, Ming spent another 1,000 years to successfully break through to the God King, and even reach the high level of the God King. On this day, Ming seemed to have some sense. He opened his eyes on a high mountain, and his eyes as sharp as lightning suddenly looked at the giant tower. It's time. The legend that no one has broken for 1,000,000 years will be rewritten by me today. After the words fell, Ming's figure disappeared directly. Then he appeared on the 7th floor of the Tower of Babel. Dong! 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 The loud bell sounded from the Tower of Babel, resounding throughout the inner world. When it rang 7 times in a row, all living beings knew that someone was going to challenge the Tower of Babel again, and this time it was the 7th floor. They all involuntarily cast their eyes on the tower that had existed for 1,000,000 years, including Han Xing, who was also attracted. Through the exterior of the Tower of Babel, Han Xing could directly see the scene inside. At this moment, Ming was constantly pulling the bowstring and fighting with a 12-winged archangel. This 12-winged archangel was created by Han Xing to target Ming. It not only has the ability to revive infinitely, but also has means such as teleportation, instant kill, and mental control. In terms of actual combat power, this 12-winged archangel is not even weaker than the Sun God King. It is only slightly worse than the Dying God King. Ming also had a hard time fighting, but he used his superb archery skills to shoot the archangel repeatedly, and then distanced himself from it to avoid being killed instantly. Despite this, he was still hit by the archangel's attacks many times. His body was already covered with various horrible scars. Chapter 640. As time passed, Ming had been fighting this 12-winged archangel for more than 10 days. Compared to the monsters who challenged the 7th floor of the Tower of Babel in the past, he was the one who persisted the longest. Many of the other monsters were killed instantly by the monsters created by Han Xing as soon as they met. Ming could do this, which not only exceeded the expectations of all creatures in this world, but also exceeded Han Xing's expectations. Looking at his figure constantly pulling the bowstring, Han Xing was amazed. Not a bad creature. He had already decided in his heart that no matter what the result of this challenge was, he would keep this person. Even if he couldn't be his main troop, he would be a good secondary troop in the future. And at this moment, after 10 days of fierce fighting, Ming had already used all the means in his life. He even forced out his potential several times, and temporarily created some strange combat skills to snipe this angel. But after such a long time, he was almost at his limit. There is no way. This archangel is simply an omnipotent creature, and the ability to regenerate infinitely is simply despairing. At the same time, the 12-winged archangel launched the destructive combat skill Doomsday Judgment. The entire 7th floor of the Tower of Babel was shrouded in endless holy light. This move is extremely terrifying, and Ming has suffered a great loss from this skill several times. And now, Ming has reached his limit. Facing this skill, there is no power to fight back. Just when Han Xing thought that Ming was going to die on the spot. But he saw that this man, with a resolute face, had an unprecedented light in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Endless creatures are heading for the tower, and millions of years have passed in vain. The tower is as majestic as a mountain, and no one can break this prison. Today I stand in front of the tower, and I will go to the netherworld with my broken body. I am not afraid of thousands of obstacles, and I can break millions of legends." The moment he finished speaking, Ming jumped high. The bowstring in his hand was pulled to the full moon state. At this moment, Han Xing saw that his bowstring actually emitted the origin fluctuation. Chaos Lord level combat skills. Oh my god! This person actually created a Chaos Lord level combat skill. What a monster! Even Han Xing was amazed. And at this moment, Ming, the power of the arrow in his hand, has accumulated to the extreme. The powerful origin power fluctuates like a tsunami. And it seems to be the origin power of the dark system. And at this moment, the archangel seemed to feel the horror of this arrow. It raised the holy light great sword in its hand, and teleported to the side of Ming to kill him. However, Ming's arrow had already locked onto it. At the moment, when the 12-winged archangel slashed out the holy light sword chi, Ming said coldly, "Soul bow fatal netherworld soul breaking arrow." Swish! A long dark light shuttled through the strong holy light. Like a drop of ink in the endless light. It passed through the holy light sword chi, and came to the front of the 12-winged archangel. Then, at an unavoidable speed, it penetrated directly into its brow. Puff! Boom! The attacks from both sides hit at the same time. At this moment, Ming's body was directly cut in half, and after the 12-winged archangel's head was penetrated, a large amount of dark origin power remained in its body. The original power destroyed its body. Then, the body of the 12-winged archangel was like a piece of porcelain that fell to the ground, full of cracks. Crack! Crack! The cracking sound continued. Then, this archangel seemed to have finally reached his limit. Boom! After the horrible explosion, the archangel was completely blown into pieces. At this moment, Ming looked at the vertical line in his body. He also knew that he was about to die. But there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Because he passed the 7th floor of the Tower of Babel. The legend that no one has been able to break for millions of years was broken by him. From now on, all the creatures in this world will remember his name Ming, just when his body was about to open. At the same time, from the Tower of Babel, a strong light rushed out. This light was like the light of hope from another world. It directly illuminated the entire 7th floor of the Tower of Babel. Not only that, this light also spread out from the Tower of Babel, illuminating the entire world inside. Countless creatures looked up. Their eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, Ming thought he was dead. But he was surprised to find that his body had actually begun to repair. The horrible crack disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, his body was restored to its original state. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Ming, wearing starry sky armor, carrying a black bow, and a head of short black hair casually draped over his shoulders. The moment he saw this figure, Ming immediately knew the other party's identity. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Great Lord." Han Xing nodded slightly, and then praised, "Ming, you are very good. In a million years, you are the first creature to successfully pass the 7th floor of the Tower of Babel. Then next, I will make you the first hero in my territory." Hearing this, Ming below was shocked, and then his face was filled with strong joy. "Thank you for the Lord's gift. Ming, I am very grateful." As a creature born in the void of Han Xing, Ming's loyalty to Han Xing is naturally 100%. For him, everything Han Xing said is oracle and truth. Han Xing said, "This is what you deserve." After the words fell, a strong force of rules emerged and was instilled into Ming's body. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. "Do you want to bind Ming as the first hero in your territory? After binding, you will officially start the transformation to the Chaos Lord." Han Xing thought for a moment, and then directly clicked yes. Binding is successful. Ming has become your territory hero. The hero's origin power has been recorded. This hero can leave your void and go to the outside world to fight. After dying in battle, you can revive him through the origin power. New soldier, Chaos Archer has been unlocked. After officially breaking through to Chaos Lord, you can consume origin coins to manufacture it. Note, the newly manufactured Chaos Archer does not have the potential for growth, but you can upgrade it by upgrading the arsenal. Han Xing nodded suddenly. "I see, after becoming a hero, you can mass-produce soldiers according to his strength, right?" In his eyes, he then checked Ming's attributes. Name, Ming. Level, hero-level creature. Profession, Chaos Archer. Level 100, God King. Skills, God King level archery mastery, Sunset Soul Arrow, Sky Wheel Destruction Arrow, Star Mark and other attack 174 skills. Chaos Lord level skills, Soul Bow Death Phantom Breaking Arrow. Hero Aura, increases the attack power of all friendly units by 20%. Army Bond, Chaos Archer, when the number of Chaos Archers acting at the same time reaches 100, the attack distance increases by 30%. When the number of Chaos Archers acting at the same time reaches 500, the attack speed increases by 30%. When the number of Chaos Archers reaches 1000, the attack power increases by 30%. When the number of Chaos Archers reaches 1000, the skill damage increases by 50%. Han Xing nodded again. As a God King level creature, Ming's panel is quite good. Next, we need to start building a territory and officially break through to the Chaos Lord realm. And to build a territory, we need to build the first Lord's mansion first. But fortunately, I still know the process in this regard. So, Han Xing waved his hand. Ming left the Tower of Babel. And Han Xing floated in the sky and found a suitable location near the Tower of Babel. "Let's build the Lord's mansion here. Do you want to consume 100,000 original coins to build the first Lord's mansion? Please note, after building the first Lord's mansion, your entire territory will change, all creatures will receive the blessing effect, and your territory will have the ability to build various buildings and giant cities." Han Xing thought for a moment. "I remember that the woman named Luoli said last time that in the process of breaking through the Chaos Lord, if you add the eternal soil, you can have wonderful changes. So how do I add it?" A handful of ordinary yellow soil appeared in his hand. However, this handful of yellow soil not only weighed more than some small worlds, and it was also priceless. Even the existence of the God Realm Lord level would do whatever it took to grab it. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. It was detected that the Lord was holding a special item, the eternal soil, which can be integrated into the territory. After integration, the blessing effect of all creatures will increase by 100%, the cultivation speed will increase by 100%, and the probability of producing rare mineral veins will increase by 25%. Han Xing smiled again. He chose to integrate directly. In an instant, the handful of eternal soil in his hand disappeared. It was integrated into the territory. The next moment, this territory with a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers began to shake violently. All creatures could feel that the land under their feet had changed. The eternal land has been integrated successfully, and your Lord's mansion is being built. The remaining time, 1724. Han Xing thought, does it only take more than 1,000 years? In the outside world, it only takes a few days. So he waited patiently. And in his territory, it was evolving at a speed 100,000 times faster. A gorgeous mansion began to rise from the ground next to the Tower of Babel. And day by day, it became taller and more gorgeous. After waiting patiently for a few days, Han Xing finally heard the system prompt. The Lord's mansion was built successfully. Current level, level 1. Whether to bind with the Lord's mansion and start to break through the Chaos Lord. Please note, in the process of breaking through the Chaos Lord, you will need to absorb a lot of source power. Please make sure that the source coins are sufficient. After the breakthrough is successful, you will open the territory building upgrade and construction interface. Han Xing noticed the third prompt. Do you need to absorb a lot of origin coins? He looked at his backpack. He originally had 1 million origin coins, and he spent 100,000 to build the Lord's mansion. Now he only has 900,000. He was not sure if these origin coins were enough. So Han Xing quickly got up and went to the first floor. Miao Qing also closed his eyes at this moment, and seemed to be practicing. And the cold ball was lying quietly on the side. After sensing Han Xing's breath, Miao Qing suddenly opened her eyes, and said happily, My lord, are you awake? Did you succeed in breaking through? Han Xing shook his head, and then said, Miao Qing, how much of the 300,000 origin coins I gave you last time is left? The woman was stunned for a moment, and then whispered, There are still 370,000. In the past 10 years, I bought some industries in Lingyao City, and made some money. My lord, do you need it? Han Xing nodded, Yes, I am now preparing to break through the Chaos Lord, but I need to absorb a large amount of origin coins. I don't know how much I need, so try to prepare more origin coins for backup. After hearing this, Miao Qing also had a happy smile on her face. Then she took out a space backpack and said, My lord, everything is in here. Han Xing took it and said with a smile, Okay, I return it to you after I break through. Miao Qing smiled and shook her head, My lord, you are joking. These are originally yours. Han Xing said no more, took the backpack and walked towards the top of the tower. Then, the breakthrough began. Do you want to start binding the Lord's mansion and break through the Chaos Lord? Yes. Breaking through the Chaos Lord. Please pay attention to the changes in the void core in your body. At the moment when the system prompt ended, the void core in Han Xing's body began to rotate wildly, and at an unprecedented speed. Voila! The frequency of rotation reached 100,000 circles per second, and it was still accelerating. In the blink of an eye, it reached 200,000 per second. 300,000. 500,000. After reaching 500,000, it seemed to have reached a certain peak, and the rotation speed of the void core began to pause. Then, Han Xing saw that the void core began to expand and change rapidly. From the original diameter of 130,000 kilometers, it quickly expanded to 140,000, 150,000, 160,000, until 200,000 kilometers. The void core stopped rotating. And Han Xing noticed that the continent in his body also began to vibrate wildly at this moment. Every moment on it is ushering in earth-shaking changes. At a time flow rate of 100,000 times. From Han Xing's perspective, it seemed as if he saw a world accelerating. There were a lot of mountains, oceans, and some precious minerals growing on it. In addition, there were various natural phenomena. Volcanic eruptions, heavy rains, blizzards, and even doomsday storms. Each natural phenomenon was a natural disaster for the creatures in this world, taking away many lives. And after each disaster, some new and unique resource points would appear. And the area of the territory began to expand continuously. From the original diameter of 10,000 meters, it expanded to 11,000, and then to 15,000. At this time, Han Xing saw a wide crack in the center of this huge continent. It seemed as if his territory was going to split in half, and he was shocked. Chapter 641. Han Xing was surprised to see his territory suddenly crack. But he immediately understood what was going on. It seems that the transformation of the territory has reached a critical moment. Next, it is time to invest in the origin coins. So he opened his backpack. Since it was the first time to transform into a Chaos Lord, Han Xing didn't know how many origin coins he needed to invest. So he took out 10,000 to test the waters. The next moment, 10,000 square objects that looked like crystal brands appeared in front of Han Xing. This is the origin coin. Each origin coin contains pure non-attribute origin power. This is also the common currency of the Lord continent. As for its manufacturing method, it is very simple to say, it is nothing more than purifying those origin powers with attributes. For example, the Earth attribute origin core of the Sharp Scale origin beast, the Fire attribute origin core of the Flamingo, and so on. Purify it into the power of rules without attributes, and then split it into pieces of origin coins. Sounds simple, right? But in fact, this method is not something that ordinary people can operate. First of all, the ability to purify the origin is only available to the existence of the Eternal Lord level. And later on, splitting these origin forces is even more of a technical job. You know, there are only a few Eternal Lords in the entire southern region of the Lord continent. And each Eternal Lord is equivalent to having the right to mint coins in disguise. This is also the reason why everyone in the Lord continent recognizes the origin coins. Thinking of this, Han Xing waved his hand. Go! All 10,000 origin coins were integrated into the huge territory below. The cracks above were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Han Xing smiled. It turns out that only 10,000 origin coins are needed. However, he didn't wait long for his happiness. The next moment, a huge crack appeared on the originally healed land. Boom! Some unlucky creatures were just above the crack. Then they fell directly into the endless abyss. However, at the critical moment, Han Xing still rescued them. It seems that 10,000 origin coins are far from enough. At the same time, Han Xing took out 100,000 origin coins from his backpack again and threw them all down. With so much origin power, the territory continent healed again and continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, the diameter reached 16,000 meters. At the same time, cracks appeared in the territory again. Han Xing's mouth twitched. But he did not hesitate, and took out 100,000 origin coins again and threw them down. Just like this, it cracked and repaired again and again. After Han Xing invested 1 million origin coins for the 10th time, the transformation of the territory seemed to have finally come to an end. Han Xing could feel that his territory had undergone earth-shaking changes. What was visible to the naked eye was that the mountains had become taller. These were not ordinary mountains. Each mountain contained a vast amount of mineral deposits. In addition, the entire territory was filled with rich origin power. The most obvious benefit of sufficient origin power was that the probability of the birth of God-King level beings among those naturally reproducing creatures was higher. In this way, Han Xing can select more creatures like Ming and become heroes. Just when he thought that the transformation was finally over, the territory in front of him suddenly cracked again, and the cracks on it were larger than any previous time. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Han Xing was shocked. He almost had no time to think, and directly threw all the remaining 200,000 origin coins in his backpack into it. At this moment, the continent absorbed a large amount of origin power, and finally stabilized. The system prompt appeared. Your territory has been successfully established, and you can now make a mental connection. After the connection, you will officially break through to the Chaos Lord. Han Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, after so many twists and turns, I am finally going to break through the Chaos Lord. After saying that, he directly separated his consciousness and connected it to this huge territory. At this moment, a vast force poured into Han Xing's body. The strength of this force far exceeds the limit of the God King level. It is so vast, deep, and heavy. Han Xing's eyes showed enlightenment. So that's it. The realm of the Chaos Lord. So this is what it means. Lord, on the one hand, is the master of the territory, and on the other hand, the territory feeds back powerful power. The stronger the territory, the stronger you are. I understand. At this moment, Han Xing did not resist, but accepted this vast power with his whole body. At the same time, a terrifying breath emanated from his body. This breath instantly broke through the band he left near the tower, and instantly covered the entire Lingyao city. All the people in Lingyao city suddenly felt a terrifying sense of oppression. This sense of oppression was like the moment when they first met Lord Linghui. All the powerful people above the God King level in the city woke up instantly. They looked at the sky in shock. What's going on? I don't know. This breath is so terrifying, I don't even feel that it belongs to Lord Linghui. Oh my god, is it another mid-level Chaos Lord who came to our Lingyao city? These creatures were puzzled. However, this situation seemed to have just begun. As the breath on Han Xing continued to spread, it covered other giant cities from Lingyao City in the blink of an eye, and in a blink of an eye, it affected half of the Linghui continent. At this moment, Lord Linghui, who was in a state of cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. She said with a shocked face, "Someone is breaking through the Chaos Lord." And, just after the breakthrough, he actually has such a terrifying power. Could it be him? Lord Linghui understood something instantly. The next moment, she was about to rush out of her territory. Beside her, a white-haired woman with dragon horns on her forehead and gorgeous clothes asked, "Linghui, where are you going? The nether purple night flower is about to mature. Don't forget what you promised me." Lord Linghui turned his head and glanced at her lightly. Without saying a word, he left here directly. The white-haired woman saw this and bit her lower lip lightly, with an unconvinced look in her eyes. "Humph! What an arrogant woman, you really don't take me seriously at all. Damn it! Damn it!" She stamped her feet in anger. From childhood to adulthood, she was the only one who ignored others, and no one else dared to ignore her. Even those mid-level Chaos Lords would treat her with courtesy after knowing that she was the daughter of the Great Beast Lord. Unexpectedly, this Linghui Lord did not take her seriously at all. While she was indignant, she felt a little helpless. Alas! I don't know what my father is thinking. This time, we can obviously find other mid-level Chaos Lords to cooperate with the Nether Purple Night Flower, but we have to find this woman. At the same time, Lord Linghui came to Lingyao City at a terrifying speed. His eyes instantly locked on the 7-story tower, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. "It's you. You have the combat power of a mid-level Chaos Lord just after the breakthrough? It's incredible." Even the arrogant Lord Linghui showed admiration on his face. Then, a strange look appeared in his eyes again. What's going on with this guy? Doesn't he know that it's very dangerous to break through in the territory of another lord? If it were another lord, if he had evil intentions at this time, he would attack him. Not only will he fail to break through this time, but he will also suffer extremely serious sequelae, and even his life will be in danger. Or did the big man behind him not tell him about these situations when he came out? Lord Linghui was puzzled. After thinking for a moment, she sighed and said, "Forget it, since this little guy dared to break through in my territory, it means that he believes in me. Today, I will protect you once." The moment he finished speaking, Lord Linghui released all his aura. It instantly enveloped the entire Lingyao City. After feeling this familiar aura, the people of Lingyao City couldn't help but kneel down on the spot. At this time, Han Xing was still immersed in his inner world. He was completely unaware of the outside world. At this moment, he only felt his surging source power and his constantly evolving body. An unprecedented sense of pleasure surged in his heart. It was as if he had finally broken the limit of the void and became a transcendent existence. Time passed by. The connection between the continent below and him became closer and closer. Han Xing could even feel the direction of the veins under the surface. Finally, after reaching a certain limit, Han Xing was completely connected to the territory. The system prompt appeared. The territory is successfully bound. You have become a Chaos Lord level creature. The power of origin increases by 100%. Due to unknown reasons, your power of origin increases by 30% in this breakthrough. You have obtained the effect of territory blessing. All territory life, basic health value increases by 100%, eternal soil increases by 50%, energy absorption speed increases by 100%, and the probability of rare mineral veins increases by 30% with each expansion. You have unlocked new territory buildings, arsenal, forge, technology research institute, city wall, or processing plant. At this moment, feeling the surge of power of origin in the body, Han Xing laughed. Finally broke through. It's not easy. I didn't expect that this time, the power of origin would increase by 130%. It's really a terrifying increase. At the level of Chaos Lords like them, everyone's application of rules is actually about the same. What they are competing for is the power of origin. And the power of origin not only strengthens your body in all aspects, but also strengthens your attack power. You know, even a colorful weapon only increases the attack power by about 50%. This improvement is not small, Han Xing exclaimed. If it were me now, facing the scene of the 4 killers besieging me at that time, I would not need to fight desperately, and I could easily solve them. If I burst out with all my strength, I could even take away that mid-level Chaos Lord killer in one wave. This is Han Xing's current strength. Of course, the most important breakthrough is not the reminder of the power of origin, but the transformation of the territory. After binding the territory, he added an additional 100% of his health, which can be said to have greatly improved his survivability. In addition, various buildings were also unlocked. Han Xing glanced at it. Lord's Mansion, Level 1. Upper limit of military occupations. 2 types, can be upgraded to 4 types at the next level. Upper limit of military quantity. 1 million, can be upgraded to 5 million at the next level. Materials required for upgrading. Origin coins * 500, 000, Blazing God Stone * 10, 000, Shining Golden Marrow * 10, 000. Note, the Lord's Mansion determines the upper limit of your military occupations. If you want to cultivate more military occupations, you need to upgrade the Lord's Mansion first. Han Xing nodded suddenly. I understand. What I mean is that Chaos Archers like Ming are considered a type of military occupation. Then, with a level 1 Lord's Mansion, I can cultivate up to 1 million Chaos Hunters like Ming. And if I want to train more soldiers, such as Linghui Lord's Lingbu, and Linkhong Army that can seal space, I can only upgrade the Lord's Mansion and unlock more limits. However, to upgrade the Lord's Mansion, not only 500,000 origin coins are needed, but also 2 other materials. Han Xing's mouth twitched. Damn it, I just smashed all the origin coins on me in order to break through. Now, let alone upgrading the Lord's Mansion, I don't even have the origin coins to train soldiers. Shaking his head, he continued to check other buildings. Arsenal, not built. Building effect. After building an arsenal in the territory, your territory hero level mission will be automatically recorded, and combat arms can be mass-produced through the origin currency. Recorded arms. Chaos Archer, 0 to 1 million. Materials required for construction. Origin currency * 300, 000, Black Abyss Stone * 10, 000, Black Emperor Stone * 1000. Forge, not built. Building effect. Equipment worn by combat arms can be mass-produced in it to enhance the combat effectiveness and strength of the arms. Staff. Forger 0/5. Forger Apprentice 0/100. Materials required for construction. Origin currency * 200, 000, Black Abyss Stone * 10, 000, Meteorite Iron * 5000. Science and Technology Research Institute. Han Xing glanced around, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes again. So that's how it is. Every one of these newly activated buildings in this breakthrough is very important, and they can all help my territory. But building these buildings requires money. Yes, Han Xing roughly calculated it. Not counting the construction of walls, shelters, training grounds, and other miscellaneous buildings. Just the important buildings such as arsenals, forges, and research institutes require almost 2 million origin coins. And they also require some miscellaneous materials. At this moment, Han Xing's mouth twitched again. Damn, it turns out that everything costs money. Even if you become a Chaos Lord, it's no exception. Now I don't have a single origin coin on me. Looking at his backpack, Han Xing decided to sell his dagger. Chapter 642. At the same time, below, Ming, who had become a hero-level figure, appeared near the Lord's Mansion. He looked at the magnificent Lord's Mansion in front of him. Although it was only level 1, it also gave him a strong sense of oppression. Ming said excitedly, I feel that the world has changed greatly. My health has increased again. Congratulations to the great Lord. Han Xing nodded. Ming, you are very good. Keep working hard. I will make you a more powerful existence in the future. Before the Chaos Lord broke through. At most, he could only hatch combat arms 2 levels lower than himself, and the hero-level figures were at most 1 level lower than himself, and could not surpass the Lord. For example, he is now at the initial level of Chaos Lord. Then as a hero-level Ming, his strength can only stop at the God King level at most. And other Chaos shooters can only reach the Emperor level at most. If Han Xing reaches the middle level, then Ming can break through to the Chaos Lord. Other Chaos shooters can also have the strength of a God King. Of course, this requires more resources. Ming below heard Han Xing's words, and immediately regarded them as an oracle. He said respectfully, Thank you, great Lord. Ming will continue to work hard to build our territory. Han Xing nodded. Very good. Next, I have to leave for a while. Your mission is to unify the creatures of the world. First, integrate all those scattered tribes and civilizations, and say that it is my will. If any civilization resists or disagrees, just destroy it directly. Han Xing's territory has developed over 1,000,000 years, and countless civilizations have developed on it. These include elves, dwarves, orcs, humans, etc. They are all intelligent creatures. And wisdom means that they will have desires and confrontations. Therefore, these civilizations have either formed alliances or started wars with each other before, which can be said to be a mess. But Han Xing deliberately indulged them at that time, just to use the war to create some powerful heroes and heroes. In fact, the effect is not bad. In the war, a genius like Ming was born. And now, he has completed the layout of the territory, and naturally does not need war as a catalyst. So, the next step is to unify the whole world, and then start to serve Han Xing wholeheartedly. After hearing Han Xing's order, Ming below was shocked. He also understood Han Xing's meaning, and nodded solemnly, "Yes, great master." Han Xing nodded. Integrating all creatures is just the first step. The second step is to divide the work of these creatures according to their specialties. Whether it is exploring mineral veins, mining resources, or even building a huge city, a large number of people are needed. Therefore, these tasks will be handed over to these people. And at a time flow rate of 100,000 times, Ming will be able to complete Han Xing's order very quickly. After doing this, Han Xing directly exited the space in his body. In an instant, his consciousness returned to his body. Then, he opened his eyes. A beautiful face suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Miao Qing. She was looking at Han Xing with a worried look on her face, her brows slightly knitted. The little coal ball next to him was also waiting beside Han Xing. When he saw him open his eyes, Miao Qing's brows relaxed instantly. Excitedly, "My lord, you are awake?" A Wu coal ball also called beside him. After hearing this, Han Xing chuckled and said, "Of course I am awake. Are you still worried that I can't wake up?" Hearing this, Miao Qing whispered, "No, my lord. The breath you just exuded was so strong that the whole Lingyao city was alarmed. Then, it seems that Lord Ling we helped you suppress this breath." After hearing this, Han Xing nodded suddenly. Unexpectedly, his breakthrough also alarmed Lord Ling Hui. She actually took the initiative to help him cover up his breath. So he owed this woman again? At this time, Miao Qing seemed to think of something, and she asked tentatively, "My lord, have you successfully broken through?" Han Xing glanced at her and nodded. Miao Qing's performance during this period has earned her trust, so there is no need to hide such things. When she heard this, Miao Qing's pretty face suddenly showed surprise. "Great! Congratulations, sir, congratulations, sir!" She knew what Han Xing's breakthrough to Chaos Lord meant. This meant that this person was likely to have the power of Linghui Lord, that was a mid-level Chaos Lord. For Miao Qing, and even the entire Manga clan, Linghui Lord was the only god, an existence that could not be resisted. On weekdays, she didn't even have the qualifications to look Linghui Lord in the eye. However, now, she has become a subordinate of such a big man with the same strength. While feeling proud, there was also a hint of joy in his heart. And at this moment, a wave of origin appeared. Two figures directly passed through the seal he left and entered his tower directly, and appeared directly in front of Han Xing. In an instant, Han Xing pulled Miao Qing behind him. Before she could react, the cold voice of Lord Linghui came from behind. "Congratulations on your successful breakthrough." Although this woman was saying congratulations, there was no trace of emotional fluctuation. In a non-combat state, Lord Linghui was a calm dead water. In a combat state, she was a blazing volcano, two completely different personalities. At this time, Miao Qing seemed to know who the visitor was, and a strong surprise appeared in her eyes. She was just thinking in her heart that she was not qualified to see a person of Lord Linghui's level. As a result, in a blink of an eye, this person appeared in front of her. Han Xing nodded slightly. "Thank you for covering for me." Linghui Lord also nodded lightly. Han Xing looked at the figure next to her. This time, there was another woman coming with Linghui. She was tall, almost 1.9 meters tall. She was wearing a gorgeous long dress with some exquisite ornaments hanging on it. Looking up, there was a somewhat enchanting face. The white skin was like white jade, and the eyes were deep and mysterious. Under the high nose bridge, the lips were slightly pursed. There was a pair of white dragon horns on the forehead, which was very distinctive. Linghui Lord said lightly, "Long Yu, do you still need me to introduce you?" The white-haired woman glanced at Lord Linghui with helplessness in her eyes. She found that this woman really didn't give her face at all. She could only comfort herself in her heart. Not angry. Not angry. I am well educated. I won't bother with her. Thinking of this, the woman smiled faintly under her thin lips. She came to Han Xing in a dignified manner, and then said neither servilely nor arrogantly, "Lord Han Xing. I am Long Yu, my father, the eldest daughter of Lord Das Ho." Hearing the latter sentence, Han Xing was shocked. "Wait a minute, do you mean that your father is the high-level Chaos Lord, Lord Das Ho?" The woman named Long Yu had a faint smile on her lips again. It seems that her father's name is still quite famous. She couldn't help feeling proud. However, she did not show it, but nodded gently and said, "Yes, Lord Han Xing." Han Xing nodded. At the same time, he looked at the woman deeply. Because he was going to find the great beast lord next to find a way to transform the coal balls into normal creatures. "I didn't expect to meet his daughter so soon. I have heard of your father for a long time, and have always wanted to visit him." Long Yu chuckled and said, "I have also heard of Lord Han Xing for a long time. I have just come to Lingyao City, and have been hearing about your deeds. Killed the sea-level assassin of the Shadow Blade Alliance in public, and also killed their 3 elders in the airspace." Long Yu seemed to want to say something, but the Lingui lord next to him said impatiently, "Okay, let's talk about business. Whether you want to chat or talk about love, talk about it in private." Being suddenly interrupted, Long Yu's pretty face once again showed a kind smile. Han Xing next to her was also a little embarrassed. Although it is known that Lord Linghui's temper is so weird that most people can't stand it. But her directness is still a little hard to adapt to. "Ahem, Miss Long Yu, let's talk about business." Han Xing tried to smooth things over. After listening, Long Yu nodded slightly, and then whispered, "It's like this, Lord Han Xing. This time, my father sent me out to cooperate with Lord Linghui to pick a chaotic spiritual plant together. This chaotic spiritual plant is called Nether Purple Night Flower, which is an extremely precious spiritual plant." Han Xing looked at her, and motioned her to continue. "However, because the Nether Purple Night Flower emits an extremely strong fragrance during its growth, it will attract a large number of source beasts and some other monsters to approach. Among them, there are many monsters of the middle-level Lord level. Sometimes, it will even attract high-level Lord level monsters. They are all waiting for the moment when the Nether Purple Night Flower blooms to snatch it. So this time, my father asked me to come to the territory of Lord Linghui to seek her cooperation. But, speaking of this, Long Yu paused, and then continued, "But, I went there to investigate recently. The Nether Purple Night Flower is about to bloom. However, the monsters gathered there are beyond imagination. There are also some guys from the Blood Alliance hidden among them. I think that with the strength of Linghui and I, it is not enough to snatch this Nether Purple Night Flower surrounded by wolves. It just so happens that Lord Han Xing has a breakthrough today, so I thought of coming to you to participate in this operation together." Lord Linghui next to him said lightly, "That's what you think. They're just a bunch of useless lords. If you take my territory with you, you can directly destroy them all." Long Yu's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but say, "Lord Linghui, if you take your territory with you, there is indeed a chance that you can snatch this Netherworld Purple Night Flower among so many strong people. But your territory, the long-accumulated troops, will also be greatly damaged. Even your territory may be severely damaged. My father emphasized that this time you must not let your territory go crazy." Hearing the last sentence, Lord Linghui's expression suddenly changed slightly. "What did you say? I'm crazy?" There was a bad tone in her tone. In an instant, a terrifying momentum burst out from her body. The woman in front of her has been staying in Lord Linghui's territory for the past few years, and she has already been subdued by her. At this moment, she didn't dare to say anything more. Han Xing interrupted quickly, "Wait a minute. I understand the general situation. Lord Linghui, although you saved me before, I am very grateful to you. But this time, Miss Long Yu is telling the truth. Your fighting style. The price is too high. You can't be so impulsive." Hearing Han Xing's persuasion, the woman with leaf patterns on her face was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said no more. Although she has a hot temper and a weird temper. But Lord Linghui is not a stupid woman. And Long Yu next to him had a strange look on his face. It seems that he didn't expect that Linghui, who has always been arrogant, would actually listen to this man. Han Xing looked at Long Yu next to her and continued to ask, "Miss Long Yu, I am very interested in the Nether Purple Night Flower. I am also willing to join you in this operation." Hearing this, the enchanting woman with a pair of dragon horns suddenly showed a pleasant smile on her face. "Great, Lord Han Xing." But Han Xing chuckled and said, "But there is something I want to ask first." After hearing this, Long Yu's face showed a trace of doubt. She whispered, "Lord Han Xing, please tell me." Han Xing also said directly, "That is, about this operation, how to divide the spoils. Or how much can I gain?" Although he owed a favor to Lord Linghui, he did not owe a favor to Long Yu. So some accounts still need to be settled first. However, Long Yu, who heard this, not only did not feel disgusted, but also had a faint smile on his face. Lord Han Xing, you are right. These things should be discussed in advance. I neglected it. Long Yu said softly, this nether purple night flower is useful to my father, so if I succeed in picking this flower, it will belong to me. According to the market price of the nether purple night flower, it is about 14 million origin coins. How about I give you 5 million origin coins each? Hearing this number, Han Xing was shocked. Good girl, worthy of being the daughter of a senior lord. This move is generous. 5 million origin coins casually. You know, Han Xing has only obtained more than 1 million origin coins so far. This time the action can be successful, then the origin coins he uses to build the territory are basically solved. Thinking of this, Han Xing even wanted to agree on the spot. But before that, he glanced at Lord Linghui next to him. The woman nodded slightly. I have no objection, just follow this allocation. Han Xing also laughed after hearing this. Chapter 643. Okay, I have no objection. Han Xing replied. The three of them hit it off, and immediately decided on this matter. Long Yu said, then, we will be ready to set off in 3 days. Lord Han Xing, please be ready. Han Xing nodded. After that, the woman left here. Lord Linghui on the side was also going to leave. But before leaving, she reminded him. Next time, before breaking through, remember to find a safe place. Don't easily break through in other lords' territories. If some lords with bad intentions attack you when you break through, you will suffer extremely serious damage. Han Xing was stunned for a moment. After a moment, he understood something, and then nodded, I know. Thank you this time. Lord Linghui waved his hand, and then disappeared on the spot. After the two powerful women left, Miao Qing's pretty face was full of surprise. Sir, you are amazing. Such a powerful and arrogant Lord Linghui actually came to you for cooperation. Han Xing smiled. It's normal. I just sense that there are not many Chaos Lords hidden in her territory. So I should be their best candidate. Miao Qing nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and looked at Han Xing with admiration. At this time, Han Xing continued, by the way, Miao Qing. The owner of Tianyin Tower said last time that you have a good talent for management. Now my territory has been built, and there are many creatures in it. Are you willing to integrate the rules into my void, and then enter my territory to help me manage it? Hearing this question, Miao Qing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Han Xing did not urge her, letting her think about it slowly. As mentioned before, Chaos Lords have 3 ways to develop. The first one is also the simplest and most brutal one, which is to abandon the territory directly, and use all the power and resources to strengthen themselves, which is suitable for those lone rangers. The second one is the Linghui Lord, who merges the territory with the world of the Lord Continent. Because the rules of the Lord Continent are the most perfect, and the origin is the most. It can be said that as long as your territory is in contact with the outside world, the area will instantly increase by more than 10 or 20 times. You must know that the power of the territory can be fed back to the Lord. In other words, the larger your territory, the stronger the Lord. As long as you choose to merge with the outside world, the strength can increase 4 to 5 times. Of course, this also has a flaw, that is, the time flow rate of the territory is basically the same as outside. This is suitable for some Chaos Lords, who have reached their potential, and feel that they have no hope of breaking through. Then, there is the third one. Continue to place the territory in your own void core, and rely on the Chaos Lord to continue to practice, increase more laws and origin power, and expand the territory. This is also the slowest way. It is also the most consuming way. Because the general Chaos Lord has very little origin power in his body, so if he wants to cultivate soldiers, the consumption will be greater. It is about 4 or 5 times greater than other Chaos Lords, and the more powerful the soldiers, the higher the consumption. For example, the existence of the level of Linghui Lord only needs 500 origin coins to create a God King level soldier. Han Xing needs at least 3 or 4,000, which is not something that ordinary people can afford. Of course, high consumption also brings higher strength and potential. Compared with the fight between Linghui Lord, he has to bring an entire continent to exert his full strength. Not only is the target big, but if someone targets your territory, it will be a big trouble. But Han Xing doesn't need to be so troublesome. Because his territory is in his body. He can let the soldiers inside fight at any time. If you want to deal with his territory, you must deal with him first. So, each method has its own advantages and disadvantages. At the same time, After thinking for a moment, Miao Qing whispered, "My lord, I am willing to enter your inner world and help you manage your territory." Han Xing glanced at her. "Have you thought about it? You should know what it means once you agree, right?" The woman in front of him nodded gently. Once you agree to Han Xing, it is equivalent to the power of rules in your body being integrated into Han Xing's void. Just like the god of light and Madalena. At that time, Han Xing's thought could decide her life or death. "I've thought about it, sir." Han Xing nodded and said nothing more. At the same time, Miao Qing began to swear. Boom! There were waves of vibrations above his head. It was the 4 rules that he had seen in the void before. Even in the Lord Continent, these 4 rules were still there. And this also made Han Xing start to think about one thing. That is, how strong are the holders of these 4 rules? What realm are they at? And who are the holders of these 4 supreme rules? During the time Han Xing was in the Holy Spirit realm, he had learned about the inheritance of 2 supreme rules. The first one was the elemental law god. All the rules of the elements in the world were under his control. The second one was the king of the wilderness. He was in charge of the ultimate power and physical evolution. As for the third and fourth ones, he had never heard of their names. He shook his head. He cleared his mind of thoughts. Han Xing said with emotion, "The Lord Continent is much larger than the world I was in before. Even now, I have crossed such a long distance, but it is only a corner of the Lord Continent. This place is inconspicuous in the vast southern region. In addition to the southern region, the Lord Continent also has 3 major regions, the East, the West, and the North, which is the central continent with the most powerful people. Such a vast world must be able to know the news of the 2 supreme gods." After a moment, the connection ceremony between Miao Qing and him was completed. From now on, Miao Qing is a creature in the void in his body, and can manage the huge inner world on his behalf. At this time, Miao Qing also opened her eyes instantly, with a look of surprise in her eyes. "My lord, I feel a strong power in my body. It even made me break through a certain limit, and I am almost reaching the limit of the God King." For Miao Qing, she was once a genius. But in the Lord Continent where there are many strong people and geniuses, her talent is not that great. In addition, the Mingda tribe is short of resources, and in the end, they can only stop at the initial God King level. Therefore, she never thought that there would be a day when she would break through to the middle God King, or even the top God King. If it weren't for Miao Qing's amazing concentration, she would have cried out in surprise. Han Xing chuckled and said, "I have a unique blessing ability that can increase the combat power of all my companions several times. You are now my man, so you can also enjoy this bonus." Han Xing was talking about the infinite domain. Obviously, with this ability, his development method must be inclined to the flow of rapid troops. By then, a bunch of Emperor-level troops will be hatched, and with a random blessing, he can have a bunch of God-level troops. It can be said that the benefits are off the charts. At this moment, Miao Qing's cheeks flushed after hearing the last sentence. She nodded gently. "Well, I will manage the adult's territory well." "Then I am entering your territory now?" Han Xing shook his head, and then said, "Not for the time being, my territory is still being integrated." Miao Qing didn't say anything more after hearing this. At this time, Han Xing said, "I'm going to Tianji Chamber of Commerce. Do you want to come with me?" He also had a dagger in his backpack. He was short of money, so he thought of selling this weapon first. Miao Qing nodded gently. "I listen to you." After that, Han Xing stood up and Miao Qing followed him. When the little coal ball heard that the two were going out, it immediately jumped into Miao Qing's arms. "Awoo!" The long baby sound expressed its determination to go out with them. Han Xing smiled. Soon, the two and the wolf left the tower. Then they went to Tianji Chamber of Commerce and sold the dagger in their hands for 1.5 million. Just when the woman named Luoli was about to end the transaction, Han Xing said, "I need materials like Blazing God Stone, Shining Gold Marrow, Black Emperor Stone, and Black Gold Stone. Do you have any here?" These are all materials used to build territory buildings. Han Xing still has some Black Abyss Stone left. Other concentrated materials are completely gone. When Luoli heard that Han Xing needed these things, she understood everything at once. She whispered, "Congratulations on your breakthrough, sir. Our Chamber of Commerce has these materials you want. Except for materials like Black Emperor Stone, which are a bit more expensive and require 10 origin coins per piece, the others are all 1 origin coin per piece." Han Xing thought for a moment. He needs about 20,000 copies of each of these materials. That is to say, it will cost about 260,000 origin coins in total. In addition, it will cost 200,000 or 300,000 origin coins to build those buildings. Damn! If you calculate it this way, the money from selling this dagger is not enough for him to build those basic buildings. Han Xing's mouth twitched. At this moment, he deeply realized that the road to becoming a lord is really a bottomless pit. You know, he is just getting started. Later, building equipment, training soldiers, and upgrading buildings will all require a large amount of origin coins. Han Xing's mouth twitched. Luoli seemed to see what he was thinking, and then chuckled. By the way, sir, you just broke through the Chaos Lord today, so you probably haven't thought of a suitable backup soldier yet? Han Xing nodded yes. That's great. I happen to have a special soldier blueprint here. I wonder if you are interested. Soldier's Nest? Yes. Luoli smiled. It's the Titan. This troop is extremely powerful, and has amazing defense. Except for its slow speed, it is a very versatile troop. However, you are a Chaos Lord developing in your body, so the slow movement speed of the Titan has no effect. Sir, do you want to take a look? Han Xing looked a little strange after hearing her explanation. It is obvious that the Tianji Chamber of Commerce has been waiting here for a long time, knowing that he has just broken through, and will come to the Chamber of Commerce for a tour. So he immediately gave him a troop blueprint. And Han Xing really couldn't refuse. Because now, his territory troop is only a Chaos Archer. This is a long-range unit. Including himself, he is also good at long-range attacks. If there is a melee troop like the Titan to withstand the attack in the front, it will be a great enhancement for Han Xing and his troop. Thinking of this, Han Xing said, "Let me see it." Luoli smiled again, and handed him a box. After Han Xing opened it, a blueprint with a strong earth origin appeared inside. Titan Giant God Domain Construction Blueprint. Building Level, Level 1, each upgrade will increase the Titan Giant's strength by a small level. Blueprint Effect. You can consume the origin coins in the God Domain to create more Titan Giants to assist in the battle. The Titan Giant has a strong physique, infinite divine power, and the ability to destroy the world. Titan Giant Strength. Primary God King Level. Materials required for construction. Origin Coins * 500, 000, Black Emperor Stone * 50, 000, Black Abyss Stone * 50, 000, Shining Gold Stone * 50, 000. Han Xing's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the blueprint introduction. This is actually a God King level troop blueprint. Doesn't this mean that as long as I build it, I can mass-produce God King level Titans? When the time comes, after the infinite domain is added, it's really exciting to think about it. Of course, to build this building, a lot of resources are needed, and the origin coins alone will cost 500,000. Moreover, the value of this blueprint is very high at first glance, and Tianji Chamber of Commerce will not give it to you for nothing. Thinking of this, Han Xing asked, I am very interested in this blueprint. I wonder what the price of your Chamber of Commerce is. Luoli smiled lightly. Our president said that if Lord Han Xing wants it, he can give you a purchase price. 850,000 origin coins, how about it? After hearing this, Han Xing's eyes showed a heartbeat. Obviously, this price is really quite good. After all, this is a building that can hatch powerful troops like Titans. If it is a normal price, it will definitely not be lower than the colorful dagger he sold. Han Xing nodded and said, okay. Also, please help me collect the materials on the blueprint. Then help me calculate how much it costs together. Luoli nodded gently after hearing this. According to the dagger you are selling, it is worth 1.5 million origin coins. Then the previous batch of materials is 260,000 origin coins, plus the materials of the Titan Giant Domain blueprint is 600,000 origin coins, plus the blueprint is 850,000 origin coins. A total of 1.71 million origin coins. Hearing her calculate this number, Han Xing was stunned. Wait a minute, you mean, if I sell my dagger, I have to pay you another 210,000 origin coins? Luoli blinked and nodded gently. Theoretically, yes. Han Xing rolled his eyes. Because he couldn't take out a penny now. Even Niao Qing next to him opened her bright eyes, and stared at Han Xing blankly. She also gave all her savings to Han Xing. In other words, they can't spend a penny now. Chapter 644. Seemingly seeing Han Xing's current embarrassment, Luoli chuckled and said, Don't worry, Lord Han Xing. Our president specifically instructed that if Lord Han Xing doesn't have enough money now, you can owe it first. He believes in your character. Han Xing was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that this was the goodwill of Tianji Chamber of Commerce. He nodded and said, Okay, thank you very much. I owe you 210,000, and I will pay you back next time when I have money. Hearing this, Luoli nodded gently. Okay, Lord Han Xing. After that, she handed everything to Han Xing. Get Titan Giant Domain Construction Drawing *1. Get Black Emperor Stone *70,000. Get Black Gold Stone *40,000. Get. After a series of prompts, Han Xing took Miao Qing away from Tianji Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, he was also full of emotion. Damn it, I have to find a way to make money. Now I am penniless and owe others hundreds of thousands. I have never had a good life. But fortunately, Long Yu and Ling Wei Lord invited him to participate in the operation in 3 days. After the success, there will be a share of 5 million origin coins, which is enough to greatly improve his strength. Thinking of this, Han Xing also took Miao Qing back to his tower. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, Han Xing brought Miao Qing and Mei Qiu to the airspace together. Long Yu, the daughter of the Great Beast Lord, and Ling Wei Lord were waiting nearby. However, they were all alone. Ling Wei Lord was personally powerful, so he did not need help. Long Yu, on the other hand, has the same development system as Han Xing. It is also an internal territory, so she carries a large number of troops with her. When she saw him coming, Long Yu smiled gently. Mr. Han Xing, you are quite punctual. Han Xing shook his head. Are we leaving now? Long Yu nodded and said, yes, the nether purple night flower will be mature in the next few days, and we need to rush over as soon as possible. Han Xing looked at Lord Ling Wei and asked worriedly, what about your territory? Will you be targeted by some guys if you stay here? This is the disadvantage of the external territory. Once it merges with the outside world, although its strength can increase dramatically, it can no longer be taken back. Lord Ling Wei knows who some of the guys Han Xing is talking about. Those assassins of the Shadow Blade Alliance. Last time, Lord Ling Wei killed one of their mid-level assassins, plus 2 primary assassins. The Shadow Blade Alliance suffered heavy losses, and will never give up. However, Han Xing had been at peace for the past 10 years of seclusion. So Han Xing was a little surprised. However, Lord Ling Wei said disdainfully after hearing this, these rats from the Shadow Blade Alliance only dare to do small things behind the scenes. In the past few years when I was in seclusion, I sensed from afar that these rats were spying near my territory. However, when I went over, these guys all ran away. Han Xing was stunned for a moment, and then he understood why he had been so peaceful for 10 years of seclusion. It turned out that Lord Ling Wei helped him block them. Lord Ling Wei continued, however, these guys dare not attack my territory. Because they know that once I am free from the constraints of the territory, I will rush directly to their base camp and fight them to the death. The woman said the frightening words in a calm tone. It seems that for her, the territory is not a help, but a constraint. Once she loses the territory, this woman will completely let go and go crazy. Han Xing did not ask any more questions. Then let's go now. The 2 women nodded. At the same time, Long Yu, who was dressed in white, whispered, take my Long Yun treasure carriage. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand. A treasure car with an extremely gorgeous appearance appeared. The whole treasure car is warm white, as if it is covered with gorgeous scales. The body of the car is carved with exquisite dragon patterns, and the lifelike dragon seems to be able to take off at any time. The top is made of a special crystal, reflecting colorful light. It can be said that the whole treasure chariot is just like a carefully carved work of art. Han Xing exclaimed, it's so beautiful. Hearing Han Xing's praise, Long Yu also smiled. She said modestly, it's just an ordinary means of transportation. Lord Ling Wei ruthlessly exposed, the Long Yun treasure chariot worth 60 million origin coins is not an ordinary means of transportation. If it weren't for you being the daughter of Lord Das Ho, I don't know how many Chaos Lords would want to snatch you away. Han Xing couldn't help but be amazed after hearing this. Wow, a means of transportation worth 60 million origin coins. He is still worrying about a few million origin coins. Sure enough, reincarnation is also a technical job. Long Yu smiled modestly, then waved and said, everyone, please enter my treasure chariot first. She waved her hand. Everyone entered the interior of this gorgeous treasure chariot. Unlike what they expected, the space inside the treasure chariot was extremely spacious. Not only was there a gorgeous hall, but there were also spacious rooms around it. Han Xing knew that this was the law of space. But being able to use it to this extent is still very powerful. This also indirectly shows the preciousness of this treasure chariot. Long Yu continued, everyone, find a room to rest first. It will take 3 days to get from here to the place where the nether purple night flower blooms. Han Xing nodded. Then everyone found a room to stay. At the same time, the treasure chariot started. What amazed Han Xing was that the moving speed of this treasure chariot far exceeded that of an average mid-level Chaos Lord. Even the speed of Linghui Lord is not half of it, and it can advance at least hundreds of Chaos miles per hour. Han Xing exclaimed, "Wow, with such a treasure by my side, it is really much safer wherever I go. Even if I can't beat the enemy, I can still escape. No wonder it is worth more than 60 million origin coins." This also makes Han Xing look forward to having his own means of transportation in the future. After Han Xing and the others left, two masked men in black appeared in the sky above this huge continent. Although both of them are mid-level Chaos Lord level combat power, one of them is extremely respectful to the other. The assassin from the Shadow Blade Alliance, with a black rose tattooed on his chest, said respectfully, "Your Excellency, this is the territory of Linghui Lord. It was this woman who killed the second elder of our Shadow Blade Alliance." The assassin looked down when he saw this. Then he showed disdain. "Another idiot who wants to develop his territory. We have killed countless Chaos Lords like this. It seems that some people still don't learn their lesson. They dared to take action even though they knew that the Shadow Blade Alliance was a subordinate force of our Shadow Pavilion. This woman seems to want to test whether our Shadow Pavilion's knife is fast." Hearing this, another assassin said respectfully, "Your Excellency is right. This woman is so arrogant that she doesn't take the Shadow Pavilion seriously at all." At this point, he changed the subject, "But Your Excellency needs to pay attention to the fact that Lord Linghui is a little different from other lords." What's the difference? Lord Linghui. Not only is her territory strong, her personal combat power is also very strong, and she is a famous lunatic in the neighborhood. Hearing this, the assassin of the Shadow Pavilion said disdainfully, "Madman? Which of us assassins is not crazy? We have killed countless people who claim to be crazy and arrogant. But in the end, they all knelt down and begged for mercy under our blades. Including this woman. When the time comes, I will make her strip naked and cut her skin with the blade. Then let her millions of people listen to the screams of their lord." At this point, the assassin's eyes showed lust. And the other assassin had a bitter smile on his face. This assassin from the Shadow Pavilion was not a strong man of this generation, so he didn't know the deeds and legends of Lord Linghui. The Shadow Blade Alliance had deeply experienced the horror of Lord Linghui. But because the other party came from his superior force, so everything here had to obey the other party's command, and he couldn't change the assassin's mind. After a moment, the assassin looked at the territory below and said coldly, "Nizan, go and call everyone over. It just so happens that this woman left. Let's destroy her territory by the way." 3 days later, in an unknown airspace tens of thousands of chaos away from Linghui territory, a gorgeous treasure chariot appeared. It was Han Xing and others. In the hall inside the treasure chariot, everyone gathered together. Long Yu said, "Everyone, we are almost at our destination." Everyone looked at each other. Han Xing asked, "Where is the Netherworld Purple Night Flower? Why can't I see it?" Long Yu explained, "This kind of spiritual plant is basically hidden in space before it is fully mature. However, its existence can still be judged by a trace of characteristics." "Lord Han Xing, did you smell a strange fragrance?" Hearing this, Han Xing sniffed the air a few times, then nodded. "There is indeed a faint fragrance." Hearing this, Long Yu chuckled and said, "That means we are already nearby. However, there is still some distance from the real Netherworld Purple Night Flower growth area. Based on previous experience, where this kind of spiritual plant grows, there are definitely a large number of source beasts and some dangerous existences. So we can't go there right away. Only when it blooms completely. Then concentrate all our strength and snatch it away with thunder. Otherwise, once we get into a chaotic battle at the level of a Chaos Lord, not only will we not be able to snatch the Purple Night Flower, but we may also be in danger of our lives." Han Xing nodded suddenly after hearing this. "How long will it take for the Purple Night Flower to fully bloom? Is there a specific time?" Long Yu shook her head after hearing this and said, "I don't know yet, but I can send troops to explore it." After she finished speaking, she waved her hand. A man who also had dragon horns, but whose skin was black and whose muscles were as hard as rocks, appeared. He was tall, wearing a set of black fish scale armor, and holding a long sword in his hand. "Great Lord, please give me your orders." The moment this man came out, he first glanced at Han Xing, his expression slightly moved. There was an imperceptible coldness in his eyes. But he didn't show it, but knelt on one knee in front of Long Yu. As a Chaos Lord, Han Xing could tell at a glance that this man was the same as Zhong Ming in his territory. That is, a hero-level unit of a territory, one of the main arms. "Great Lord, please give me your orders." the man said respectfully. Long Yu looked calm, and then said, Long Ying, I have a task for you. You are now heading along the area where the smell is coming from, and then find out the exact time when the purple night flower blooms. And what are the enemies around? Hearing this, the hero with the strength of a primary Chaos Lord nodded respectfully and said, Yes, great lord. As soon as he finished speaking, a black mist emerged from his body, and then he disappeared on the spot. Even Han Xing didn't notice how this person disappeared. Han Xing exclaimed, Miss Long Yu, your hero has a great ability to hide. Hearing this, Long Yu said modestly, Lord Han Xing, you are too kind. This is the main force in my territory, the Dragon Soul Assassin. Originally, I wanted a main force of frontal combat type. But when I broke through the Chaos Lord, I closed my eyes for thousands of years, and didn't cultivate a suitable force. In the end, I had no choice but to choose this assassination-type hero as the main force. Before Han Xing could speak, Lord Linghui next to him exposed, the reason why you chose the Dragon Soul Assassin as the main force is not because your father, Lord Great Beast, found the Dragon Soul Totem for you. With this totem, all creatures in the territory have a chance to awaken the Dragon Soul, which is at least 50% stronger than other forces. It can be heard that Lord Linghui's tone is full of envy and jealousy. But Han Xing was a little surprised. There is such a magical thing? After all, that's a 50% bonus, almost as much as the improvement brought by the last advancement. Long Yu did not deny, there is indeed a Dragon Soul Totem. However, doesn't Lord Linghui's territory also have a magical object like the Azure Spirit Vine? All plant-based troops born in your territory can get a 100% life bonus. Until now, the world only knows that your Lingyao army and Lingbao monster bird are powerful. But no one knows that Lord Linghui's strongest troop is the Demon Vine army. After hearing this, Lord Linghui narrowed his eyes. Really? Then do you want to take out the Chaos Lord level Flame Dragon troops in your territory? Obviously, the two women have been competing. They are exposing each other's secrets. As the information of powerful troops and magical objects is disclosed one by one, Han Xing and Miao Qing on the side have been completely shocked. Chapter 645. As they exposed each other's secrets, Han Xing and Miao Qing were stunned. These two women seemed to be inconspicuous. But in their own territory, they actually hid so many trump cards. This also made Han Xing understand a truth. That is, any Chaos Lord. Those who can survive in the Lord continent, where there are so many strong people have their own trump cards. These trump cards will not be shown to others easily. They will only be forced out when they encounter a life and death crisis. Thanks to the tit-for-tat between the two women, Han Xing heard a lot of secrets. After exposing each other's secrets, Long Yu snorted, Lord Linghui, stop here. Lord Linghui also chuckled and stopped talking. Then, the atmosphere fell into silence. Everyone sat in a corner and waited quietly. About 10 hours later, the bronze-skinned man said by Long Yu came back. He first set his eyes on Han Xing, with a look of indifference in his eyes. Then he looked at his lord, Long Yu, and suddenly showed a fanatic look. Han Xing felt a little puzzled. Because Han Xing felt it when the man came out just now. The other party seemed to have an inexplicable hostility towards him. But before this, Han Xing had never come into contact with him. So he felt a little strange about this inexplicable hostility. However, Han Xing didn't care. He was just a hero-level figure, with the strength of an initial lord. In terms of real combat power, it was about the same as those assassins of the Shadow Blade Alliance. When Han Xing was at the God King level, he didn't take this kind of enemy seriously. Not to mention, his strength has increased several times now. At the same time, the man knelt respectfully in front of Long Yu, and then reported, Great Lord, I have already investigated clearly. After hearing this, Long Yu stood up from a gorgeous chair. She raised her head slightly, her chin slightly raised, and exuded a cool and noble temperament. Coupled with her enchanting and beautiful facial features, Long Yu at this time was like a proud queen. This scene even made the man stunned. It was not until Long Yu's voice that he came back to his senses. Long Ying, I asked you to report, didn't you hear it? The man below immediately said respectfully, Please forgive me, master. I am organizing my words. Hearing this explanation, Long Yu nodded slightly without thinking much. But Han Xing on the side narrowed his eyes. As a man, he naturally saw the guy's mentality at a glance. He seems to be obsessed with his lord, and he looks crazy. After coming to this conclusion, Han Xing was also surprised. He thought before that the creatures born in his territory should serve the Lord wholeheartedly. In addition to respect and worship, it is impossible to have other feelings for the Lord. But now it seems that it is not the case. However, After thinking for a while, Han Xing understood the reason. You know, the creatures in these territories are not tools, but lives with real feelings and desires. Just like Han Xing and others, they were born from the void. It is understandable to fall in love with your lord. Han Xing also understood why this guy was hostile as soon as he saw him. It turned out that he didn't want other men to appear around his lord. Thinking of this, Han Xing's mouth curled up. At the same time, the hero longing reported, "Lord, the specific flowering time of the purple night flower is about 4 days later. At present, there are indeed many powerful creatures gathered in the central area. I saw 4 or 5 source beasts with the strength of the primary lord, and 2 source beasts with the strength of the middle lord. In addition, there are some strong people hidden in the dark. They have a strong blood on their bodies, which gives me a sense of danger." After listening to this person's report, Long Yu nodded slightly. "I know, those hidden guys should be people from the Blood Alliance. You leave first." The man immediately respectfully left. But Han Xing was puzzled at this time. What is the Blood Alliance? Long Yu looked at Han Xing. The coldness on his face disappeared, and a gentle smile appeared instead. Then he explained, "Lord Han Xing has just come to the South region, so it's normal that he doesn't know about the Blood Alliance. This is also one of the larger organizations in the South region. However, the Blood Alliance is different from killer organizations such as the Shadow Blade Alliance and the Shadow Pavilion. Their discipline is relatively loose. It is a force composed of a group of lone rangers, with the purpose of avoiding oppression from other organizations. As long as you throw out enough benefits, they will help you do anything, whether it is treasure hunting, killing, or serving as a guard. There will be people who will accept it. You can understand that this is a group of wandering mercenaries, gathered together to form a force." Long Yu's explanation was easy to understand, and Han Xing understood the power of the Blood Alliance at once. He nodded suddenly, and then said gratefully, "Thank you, Miss Long Yu, for clearing up my doubts." Lord Han Xing is too polite. Seemingly finding Han Xing's ignorance a little funny, Long Yu showed a beautiful smile on her face. The smile in an instant was like a blooming snow lotus, extremely eye-catching. It formed a strong contrast with her serious expression just now. This also made the other bronze-skinned man feel even more stunned, as if he didn't know why his lord was so kind to this man. You know, even some mid-level lords, who pursued Long Yu before were disdainful of her. And the man in front of him, who obviously only had the combat power of a primary lord, was actually favored by Long Yu. However, what he didn't know was that Han Xing was different from other lords. With the power he showed now, it was a foregone conclusion that he would become a lord-level existence in the God Realm in the future. A lord of the God Realm crushed her father, the great beast lord, countless times. Long Yu was polite to Han Xing, mostly because of this factor. After all, no one would want to offend a future lord of the God Realm. Lord Linghui next to them interrupted their conversation. "For days later, the purple night flower will bloom. Long Yu, this action was proposed by you. Do you have any action plan?" Long Yu nodded slightly after hearing this, of course. "Next, as the purple night flower blooms, in order to compete for the only spiritual plant, that area will definitely be a mess. Although those source beasts usually have their own territories and are incompatible, they are likely to unite in front of a common enemy, and kick out the lords of the Blood Alliance first. We can wait and see what happens. Wait until the two sides have almost finished fighting, then go and snatch the purple night flower." It sounds like a simple tactic, but it is not that simple to implement. Linghui frowned. "Do you think the guys from the Blood Alliance would be so stupid to fight with those source beasts first, and then wait for others to reap the benefits?" Long Yu replied, "Of course not. The people from the Blood Alliance are a group of guys who are on the edge of a knife and have experienced countless battles. They will not put all their cards on the table without confirming safety." Linghui looked at her. "What do you mean?" Long Yu chuckled. "So, we have to be patient. There are definitely more forces hidden around here than just us. 1. There are probably more Chaos Lords making the same plan. And this time, in order to be safe, I asked my father for the Dark Realm Shadow Orb, which can help us hide well." Linghui asked in confusion, "Dark Realm Shadow Orb? The treasure of that high-level Chaos Lord?" Long Yu nodded. "That's right." Hearing this, Lord Linghui glanced at her again. Having a father of a high-level lord, it is indeed easy to have anything. Hearing her sour tone, Long Yu responded with a kind smile. Then, Long Yu looked at everyone. "Then, I will use the Dark Realm Shadow Orb now to hide us. Then slowly approach and observe the situation first." Han Xing nodded. "Okay. No problem." Lord Linghui also replied. As soon as she finished speaking, a black bead appeared out of thin air in Long Yu's hand. This bead exuded a strong shadowy aura. However, in Han Xing's spiritual sense, he could not sense the existence of this thing at all. Including Long Yu holding the bead, they all seemed to have disappeared. The next moment, as she injected power into the bead, the ink-like black aura spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it spread out of the hull of the treasure chariot and quickly enveloped the entire treasure chariot. Then, this magnificent treasure chariot disappeared in the airspace. Even Han Xing himself could not sense it after careful sensing. Seeing this, Han Xing exclaimed, "What a treasure! This effect is almost as good as hiding in a crack in space." Hearing this, Long Yu beside him chuckled and said, "Although the Shadow Law also has the characteristics of hiding, it is still not as good as the Space Law after all. If a creature that is good at the Space Law hides, it will not be easily discovered." Han Xing nodded. He did have some experience in this. The last time the Void Spirit Fruit Tree was hidden in space, he did not find it. At this time, Lord Linghui looked at the little cold ball in Miu Qing's arms and frowned slightly. It is said that when a void creature reaches the end, it can possess the origin of space. Your partner is not very old, but he has the combat power of a god king. Maybe when he breaks through the Chaos Lord, he can awaken some special abilities. Of course, the premise is that you need to let it recover from the state of weapon spirit. Han Xing nodded. "Well, I plan to find Miss Long Yu's father after this matter is over and ask how to transform the cold ball into a normal creature." Linghui glanced at Long Yu next to him, and then asked, "Why not ask the daughter of the great beast lord directly?" After hearing this, everyone looked over. However, Long Yu shook his head. "Although my father is indeed a normal creature transformed from a weapon spirit. But that is a very distant thing. He never told us how he did it back then." Han Xing also felt a little regretful after hearing this. At this time, Long Yu said, "If Lord Han Xing goes to my father's territory next time, I can take you to meet my father." Hearing this, Han Xing's eyes suddenly showed joy. "Thank you, Miss Long Yu. You are not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted." This Long Yu has always been very kind to Han Xing. So it's okay to say a few nice words. When hearing Han Xing's praise, Long Yu's face suddenly showed a flower-like smile. This made the taciturn bronze-skinned man next to him look even more gloomy. Long Yu continued, "Then now, we have to prepare to go. Everyone, get ready." After hearing this, everyone's expressions also condensed. At the same time, under the protection of the Dark Realm Shadow Pearl, the treasure chariot did not emit any source fluctuations. It drove forward all the way. After advancing for hundreds of chaos miles, Han Xing sensed that at least 3 primary Lord-level beings appeared along the way. At the same time, the strange fragrance inside the treasure chariot became more and more intense. Even after Han Xing smelled it a few times, a desire emerged from the depths of his soul. The desire to swallow the fragrant thing, so that the physical strength can be greatly increased. You know, Han Xing is not a lord who is proficient in the physical body, but he can't resist the fragrance of the nether purple night flower. If those source beasts and other physical lords, they would probably lose their minds at this moment. Han Xing couldn't help but sigh. This nether purple night flower is too beneficial to the strong men of the physical body. No wonder it is worth a sky-high price of 14 million source coins. And this also made him realize. This Long Yu is probably also a lord of the physical body. As the treasure chariot kept approaching, Han Xing saw from a distance that a strange scene appeared in the airspace ahead. In the vast airspace, a huge purple flower quietly bloomed. Its petals were like dreamy purple silk, stretching layer by layer, and the deep colors seemed to make people's consciousness subconsciously immersed in it. Waves of hazy smoke emanated from it. The surrounding area of tens of thousands of meters turned into a dream. "This is the void purple night flower," Han Xing exclaimed. "It's so beautiful." However, under this beautiful scene, the surroundings are full of terrifying dangers. A group of huge creatures, quietly lying in the airspace. There are giant beasts as huge as mountains, covered with hard scales, and resembling lizards. There are big birds with wings covering the sky and feathers emitting purple color. There are also prehistoric monsters with dragon wings growing on their backs, but their bodies are covered with spikes. In addition, there are some humanoid creatures that are not big in size, but their breath is equally dangerous. They are either lurking in the dark or appearing in the open. They are all patiently waiting for the blooming of this purple night flower. Everyone was silent, except for the occasional roar of beasts. The whole airspace is filled with a strong sense of tension. Chapter 646. At this moment, Long Yu explained beside him, "Those are the people of the Blood Alliance. They are usually lazy and disciplined, but when dealing with foreign enemies, they are unprecedentedly united." Han Xing looked over. He found that those humanoid beings were all wearing dark red long clothes, with a blood-red rose tattooed on their chests. This should be the symbol of their blood alliance. Han Xing asked, I see that the netherworld purple night flower is about to bloom. Why haven't the two sides fought yet? Long Yu replied, because they all know that there are many beings like us around, waiting to take advantage of the situation. Including those source beasts, it's the same. Han Xing nodded suddenly. Ling Hui beside him said, wait, these guys can't bear it for long. When the netherworld purple night flower blooms, they can't bear it. Everyone waited silently. In the treasure chariot, everyone was silent. Outside the treasure chariot, the endless airspace was also very depressing. Like the calm before the storm. Everyone knew that a war was about to break out here, in this depressing moment. A piano sound suddenly sounded. Zheng zheng. At the same time, a song like the sound of a fairy came. You float on the glittering roofs, swim across the river covered with lily petals. One day, I will know your truth, as long as I am still in the world. Silently, unknowingly. The beautiful song instantly caught the thoughts of everyone on the field. At this moment, everyone looked at the woman in a light pink gauze skirt next to Han Xing at the same time. Miao Qing was embarrassed when she saw so many people looking at her. She whispered, I think you all seem to be too nervous, so I want to sing to relax you. If you don't like it, I can stop. However, after hearing this, Long Yu smiled faintly and said, keep singing, I like it very much. My treasure chariot has its own space inside, and no sound will be leaked. Even the Lord Ling Hui next to him didn't say anything. Miao Qing looked at Han Xing. Han Xing nodded. After getting the affirmation of this man, Miao Qing seemed to have mustered up the courage and continued to sing. The mountains are high and the roads are long, and the road is long and difficult. Who cares about the passing of time and the passing of time? Silently, unknowingly. As Miao Qing's singing echoed, the tension in everyone's heart instantly dissipated. Like a clear stream flowing through a dry heart, it brings moisture and tranquility. The song was melodious and graceful, like the sound of nature falling from the clouds. Every note seemed to have magical power, which could touch the softest corner of people's hearts. Listening to it, everyone couldn't help but indulge in it. It seemed that they all experienced a dreamlike memory with Miao Qing singing. Although Miao Qing has been with Han Xing for more than 10 years. But today was the first time he heard this woman singing. It was indeed very contagious. So, my love, please sing with me again. Hold your head high and be full of fighting spirit. Let the years pass, time flies, silently, unknowingly. When Miao Qing uttered the last sentence. However, everyone was still intoxicated by the beautiful singing voice. Until a system prompt woke Han Xing up. Because you listened to the singing voice of the God King level Munga clan, your mental power increased by 1,000. At this moment, Han Xing glanced at Miao Qing next to him. It seemed that he didn't expect that listening to her singing would have such magic. Miao Qing held the strings and bowed slightly. Everyone came back to their senses at this moment, and clapped their hands gently. Long Yu said, as expected of the Munga clan, this song does have magical power. Meiqiu on the side rubbed Miao Qing's skirt with his little claws, his dark pupils widened, as if he wanted to hear her sing another song. And the man next to Long Yu stared at Miao Qing with a fiery look. He seemed to want to say something, but because his lord was still here, he stopped. At this time, Miao Qing saw the reactions of the crowd and lowered her head shyly. However, it must be said that after her singing, the tension in everyone's heart has dissipated a lot. And at this moment, a very strong fragrance came. Through various laws, it entered the interior of the treasure chariot. Everyone couldn't help but take a sip. However, just one sip made everyone feel a sense of heat all over their body. The blood flow in the body instantly accelerated many times. Deep in the heart, a strong desire emerged. The desire to find the source of the fragrance and swallow it in one gulp. At the same time, everyone on the field was attracted by the purple flower. It just rotated slowly in the air. The petals flickered with a faint light, as if the fragments of the stars were scattered in it. They bloomed layer by layer in an elegant and slow rhythm, like a beautiful dance. When the purple light spread outward from the pistil, it spread like ripples, illuminating the surrounding void. At this moment, everyone realized one thing. The netherworld purple night flower. It bloomed, at this moment, at least a dozen breaths in the dark emitted strong fluctuations. However, they were all trying their best to suppress the desires in their hearts and maintain restraint. So a strange scene appeared in front of them. A beautiful and huge netherworld purple night flower slowly rotated in the airspace. But none of the powerful creatures around dared to approach. This strange atmosphere did not last long. Among them, a member of the Blood Alliance wearing a dark red robe said, After the netherworld purple night flower blooms, it needs to be picked within 30 seconds. Otherwise it will turn into fragments and disappear in the airspace. Now 10 seconds have passed. Is there really no one who wants to do it? Hearing this, a series of cold laughs came from the airspace. Those are all hidden existences. Shinran, why don't you take action first? Compared to us, you guys in the Blood Alliance need the netherworld purple night flower more. The Blood Alliance member named Shinran sneered. We do need the netherworld purple night flower, but we don't want others to take advantage of us. Especially guys like you. Am I right? Evil bug. Hearing the other party calling out his name, the voice fell silent. The atmosphere fell into a stalemate again. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 15 seconds passed. Only the last 5 seconds are left. Even Han Xing and others in the treasure chariot are getting a little anxious. Long Yu frowned slightly. These guys, are they so patient? If this continues, this nether purple night flower will really disappear. As soon as the voice fell, in the airspace ahead, a destructive breath suddenly erupted. Like a thunder explosion, everyone only saw a thick thunder suddenly descending from the sky. Then, a lightning bolt rushed towards the nether purple night flower at a high speed. At this moment, the Blood Alliance member squatting nearby snorted coldly. It's the Ghost Thunder Lord, stop him! As soon as the words fell, the 4 Blood Alliance members around him attacked at the same time. However, the speed of the lightning was too fast, and the angle of the explosion was too tricky. Everyone only saw a flash of thunder. The 4 Blood Alliance members retreated tens of thousands of meters, and the lightning bolt had already approached the nether purple night flower. At this moment, a figure covered in purple crystal armor appeared. It was the Ghost Thunder Lord. He laughed and said, "Since you are all afraid to take action, then I'll accept this nether purple night flower." Ha ha ha. After saying that, it stretched out a black claw surrounded by terrifying thunder. Then, it directly picked the nether purple night flower. Ghost Thunder. Ghost Thunder Lord. At this moment, all the strong men on the field looked at this terrifying creature with purple lightning all over its body. The Ghost Thunder Lord, who obtained this spiritual plant, did not hesitate at all. He opened his huge mouth directly, and prepared to swallow the nether purple night flower in one gulp. He knew that he would never be able to take the flower away with so many powerful people around him. He simply swallowed it directly. However, seeing this scene, most of the hidden beings on the field could not sit still. Boom! Crash! A terrifying aura burst out and bombarded the Ghost Thunder Lord. However, the Ghost Thunder at this moment did not dodge at all. It was betting that its defense could withstand the attacks of many powerful people, taking advantage of this time, swallow the netherworld purple night flower. However, just as he was about to take a bite, suddenly found that his figure disappeared from the original place. When he appeared again, he returned to the original lurking position, and the netherworld purple night flower continued to float in the air. At this moment, the Ghost Thunder Lord instantly understood something. He shouted in a murderous voice, "Lord of Magic, do you want to die?" On the other side, a creature with a strange appearance, like a puppet, glanced at the Ghost Thunder Lord lightly, completely ignored his threat. At this moment, someone shouted, "Go grab the netherworld purple night flower." This moment was like a chain reaction. The aura hidden in the dark rushed over in a swarm. In Han Xing's perception, there were at least 6 Lord-level beings. Among them, there were many lords who walked in the territory in their bodies like him. The moment they appeared, they summoned the soldiers in the territory. A large number of water element giants. One by one, scarecrows exuding cursed auras, and 3-headed dogs burning with hellfire. These lords gave orders one after another. Water giants, rush over and use your lives to grab the netherworld purple night flower for me. Scarecrow, my best friend, go ahead. Hellhound, tear everything apart. The area was flooded by a huge number of troops. And in an instant, a terrifying war broke out. Boom! Crack! A series of powerful source fluctuations appeared. The water giants exploded in large numbers, and a large amount of water elements spread. Even oceans appeared out of thin air in the airspace. After the death of the scarecrows, they would curse the target, causing it to lose all life in a short period of time. Including the Hellhound, it also showed terrifying combat power at this moment. This is the way the Chaos Lords fight each other. As soon as they attack, they use a large number of troops to overwhelm the enemy. And some other Chaos Lords, who follow the individual power system, can't even get close to the nether purple night flower at this moment. At the same time, those source beasts and the creatures of the Blood Alliance also attacked. Crack! Puff! One by one, the scarecrows, water elements, and hellhounds were killed by them on the spot. With their terrifying bodies and unparalleled lethality, they fought their way through the vast army. They were about to approach the nether purple night flower. The surrounding Chaos Lords were anxious. Damn it! Chishu Jutao, stop it! Take back your troops, it's useless. If you keep going like this, the Blood Alliance will succeed. Hearing this, the three lords looked at each other, and then instantly asked their troops to retreat. Then, 6 Chaos Lord level beings all rushed up. Among them, there were even 3 mid-level Lord level beings. That area, plus the Source Beast, the Blood Alliance, and other Chaos Lords. More than a dozen strongmen fell into a chaotic state. Various terrifying source fluctuations continued to erupt. There were bursts of violent explosions and thunder. A hurricane that swept tens of thousands of kilometers roared past, mixed with bursts of snowflakes. It was like the end of the world. The netherworld purple night flower changed hands several times. And no matter who it was, the moment they approached the spiritual plant, they would be subjected to a large amount of concentrated fire. Puff! Puff! Even the Ghost Thunder Lord was beaten to vomit blood. Even the purple crystal armor on his body was covered with cracks. Han Xing and others, who were watching the battle in the treasure chariot, frowned slightly. As a militant, Ling Hui's eyes had already shown a crazy look. Long Yu, when are we going to start? She seemed impatient to rush up and kill everyone. After hearing this, Long Yu shook her head and said, "Don't worry, I feel something is wrong. There are still a few hidden strongmen around who haven't taken action yet." Hearing this, Lord Linghui frowned, but didn't say much. She knew that this was a critical moment, and she really couldn't rush. At the same time, the battle in that area was still going on, and getting more and more intense. Various origins continued to erupt. Now, as soon as the God King level soldiers came out, they would be directly blown into pieces before they could act. Only the existence of the Chaos Lord level could resist the fluctuations of so many origins. At this moment, the number of strong men fighting together has reached 20. Among them, there are 5 Source Beasts of the primary Lord level, and 2 Source Beasts of the intermediate Lord level. There are a total of 5 people on the Blood Alliance side, including 2 intermediate Lord level existences. In addition to the 8 Chaos Lords around, there are even 3 mid-level beings among them. You can imagine how fierce the battle is now. Roar! One of the Source Beasts suddenly erupted with endless flames, igniting the surrounding area of tens of millions of kilometers. Among the Chaos Lords, the Chaos Lord with Water Element Soldier said, "I will deal with this Yinma Source Beast." Another Lord with Hellfire burning all over his body said, "The other with Spirit Source Beast, leave it to me. Then I want the Purple Water Source Beast." In this chaos, they seem to have chosen their opponents. Chapter 647. In this chaos, everyone seemed to have chosen their opponents. And the group of Source Beasts were also fighting with these Chaos Lords. And at this moment, the 5 Blood Alliance Masters worked together to block a large number of attacks and defeated enemies one by one. Finally, they came to the Nether Purple Night Flower. One of the Masters holding 2 swords did not hesitate at all and directly picked the Nether Purple Night Flower. Then, he took a deep breath, held the 2 swords in his hands, and spun at high speed on the spot. Secret Technique World Splitting Slash. In an instant, 2 terrifying sword chi burst out. Then it swept like a whirlwind. Everything along the way, whether it was the origin or the rules, was directly cut into pieces at the moment of contact with the sword chi whirlwind. All the enemies around were forced to retreat more than 100,000 meters. At the same time, after this person slashed this sword, he immediately shouted, "Go!" After the words fell, the 5 Blood Alliance members seized the opportunity. Fleeing madly around, seeing this scene, the others shouted, "Stop them! Damn it, we can't let these guys from the Blood Alliance snatch the Netherworld Purple Night Flower." Windbreaking Bird, go! Boom! A large number of attacks fell on them. There were more soldiers surrounding them. However, facing the massive attacks, the cooperation of the 5 Blood Alliance members was very exquisite. 4 of them defended together, and escorted the one with the Netherworld Purple Night Flower to escape. The other one only needed to concentrate on escaping. In the blink of an eye, this person escaped hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It seemed that he was about to escape from the battle range and disappear in this area. Those hidden beings around couldn't sit still. Boom! Boom! 3 more powerful auras rose up. A black lotus, a green giant python, and a pure and flawless mirror. As soon as these 3 beings appeared, everyone saw their identities. Lord Mo Lien, Lord Yin Python, Master Mirror. These 3 actually have the strength of a mid-level lord. And the moment they appeared, they all rushed towards the member of the Blood Alliance. The fierce battle started again and intensified. And in the treasure chariot, Han Xing couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw all this. My goodness, this is really going to make the dog brain come out. This is the first time in my life that I have seen so many Chaos Lord level beings. The Chaos Lords fighting here, not counting Han Xing and his group, have reached 23 people. Each Chaos Lord has the power to easily destroy the world. From this, we can imagine how terrifying the melee scene of these people is. The end of the world is not enough to describe it. At the same time, the Blood Alliance member, who was about to escape with the Nether Purple Night Flower, was stopped again, facing the siege of the three lords. He looked extremely serious. Dao Ji, hand over the Nether Purple Night Flower. Hurry up, otherwise don't blame us for attacking you together. What nonsense are you talking to him? Just kill him directly. After the words fell, the three Chaos Lords instantly launched an attack on this person. Buzz. Crack. After a series of origin fluctuations erupted, this Blood Alliance member named Dao Ji was beaten to vomit blood. It was about to collapse. In the treasure carriage at this moment, even the man next to Long Yu couldn't help but say, Lord, shall we take action? The battlefield of those four people is in the outer area. If we take action now, we can just rob and run. With the speed of Long Yun's treasure carriage, these people can't catch up with us. At this moment, Long Yu still frowned slightly and didn't speak. The man couldn't help but urge again, Lord. Long Yu seemed a little anxious. She said impatiently, Shut up. I'm thinking about something, don't interrupt me. Hearing this, the man was stunned. It seemed to be the first time that he saw his lord scolding him. A look of humiliation and anger appeared on his face in an instant. But he immediately recovered his mentality and suppressed the expression on his face. And he knelt on one knee and said, I'm sorry, respected lord, it was Long Yu who didn't know the limit and overstepped. Please punish me. At this time, Long Yu seemed to feel that she was a little too harsh. She sighed and said, I'm sorry, Long Yu, I didn't mean to scold you. I just think something is wrong. Hearing this, the man named Long Yu was flattered and hurriedly said it was his fault. However, Han Xing, who was standing aside, took in his expression and performance. An interested smile appeared at the corner of his mouth again. At this time, Lord Linghui next to him asked, Long Yu, what do you think is wrong? As an old Chaos Lord, Linghui has a bad temper, but she is not a fool. Although Long Yu only has the strength of a primary lord, her father is a great beast lord with various treasures. Her real combat power is almost the same as that of an ordinary mid-level lord. Since Long Yu felt something was wrong, it means that the situation in front of her is really a bit strange. Long Yu shook her head, I don't know, I just think that the battle of those source beasts seems a bit careless. Hearing this, everyone looked over, including Han Xing, who also looked at the battlefield area. The group of source beasts are fighting against 8 Chaos Lords at this moment, and their power is quite amazing. And every attack is full of strength, and they are all holding the mentality of putting the opponent to death. It seems that there is no problem. It is not as Long Yu said that the battle performance of these source beasts is careless. Everyone's eyes are full of doubts. Long Yu beside him said cautiously, Lord, are you mistaken? These source beasts don't seem to have any problems? Even Long Yu frowned. However, at this moment, a flash of inspiration flashed through Han Xing's mind. I remember you said before that the Nether Purple Night Flower is very tempting to the source beasts, and almost no source beast can resist it, right? Long Yu beside him frowned slightly, but still nodded. I understand what's wrong. These source beasts are indifferent when they see the Nether Purple Night Flower being snatched away by the Blood Alliance and are about to escape, and they are focused on dealing with the enemies in front of them. In other words, the purpose of these source beasts is not the Nether Purple Night Flower, but to hold back these Chaos Lords. At this moment, the pupils of everyone on the field suddenly shrank. Before they could react, the Blood Alliance member named Ji Dao shouted, It's almost done. Activate the Blood Prison Locking Heaven Array and block the battlefield. The moment he finished speaking, endless blood-colored chains suddenly appeared in the airspace of billions of miles around. These blood-colored chains intertwined with each other, instantly blocking the space and the origin. Forced out the hidden existences one by one. Including the treasure chariot where Han Xing and others were, it also appeared in the airspace at this moment. A blood-colored color appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Other Chaos Lords exclaimed, Damn it! This is the Blood Alliance's Blood Prison Locking Heaven Array. What do these guys want to do? Before they could react, 3 terrifying auras flew in from a distance again, and they were all from the Blood Alliance. This means that the Blood Alliance originally had only 5 Chaos Lords, and was in a weak position. Now it has jumped and become a powerful force. This sudden scene also made everyone stop fighting. Among them, the Chaos Lord named Chishu asked, Jidao, what are you guys from the Blood Alliance going to do? You have trapped so many of us. Even if your Blood Alliance's blood prison locking heaven array is powerful, it can't hold us back for long. When the time comes, we can still take away your Netherworld Purple Night Flower. The Chaos Lord named Jidao sneered, who said our target is the Netherworld Purple Night Flower. Hearing this, everyone on the field was confused. It seems that they don't know what these people from the Blood Alliance are doing. At the same time, Jidao's eyes swept over everyone on the field, including the treasure chariot where Han Xing and others were, which was also targeted by him. After a moment, a smile appeared on his lips. I didn't expect that there are so many Chaos Lords hiding here. A total of 12 people, including 4 mid-level lords. Compared to a Netherworld Purple Night Flower, the benefits of killing you are many times higher. Hearing this, everyone seemed to understand the purpose of the Blood Alliance. It turns out that their original purpose was not the Netherworld Purple Night Flower, but to kill other people. The Chaos Lord named Guilei snorted coldly. Just you? Other lords echoed, yes, the guys in the Blood Alliance are probably brain-burned. Don't weigh your own weight, don't be greedy and get yourself into trouble. Everyone, why don't we work together to kill these guys in the Blood Alliance? This person's proposal was immediately recognized by most of the Chaos Lords. Just when they were about to take action, in the void, a creature covered with black scales appeared again, like a dark dragon. As soon as this creature appeared, the terrifying physical strength brought an unparalleled sense of oppression. Even the rules of the airspace were crushed. Everyone's expression froze instantly. This is a source beast of the middle-level lord level, the Black-Winged Dragon King. Before they could react, the Blood Alliance member named Jidao said, Black-Winged Dragon King, let's do as we agreed before. Let's kill these guys together. At that time, the Nether Purple Night Flower and the bodies of these guys will belong to you, and the other spoils will belong to us. Hearing this, everyone on the field suddenly changed their faces. They all seemed to realize something. Damn it! These guys from the Blood Alliance have teamed up with the Source Beasts. Their goal is to devour us. Before they could react, the Black-Winged Dragon King suddenly opened his mouth and roared to the sky. Roar. The terrifying sound waves became real, and everyone who heard the roar felt a surge of blood. The next moment, the Black-Winged Dragon King spoke in human language, killed them all. Instantly, all the Source Beasts and the Lords of the Blood Alliance were dispatched. Their goal was to kill Han Xing and others, and attack 12 Chaos Lords, at the same time. 2 system prompts appeared in front of Han Xing. You are already in the range of the Blood Prison Locking Heaven Array, your ability to move instantly has been blocked, all attributes have decreased by 20%, and you cannot leave the range of the array before the supporter of the array dies. You have been attacked by the soul-destroying roar of the intermediate Chaos Lord-level creature, Black-Winged Dragon King. Your spirit has decreased by 10%, and your health has decreased by 20%. At this moment, Han Xing frowned. At the same time, it was the first time that he felt the danger of the Lord Continent. These guys who can become Lord-level strongmen have lived for many years. People are old and cunning, and they are extremely treacherous. And now, Han Xing has realized this. Long Yu next to him frowned slightly. Linghui, are you sure? As these 2 women have been in the Lord Continent for many years, they naturally realized that they had fallen into the trap of their forces. But they did not panic, but quickly thought about the corresponding countermeasures. Linghui shook his head and said, I'm afraid we're in trouble this time. That Black-Winged Dragon King is a terrifying being with extremely powerful physical strength, even approaching the level of a high-level Chaos Lord. And the Blood Alliance also sent out an old monster this time. Did you see that guy who was skin and bones and looked like he was going to die at any time? Hearing this, everyone looked over. Among the 8 members of the Blood Alliance, an old man with a hunched body and a breath of death stood among them. He held a skeleton staff in his hand, which looked inconspicuous, but gave everyone a sense of fatal crisis. Lord Linghui continued, this guy is called Dead Bone, and he is also a mid-level lord. And he is a lord who takes the third path. In other words, this guy can summon a large number of undead troops at any time to drown us. My territory is not around, and I am not a match for this guy. Because it seems that the situation has really reached a very serious level. Lord Linghui continued, Long Yu, your father, the Great Beast Lord, is not enough to suppress these guys in the Blood Alliance. After they heard that you are the daughter of the Great Beast Lord, they will not let us leave. I suggest notifying your father immediately, and the Great Beast Lord will come to the rescue. Maybe we can still save our lives. And Long Yu frowned on the side. She shook her head and said, I have sent a message to my father. But he didn't respond, and I don't know if he can see it. My father went into seclusion several decades ago, and it's probably too late for him this time. After saying that, Long Yu sighed. Hearing this, everyone's expression darkened. Sorry, everyone. Because of my actions, you are in danger. Long Yu's eyes were filled with deep remorse. Hearing this, the man next to him showed a look of heartache. He took the lead in expressing his opinion. Lord, please don't blame yourself. Long Ying will defend you with his life until the last moment. Chapter 648. Ling Wei beside him chuckled. Long Yu, this is not like you. Aren't you the most violent of the daughters of the great beast lord? Why did you give in so quickly? Hearing this, Long Yu's expression froze. She shook her head and said, No, I won't give in so easily. It's not that easy for these guys to swallow us. There are no ordinary people who can become lords. They are all very determined. Similar to such life and death moments, everyone has experienced a lot. So in an instant, Long Yu recovered. Ling Wei Lord chuckled. Yes, this is a bit of the style of the great beast lord's daughter. Then let these guys pay the price. After the words fell, Ling Wei Lord's pupils turned blood red again. This is a sign that she has entered a combat state. Mu Qing next to him has already hugged the instrument in his hand, ready for battle at any time. Han Xing did not speak, but looked at the territory inside his body. At this moment, Lord Ling Wei suddenly gave a warning. The enemy is coming, be prepared. For Chaos Lords of the Blood Alliance, including a mid-level lord, rushed towards Han Xing and his group. Everyone, go out to fight. Long Yu's voice sounded. In an instant, the treasure chariot opened. Everyone turned into streams of light and rushed out of the treasure chariot. The 4 people of the Blood Alliance were slightly surprised after seeing the battle on Han Xing's side. Oh! There are actually 3 Chaos Lords, and one of them is a mid-level one. Ha ha! There are a few big fish here again. At this time, one of the Chaos Lords said, Wait a minute. Those 2 women seem to have some background. Hearing this, the others cast their eyes. The pupils shrank instantly. It's them. The daughter of the great beast lord, and the lord of Ling Wei. These are the real big fish. Seeing this, the 4 Chaos Lords of the Blood Alliance paused for a moment. They looked at each other and asked, What do you mean? The great beast lord is a high-level lord. If we kill his daughter, will he come to trouble us? Another Chaos Lord replied, What are you afraid of? What are the rules of our Blood Alliance? Outside the territory, all fighting cannot involve the forces behind. If we die, it means we are not as good as others. If others die, and the forces behind them want to trouble us, then the Blood Alliance will also help us. This is the core doctrine of the Blood Alliance. The purpose of this organization is to unite a large number of powerless lords in the southern region to prevent them from being bullied by other big forces. This alone has brought the Blood Alliance's cohesion to an astonishing degree. In normal times, the members of the Blood Alliance may not show their strength. But if other big forces bully the weak and deal with their Blood Alliance members, they will be attacked endlessly by all the lords of this organization. No one wants to provoke this organization easily. Because there have been many bloody cases in front of us. Many years ago, there was even a high-level lord who had a conflict with others because one of his archons was outside. In a life-and-death battle, his archon was killed by the other side. The high-ranking lord killed the man casually. However, what was unexpected was that the man was a member of the Blood Alliance. Afterwards, most of the Blood Alliance members in the entire southern region were mobilized. At least thousands of lords were dispatched at the same time, and there were even many intermediate and high-ranking lords. And the territory of the high-ranking lord was also destroyed overnight. Since that battle, the entire southern region knew the name of this organization. No one dared to easily provoke them by relying on their own strength. This is also one of the reasons why Long Yu said that it was useless to call her father over. At this moment, the 4 members of the Blood Alliance seemed to have made a decision. The next moment, they looked at Han Xing and others with murderous intent. The figures of the 4 people disappeared from the spot in an instant. The battle was about to start. Lord Ling Wei held a wooden long sword, and a strong source of power burst out from his body. And Long Yu waved one hand. In addition to the existence called Dragon Shadow, a large number of shadow dragons also appeared. Hua la la. The huge shadow dragons covered the sky and the sun. With tens of thousands of shadow dragons in full force, the side ahead was filled. This is Long Yu's main force. As a high attack, high defense, and high magic resistance existence, the shadow dragon is indeed a very powerful force. However, what she didn't notice was that there were also strong dragons on the opposite side, the Black-Winged Dragon King. At this moment, The Black-Winged Dragon King's eyes swept over instantly. As a source beast of the middle-level Lord level, its strength is countless times that of these shadow dragons. Its size is also countless times larger than that of the shadow dragons. The Black-Winged Dragon King has a wingspan of more than 1 light year. Long Yu Shadow Dragon was just like a mosquito around an elephant in front of it. Roar! The Black-Winged Dragon King let out a terrifying roar. Long Yu Shadow Dragon army exploded in large numbers. Puff! Puff! The dragons were blown into pieces in the air, and a large number of corpses floated in the air, with a strong smell of blood, including the man named Long Ying who was in the front. He couldn't bear the roar of the Black-Winged Dragon King at this moment, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, Long Yu's pupil shrank instantly. Damn it! The Black-Winged Dragon King has blood suppression on my troops. Long Ying, come back quickly. Hearing the order, the black-skinned man retreated quickly. However, the Chaos Lord of the Blood Alliance sneered. Can you leave? In an instant, the 4 people launched an attack at the same time. For powerful origin fluctuations burst out. The man suddenly felt a crisis of death coming, and at the critical moment, Long Yu gritted his teeth, took out a mirror from his bosom, and threw it behind Long Ying. Bang! Crack! All 4 attacks fell on the mirror. A large number of cracks appeared on the mirror, and then it shattered. Seeing this scene, the Chaos Lord of the Blood Alliance said with interest, "She is worthy of being the daughter of the Great Beast Lord. She even threw out a treasure like the Dream Realm that can save her life. You must have a lot of treasures on you. If we take these treasures, it will be enough for us to make a fortune." After hearing this, Long Yu said disdainfully, "That depends on whether you have the ability." On the opposite side, the old Chaos Lord chuckled, "Don't worry, we not only have the ability to take away your treasures, but we are also interested in playing with your body. She is worthy of being the daughter of a high-ranking lord. She is so pretty." Hearing this, Long Yu's eyes showed anger, and Long Ying next to him said angrily, "You insulted the lord, damn it." However, the old man just glanced at Long Ying. "A native born in a small world is worthy of looking directly at me?" Long Ying was struck by lightning again, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Ling Hui next to him said impatiently, "You guys, just fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" In an instant, she raised her sword and slashed. As a mid-level lord, Ling Hui's own combat power is very strong even if he does not rely on the territory. Sensing the horror of this sword, the 4 lords of the Blood Alliance dodged instantly. Then, the old man said, "I will deal with Ling Hui. Send 2 people to capture Ling Yu. Don't kill him. I want to play with him. As for the other little guy who just broke through, just send someone to deal with him." Hearing this, the remaining 3 lords nodded instantly. 2 of them rushed towards Long Yu. Another primary lord rushed towards Han Xing. Seeing this scene, Mi Qing next to him whispered, "My lord, you seem to be underestimated." Han Xing also laughed after hearing this. "Indeed, but it's good. If they targeted me from the beginning, it would be a bit tricky. Now let me kill this guy, and then help Long Yu kill the enemy." In this way, the guys of the Blood Alliance suffered heavy losses. The balance of combat power was broken, and their so-called blockade was broken by itself. Miao Qing chuckled and said, "Well, I will fight alongside you, sir." At this moment, the Blood Alliance member, who attacked also heard Cao Xing's discussion and sneered. "Kill me? A little guy who just broke through the Chaos Lord actually said he wanted to kill me. It's really interesting. However, when I first broke through the Lord, I was as arrogant as you. Later, I gradually came into contact with more powerful people, and I realized that I was just a slightly bigger ant in the Lord continent. Now let me teach you a lesson, brat." At this moment, Han Xing gradually pulled the bowstring. Listening to the other party's nagging words, an impatient look appeared in his eyes. "By the way, has anyone told you that in battle, the more people talk, the faster they die?" The Chaos Lord opposite was about to speak. The next moment, he suddenly saw that the young man's bowstring was aimed at him. A death-like crisis came instantly. It was like a rabbit in the jungle being locked by a hunter. A strong look of disbelief appeared in his eyes, because he hadn't experienced this feeling for many years. Including the other 3 lords of the Blood Alliance, they also felt the horror of Han Xing's arrow, and couldn't help but look at it sideways. After noticing the strong gold source in Han Xing's bowstring, the old man's pupil shrank. "Horak, this little guy is weird, retreat quickly." Hearing the warning, the Chaos Lord also realized that something was wrong. As a lord, his reaction ability is also amazing. In an instant, he made a decision. Run! However, Han Xing was at the God King level, and the arrows he shot could kill the Chaos Lord instantly. Now that he has reached the true Lord level, It is even more impossible for the opponent to have any chance to escape when dealing with the existence of the same level. As he released the bowstring, swish! A golden light flashed. It instantly hit the man's head across the distance of time and space, fast. It was too fast. It was so fast that it was unimaginable. Even the old man at the middle level lord level did not react. When everyone looked again, they found that the man's head had disappeared from his neck. More gold origin entered his body through his wounds, and started crazy destruction. Then, with a puff, the man's body suddenly exploded. At this moment, the whole place was silent, from the blooming of the nether purple night flower to now. Dozens of Chaos Lords have fought vigorously, but so far, no Lord has died. Han Xing's arrow can be said to have directly won the first kill. The next moment, the reaction of everyone on the field can be said to be extremely wonderful. The Lords of the Blood Alliance were furious. Damn it! Horak is dead. That human killed him. The other scattered Chaos Lords were surprised. They thought that they were besieged by the Source Beast and the guys of the Blood Alliance today, and were trapped in a large formation. There was no hope of a comeback. Unexpectedly, the situation seemed to have some variables. Instantly, the Chaos Lords were cheered up. Ha ha! The guys of the Blood Alliance died. Everyone, we still have hope. Use all your skills, and teach the guys of the Blood Alliance a lesson today. Instantly, the dozen Chaos Lords, who were besieged, began a more frantic counterattack. And at this moment, on the battlefield on Han Xing's side, when Lords Long Yu and Ling Hui saw Han Xing kill the Chaos Lord with one arrow, their eyes were full of surprise. Ling Hui chuckled and said, "Sure enough, I knew you would be extraordinary after transforming into a Chaos Lord. Even those sons of the Holy Land are not much stronger than you at the initial Lord level." And Long Yu also nodded in agreement. Just after breaking through, you have the combat power to kill the same level in seconds. This kind of attack power is indeed comparable to the existence of the Son of God level. Beside Long Yu, Long Ying, who had just been hit and vomited blood, heard his lord's praise for Han Xing, and a trace of envy gradually emerged in his eyes. Among them, there is also strong jealousy. At this time, Han Xing was looking at the Eternal Night bow in his hand with satisfaction, and there was a system prompt. Successfully killed Horak LV-110, a primary Chaos Lord creature, and obtained experience pool 10254. Note: 1 experience pool equals 100 million experience points. Talent: Endless Absorption activated. Successfully absorbed 324 million gold source power from the opponent. Huh? This guy is also cultivating the gold source? That's not bad. Han Xing was surprised, because in this way, his burst skill God Bow Sharp Gold can be improved by several levels. In addition, he also noticed that his experience bar had changed. Since breaking through to the primary lord, his level cap has been raised from level 100 to level 110. Just killing this guy only increased the experience value by about 1%. Seeing this number, Han Xing was shocked instantly. Oh my goodness, so I need to kill 100 primary lord level creatures to level up by 1 level? That's really scary. Of course, Han Xing doesn't need to kill only lord level creatures. He can also kill God King level and Emperor level creatures to gain experience. After all, in the Lord continent, these lords can easily make millions of troops appear. Killing these creatures will gain experience. Chapter 649. Killing the creatures in the Lord's territory will gain experience. So, if Han Xing wants to level up, it will be very fast. Thinking of this, he felt better. In general, the first battle after breaking through the Lord is still very good. Han Xing also verified his strength. That is, he is not a weakling among the lords. In particular, his attack power is many levels higher than that of the same level. It has been decided that the system will still develop towards the attack. As for the defensibility, we will consider it later. So far, Han Xing has understood the unspoken rules of the Lord continent. It is better to give up some other abilities, and have your own strengths. Whether you are good at attack, defense, or mental attack, there must be one aspect that is better than others. Only in this way can he occupy a place in the Lord continent where there are so many strong people, and his SSS talent, Endless Absorption, it will be the foundation of his rise in the Lord continent, as long as he kills more strong people and absorbs their essence to improve his skills. Han Xing can achieve a process of fighting to support fighting and becoming stronger. Thinking of this, Han Xing instantly pulled the bowstring and aimed at the 2 Chaos Lords beside Long Yu. After seeing Han Xing kill his companions with 1 arrow, the 2 Chaos Lords suddenly felt a chill coming from behind. Modly, what should we do? Can we withstand this kid's attack? No, we are almost the same as Horak. We can't withstand this kid's arrow. The two Chaos Lords looked gloomy at the same time. However, as experienced warriors, they quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Grow, I deal with this woman. You rush directly to that guy and kill him. Hearing this, the other Chaos Lord nodded gloomily. Okay. He also knew that there was no better way now. However, just when this person was about to get rid of Long Yu and rush towards Han Xing, he saw this woman took out a strange big net in her hand and snorted coldly. Want to leave? In an instant, she threw the big net in her hand. And in an instant, it covered a range of 1 light year and caught all the two Chaos Lords. They struggled hard in the net, but they couldn't break free. Damn it! This is a 1,000-thread binding net. How can this woman have such a thing? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and break it with all your strength. After the words fell, the two Chaos Lords began to do their best to break free from the big net. However, the treasure that Long Yu took out was naturally not an ordinary thing, and he would definitely not let them get away easily. No matter how many times they used the power of origin to bombard, they could only create cracks on the big net. Seeing this scene, Han Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Because he knew that this was his chance, he turned around and said, Miao Qing, bless me. Hearing the sound, Miao Qing began to play the instrument in his hand. Zheng zheng. At the same time, the familiar sense of increase came, and Han Xing felt that his strength increased by 20% again. A curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, he pulled the bowstring and fired thousands of attacks. However, this time it was just a normal attack. After all, his skill of killing people in 1 second is strong, but the cooling time is too long. After the sharp gold of the divine bow was used up, only the arrow of the falling god, the rock shield protection, and the time and space acceleration were left. There are still many enemies, so Han Xing can't use up all the trump cards at this time. However, even though it was just his normal attack, it was not something that ordinary Chaos Lords could withstand. In an instant, dense arrows came in front of the two Chaos Lords. From the perspective of the opposite side, it seemed that what was attacking was not arrows, but fingers of the god of death, trying to take their lives. They resisted with all their might. They wanted to resist Han Xing's attack. However, their actions were restrained, and there was a dragon jade next to them that kept attacking. Add to that Han Xing's arrows. It was impossible to block all the attacks. Puff! Puff! A large number of arrows penetrated their bodies. The bodies of the two Chaos Lords were covered with blood holes. However, they were still alive. After all, the vitality of the Lords was still very strong. And during this time, they also broke free from the Dragon Jade's net. The two looked at each other, and both had a look of surviving a disaster. Great! We successfully resisted this kid's attack. Haha, it seems that this kid just killed Horak, and he must have used some kind of god-level combat skills. And the more powerful the combat skills, the longer the interval. He can no longer exert that kind of powerful attack power. Thinking of this, the two Chaos Lords became more confident. At the same time, the eyes looking at Han Xing were full of murderous intent. You bastard, you really scared us just now. We haven't felt the fear of death for many years. I didn't expect to feel this feeling from you. In return, I will let you die slowly. After hearing this, Han Xing smiled. I'm afraid you don't have this chance. After hearing this, the two Chaos Lords were a little confused. Before they could react, at some point, a black shadow appeared in the void behind them. It was Cole Ball, who had just reached the primary Lord realm after being amplified by infinite domain. The moment Cole Ball appeared, endless void lines suddenly burst out from his body, directly penetrated the bodies of the two lords. In their eyes, a trace of astonishment instantly emerged. However, the dense arrows in front of them made them react instantly. This is the attack of the Void Beast, hurry up! They quickly cut off the lines, and wanted to escape from here. However, the void line of the cold ball penetrated their whole body, and also delayed the movements of the two Chaos Lords for a moment. It was this moment of delay that ruined their lives. Swish! Puff! The sound of arrows, and the sound of flesh penetration came at the same time. And this time, Han Xing launched more attacks. Puff! Puff puff! When dense arrows penetrated the body, it also contained a lot of origin. Boom! Boom! After 2 explosions, 2 more lords died. Successfully killed Madra LV-110, a primary lord creature, and gained experience pool 10566. Successfully killed Grow LV-110, a primary lord creature, and gained experience value 11924. Talent, Endless Absorption activated, successfully absorbed Water Essence 347 million, Light Essence 415 million. 2 consecutive system prompts made Han Xing smile again. I have to say, it's really nice to have someone in front of you to hold back the enemy. You only need to output from the back and snipe at the target. Just like now, Han Xing killed 3 enemies in a row before the enemy even touched his clothes. And at this moment, the chaotic battle group was silent again for a moment, because Han Xing killed 3 lords of the Blood Alliance in a row. In the Blood Alliance, the undead lord who was controlling a large number of undead armies and fighting against 3 chaos lords said gloomily. Interesting. I didn't expect that there would be such a man-eating shark among the big fish caught this time. With the strength of a primary lord, shooting a lord of the same level is as easy as taking something out of a bag. This attack power is completely comparable to those sons of the Holy Land. There is probably a powerful existence or a powerful force behind you. Hearing the voice of the undead mage, all members of the Blood Alliance were again in a state of gloom. The necromancer continued, however, your enemy is our Blood Alliance. In our eyes, we don't care who is behind you. Black-winged Dragon King, this human is in your hands. As if responding to the words of the necromancer, the Black-winged Dragon King on the other side suddenly roared. Roar! The powerful sound waves swept across. Then, the huge body with a diameter of more than 1 light-year rushed towards Han Xing with destructive power. The other Chaos Lords on the field shouted, Have you asked us before you go over? After the words fell, the Chaos Lord covered with dark purple armor mobilized endless thunder power to stop the opponent. However, the Black-winged Dragon King is a beast of the middle-level Lord level. Its combat power is terrifying. Especially its physical strength, it is about to reach the level of a high-level Chaos Lord. It directly resisted the endless thunder and rushed out of the blockade area and attacked Han Xing. From a distance, Han Xing saw the terrifying figure. The strong sense of oppression made his body almost tremble. It was a reaction of the body being completely suppressed. Seeing this scene, Han Xing cursed. These guys are really useless. They actually let such a terrifying creature come here. Han Xing frowned and asked quickly, Long Yu, is there any way to hold this guy back for a while? After hearing this, Long Yu shook his head and said, No, if it is an ordinary middle-level lord, I may be able to barely deal with it for a while. But this guy is the Black-winged Dragon King, suppressing the in-blood. Hearing this, Han Xing frowned again. With his strength, he could cause damage to the Black-winged Dragon King, but because of the huge gap, it was impossible to kill it instantly. If the opponent got close to him, it would be different. With Han Xing's fragile body, he would probably be killed by the opponent's tail. So, he quickly looked at the battlefield next to him. Ling Wei, can you hold the Black-winged Dragon King for a while? Hearing this, Lord Ling Wei, who was fighting with the old man, looked at the figure coming from a distance. In just a moment, she made a decision. Yes. Although I didn't bring the territory here, with my own combat power, I can hold this guy for a while. Hearing this, Han Xing also smiled. Then he said, Long Yu, you and Ling Hui will switch opponents. Hearing this, Long Yu rushed over and joined the battle in an instant. Lord Ling Hui was able to get out and rushed towards the direction where the Black-winged Dragon King was rushing. The 2 women cooperated with Han Xing's instructions. This battle, unknowingly, became dominated by Han Xing. Long Ying, who was standing aside, looked at Han Xing with a complicated look again. However, he now had to fight the strong enemy together with Long Yu. So soon, he concentrated all his energy to deal with the enemy in front of him. At the same time, the huge body of the Black-winged Dragon King rushed over. Lord Ling Hui floated in the air. A head of dark green hair fluttered in the air. At this moment, she was almost to dust next to the star in front of the Black-winged Dragon King, and she looked extremely small. However, even though she was so small, she exuded unprecedented terrifying power. Hua la la. The powerful spiritual energy continued to burst out. On Ling Hui's face, the mysterious tattoos seemed to come alive, constantly moving. At the same time, the figure of the Black-winged Dragon King was already in sight. Facing the woman standing in front of him, the Black-winged Dragon King did not underestimate her. Instead, he suddenly opened his huge mouth. From it spit out a mouthful of black dragon breath. Hua la! Endless dragon breath, carrying the power of destroying everything, blasted towards Lord Ling Hui. However, this woman just raised the long sword in her hand high, and endless light burst out from the tip of her sword, and in an instant, this light extended to hundreds of thousands of meters long. Then, it slashed down fiercely. Buzz! The green sword light collided with the black dragon breath. 2 completely different origin fluctuations erupted, radiating out a range of several light years. The existence of the surrounding battle felt the chaos of the origin power at the same time, and all kinds of abilities were affected. This is the true strength of the middle-level lord. Even the impact of the aftermath of the battle alone made other lords feel a sense of powerlessness at the same time. After a stalemate with the dragon breath for a moment, the sword light was directly swallowed by the dragon breath, but in the end, Lord Linghui still blocked the attack. Seeing this scene, Han Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Lord Linghui really lived up to his trust and blocked the Black-Winged Dragon King. So now, it's time for him to show off. Instantly, Han Xing pulled the bowstring. Dense arrows came to the body of the Black-Winged Dragon King at a speed that transcended time and space. Its huge body does not need to be aimed at all. All arrows hit. However, the next scene shocked Han Xing. Before this, his arrows, which had never been ineffective, made a clanging sound when they touched the dragon scales of the Black-Winged Dragon King, and most of the arrows were directly bounced off without causing any damage. Only a small part of the arrows penetrated the flesh and blood of this monster. But despite this, considering the huge size of this monster, the damage caused by Han Xing was almost negligible. The Black-Winged Dragon King turned his huge head and looked at Han Xing with an interested look. Interesting human boy. You can actually penetrate my dragon scales. If it were an ordinary mid-level lord, he wouldn't even be able to withstand your attack. When Han Xing saw this, his brows gradually frowned. He knew that this was the most powerful enemy he had ever encountered. Chapter 650. This Black-Winged Dragon King is the most powerful enemy Han Xing has ever encountered. But the good news is that Lord Linghui is dragging it, and his arrows can also cause damage to it. Thinking of this, Han Xing threw away all his thoughts. Focused all his attention on dealing with this Black-Winged Dragon King. Swish. Swish. The arrows are like a storm, shooting out in waves, and the battle between the Black-Winged Dragon King and Lord Linghui is like a collision between stars. Boom. Boom. The Black-Winged Dragon King swept across with its huge wings, and every time it waved, it brought endless winds, as if it could tear the space apart. As it opened its huge mouth, a terrifying roar resounded throughout the universe. The sound was as deafening as thunder, making people feel a surge of blood. Lord Linghui was also trying his best to resist this terrifying creature. Green light shone all over her body, like a goddess in charge of nature. The long sword in her hand was waving, and the sword energy was everywhere. Every attack could stop the terrifying attack of the Black-Winged Dragon King, and Han Xing, who was standing by, was also doing his best to attack the Black-Winged Dragon King. Ding! Ding ding! The dense collision sounded. 10 seconds after the battle began, Han Xing shot at least millions of arrows. However, even under such a violent attack, the Black-Winged Dragon King still did not react. From time to time, he looked at Han Xing with a look like looking at an ant. It said disdainfully, "As a junior Chaos Lord, you can be proud of being able to do this. But my body is invincible. Even if I stand here and let you attack for a few days and nights, you may not be able to kill me. This woman is the same." At this point, it looked at Lord Linghui, who was swinging his sword and slashing at him. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the lord who took the second path. The fusion of the origin of the territory and the Lord Continent is indeed a way to become stronger quickly, but this also means that your lord's path has come to an end. This is a wrong choice." After hearing this, Lord Linghui still said with coldness in his eyes, "You don't need to teach me." While fighting, the Black-Winged Dragon King smiled and said, "No, I'm not teaching you. I'm just a little curious. Your talent is far more than this. If you have the corresponding resources, it won't be a problem to break through to a high-level lord. Why did you choose to take the second path?" Lord Linghui still disdained to answer. She would just keep raising the sword in her hand and slashing at the enemy. At this time, the old man who was fighting Long Yu laughed and said, "Black-Winged Dragon King, you don't know, this woman is a lunatic. Back then, she lost her temper when fighting with the enemy, so she chose to directly merge the territory with the outside world to improve her strength. Then she killed her enemy with this surging power. But since that time, she can no longer take the territory back into her body, and can only go down this path until the end." Hearing this, the interest in the eyes of the Black-Winged Dragon King became stronger. "Oh, is this woman so hot-tempered? It's quite interesting." After speaking, it kept waving its huge dragon claws and grabbed at Lord Linghui. And Lord Linghui raised his sword again and again to resist. Shwa! Shwa! The sword energy was crisscrossing, shining for thousands of miles. But despite this, the sword energy she slashed out was still shattered on the spot by the Black-Winged Dragon King, as if it was shattering the air. And it seemed to be deliberately angering Lord Linghui. It used its huge dragon claws to knock her away again and again, causing more injuries on Lord Linghui's body. At this moment, Ling Hui's anger had reached its peak. She looked at the Black-Winged Dragon King with her red eyes. How dare you, a lowly reptile, humiliate me like this? Today, I will make you pay the price. Origin, burn! The moment the words fell, a terrifying flame suddenly rose from Lord Ling Hui's body. This flame was the power of the Origin in her body, like a green planet, burning fiercely. Seeing this scene, the huge pupils of the Black-Winged Dragon King narrowed immediately. It said with interest, interesting. Just as you said, this woman is really hot-tempered. She even burned her Origin. After this battle, even if she survives, her strength will drop a lot, and her potential will even be damaged. What a crazy guy. But I admire this kind of woman. I've decided. After this time, I will take you back and make you my partner. Hearing this, the Origin power of Lord Ling Hui burned again. The terrifying power seemed to be able to collapse the space. Seeing this scene, the Black-Winged Dragon King laughed. Ha ha ha. What a good expression. I like you like this. Woman, keep it up. Dragons are lustful by nature. What's more, he has become a mid-level lord of the Black-Winged Dragon King. Facing the teasing of this black dragon, Lord Ling Hui did not speak, but made up her mind to kill the Black-Winged Dragon King today. The next moment, she raised the long sword in her hand high. A vast wall suddenly descended. From behind Lord Ling Hui, a lush tree appeared. This tree is tall and straight, as if it is about to pierce the sky. The huge crown is full of emerald green leaves, and each leaf contains infinite power. And at the top of the tree, there is a bright light, as dazzling as the sun. This is the body of Lord Ling Hui. An ordinary oak tree, after countless years of wind and rain, finally awakened a trace of consciousness. With this trace of consciousness, Lord Ling Hui has embarked on the road to rise. Cutting through thorns and brambles all the way, invincible. Even this ordinary oak tree was cultivated into a sacred tree comparable to the world tree. From this, it can be seen that Lord Ling Hui is actually a person with great perseverance and talent. You even summoned your true body? The Black-Winged Dragon King exclaimed. You are worthy of the woman I like. Your true body has extremely powerful original power. The sword light in Lord Ling Hui's hand has accumulated to the extreme. At this moment, her eyes were boiling with murderous intent, and she finally spoke. Humble reptile, I want you to close that disgusting mouth forever. Ling Hui's sword break. Split the world. Swish. The sword light, that is more than 1 light year long, slashed down with infinite power. At this moment, the eyes of the entire battlefield couldn't help but look over, and they were shocked by this sword. In the Blood Alliance, the Necromancer exclaimed, what a powerful sword move. This move feels like even I will suffer a lot of injuries. Lord Ling Hui's sword is almost touching the limit of the mid-level lord. At this moment, the Black-Winged Dragon King, facing Lord Ling Hui's sword, also showed a serious look in his pupils. It can sense that the existence locked by this sword cannot be avoided at all, and can only rely on the flesh to resist. Seeing that the terrifying attack is already in front of him, the Black-Winged Dragon King shouted, Dragon Scale Protection, Despair Barrier. Instantly, the thick scales on its body became tighter, and a large number of dragon scales began to move and gather in a certain position, just to block Lord Ling Hui's sword. At the same time, the sword light has fallen. Buzz! The moment it came into contact with the Black-Winged Dragon King's body, the sword light instantly burst into a terrifying light. The powerful origin fluctuations directly disturbed the area of several light years. Crack! Crack! Everyone vaguely heard a series of shattering sounds. When the powerful origin fluctuations dissipated, Lord Ling Hui continued to take deep breaths, and the impressive size of her chest also rose and fell with her breathing. At the same time, everyone also saw the black shadow in front. The Black-Winged Dragon King at this moment. A bloodline stretched from the forehead to the abdomen. This bloodline seemed to cut it in half on the spot. The Black-Winged Dragon King opened his huge mouth, and a terrifying smile appeared on his face. Then, he laughed loudly. The laughter spread out for more than 10 light years, as if it were real. The next moment, he took a deep breath. The bloodstain on the body disappeared without a trace in an instant. The Black-Winged Dragon King laughed and said, Ling Hui, is this your full-strength attack? It is indeed quite capable. But you are still far from being able to kill me. Do you have any stronger sword moves? If not, I will take you away and make you my 17,000 partner, ha ha ha. At this time, Ling Hui's brows gradually frowned after seeing the Black-Winged Dragon King recover in an instant. The sword just now was almost her strongest sword. Even the origin was burning, but it still did not cause any damage to the Black-Winged Dragon King. Ling Hui seemed to have lost all his energy and spirit, and instantly collapsed. The long sword in his hand also fell down. I lost. Seeing the expression of Lord Linghui at this time, the Black-Winged Dragon King's eyes once again showed an intoxicated look. For it is extremely enjoyable to strike down these arrogant geniuses, make them realize their insignificance, and then submit to it. It was seen that Linghui had gradually lost his fighting spirit. And Long Yu next to him quickly said, "Linghui, don't be discouraged. This Black-Winged Dragon King itself is an extremely powerful existence in terms of physical strength. It deliberately confronts you in the field it is good at, and uses this to strike you. Don't be fooled. For geniuses like them, failure is not terrible. What is terrible is that after being struck, they can no longer cheer up." Lord Linghui glanced at Long Yu next to him. "I know. But I am also an existence that is good at attacking. My strongest attack is not even qualified to threaten it. I lost." Long Yu wanted to speak. Linghui changed the subject. "But, although I lost, it doesn't mean I can't kill you. No one can humiliate me. Not to mention a lowly reptile like you." Instantly, the flames of Lord Linghui, who had already fallen, burned again, and this time, the flames were even more vigorous. Not only that, the shadow of the big tree behind her was also like it was ignited, and was about to burn. A terrifying breath emanated from Lord Linghui's body. It was even about to overwhelm the Black-Winged Dragon King and reach another level. Seeing this scene, even the Black-Winged Dragon King was extremely surprised. "You not only burn the origin, but also burn the body. After this battle, you will be annihilated. Even if the Eternal Lord comes, there is no possibility of resurrecting you. You are really a crazy woman." Its tone was unprecedentedly shocked. Linghui's outburst can be said to have refreshed the Black-Winged Dragon King's cognition. It has seen lunatics, but it has never seen someone as crazy as Lord Linghui, who has not experienced countless hardships to cultivate to the Lord level. The result is that the other party said no and no. Even if the body and soul are destroyed, you must be killed. And Han Xing, who was constantly attacking the Black-Winged Dragon King on the side without much effect, also heard this guy's voice. Instantly understood what Lord Linghui was doing. Han Xing hurriedly said beside him, "Linghui, don't be impulsive. It's not time to fight now. It's just a mid-level Lord-level bug. Wait for me to kill this bug and let you vent your anger." At this moment, Lord Linghui had lost his mind. Her breath was rising. Han Xing shouted again, "Linghui, believe me. I can kill it." The deep voice, with an inexplicable law, entered her ears. Lord Linghui, who had already lost his mind, gradually calmed down. She looked at Han Xing next to her, although she didn't know what ability he had to deal with such a terrifying enemy. But in her heart, she couldn't help but choose to believe him once. The flames on the main tree stopped burning. This also meant that Lord Linghui stopped burning the origin. At this moment, the Black-Winged Dragon King seemed to have heard a big joke. He opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Its laughter was like thunder, and the sky was shaking. After a while, 2 tears even came out of its dragon eyes. "Boy, you are really good at telling jokes. But I have to say that you have succeeded in pleasing me. In my long life, I haven't laughed like this for a long time. If you are willing to be my slave, I can consider sparing your life. From now on, Linghui will be my woman, and you will be responsible for making me happy, ha ha ha." Han Xing looked at it, without any emotion in his eyes. It was a kind of indifference, like looking at a corpse. "Linghui, watch it. Next, let this noisy bug shut up." At this moment, Han Xing directly entered the state of time and space acceleration and time suspension, and, together with the burst skill, the falling sun arrow, this time, Han Xing had no other ideas. That is, kill it in seconds. Buzz. Time stopped turning. Everything around seemed to be frozen. Only Han Xing could act normally in this state. Then, he pulled the bowstring. In the blink of an eye, dense arrows appeared in front of him. Before, when he was at the God King level, this combination of skills was enough to severely injure the mid-level Lord. And now that Han Xing has broken through to the Lord level, even he himself doesn't know how strong this wave of explosion is.